Embarque com um grande prêmio para os maiores eventos de esporte a motor do Brasil e do mundo.
Vai, Dudu! Vai, Dudu! Vibra Interlagos, Dudu Barrichello é terceiro!
Chegou a hora de acelerar com o maior canal de automobilismo da América Latina. Não é só turismo, não é só corrida, é viver o esporte por dentro. GP Experience. Um produto exclusivo do Grande Prêmio para quem não se contenta em assistir. O GP Experience é para quem quer sentir, viver e testemunhar a história sendo escrita. E a largada já pode ser histórica. Indy 500. Você em Indianápolis, no maior espetáculo da Terra, acompanhando de perto a busca pelo penta de Hélio Castro Neves. Experiências únicas, bastidores, conexões reais com o mundo da velocidade, pacotes completos com aéreo, hospedagem e vivência que você não compra, você conquista. GP Experience, você com o time Grande Prêmio, vivendo a vida em alta velocidade nos maiores eventos do mundo. Garanta já a sua vaga.
This year, a new chapter begins. Peter Otto redefines the classic. A new name, a new season, for a new story. Season starts now.
So we've got it written down. So they've split the whole event into two. So 1 year is the more modern cars, and that's this year, and then we'll go back and we'll see going back to the Bentleys and so on in next year.
Okay, so what we're having is the race start coming up. You can see the formation lap, the end of the second one, and 2x2 formation. The number 88, that's the list of costing yesterday's winning car. John Spears will start that. It'll be handed over to Nigel Greensall. But with those extra 15 seconds at the pit stop, so alongside Luc Pierre-Verquin, he will have an extra 10 seconds because he finished yesterday in second place. But the lights go from red to green. Last car's on the start straight, all the way back to the Aston Martin in red at the back. It looks like a good old getaway. Quite hard to tell though, Andrew, looking from dead ahead which car is in front. But it is John Spears, but only just. Luc Pierre-Verquin will be on the outside line. That's the tricky one. But in behind, here's a flanking manoeuvre. The Lister Costin in third place is now in fifth place.
Great drive down the inside from the red Porsche of Carlos de Quesada, and that got him right up into third place, I think. Now, there's some intrigue in this, a bit of jeopardy for the lead car, because it's got the Costin body, and they really wear out a right rear tyre here. And they have to take the rear body off if they have to change the tyre.
Okay.
So they've got to, basically it takes too long. So they've got to manage the rubber.
Yeah, well, certainly
they've got to manage the rubber at the back, otherwise you're going to basically lose the race. And of course, John's knocked out. Oh, no!
Ashton Fatemi. He got up to third place, into second place already. Had gone. The red Porsche of Carlos de Quesada, yeah. So, well, that's scattering pack behind. It's a really quick start, but then for Afshin Fatemi, who's also trying to go past Bram Bontrapp, and didn't work.
Yeah, the German plastic surgeon is fast. We've seen lots of times in the Giro, which he normally races and has won in this series. But that car's having a rebuild. It's going to come out at Spa, I believe. But we have seen him chuck it off a few times before.
Yeah, well, cold tyres, it was quite a cool morning, beautiful bright skies, but he's going to get going again, but luckily no damage done. The tyres won't be quite as sweet as they were, but these are treaded tyres, so it's not too difficult. But, well, very, very clean start from John Spears, but Carlos de Quesada has been the star of the race so far, starting in fifth, up to second place in no short time at all.
The 37, that's another Costin car. Can you see what I'm talking about, how the Costin bodywork, in fact, it's a bit different on John's car. You know, it comes so low they can't get the wheel out without taking the bodywork off.
Yeah, really tricky. Aerodynamic, but tricky. A car that's going really well is the Fred Wakeman, Pat Blakeney Edwards Cooper T38 in the early stages of the race, storming up the order. And I think that'll be in the top 4 fairly shortly. But some lovely little scraps down the order. Back of the shot, you've got number 11. Can you see it? It's dark green. It's on the right-hand side of the screen. That's the Cooper. But again, down this long straight, Bram Bontrup's fallen back a little bit. So's Pierre Vercao. They started second and I think third on the grid, but they're falling down the order. So there's a real change in these early laps. It's a 40-minute race. There is time to settle down, but maybe a little bit of caution because the track will still be. You can see a little damp patch that was in the rain last night. So, you know, just waiting for the field to come to them. Bram Bontrup in 37. The Lister Costin is trying to get a bit of a toe off the Lister Knobbly, slightly a lumpier body shape, but he's still learning this car. It was his first race in it yesterday. So, you know, a bit of caution in the early laps of the race. No bad thing at all.
Quite a lot of these Listers are recreations, but that one at Bontrup is a genuine car. I believe it's the one Lister that raced at Le Mans. Not many Listers actually raced at Le Mans.
I think we came up with the fact yesterday none had ever finished at Le Mans or something. It was something like that.
I think only one, yes, that's right. Notice it. 11 there, diving down the inside, the 99 car. It's a good little move. And, of course, at Goodwood we've seen Lotus 15. So Lotus 11 became the Lotus 15 in the end. It was some revisions by Colin Chapman and usually had larger engines. But, that was the...
Yeah, that 99 car caught me out because it was in the neighbouring garage of the 16. There are 2 Lotus 15s, both with Serge Kritnoff, but Serge is at the wheel of chosen this one. How it is to bring 2 cars to race meet and go, I'll have you.
Yes.
Go racing. Right, let's just talk about John Spears. Roared away at the start. 2.1 seconds clear at the moment after one full racing lap, but Carlos de Quesada is going to keep him very honest indeed, I think, because he's looking very, very handy indeed in that little red Beck-built 904 GTS Porsche.
Have you seen the mouth or whatever is on the side of it? It's got interesting, the 99 car. Look at that.
Got his gnashers out, hasn't it?
Gnashers out, that's right.
Got his teeth bared, ready for action. Car went really well yesterday, and again today, the red Austin Healey will be coming to the background of the shot with a white roof. Now, Christian Kolb drives that beautifully. Look, the big slide. Now let's have a look. I think we're going to have a bit of action at the back of the shot. The Healey running wide. And what goes wrong? Does something go wrong coming up into turn 4?
Oh. We didn't see, but...
anyhow.
Healey just... it's a different sort of car. It's a official. Oh, there's a spinner. Who was that there?
Is that the flat iron?
Yeah.
Just waiting to see.
No,
it wasn't in the race though. Was that maybe Fred Wakeman's car? Was it the Cooper T38?
I think it possibly was.
First 2 cars have gone through. Just go through short. Carlos de Quesada's taken a third of a second off. Then you have a gap of about 10, 11 seconds. Who's going to be next in line? It should be Bram Bontrup, car number 37. Yep, that's him coming through. The little Serge Kritnoff has risen up to 4th place.
And then amazing
Christian Kolb to 5th.
Yeah.
Luc Pierre Vercao. Maybe it was his that went round. Car number 17. It could have been. I could see a white, a 1 on the bonnet, which I thought was the start of the 11.
He makes biscuits. He's got a biscuit factory.
Why not? There's always a popularity of biscuits, but really, you know, I'm saying Carlos de Quesada is the star of the show, but I have to say that Serge Kritnoff in that little Lotus, you know, he's giving away so many horsepower to the Lister in front of him, but he's keeping it smooth. And this is an essence of historic racing, that you often have cars that deliver their performance in different ways, and the people with the smaller engines, they have to keep it smooth. They have to never, ever lose momentum if they can help it. So,
I mean, really, that Healey has got no rights to be up amongst those sort of cars. Sports racing cars against just an adapted road car.
No, entirely so. But what an amazing array of cars we look at the replay down into the first corner with the Aston Martin at the back. You know, just such different shapes and ways to deliver the performance. The tail is being wagged on that Austin in. Christian Kolb is driving that very, very hard indeed. Up into 5th place, 2nd in Class F, but Carlos de Quesada 2nd in the race, and captaining the race leader is the person in control of that class for now in his little bright red 904 Carrera GTS Porsche. The
factory, of course, did race these Healeys at places like Sebring, and sometimes they had their rally drivers take part in the races.
Yeah,
people like T-Bone Mackinnon and so on. I mean, they were great rally cars, the Healey 3000.
Yeah,
but they were also fine on the racetrack. Well, here's Bon, the Dutch shipping guy.
Well, he's holding down 3rd place, but Serge Kritnoff is keeping him very honest. He's about a second and a half down on him. In 4th place, Christian Kolb in the Healey. now look behind the silver Morgan. Here it comes, car number 57, John Emberson at the wheel of that. He's running third in that particular class. And then the little mini Marcos.
Yeah, 1275 mini engine in the front, designed by a man called Jem Marsh. That's how it came Marcos. Built lots of different looking cars, some of them with wooden chassis, and some of them with Volvo engines, if you remember.
Volvo and then Ford, and then even bigger lumps put in. I always had a real eye for the Marcoses. Yeah. And also for me, as a tall fella, Jem Marsh was a tall fellow, so he made the cars large enough. Oh dear, we've got a pit visitor. Is that?
What is that? It's a Cooper.
That is the Cooper that went so well in the early laps, and suddenly, yes, it's just tumbled down the order. But that was one of the cars that was really rising fast up the order in the early stages of the race.
So the Morgan, John Emberson, he's coached by Nigel Greensall, and Nigel shares a Chevy Corvette with him, which we'll see later, an X-Factory car. But he's going really well in that Morgan.
Yeah, and you know, at the start of the season, particularly for people who race lots of cars, you just got to reappraise each of the cars, and you just pray for a day or two of dry testing. And a lot of the drivers here are driver coaches, and they've been testing at other circuits in Spain with other clients, and just, you know, they are busy. And certainly in terms of gathering air miles, they gain as much as some of the full pro drivers who have regular racing series.
But no one is as busy as Nigel Greensall. There's no question doubt about that. There is a nice battle. Germany versus Malvern in Worcestershire, where the Morgans have, of course, been built.
Yeah, up in Malvern, the Malvern Hills.
They have BMW engines in these days. That will have a triumph in it. And see the aluminium body designed by Chris Lawrence and John Sprinsel, who was a famous rally driver, actually. Just in the bare aluminium. Save a bit of weight from not having any paint on it.
Indeed, and in the spring sunshine they glint away beautifully. Right, what's happening in the lead of the race? Well, we've had Fred Wakeman come out of it, but a replay. So you've got the MGB. He was driven very spiritedly by Benjamin Engler, and he's kept up the same mean, and that was a very, very positive overtaking manoeuvre. You never know when you suddenly get a flash of replay. Is there going to be a spin at the end? But that was a nice, clean overtaking manoeuvre by Benjamin. Right, at the start of the race, we had John Spears pulling away. He's just been passed for the lead. He's now 1.5 seconds down on Carlos de Quesada. Maybe he's decided to save his tyres a little bit, or maybe he just read the writing on the wall and he thinks, look, I've got Nigel Greensall taking over for me. We do have the extra time in the pits, extra 15 seconds because we won the opening race. So maybe he's all this, but he's just being maybe cautious, or maybe he got dive bombed by Carlos and just thought, hey, come through if you want it.
And a situation of trying to conserve the rear tyres as well, of course.
Well, one of the cars that was going so well, car 11, we spotted it coming into the pit lane, and our man down there, Vincent Françon, has gone down to find out what has spiked their guns and has brought their race to a conclusion. So let's go down for the first time on Sunday and join Vincent.
Good morning, Bruce. Good morning in the pit lane. From the pit lane here, it's quite cold, and good morning, Andrew. It's quite cold in the pit lane this morning. No sun yet, and the first incident in the pit lane for Fred Wakeman, the American driver. Fred, we saw the car spun. What happened?
The gearbox started spewing out oil. I knew it started to happen back in the back of the course, and I knew it was only a matter of time. Yes, it was going very, very well. I was having a fantastic time, so unfortunately it had to come to an end.
Okay, it's quite cold in the pits. How is it on the track? Is it cold and difficult, or everything okay?
There's a little bit of dampness, but I think it's better because the temperature's down and there's a bit more grip.
Unfortunately, it's a retirement for this car. Fred Wakeman was at the start. He won't be at the finish, but okay, we'll see you back this year. No problem.
Yeah, Fred's a huge enthusiast. Works in the financial industry in New York, and lots of transatlantic trips. He's been paired up with Patrick Blakely Edwards for a long time. Runs a lot of Fraser Nash's, and he's just superbly enthusiastic about everything he does.
Well, I just love the fact that he only got a handful of laps in, but the smile was on his face because he had some good racing in there, but he was one of the rising stars. He got up to about 4th or 5th position from outside the top 10 and going much better than yesterday.
Well, that Cooper has been successful at Monaco, because with Monaco historic, which is coming up in about a month. They do have one sports car race, and that car, I'm pretty sure it has won it in the past. So it's Carlos de Quesada now shown in the lead.
Yeah, he's sitting. He got quite quickly about a second and a half clear. He's remaining a second and a half clear. Maybe at this point, having made his move, he's going, hey, maybe I should nurse my tyres as well, because 45 minutes around a circuit like this, 14 turns, constantly twisting and turning, and one driver even getting it quite crooked in the straight line or on the end of a corner is the MGB of Benjamin Ongran. Some of the corners, like turn 3, are very, very long, and he was trying to set it up, but the tail was still coming round.
Chasing that TVR Grand Tourer, car made in Blackpool. A lot of people love their TVRs, don't they? And I know somebody who happens to be sitting alongside me who has one, but not a Grand Tourer, a rather more muscly car than that.
Rather more muscly, but rather going nowhere at the moment sort of car.
This year you're going to get it going.
I will. But yeah, no, and also, quite frankly, I probably couldn't have fitted into a TVR Grand Tourer. That was in the days before Peter Wheeler took over, and he's even taller than me, so he made the cars big inside. But super nimble and such a short wheelbase, they'll be so dynamic to drive. And of course, after those, went over to the States, the American importer, saying, hey, why don't we put a bit of American muscle in? And that's when the whole concept of larger engines has crept into the TVR lexicon.
And a lot of them race very well in Britain. There aren't any in this series, but in Britain, in classic car endurance racing like this, they often trade places with the Cobras.
Oh, they do? I mean,
I know, in fact, John Spears has got one he goes very quickly in.
Yeah, but I love the mix, and you just have to say, these are happy days. Historic racing, with series like the Le Mans series, they're getting more and more cars out to play. And, you know, wind the clock back 20, 25 years, there were very few cars on the historic racing scene, but the level of preparation, they're back to probably a higher level than they ever were in periods. And the presentation as well is astonishing, and as soon as someone turns up with something that looks immaculate, other people feel they have to follow. The people walking around the paddock yesterday, you could see how much delight they had taking a look at the cars here in the circuit.
Yeah, that TVR 60 years old. Mark and Simon Ashworth run it together. Mark is in the car at the moment.
I got news from the front, though. Sounds like a war report, but actually John Spears has taken a second out of the race lead. He's just 7/10 of a second down. Looking right there at, well, I mean, cars that couldn't be more different in appearance. The only similarity, both from the UK, Jaguar E-Type, that classic body shape that was launched in 1961 and blew the socks off everyone in terms of what to expect from a sports and touring car. But then the Allard, rather early to mid-50s, great big Cadillac engine, cycle wings at the front, an absolute scream to drive.
And one of the very last racing cars to have cycle wings, in fact. So here we are, look at that Ferrari, the beautiful Ferrari. In white, unusual colour for a Ferrari. Look at that gaggle of cars from the late 50s, early 60s. But racing together. Where's the number 12? There's a Lister there.
Yeah, but what we need to see is the fact that the race lead is changing back again down the straight.
Yes, absolutely.
John Spears has caught and passed Carlos de Quesada, but Carlos will break later into the opening corner. No, he's backed out this time. So John maybe felt his tyres going away a bit, backed off for a few laps, lost the lead.
I think maybe he used the traffic a bit better, didn't he?
Yeah, no, I think so too. But the advantage for the blue Lister with the white stripes, car number 88, is it's got more grunt in a straight line. Around the twistier parts of the circuit is where Carlos de Quesada can strike and under braking.
And the white Nobly they overtook, that's the Richard Hudson Stuart Morley car. Stuart, much better known for racing in Bentleys, historic Bentleys. That car is not on the page. I think they've got a bit of development to do with that. But there's the car, blue with the white stripes. And,
right, we're coming up towards the pit window opening. It's a 45-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. The car has gone back into the lead, the blue number 88, Lister Costin. That has extra 15 seconds. It's burden of glory from winning this class yesterday. But the car chasing Carlos de Quesada is in separate class, but he has 10 seconds extra at the pit stop. So in reality, Carlos de Quesada is about, what, 4.5 seconds in front of Nigel. So you just have to imagine these things and wait and see John Spears.
However, Carlos, who Allegro Motorsport, runs Allegro Motorsport, he will stay in the car. He dives down, he has a look down the inside, but didn't make it happen. But he's got the inside line now there, side by side. But look, the extra grunt of the Jaguar pulls it away from that flat 4 engine of the Porsche. And so Jaguar straight 6 grunt propels the car forward. but obviously Nigel Greens is quite a bit quicker in this car than is John. All Nigel wants is John to hand the car back to him in good condition, with the tyres still nice and crisp, and he'll be happy. And they'll look forward to making it 2 wins this weekend. So in another race, the Greens saw Spears pairing had their car crashed in practice and weren't able to take the start in a race that they might have also won.
Look, at the start of the previous lap, they were so close together, but this has been a much better attack lap from John Spears. He's gained about, well, the best part of a couple of seconds on that lap, which is interesting, to be in the lead, to lose the lead, get back in the lead, and then pull clear. But it's also that element, he probably knows his pit stop's coming up, and it's amazing how often drivers pick up the pace just on the lap when they're coming in. But Nigel Greens will be waiting. There'll be that longer pit stop, and it may well be, well, in fact, I'll tell you what, they're so far clear that with those pit stop penalties, they will still be coming out ahead of the car.
2 minute long pit stop plus the extra for the glory.
A little bit of smoke puffing out of the Mini Marcos, and that I don't think was a lock-up. I'm worried that's something else. And the last thing you want on a cool track in the morning is to have extra slipperiness applied by the dropping of some oil.
And we saw Ashton Fatami in the gravel and coming out of it. And now he's working his way back up the field because he's quick in that car. Where has he got to now? Yes, he's got back up into 16th place from.
Yeah, he's gained half the grid.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
Right, car 69 in the pits, one of the other very pretty little Porsches, and that's Dr. John, Mr. John B. I made him a doctor this morning. It's Dr. Ashton Fatami.
Son of B is also rare. I saw his name on a car. I didn't see his name on an engine list, but I saw him on a car. Look, there's that flat 4 engine. It's 4, isn't it?
It's a 6.
No, it's a 6.
9046.
Yeah.
I think the first ones were
yeah,
flats.
they did that. So I looked at one this morning in the paddock, and it was definitely a 4. But of course, yes, that's why it's 904. That's why it's got the 6 at the end. Classic Porsche engine.
Right, let's just run down the order a little bit. We're talking about John Spears leading with now 3.5 seconds from Carlos to Quesada. Maybe Carlos shot his bolt very early in the race by that super attack. He went from 5th up to 2nd. But anyhow, Bram Bontrip settled back into 3rd place. The Lotus 11 being driven brilliantly by Serge Kriknoff up into 4th. Luc Pierre Verquin, he started at the front end, but has fell down the order a bit, and he's running 5th. Second car in the F class, Christian Kolb in that very well driven Austin Hilly. Now it's pit stop time for some of the runners diving in, so there'll be a bit of company for Vincent Françon down there in the pits. But just remember, the pit stops don't have to be hurried. Minimum pit stop time 2 minutes. Ample time for driver to get out, replacement driver to get in, for the pit crew to check out. Best battle of the race, the one that's gone on forever, is between this little TBR of the Ashworths and their little mistake. Will Benjamin Elmgrand be able to attack? Well, he's certainly attacking. Will he be able to make it stick? And I think the answer to that is in the affirmative. Down the hill they go. That's turn 6. Turn 7 so tricky, where the track seems to go through the bottom. Oh, well, let's not take turn 7 for the TBR. He's only going to have 13 corners rather than 14 corners in his lap just now.
One thing which was really good yesterday, there didn't seem to be too much worry about track limits, and it didn't matter. You know, so no, he was penalised, but penalised. Well, there is. Is that
the Hudson Morley car?
Yeah, that's Stuart Morley there just being strapped into the car.
And again, talked about the 2 minute minimum pit stop time. It gives time so you don't hurry things and go out with one of your belt straps not in place, which would be, you know, illegal.
Yeah.
And more to the point, dangerous. So that's always been a sensible rule. Also, you don't have so many mechanics like in a Formula 1 pit stop diving out and covering the car. You've got someone who goes around with a lump hammer. You can check all the knockoffs on straight in the middle of the wheels, and then the car can go back.
No torn wrenches there.
No,
a nice copper-headed hammer.
So Benjamin Elmgrand, that BMW and the MGB did get past the Ashworth car, as we saw.
Yeah, meanwhile, the two Porsches dived in together, look.
They're a lap apart. Afshin Fatemi, after that spin, is a lap down on Carlos de Quesada, who's in the red 9046, and that's coming in from second place overall. But John Spears continues on his merry way, and merry it most notably will be, but he knows he's got a pit stop coming up, plus an extra 15 seconds, whereas Carlos de Quesada's red 9046 Porsche that's just gone in will be only 10 seconds extra at its pit stop. So he's trying to build that buffer. It was 3 and a bit seconds at the end of the previous lap. Will he get out the full 5 seconds? Will he get it all back? What I'm trying to say is I think when Nigel Greensall leaves the pits, he'll come out right with where Carlos de Quesada is.
I think he will, but I don't think there's any question that Nigel's the fastest guy in this race. So assuming the car prepared by CKL, we're down in Sussex, and Keith Lucas, he's semi-retired now, but he's still around. So there is Morley coming out, and you can see the exhaust on either side. You look down by the tyres, Chevrolet V8 engines in the Jaguar engine cars, the exhaust don't do that, of course.
Again, this is one of the reasons when you walk around the paddock, you see so many different things. And these cars, you know, the cars in the 50s and 60s just bear so much examination because they were sort of evolving as they went, and you can see even within one model of car, you can see an evolution. And also just, you know, for the younger fans in the paddock, it's just seeing cars they've never seen before. But more importantly, Andrew, hearing them when they fire up.
Yeah. Brightech Motorsport is a German preparation company. They do lots of Lotus Formula 1 cars. They're running the best part of 20 cars here this weekend, even more than in Europe. Very switched on outfit.
Right, Casey Jones strapped in, Carlos de Quesada out, and Carlos really got out of the car yesterday. He was absolutely bubbling, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Just had a fantastic time. Right, John Spears, race leader, pole starter, did fall to second place, got back into the lead, and is going for maximum attack. He's going for a further lap before coming to the pits. That's the pit entry, the entry of the pit road. He's gone past that, into turn 14, onto the main straight he goes. You come up to a little rise here as he goes through the staccato sort of marks of a shadow from the grandstand. And down, it does drop to the first corner, but for now it's like he's in a sprint on his own. Nobody else seems to be around him, but I'm sure this will be his last lap before his pit stop.
A little bit of tape too, because it's so cold, just to keep temperature up in the radiator there, but nice colour-coded racer tape. And the colour scheme, the reverse of the famous American colour scheme of white with 2 blue stripes, and of course the Cunningham team don't run those listers in the white with blue stripe livery. So the car got a bit of a paint job. The front end was repainted over the winter, but apparently they had a lot of trouble getting the old paint off. The guys were telling me it went all crumbly. They said they'd never seen anything like it before.
No.
So yeah, so if you're British and you know the name Keith Lucas, it's probably because Chris's daughter is a well-known weather girl on television, on the BBC.
Right,
Sarah, her name is.
Yeah, Sarah Keith Lucas, right, another of the pretty little Lotus 11s. That's another Swiss driver on board. That's Jean-Pascal Correa, going well. Quite a lot of the cars in the pits, and half of them that have been in have now come back out again, but still waiting for our race leader John Spears to report in. I'm fairly sure he'll do it at the conclusion of this lap.
Lovely Lotus Elite there that we haven't mentioned, another British car, Colin Chapman's design. There is the Mini Marcos, look, it's been going really well. He's the only one in his class, so he's going to win it.
But he's hoping so. Anyhow, look at that little chopped off tail.
Yeah.
It really does slope away. I described it as like a ladybird yesterday, didn't I?
You did, and I thought that was very appropriate. Mini Marcos did race at Le Mans. Other Marcos have raced at Le Mans, of course, but Mini Marcos did.
And then the similar looky-likey in terms of the Deep Sanderson as well.
Yeah, yes, that was an interest. That was Chris Lawrence who designed that body that's on the Morgan, same guy. But at one stage, the Marcus, trying to remember what happened, but Gem Marsh then produced a Mini Gem, because I think he separated himself from the Marcus company that he founded at one stage. So there was a bit of politics going on, but so there was a Mini Gem, and I once drove one. Frankly, I don't think it went as quickly as this one.
Right, Catesby Jones in the red 904 Carrera 6 is, when he comes past the pit exit. Oh, hold on, we've got another lap. Is John Spears coming in? John Spears is now in the pits.
Yes.
But it'll be next time around when he comes down. But look, Afshin Fatemi in the other 9046 Porsche, he's a lap down, but he's got the pace. Same pace as Catesby Jones. Catesby had to work quite hard to get past him.
Yeah, we saw Catesby racing here last year in this series from America. I first bumped into him in Daytona well over 10 years ago. It was basically in a club race, not in the main event even, just in some of the support events at the historic there at the Daytona. It's a good event to go over to, actually.
I'd love to try that.
Yeah,
one,
of course, one of these races is going there. Is this a series? Yeah.
No, it's the 60s.
Which is, next.
Which are fairly similar.
Yeah, very similar.
Slightly younger for the entirety of the team.
Yeah, but Catesby's come on very well as a driver. I mean, he's better known for racing Porsche 911s. But obviously, I think he must be beautifully sliding the car.
Yeah, shows the confidence building. Right. Nigel Greensall on board. John Spears just taking his helmet off in the background. Plenty of time, plus the extra 15 seconds as the burden of glory. That's the penalty times you get added to your next race in this series. And if you finish in the top 3 in your class of this race, it carries over to the first race of the 2 at the next race meeting.
Nigel's rubbing his hands together. He's got sunglasses on. He's got the stars around his helmet.
Someone was just holding a phone up to show him his horoscope or something.
Well, obviously the timing. I mean, what happened to the marvellous tick, tick, tick stopwatch? And this is you ought to have proper stopwatches. Of course, this is classic racing. We didn't have iPhones with timers in there.
With little countdown symbols.
We didn't have a big board with 3 different watches on and a lever you pulled and all sorts of stuff. But that's all history.
All history, right. Catesby Jones pushing very, very hard. Coming down to turn 14. It's a 14-turn circuit, accelerating off the start-finish straight. We're waiting to see, will he be coming past pit exit when Nigel Greensall exits? That's the key. But Catesby, we've seen him slide it. He is pushing very hard. The answer is no. So he's about 4 or 5 seconds away from where he needed to be to at least be level. I thought he might be coming past level or about a second down, but that means John Spears' in laps were very good indeed. Yeah, absolutely. Just go back about the stars of Hans Stuck, one of his heroes, but it's a combination of Hans Stuck and Ronnie Peterson's helmets. And last year Nigel went to Sweden and met with Ronnie Peterson's brother. And I found it very enough because he's such a... I mean, it shows what a huge fan he is. Well, the cars have been in and out of the pits, and number 88 is in the lead of the race. The driver who got out is John Spears, and he is the person who's going to tell us how he led away and got back into the lead.
Just like yesterday in the pit lane with John Spears, another 15 minutes in this race, and it's the first place already, John, for this Lister Costin. How was it?
It was, a few little damp patches to begin with that nearly caught me out, but then, just wonderful. I had a nice dice with the red Porsche. The only issue I got, it's quite a bit of vibration of steering, so it's a bit like driving a Formula 1 Aston Martin, I think. So I was getting worried about that, but otherwise, just wonderful.
So it means that we have the new Fernando Alonso with us here in Barcelona.
I suspect he's got some blisters there on his hands from that. So Greensall in the lead by less than a second, because he came out just in front of the Catesby Jones red Porsche. And we'll see that, I'm sure, as the picture widens out.
You know, when John was saying that, because we're at a historic race meeting, I was also thinking back to 1959 and 1960. Then I thought, no, hold on.
Oh, Aston Martin, this looks like a Ferrari. That's
Heinz
Stamm. It's a DB24 with a Bertoni competition spider body on it. It's one of the oldest cars here. It is 1953.
It's also one of the longest names on my entry list. It sort of went off my page when I was typing out my notes. But race leader Nigel Greensall. But I tell you what, Catesby Jones had a really good lap. Nigel cautious. Remember, he came out. We thought he had about a 4 or 5 second advantage. Yeah. Or maybe the vibrations have become so bad they're already getting to Nigel. But Nigel, I would think, going past one of the damp patches there. And as we heard from his teammate John Spears, there are a couple of others out around the circuit. So a little bit of caution, but Catesby Jones has really got that red 9046 Carrera GTS wound up very nicely. You could see as soon as he came out, we got that fabulous rear shot showing how he was sliding it. But he's pushing on now. I reckon Nigel's just feeling his way in and will pick up the pace. But we have heard vibrations, never comfortable. He's only got to nurse them for 15 minutes, so let's see what he can manage.
Mr. John Bees all the way up to third place in his 904.6 Carrera. Oh, audacious move down the inside, locks it up side by side round here, and indeed the Porsche takes the lead from Nigel Greensell.
And the hand came up from Catesby Jones saying thank you for accommodating me, because it takes two to tango.
Yeah, but now Nigel's answering back. He'll be able to use the grunt of that Jaguar engine when they get on the main long straight here at this Grand Prix track at Barcelona. It's a slower Porsche 911 in the way. Well, that surprised me. I just thought that Nigel was going to motor off into the distance.
Well, so did I.
But none of it.
You know, as the cars were accelerating up the hill out of turn 7, I don't think everything's working fully smoothly on Nigel Greensell's car. It didn't seem to have the pickup I expected to go up the slope.
No.
Let's have a look. Well, Catesby Jones runs too deep into turn 10, so almost hands it back. No, there seems to be plenty of ground.
Oh, yeah.
That is the key. You go down that infield straight. If you run wide, it takes forever until you can get the car straightened up to go up the hill. And at that point, Nigel Greensell had a more cautious entry to the corner, but a far swifter exit. But hey, Catesby Jones isn't finished yet, is he?
No, he's really come on as a racer, as Catesby Jones. So I think coming over to Europe to compete, has really improved his game. Now here's the long straight. Now let's see if the Jaguar does pull away. Sometimes it might be a gearbox, but they've got a Lotus, lovely little Lotus Elite with its fiberglass monocoque body. Back in the day, Grand Prix drivers would drop back into other events, and a chap called Trevor Taylor was very good in the Lotus Elite. He was the number 2 to Jim Clark in the factory Lotus team, but the Lotus had a factory elite team. And a race at Le Mans a lot with great success with those cars. And one you were mentioning yesterday, the index of thermal efficiency.
Something best consigned to history as far as I'm concerned. You don't need a slide rule to work out race results, not in my mind. Anyhow, whatever I thought there wasn't much pickup on the Jaguar, most notably the clearly is, so maybe I'm just imagining it. But now in the lead, Nigel Greensell's got to be aware that Catesby Jones is far from finished. We need to pick up the battle for third place, because Mr. John B in the second of the 904 Carrera, it's a very, very pale green one, has got Bram Bontrapp now right on his tail in the number 37 Lister. Serge Kriknov, look at him in the 99, which that's the Lotus 11. He's in 6th place. And he's still going very nicely indeed, but he's some distance. He's about 6 seconds off the back of that scrap over third place.
Bruce, we know that Stuart Morley drives his Bentleys, those vintage Bentleys, or Le Mans Bentleys, very quickly indeed, as a regular winner. But I noticed he's going pretty quickly now. He's moving that Lister way up the field for Richard Hudson's car. He's quite a bit quicker than Richard, and he could get into the top 10. That's one to watch for. Also possibly getting into the top 10 before the end will be Fatemi in his lovely point. Oh, the Lotus 11. It's
well, that's a shame. We were just commenting on how well that was going for
He's holding his hand up, and I think he's stalled. I just wonder if it might bring a safety car out. If it's stranded there, then it definitely will.
Yeah, the race officials have done a cracking job so far. They've got to just be fully aware, and they don't have eyes. Well, they do have eyes at all points on the circuit, but they need the marshalling crews down there to have a very clear directive up to them. Is the car movable? Is it moving? What is going on? Right, at the moment, Nigel Greensell leads by, well, it was a second. I looked at the screen again. It went down to 7/10, now to 6/10 of a second. So Catesby Jones attacking back. Mr. John B 35 seconds further back. He's only half a second clear of the second of the Listers. That's the Lister Costin of Bram Bontrapp, and behind him by just another second half is another Lister, the Nobly of Luc-Pierre Vercamp, and then Serge Kriknov. We're looking at him, Serge, Swiss racer in one of a pair of Lotus 11s he brought down here.
Yeah, well, Bram will be trying to get onto the podium, won't he, with having his first weekend with this Lister acquired over the winter. Well-known car.
It takes a while to learn the foibles of a car and the vagaries of how the performance changes with even a slight swing in temperature, track temperature, air temperature. So learn as you go. Jacques Sandos enjoying his run down towards the tail of the field a bit, and oh dear, the little Lotus Elite, you praised it, you've broken it, Andrew.
Yeah. Got a Coventry Climax 1220cc engine. It's the smallest engine, one of the smallest engines in the race, and fastest lap of the race has gone to Stuart Morley. I said he was motoring on in that Nobly, the Chevy powered one.
Yeah, the clock's counting down there. He's not gaining another position. He's nearly 30 seconds down on the next car. But yeah, that's impressive. It's sort of what you'd expect, or maybe you'd expect Nigel Greensall to have the fastest lap. Okay, we have safety car.
Yeah.
So they're our first and second in the race with 8 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Nigel Greensall sharing the lead, Lister Costin with John Spears. We heard from John in the pits. Catesby Jones took over from Carlos de Quesada in that chasing red 904.6 Carrera Porsche, and then really quite a gap. In fact, another 40+ seconds back to Mr. Jonaby, who's just hanging on in the second of the 904.6 Carrera Porsches, with Bram Bontra all over his tail, and Pierre Vercain also in a Lister right behind him. Big gap between them, but when we get safety car, what happens? The field gets truncated. So they've just gone past the spun Lotus 11.
So no virtual safety cars, no code 60s, anything like that. It's like American style racing, everybody can close up. And there is a safety car just coming out now. BMW, all those flashing lights. I expect being driven by a Spanish hero of the past. And talking of that, there's a marvellous display in the paddock for Emilio de Villota, who was one of the earlier Spaniards to get into Formula 1. And we saw his cars yesterday, Bruce, but now in the garage by those three ex-Villota cars, including that rare Lynn car, the McLaren and the Lotus, JPS Lotus. In the garage is now completely decorated with photographs of Emilio's racing, his race suit, trophies, and so on.
Yeah, no, it is fantastic, and it's lovely to see cars that you know you're racing. I know my racing, but we haven't seen in the flesh for a very long time. Yeah. But also, just he was a privateer, Emilio de Villota. So it's great to have him celebrated here, and also a lot of the other Spanish racers who didn't compete in Formula 1 also had really interesting cars, particularly in sports car races. And you were quite envious of a book I picked up yesterday about the history of Montjuic Park, the fabulous circuit on the hilltop right in the middle of Barcelona. And it's great, because the Spanish Grand Prix is an event that's really moved around an awful lot in its life. In fact, most countries have two or three circuits that might have held a Grand Prix, but here in Spain, and particularly in Barcelona, we've had 3 different circuits. Yes. If not 4.
Well, as you see on the screen in the right-hand corner, this event is called the Spirit of Montjuic, which was the Barcelona racetrack up on the mountain there, a tortuous, difficult race course that saw some tragedy in its time, but was very much a part of Spanish motor racing history. I went up there a couple of years ago and could see no evidence of the race. Basically, it's a road circuit, but there is a marvellous museum up there for the great Spanish artist Miro, which I enjoyed. But a lot of history in motor racing in Spain, because we have not too well. Also in the paddock, I should say, there's a wonderful SEAT display of their cars, including their successful touring cars and some of their rally cars and Dakar machines. But there was, of course, also Picasso, who built some pretty impressive motor cars.
And then stopped.
Yes, and then stopped. They carried on building trucks. Yeah,
but I remember reading a piece on one of their greatest cars, and I realised it was an absolute rocket of a car, built in about 1955, but the level of detailing on, absolutely stunning, world-beating, I'd suggest, but unfortunately, you have to sell those cars to keep going, and they did not.
Yeah, SEAT, of course, was very much together with Fiat in the early, when I first came here, there was, they just looked like rebadged Fiats, and now, of course, they're all part of Volkswagen Audi group, and they share chassis platforms with various sort of Volkswagens and Audis, and indeed Skodas. So,
right, will we get this race underway again? I think there's enough time. Safety cars leading around. I think the little Lotus 11 or 15 that went for a spin has been removed. But for the driver in the lead of the race, Nigel Greensall, he's got to be absolutely on his toes, because Catesby Jones, as with his teammate Carlos de Quesada, they attack right from the outset. So if there's going to be one further racing lap, I think that's about all we might manage, or possibly 2. Lights are still on the roof of the safety car. That means it's not coming in as yet, but they can turn it off at any point after the halfway point of the lap, the midpoint, and that means at the end of that they'll come in, but we're waiting to see whether that will happen.
In the train are a few cars that have been lapped, of course. It might make it difficult for Bontrapp to. I mean, he's got to try and get the jump on Mr. John B, and he should be able to do that. But just looking at, he's got that alpha in between.
The Lotus has been removed.
Yes.
However, we're coming on to the next lap, so we'll go around here, and at the abated pace, we should just have enough time for one further lap. Come on, pick up the pace at the front. Let's go, let's go.
Nobody likes to finish a race under a pace car like this, or a safety car.
No, indeed not. And let's just hope they can. We'll see halfway around the lap. The lights go out on the roof of the safety car. That means racing will continue. Because they had a great race yesterday, full 45 minutes. Today we've got the safety car slightly abating what is happening. The rest of the crew need to get up as close as they can. And they're joining the train, They've got time to do it, but the clock, unfortunately, may not be our friend in this one.
It hasn't been a friend to for Tammy either, has it? Because I thought he'd make it back up into the top 10, but it's actually shown as 11th, and Stuart Morley is shown as 12th.
Yeah, I mean, Stuart, if there is a restart, should be able to pick off several cars because they're sitting right across. There's his car, number 12, the white cream, Lister Costin.
Cream, white,
You know, I like to sort of stretch the colour band. We're not going to Farrow and Ball again, the paint specialist.
Yes, we might get into that later on when we see the Porsche race.
Right, lights still flashing. It may well be the Gentleman Challenge its second race. The first race was a cracker. It was the first race of our meeting yesterday, late morning. So cooler track conditions for them today, but those little damp patches you can see, the flurry of rain that hadn't been forecast came in. Last night we were due to finish racing at 7:30 at night, and it came in at about 7:20, just to add a little piquancy to it all. But
in fact, the race was red flagged, wasn't it? Just about to the end. It didn't really make much difference.
No, because the race leader was straight on at the first corner, deep in the gravel, so they couldn't continue at that point. Right, down to turn 7 they go. Are the lights still on? Let's see. Probably by the time they get to turn 9, they should be off, but I'm beginning to think that this race may, unfortunately, finish behind the safety car. Please turn the lights on. I'd love to have a sprint to the finish. And as you say, quite a few lap cars in the way of some of the front runners. You know, when you see a Lister Costin like the one going off the bottom of your screen, that's stuck behind some others. 2, 3, 5, 6 is in front of Luc-Pierre Verquin. He's running in, what's he, 5th place overall. So if there's a restart, of course he'd pick them off. He's got so much more horsepower, but the lights are off.
Yes.
The lights are off. My wish has been granted. We shall go racing again. I knew they had to come off at the halfway point at the latest around the lap. So Nigel Greenstall in the lead, and the blue and white Lister Costin. He knows what he's got to do. And behind Catesby Jones, has he had red meat for breakfast? Is he going to go for it? But certainly both he and his teammate Carlos de Quesada have been tacking. The third car in the line is a lap down. That Jacques Sandos' Lister Nobly. But right, Nigel Greenstall, he's been around the block a few times. He knows he can floor his throttle. He can't be overtaken before the start-finish line. But at any point around the lap, once it's clear the safety car is coming in, he can nail it. And Catesby Jones has been very wise. Didn't want to anticipate, but didn't want to lose. And third car in the line we're looking for should be Mr. John B. He's the pale green Porsche in the middle. He's being attacked, overtaken, I would suggest, down the main straight by Bram Bontrapp. Bram is on the pit wall side. He's hidden behind another car, but he should have the grunt. Down to the first corner, though. Nigel Greenstall's got the job done. Catesby Jones couldn't go past. Bontrapp, car number 37, has made his move and doing the braking, but enough braking to get into the corner and out of the corner. Bit of a lock-up between car number 3, one of the MGBs. I thought that's really embarrassing if you get it wrong when it's you just had a restart. That's George Rochietta, but he was going for an overtaking manoeuvre, absolutely worth trying. But Nigel Greenstall, Andrew, he did what he needed to do. Defended that lead down into the first corner, used the Jaguar grunt of his Lister Costin, and has maintained the lead, and the main change has been Bram Bontrapp getting up into third place ahead of Mr. John B.
Yeah, the Dutchman will be happy with that. He wanted to get on the podium, and I'm pretty sure he'll stay there.
Mr. John B has decided maybe he's going to have a touch. No, thank goodness not. And the pale green and white Carrera, but the other Carrera in front is a lap down. That's Dr. Afshin Fatemi's car, but Mr. John B has got that move done. Right, so you were Bram Bontrapp. You were dreaming of being on the podium. It's not happening right now. You've got half a lap to sort it up. But then if he has a clean run up the hill through turn 7, turn 8 they go. Afshin Fatemi is actually as quick as they are, so he shouldn't interrupt them, but it's about what happens out of this corner, turn 9 at the top of the hill. Can he? Nice exit there from Bram Bontrop. The Dutchman is going right. That's where he needs to be. But where is Afshin Fatemi going?
There was another Porsche in the way. He was going to try and go around the outside here, and I think he did it actually. Oh no, that was so close. The other Porsche still getting in the way a bit, isn't it?
Porsche helps Porsche there, and it looks as though Bram Bontrop had just done enough to get that position back.
That other Porsche is quick. It might be a lap down, but it's quick.
Yeah, it should have been with them normally, apart from that spin. But talking quick, Nigel Greensall comes through. John Spears will be cheering in the pit lane. And also, I'd say Carlos de Quesada, his car with Catesby Jones coming through in second place. So that's win 4,503 for Nigel Greensall. But in the background, third place has been sorted out, and Mr. John, he's rather happy. He's quite out of the car, but certainly beating the dashboard there. And you know, racing is racing. You know, finishing third is one thing, but finishing third with a tussle, with an overtaking manoeuvre, I'm proud of that. Oh no, he's fighting back. I've lost the position, and getting it back. That's why people go racing.
2-litre car ahead of cars with 4 litres. Probably double the power, but beautifully handling, of course. You know, Porsche did such a good job with this beautiful machine. The lines look right, couple of MGBs coming through. The Healy, where did the Healy finish in the end? 8th. And
I don't know. Well, I mean, maybe the tyres went a bit, because certainly it was being attacked driven beautifully by Christian Cole.
I think the Mini Marcus came 16th, so he wins his class.
Right, so when you get just a one-lap sprint to the finish, you cannot afford to put a wheel out of line, because you could lose all you've built. But an entertaining race, but certainly Nigel Greensall still happy. But Catesby Jones, he drove so well. That first lap, when Nigel was just getting up to speed, he gained about 4 seconds.
Well, I have to say, I thought when Nigel got in that car, it was just going to disappear. Obviously, it was truncated by the full course yellow. There's the Lotus, the 99 car.
Yeah, so
he's waving.
He came 6th. He did really, really well.
Swiss flag on his helmet.
And it's interesting though, a year ago Luc Pierre-Vercamp, who finished only 5th today, won the race. So it shows other people coming in, the pot is mixed, and then of course you've got burden of glory, the time penalty that gets added for the top 3 finishers. That's another factor as well, which mixes things around, which makes the victory for Nigel Greensall and John Spears all the more meritorious. For Catesby Jones winning the F-Class with Carlos de Quesada, 2nd place overall. So I had a good scrap there and a fantastic scrap on that final lap in the battle for 3rd place. Mr. John B, he really, really showed he doesn't just come to parade in the cars, he comes to race.
He went very well. I think that car suits him. Obviously, he's a huge entrepreneur in the carbon composite business. And marvellous collection of mainly Formula 1 cars. He's got 3 or 4 Ligiers. He's got at least 2 matches here. I think he's got a McLaren as well. I've never seen a complete list of cars he's got.
But don't forget, he also has the Group C Peugeot, the 905.
Oh yes, of course, he has one of those.
And last year, one of the meetings we've got later this year, the 5th to 7th of June, the circuit de Dijon-Prenois, the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or. He had a fantastic array of his cars in the paddock there. But the fact we get to hear some of them running around the circuit, most notably those Matras from the early 1970s, the MS-120, what a treat. But really, okay, so the race is over. The first race of the day, tick that box. That's the Gentleman Trophy. Nigel Greensall and John Spears, top step again, as they were yesterday. And here comes their car. It's the blue and white Lister Costin with the Jaguar engine.
So, a double win for them.
Thumbs up, both hands from Nigel, alongside Mr. John B, who came home in 3rd place, but only just.
See all those aluminium panels there. Big. Over there. Around the big space frame chassis, tubular chassis. Nigel.
The little rudimentary clip he had to flip over so he could open the door. You see, presumably put the head up, puts it back down, stop the vibration on the straights.
There's the double thumbs up. Nigel, he always celebrates well, doesn't he? You see him going around clapping in the cockpit, taking his hands off the wheel. There you are. There's Bond with the David Hart Group car.
So fourth overall, but will be on the podium because he was second in the top class. Third in top class was Luc Pierre-Vercin. And just to be completest, the two Porsche 904-6 Carrera GTSs, Catesby Jones and Mr. John of B, they came home in second and third overall, but first and second in their class. Third in their class was Pierre Koenig. And he was a little bit further back in fifth overall.
Yeah, so very strict. The Peter Auto organisation that runs the Le Mans Classic Series is really strict, so we probably won't see the podiums very much because they're straight on to the next race. Anyway, usually we get interviews with the winner down here, so we've obviously there's Nigel, and there's John Spears now with the cap on.
There is our man ready to pounce, Vincent Francois, just waiting to speak to Nigel Greensall. So your wish was his command, but first race done, and very entertaining it was too. It's a lovely drive and an amazing combination of cars across the 50s and 60s. So we mentioned that Vincent is down in the pit lane. He's got Nigel Greensall, the winner in car number 88, with John Spears. What a great way to start their Sunday. Let's hear the thoughts.
On victory lane here in Barcelona with the first winner of the day, just like yesterday, Mr. Nigel Greensall. Nigel, it seems to be a comfortable victory, but there was a safety car.
Oh, it was really exciting. It's great because John and Carlos had such a fantastic dice early in the race. And then I knew after the pit stops that we were going to end up having a great dice with the Porsche. And as it was like so even all the way through. And obviously they got slightly ahead and I repassed them. And yeah, then I knew I had to go absolutely flat out on the last lap after the restart to secure the win.
Perfect start of the season, Nigel.
Oh, it's just amazing. It really is. It's such a pleasure racing with John Spears because I've raced with John for many, many years. We've raced many cars, had some great victories, and he's a real racer. And it's so lovely with CKL who look after the car. They do such a good preparation that we just know that you can go flat out.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. On va passer au français si vous le voulez bien. Suivez-moi. On va essayer d'aller trouver Mr. John of B. John, on vous a vu particulièrement heureux au passage de la ligne d'arrivée. C'est un bon combat, ça.
Oui, ça a été une belle bataille. Et je dois dire qu'en partant, je suis plus 26e remonté. Je remontais, mais j'avais pas d'objectif. Et puis au fur et à mesure, les choses se passaient bien. Et au safety car, au restart, je craignais parce que j'avais une grosse voiture derrière. Mais on a fait une belle bagarre propre, super. Chacun avec ses armes. Je me suis éclaté.
Okay, we have only happy man here at the finish of this first race of the day.
Thank you very much, Vincent, and indeed, because he had to fight for that, that makes it all the better.
That's the most I've ever heard him say. But great to get and see what he looks like as well. Hugely successful French entrepreneur, Mr. John of B. His name is actually Jean. And no, that's a good race. We've got another great race coming up, actually. We didn't see these cars racing yesterday. Lots of Lola T70s. We're going to have some Chevrons and Lola, lesser Lolas in there. But let's now just check out the highlights of the first race of the day. So, coming up then, the next race. This is Classic Endurance Racing 1. These are cars mainly for the late 1960s, early 1970s. There are 11 Lola T70s here, and the fastest one usually is the former Grand Prix driver and then great Corvette racer Jan Magnussen. But they had a problem. They are starting second. It shares that car with Chris Ward, but they were chasing a misfire all through practice. I spoke to them this morning, Bruce, and they think they've got it, but they were very much fingers crossed. So that was holding that car back a bit, which means that on the pole is the German driver, Emil Breitmeier, who also races historic Formula One cars, a very quick young man. Also does rallying, the Team Bright, which is the family business. They run rally cars at quite a high level as well as race cars. They run a lot of race cars, they own a lot of race cars, and he is in I think that one's yellow, isn't it?
Bright yellow SCP livery.
Two yellow ones, and it'll be very interesting. I think it's all, in theory, the Chris Ward, the Outlaws team, it's called, the Outlaws Classic team, which is run by a former employer, Chris Fox of Lola, who went on to set up his own business and built some of these replica T70s. A few of these T70s are original. A lot of them are sort of half original and half new bits, and in fact most of them are like that. And then there are continuity cars officially built by Lola. There were continuity cars actually built by Eric Broadley, and continuity cars built by a couple of other people as well. So it's a bit complicated. It's not to be worried about because they are all pretty well the same. Some have more power than the others, and I'm told that the Chris Ward Jan Magnussen car is particularly powerful. Chevy V8 engines in the back of them. Well, lovely design by Eric Broadley. And now we're having a good look at this yellow car here, and with the STP logos on it. And some of these cars have got great history. Some people like Emerson Fittipaldi raced Lola T70s. Some great champions were in them. A lot of cars were run by Joe Bonnier. He was the Lola distributor in Europe, and so often you'll see yellow cars with red stripes. I don't think we've got any in this race. And so that's a coupe. Some of these cars on our entry list are described as spiders. Now, before they went to the GT, there was the spiders. So unfortunately, there's a typo on those. None of these are spiders. Not a spider in this race.
Spider meaning open roofed, and of course when they raced in Can-Am with the great John Surtees and won that first title, that was the open roof.
There are Lola T70 Mark IIIs and Mark IIIBs, and they are different, and they're different in the size of the front wheels and the size of the engine, because the regulations changed while they produced this car, and so they have smaller capacity engines, but the Mark III, the earlier ones, have not so much tyre. There weren't very many of those made. There was a lot more of the others made. I mean, there was lots of Grand Prix drivers. Denny Holm, the great New Zealand world champion, he won a lot of races in the Sid Taylor Racing Lola T70s, and they sound fantastic.
Well, they look fantastic, they sound fantastic, and I'm just looking at some of the liveries. In fact, right-hand side of the screen, there is one with the Joe Bonnier race livery. It's yellow with the white stripe and the red stripe down the middle of that, and they popped up from continent to continent. And you talked about Emerson Fittipaldi racing down in Brazil with colours.
There you are.
Avalone.
That's
Jamie Constable, driver on board. He's in one of the chevrons. Now, we've got the overall class, which is the prototypes over 2 litre, but these small open-top sports cars, they're the under 2 litre class mainly. Some have DFE, so they're above that. And we've also got the GT class, which is being led in 23rd position on the grid by Dietlef von der Leek in the Dietermasse Pantera. It's a Group 4 car from 1975. You'll see the different body types. Basically, the Lolas are in the top class, and then with the T70s, and then the chevrons and the other Lolas in the open top 2 litre sports car class. And then you can see the more traditional shape of the Porsche 911s towards the rear of the grid. They're GTs.
That Pantera has had a lot of success in this series last year and the year before. Usually shares the car with Ralph Keller's former factory sports car driver with Porsche and Toyota and others. But these Chevron and Lola in this 2 litre category, huge battles between them over the years. There was a 2 litre sports car championship. There's Nigel Greenstill's going to get into that car halfway through this race.
Yeah, Ross Sigrist on board at the moment. Yeah. So, yeah, Nigel probably has enough time for a little glug of water, and then he'll have to be reporting to the pit lane ready for duty. But that's, you know, what these drivers love to do. Sometimes logistics can make it very complicated.
Ross is a really nice guy. I chatted with him. He's very late into racing, in his 50s. He's come into racing. Took a very sensible move, got Nigel Greenstill to coach him, and now he goes pretty well. He's got a Formula 1 car. I think he's got an Arrows as well that he races sometimes. And hugely enthusiastic is Rolf. And that car will go well. But also, look out for Jamie Constable. He's the first of the under 2 litre cars with his Chevron B19. The car's beaten bottom. And here is the most iconic car of all. Look, this is a Porsche 917. We have seen this car racing in this series in the past. And
it's an ex-Joe Siffert, Brian Redmond car. And of course, we had son of Siffert racing it last year. But
no, this is a different one.
Oh, that's a different one.
This is a different one. And the guy, who's starting that, the number one?
It's Claudio Rodaro.
Yeah, Claudio Rodaro has a 917, which he built. It was a park bin special, which he keeps in Monaco, and it is road registered. But that's not this car.
The thought of driving one of those on the streets of Monaco is one thing. Trying to get it into your underground parking.
Well, I expect he's got his own, but just Google it and you'll find pictures of it on the road in Monaco with the monograph plates on it. So he's a real enthusiast, and that 917 going pretty well. I mean, it's just worth so much money. Ex-factory Golf 917, worth millions. He's driving that with Yukihira Tada, who's a Japanese driver, who I know not a lot about, to be honest. And I think the car is partly run by a famous Japanese preparation company from Tokyo, and they're very sort of quite secret about what they do. I was reading about them on the web. It's a third-generation business as well. I think they are running that car. One of the things that, Bruce, you come to a meeting like this and there's so many stories in the paddock, and we can't be down there getting the stories as we're up here. We had a great day on Thursday after we arrived.
Thursday and Friday.
And then Friday, but I always feel, I wish I had more time to talk to these people. Yeah, we got, for the first time, we talk a lot about Nigel Greenstill, but one of the other great British drivers in classic historic racing is, of course, Nick Padmore. And Nick sometimes joins in the commentary box. He tried to join us yesterday, he couldn't get in.
Security wasn't having it.
Security wasn't having it. But Nick is in a T70 for the first time. And it was learning a bit. It's the second, it's a yellow, so there's a yellow car. It's the car behind the 917. Nick, I don't know if he's starting that, but might not even be shown on the entry display. He is doing it. There's a Bodier coloured car, you see.
Yeah.
Joe Bodier was Swedish and raced in Formula 1, but was based in Switzerland. One of Jackie Stewart's best friends, who sadly killed racing.
Yeah, Nick is sharing with Carlos Quesada, and Carlos was in the previous race, of course, in the victory at the very front end of the field, so he'll have to do the second part of this race.
Well, Carlos will know exactly the conditions of the racetrack at the moment. We heard John Spears say that the worst of the damp patches early on, but they've obviously all gone now. Well, I love those Bonnier colours, actually, watching so many cars. But a lot of cars went through Joe Bonnier's hands because he was the Lola dealer.
Well, as I explained, I was trying to trace the history of some T70s before coming out here, and it's a very, very convoluted story. I've got a book with every single chassis in the T70s, but they chopped and changed.
Yeah, it's a big old book, that. I borrowed it, actually, Bruce, rather than bought it, I have to admit. But I have got a list of all the chassis numbers, but of course you've got to find out. Last year, this series gave us the chassis numbers of the cars competing. All my best part of 50 years of post commentating, no one's ever done that before, and it's really useful because then I can take the original list, which was prepared by some Czech gentleman and try and line them up, but not all of it is right. You know, chassis plates got moved just to help with transportation because papers came, so sometimes chassis plates will move purely to aid transportation. But anyway, that's a backstory. This is the main story, and this is going to be a stunning race for these Lola T70s. And the big question mark is, will the Magnussen Ward car, the Outlaws team car, start misfiring as it did in practice yesterday?
2x2 formation. Just want to pick out a car about 7th place. Yellow with the green bottom is the Ligier. Very rare, that one. That's the Ligier JS3. Great to see that. And Soil Irie is at the wheel of that. So if it's going to go well, it's going to go very, very well in his hands.
Most Ligier's had Cosmos engines in, that doesn't. Pace car peels off, Bruce.
1 hour of racing lining up ahead of us. The classic endurance racing. They don't get 2 races in the meeting, but they get 1 hour. There's a mandatory pit stop in the middle, so it's a huge field of cars. What a field! Lola T70s, as far as you can see. A Porsche 917 in the middle of the mix. The little coupes at the back, and then the GT class Porsches are bringing up the rear. The lights go to green. Is it going to be Chris Ward on the right-hand side of your screens in the black T70 with the silver stripe, or will it be our pole starter, Emil Breitmeier? I say it's absolutely level pegging down to the first corner. David Hart in the green and black. Lola thought he might be turning in third, but Soil Irie said look out for the Ligier JS3, and straight up from 7th to 3rd. Oh, very, very tight in behind, but nice and tidy. But I thought there might be a little bit of trading of colour of paint down there, but clean start. But Chris Ward has just got his nose in front of Emil Breitmeier to take the lead from the pole sitter.
Yeah, well, Chris has been racing historics for a long time. It was the main driver for the JD Classics organisation for a number of years, driven a lot of Jaguars to success. And when JD Classics folded, he really had to rebuild his career. But so he has done that. He's another driver coach, but he's really quick.
Wow, the Porsche 917 gains quite a few places there, and Claudio Rodaro is up into about 6th place now, and he's got right alongside him, he's got Bruno Pereira swapping changes. He's in the Hyatt family car, Portuguese race. First 3 cars have made their break, and David Hart is holding up the train behind it. There is the Porsche 917, almost clipping the curb with the Hyatt car tucked in high. Bruno Pereira is attacking that very good-looking blue and gold stripe Lola T70. They're all good-looking, really.
Well, look at that 917 go.
Yeah, it's got a lot of grunt. Has it got a lot of braking? Let's find out.
Yeah, but he went a bit wide coming out in side by side. Now he gets in past the T70, that flat 12 engine.
That was a really impressive start from Soil Irie, though. He'd have been giving away a fair bit of horsepower, but he certainly braked late, nice and clean, down the inside. David Hart is the one that's the fly in the ointment for some of the others at the moment. In the under 2 litre class, I think it's Jamie Constable. We saw him on the grid, the pale blue helmet with the black stripe over the lid. But the first 3 cars making their break. Chris Ward, Emil Breitmeier, and tucked in behind in the lower, smaller Ligier. There is Soil Irie, and then up into 4th place. What an opening lap for Claudio Rodaro, though.
Certainly, Jamie Constable had a lot of success in historic Formula 1 cars, Tyrrells and things, and he's relatively new to this car. He didn't have it last season, Jamie. Tall, he was about 6'2", he's a tall man. But I'm interested to see how, when Padmore gets in, how he goes. Dr. Jim Norman, another great runner there. Back in 15th place with another American that's come over for the series. The 2 Jack brothers, you know them better than I. They're running. Are they father and son?
Father and son.
Father and son, that's right. They're running 16th and 17th together. So some bragging rights there, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, you've got, pride at the family table when you're sitting down on Sunday.
Chris Ward, also well known as a racing instructor. He was the chief instructor at Silverstone Racing School, Chris, for a while, wasn't he? And so you got Chris Ward, you got Emil Breitmeier with the Team Bright preparation business, and very good driver. You got Sohail Ahari, at one stage was one of the people that might be the next French Formula 1 driver. He had success in Formula 3, won the Macau Grand Prix in Formula 3. He was quick in Formula 3000, and then his career didn't quite make the final step, like so many, of course.
No, like so many. I'm just going to correct myself. I was thinking that it was father and son, but it's the 2 brothers. You're quite right. The Jacks. It's Rory against Patrick.
But there is a father.
There is a father. He shares sometimes in the other. But right now, Chris Ward's doing the sort of job you'd expect from him out front. Hopefully that misfire is cured. Emil Breitmeier tucked in behind. What we are seeing is Claudio Rodaro is going with them. in that Porsche 970. Oh, snaky there down into the first corner. Solari hanging on to that. He might have been thinking, I was a hero. I was a hold on a second. What's right with hero? But kept that going. And in fact, looking at the history of that Ligier JS3, it was designed by Michel Tetou.
Yes.
It's the first car actually to race at Le Mans with the DFV.
Is it? Oh, I thought that was the one without.
No, there's one that has a Maserati. That's the JS2.
Yes. Well, there's the GT40 having a nice battle. It's the first car run by Hall & Hall, I think, another big preparation company. Although they're running just one car here today.
Well, that's the Fred Wakeman, Mike Grant, Peterkin car.
Yes.
So Fred, was upset. He wasn't upset. He was resigned to the fact his car retired early in the opening race today. But to have another toy to play with, well, that makes it great fun. And Fred is the driver on board, so he was driving a GT40 around this great circuit. So not all is bad. He's got the Detlef von Leek driven. Well, in fact, the GT class is led by Fred Wakeman. The second car in class is that Di Tommaso tucked in behind, the white one with the black bonnet and the black sort of air dam. And they're both bottled up behind John Sheldon. John Sheldon, Chevron B16. You could have said those things together for the past 40 years, couldn't you? And more.
And more. I think he's had a racing licence longer than anybody else. Former dentist, former fat asthma, had a most massive accident at the Mans 1 year. Was in hospital a long time after that.
It was a fire.
He lives down in Portugal now, John. He's a huge enthusiast. But the Chevron he's racing B6 is not the one he had in period, actually. It's a different car. But he's a great character. He used to. I know he's well into his 70s, but he used to be very quick to John Sheldon.
And I always love the nicknames that come with drivers. He's just known. He used to be known in the Autosport office, and I'm sure elsewhere as Driller.
Yes, I think a lot of dentists are known as Driller.
Well, the first four have really got clear, and nobody's really gaining anything particularly. We thought that battle might have been broken up a lap ago when Solari had a monster couple of twitches into the first corner. And then the best of the rest is David Hart. He started well up on the grid. He started, I think, third on the grid, but he's back in fifth place. But he's back about 8 seconds off the tail of his train. We can no longer see them.
What I'm loving about this race is seeing a 917. So, Mr. John B's got one, and they always seem to have lots of problems with it. And but this one is going really well.
Yeah, I agree. Because in the past, they've attracted attention in the paddock. They're not on the race circuit.
Yeah,
so
and they're worth so much money. Yeah. I'd have to look it up, but we're talking millions for one of these.
Oh, God, absolutely.
Many millions.
I tell you what, I remember being at the Mans.
Particularly a factory car like with a history.
Yeah.
Because they weren't sold to privateers.
But I remember the first time I saw a 917 with the bodywork off.
Oh, that is weird, Bruce. I was just about to say the same to you.
You go, I knew they were quick. I knew the drivers didn't like to start with. A lot of drivers almost refused to race them until they got the balance sorted out. But I thought, oh my God, it's a tiny bit of framework in front. And the driver's feet are up in front of the front wheels effectively, or as near as. And I thought, oh, I see things in a different light. And the thought of someone racing one of those in the rain at the Nürburgring at night or in the dark.
And the tubes are not very big, the gauge of the tube. Anyway, we start for Chris Ward being kept very honest indeed by Brightmeyer, and I just wonder if that misfire has returned. But great to see IRI going so well in that Ligier. I sort of, when I looked at the entry list of this a few days ago, I thought, it's just going to be dominated by G70s. Well, there's nothing wrong with that, but no. Oh, there's a lot of smoke from a Chevron that's gone off. B19 there, who's that one? There's a lovely GT40, an unusual silver colour. I mean, at the Le Mans Classic, in the past, I've had lots of GT40s racing, and including the chairman of the Ford Motor Company has one.
Jim Farley.
He does. They show a Chevron as well, actually.
I'm always a fan of someone being at the top of a major motor corporation who's got petrol in their veins, and Jim's been he's really bringing Ford back into racing as well. And it's lovely to see that someone with a job as responsible for that has got time off. Has made the time in their agenda. Be easier not to.
Well, it's always open on the 20.
I saw something in the background. I did wonder about that. That's John Sheldon's car.
Yeah, John Sheldon's car. Well, if he can get into the pit window, not sure. We some racetracks, times we're told when the window's open on screen.
Yes, I hadn't identified that as such.
But you see, we're nowhere near the pit window.
No, it's a 1 hour race, so we won't have it for about another 15 minutes, I'd suggest, or thereabouts.
So I suggest John Sheldon needs to stop. The De Tomasso's going well. Jamie Constable's still in a substantial lead in the 2-litre class.
Yeah, he's leading that in the Chevron B19. Second in class, 3 places further back is the Lola T212. Serge Kritnoff and Rolf Sigurds in the second of the Chevrons, which he's sharing with Nigel Greensall. That's 2 places even further back.
Yeah.
But the front of the race is absolutely just level. Oh, I'll tell you what's happened. The last 2 laps, the Porsche 917 has fallen back a little bit. Claudio Rodaro. Okay.
The GT40 is in. Oh, that's a shame.
That's the different one. That's Jean-François Decaux.
Yes.
The advertising guru.
Yeah, guru. That runs, I suppose, the biggest outdoor advertising company in the world. So bus shelters, you see. In Britain as well, they've got huge in Britain. Big poster signs, huge posters, you see. Decro put them up usually. Chris Ward, look, I mean, it says 3.34 for the second. It is a half a car's length, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Just trying to see why precisely Claudio Rodaro has fallen back, having had done the hard yards to catch the tail of this trio.
Ligier.
Well, Ligier would be much more nimble. Doesn't have the grunt. Well, it's got a fair bit of grunt. It's gone with DFV, but.
Well, I thought that was the one that didn't have the DFV.
No, the other one doesn't have the DFV.
The other one doesn't.
This was the first one to race on at Le Mans.
Yes. So.
But just that rumble of the Chevrolet V8s as they go around the circuit in their droves. Right. Car number 10, all on its own, but it's what's happening in the background.
Yeah,
because
it'll be lapped in a minute.
That's Jürgen Westphal who'll be sharing that with the young charger Mattis Pruschkel, who's impressed very much in this first historic meeting for him. But our race leaders coming through. Oren and Taff in that glorious little Chevron, just keeping out of the way on the right-hand side of the screen. The Chevron B8 from 1969. Such a popular car on the racing scene. And Solari slightly delayed, but round those first twisters, you just have to hope the car you're lapping is not doing anything unpredictable.
Yes, so Howley runs some motor racing experience days, that sort of thing. A couple of old Formula 1 cars. He calls it Ferrari Adventures or something.
Yes, it is something like that.
Something like that, anyway. He's always been a nice chap to talk to. A nice interview with him yesterday. And he looks after most of the racing affairs of Mr. John B.
Yeah, when it puts in cars that excite him, and he came up with this fantastic line after the Formula 1 demo. Was it the beautiful melody, wasn't it? It was
the Matra engine.
The Matra engine, and we thought that's absolutely spot on. Right. John Sheldon's door, being stuck down in time-honoured fashion.
Martin O'Connell's team. Martin, great racer in the past, great preparation. Britain really has got some huge industry.
Oh dear, is that the Rollner Porsche? The left right rear wheel is not at an angle that we can call anything other than jaunty, unfortunately. No. So how did that? Di Tommaso is off, and Giglio managed to clout, I think, as they were trying to avoid the car that had just gone off. It was contact. See, Di Tommaso's on the right-hand side of your screen, up against the wall. We've got a T70 off. Now, hold on, was that our race leader? Was that not the second place?
Was that Breitmeyer? Yes, it was.
It was, because through the... I think we've lost the car from third place as well. No, Solari is coming through in third.
Yes.
Claudio Rodaro's got up into second. And unfortunately for Emil Breitmeyer, off the track. So, in the blink of an eye, may well be that one accident led to the next accident as people were trying to take evasive action. Oh dear, for Emil Breitmeyer, there he is off in the gravel at the side of the circuit. Safety car.
They're not going to come out of there, pal.
No, he's not. Wave yellow flags, but also the board's being held up bearing 2 letters, SC, safety car. So anybody who had to make a pit, suddenly for John Sheldon, he's lost time in the pits, but at least he won't be losing any more while they're going to have to go around at a bated pace behind the safety car. So let's take a look. The top of the picture is where the problem happened, and
He just got out wide,
got out wide,
into
but the car in front led him off, which is Chris Ward. So has someone dropped some oil? Maybe that's from the Di Tommaso. They get up to out of turn 12 to 13. Race leader runs off, and following him off goes the car in second place. But Chris Ward kept going.
Yeah.
And poor Emil Breitmeyer.
Yeah, but the Ligier went off as well and went round it in the gravel.
And that would explain also why Claudio Rodaro, who was running fourth, was able to get up into second place. Chris Ward recovered from the gravel. And here is a contact there. Yeah. That's Federico. Broken wheel for him, Frederic D'Egidio. And so suddenly in a race that was running smoothly, one little incident, but I think it stemmed from what may have dropped out of the Di Tommaso. I don't want to pin any blame to them, but the fact that he's pulled off at the side of the circuit and the track immediately behind him had the front runners who were having no problem at all staying on the circuit, suddenly they did. And the first car and the second car, Chris Ward and Emil Breitmeyer off into the gravel. Phenomenal, amazing performance from Solari to get around them and carry on. So he was the great escape. But in the delay as he came back, Claudio Rodaro put the Porsche 917 up into second place overall. And also one thing that's escaped our attention in all of that is Claudio Rodaro does have the fastest lap of the race.
Terrific effort by him. And now going through slow little close up again.
Yeah, and I think the contact behind between those Porsches was just something that was a result of what happened ahead of them, and maybe a bit of oil on people's tyres as they drove through it. And then by the time they got to turn 14, the final corner, they couldn't get their grip coming onto the straight, and then cars running out of line, cars having a contact.
This may affect the 2 litre class as well, because they'll close up, and when Sigrist hands over to Greensall, he could give Constable a hard time. And I would think it would go past the Kricknoff car.
Yeah, it won't be a helping hand. That's
because
sure.
Right, someone else in problem. 54 is Alan Purbeck and David Bryce. Now, we haven't mentioned David Bryce, have we? But
I'll tell you what, we shouldn't, because it's car 34 we're looking at. That's Patrick Suri.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Similar car. Lola T12, under 2 litre class.
212, one of the earlier Lolas here.
Okay, back to David Bryce.
Yeah.
You were just mentioning we haven't mentioned him, so I cut you off there.
David had been one of the chief instructors at Goodwood, and related to the great Tony Bryce, who was a Formula 1 driver who was, to me, a potential world champion, killed when Graham Hill crashed the plane.
Yeah, end of 1975, and they were all getting set up for 76. The team that's Embassy Racing, and he was very much seen as a bright light. So a little bright sunshine here, but we had the safety car leading us around. We've got the Di Tommaso to clear up. We've got to get Emil Breitmeyer's Lola T70, the bright yellow one that started on pole position, get that removed from the gravel, and then hopefully there's nobody else off, but maybe a bit of debris, because 2 of the GT class Porsches coming together, coming onto the start finish straight, with one of them ending up sort of rather where it didn't want to be, the Rolner Pierre Antivo car.
The Carlos de Quesada guy from Tampa, who's in the medical industry, but in the computer side of the medical industry. He will hand that car over, of course, to Nick Padmore, and that should see it going. Nick's been hugely successful over long. I mean, he started racing in minis, and he's still got a mini, the Swift Tune prepared mini. He's going to race it 2 or 3 times this year, but he has to pay for that himself. Normally he's paid to race these cars and train these people.
Good to see Frederic D'Egidio's got a new wheel on his Porsche, so he's coming out of the pits, but that was side-on-side contact, and ended up with Annette Rolner's car rather scattered into the other side of the circuit.
We've still got 42 minutes, still a lot of racing to do with this, Catherine. The beautiful lines of the Chevron V16 there. That was John Sheldon's car. It had the problem with the door, and then there's the car with Sir Patrick Suri is coming in. There's the...
Oh, that's the car. That's Emil Breitmeyer's car.
That's the Breitmeyer car. They dug it out and got it back in. See the dirt on the wheels.
Yeah, no damage, just had a little visit to the beach that wasn't entirely welcome.
Yeah, just seemed to run wide, didn't he? Then it grabbed him in.
Well, but Chris Ward seemed to be almost on an identical line, but just had enough momentum, and somehow maybe he was just slightly a foot or so to the right-hand side and managed to get enough traction to get back on the track and remain in the lead of the race. But for those behind it, really was a case of scattering. The Di Tommaso out of the race up there at the end of the lap, but I think maybe trying to be junior detectives, we probably think that dropped oil as it pulled off of its own record. But let's go down to the pit lane. And Vincent is with the crew of car 66, and it was Jean-François Decaux, the Ford GT40 driver. What a car. Let's find out his thoughts.
Back in the pits with this Ford GT40 and some problem for Jean-François Decaux. Jean-François, what's the problem on the car?
We don't know yet. After 2 laps, I lost engine power, so I came back in the pit, and they are working on it. There was a bit of fuel in the car, so it was better to stop.
Can you explain us about this car, the history of this car, this Ford GT40? We see Jochen Rindt on the car.
Yes, the car was driven by Jochen Rindt in '66 in Le Mans, and he did a few races afterwards in Zellweger, for instance, in Austria. The car had a fantastic career, and I'm very lucky to be able to drive the original car.
That's what we can call a great car here in Barcelona.
Yeah, proper history on that one.
And the Rindt name is actually still on the car. Absolutely right what he said. He did those races after Le Mans in it.
Right, so a hiatus, if you will. We've still got just under 40 minutes on the clock. The lights flashing on top of the safety car. Still another car, perhaps, to remove from the edge of the circuit. But Chris Ward leading in that Lola T70, the Porsche 917. Claudio Rodaro up into second place. Searle Ayre in the open-topped yellow Ligier in third place overall, David Hart fourth, and Emil Breitmeier's car that was running in second place before running wide is in the pits. There's Emil on the left-hand side in his race suit explaining what exactly happened, and maybe we'll catch an interview with him, because then at least we'll find out, was it oil that led to them sliding off? You have to think it was.
Well, it was a very peculiar incident, because there appeared to be no reason why he would go wide like that. He's a very good race car driver with lots of experience. He's also raced that Lola quite a lot, so bit of a mystery. So hopefully we'll find out.
Yes, if it was a case of getting it wrong at turn 12 when you're in the uphill right-hander, you tend to sort of spin off to the inside, but they carried off into the gravel on the outside. It's a very short straight before you get to turn 13, before the track then drops down the slope, but I think it was an assist.
Oh, okay. This is the reason where...
Quick dry, and it's right in the middle on the racing line.
Yeah, it is.
So, So, tell you what, we wanted to find out what was happening with Emil Breitmeier, car number 124. It was running in second place overall, right on the tail of Chris Ward. It ran off, it got stuck in the gravel. Let's find out the thoughts from the Belgian driver.
Back in the pits with Emil Breitmeier, and we'll speak about this incident at the top of the classification. Emile, il s'est passé quoi exactement? On a vu votre voiture à un moment donné dans le bac à gravier, et quoi?
Ce qui s'est passé, c'est que les retardataires devant nous, il y a quelqu'un qui a cassé son moteur et qui a recouvert un virage mais entièrement d'huile. Donc il y a une Porsche qui sort de la route, mais les commissaires n'ont pas jugé bon de mettre le drapeau jaune et rouge, et nous on arrive très vite dans le virage, donc le premier est à moitié sorti dans le bac. Moi je me suis envolé dans le bac parce que j'arrivais plus vite. Soleil derrière moi est parti dans le bac, mais il a réussi à ressortir, et c'est moi qui suis allé le plus profondément dans le bac. Mais voilà, c'est triste parce que si on donne l'indication d'un drapeau jaune et rouge, jamais je sors à cet endroit là. Mais quand on n'a pas d'indication, qu'on a juste un drapeau jaune alors que juste avant il y a une voiture qui est sortie, c'est franchement limite et un petit peu frustrant. Donc voilà, c'est vraiment dommage pour la course, parce qu'on aurait pu en plus faire une belle course. Il y avait une bagarre sympa et il y avait du potentiel avec la voiture et on commençait à être vraiment bien. Donc voilà, frustrant.
Il y a des dommages sur la voiture, Emile?
Non, rien du tout. Mais voilà, c'était pas un virage particulièrement rapide, mais avec de l'appui, et donc voilà, c'est à l'huile et qu'on le sait pas, on s'envole.
It's just a question of oil and bad luck.
Yeah, now, interestingly, you said he's Belgian. His father's German, and I think they're right on the border. And I think he's sort of Belgo-Deutscher, he is.
Maybe decides his nationals on the day, if you can share. But we've been through this with him before, haven't we, finding out. Right, Chris Ward with the red and yellow helmet that he's worn for decades now, leading this race, running at, obviously, curtailed pace behind the safety car, still waiting for signals. haven't seen the lights on the top of the pacey car, the light bar. Are the lights still flashing on the BMW? I think we might be going racing again.
We want to go racing.
It's still flashing. I thought it was going to pull off, and the way the sun was sitting at the top of the car, I couldn't tell if the lights were still flashing, but flash they are. The waved yellow flags around the outside of the circuit. And the Porsche 917. Which one?
The window must have opened.
The window's opened, and Chris Ward has dived into the pits. So race lead is the Porsche 917, the Kurtz, the short tail. So very late call. What was on the clock? 36 minutes remaining, a 1 hour race. So the drivers have decided, you know what, maybe come in now.
Yeah.
And it means that all the other cars running through that quick dry to tidy up that was put down on the oil spill. And maybe just simply Chris Ward's going, what's the point in risking another lap? Let's come in.
Well,
Jan Magnussen into the car and see what he can do.
No, that's a great call. That is a race-winning call, I reckon.
Yeah, because they can do the tyre change, they can do whatever they need to do in the pit stop, or just simply a driver change. But can't find the rule. I have to dig down to find out what happens behind a safety car, though. Here
under the under 2 litre class, I noticed that Jamie Constable dived in as well. So they're going to get an advantage from doing that.
Yeah, and Carlos de Quesada, his Lola, is in as well. Bruno Pereira, also in the pits. Everyone else, of course, gets elevated a position or two. Was that the master stroke?
Kind of think it was, but time will tell. So, a Porsche 917 in the lead.
When did you last say that?
Well, they have. I think he has led races before. Rodaro, actually, but not that recent, because these cars had a history of 2 or 3 years when they were in period, but their classic racing histories are going much like 20 years long.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the strangest things, but Soil Irie in second place in that. Ligier may just fancy his chances when we get to the restart, but what we do know for sure is that Porsche 917 has got a massive amount of grunt in a straight line. So
there's an interesting colour scheme just going through. The Team Gunston colours. Now, Gunston was a South African tobacco company. 2 big tobacco wars in South Africa in motor racing, Gunston and Lucky Strike, and the reason it's in those colours is because there was a big Springbok series, a big series in the winter when lots of these cars like this over the 70s had this, the Kyalami 9 Hours was the big race, and there were some accompanying races in the Springbok series. So that was obviously, when it was in Europe, never ran in those colours. It's running in its South African colour scheme. And of course,
you know what? There is a car in the series. I was querying this before I came out. It's orange with the brown central stripe. But do you not remember a team called Grand Bahama Racing?
Indeed, yes.
Mike Daoudi.
Mike Daoudi, yes.
I think that could be his colour scheme. He famously ran a car with the little roof periscopes. Do you remember?
Yes.
370 with those little roof periscopes.
So do you think that's it rather than...
Yeah, I think that's...
You don't think it's... I mean, it's very similar to the Gunston colours, yes.
Because I marked it down originally as a Gunston. There's a little 2-litre sports car we've had in this series in the Gunston colours, ex-John Love car.
You know, I apologise.
Not at all. You might be right.
I think you're right. I know, I need to look at the car a bit closer. But you are right about the Grand Bahama Racing and Mike Daoudi. It's quite a character, somebody I knew, actually. And,
shared with Frank Gardner. But, you know, even if I'm wrong, we're having a conversation, so the real historians will be looking it up.
I'm meant to be doing a book about colour schemes. I've written a lot of the chapters already and doing quite a lot of research. So there's the classic Bonnier colour scheme. But there's another one I spotted on a Lola. And,
the VDS colours?
The VDS colours, yes. The VDS is Van der Straten, Count Van der Straten, effectively the man behind Stella Artois. But that team has continued go. We see their cars until recently in the Creventic series.
Yes. Sometimes you see
part of the family from Van der Straten.
Okay, everybody's in the pit. There's Olivier Hart waiting to take over the car that started very near the front of the grid with his father David. That's one of the Lola T70s. It's green with a black stripe. If that photographer could just move himself out of the way. Thank you very much. Car 42 comes to a halt. And again, these pit stops don't have to be hurried. In the background, Soil Irie is in. And of course, he was running well. He'll be handing over to Mr. John B. That's a very unusual yellow and green Ligier.
We haven't said this, Bruce, but this is one of the widest pit lanes in the world. It's massive.
It's great, isn't it? You compare them when you go to some circuits that hold historic race meetings, and obviously Goodwood, it's the width of a pencil. But, you know, the teams have to adjust accordingly. So Mr. John B always wears that, or generally wears the Jackie X tribute helmet. Very, very dark blue with the white line around the bottom and the top. And we could have a conversation about racing helmets, but I still love the ones when they were distinctive. Just a couple of key colours, job done. Right, now, this is Rolf Sigrist still on board. I thought Nigel Greensall was taking that one.
Nigel told me an hour and a half ago that he was. So...
Tell you what,
there's a funny colour scheme.
Sorry, that was Serge Kriknoff, another Swiss helmet. Sorry, of course it was, another Lola.
Yeah, look at that colour scheme.
Yes, I marked that down as blue with red and orange stripes, but it's got everything else as well.
Stigpack Boubon. Boubray. Well, you wouldn't miss that, would you?
No, you wouldn't. Francois Bourdin sharing in that car. Lovely looking. Lovely vehicle, the B16, you were talking about it with John Sheldon. His looks entirely different just by dint of not having a colour scheme like that. Right, so Claudio Rodaro will be out of that Porsche 917 that took the lead of the race when, of course, Chris Ward dived into the pits. Jan Magnussen, at the moment, will be working his way up the order as all the cars are in the pits, apart from the ones who just came in the last time around. But they, of course, are running behind the safety car, so they can't get any move on. They have to run at the pace set by the safety car. So was it a masterstroke, or were these cars?
No, maybe it wasn't.
I'm thinking
all, because
maybe not. They wanted the safety car to withdraw.
Yes, well, that's what I was expecting them to do. So,
and in fact, that is going to be a massive gift. Okay,
we'll see how it pans out.
Yeah,
there's going to be some big action once this yellow is withdrawn. That's for sure.
Still, some of the front runners or some of the midfield now coming in to make their pit stops, and from their point of view, they just have to hope the safety car goes round for another lap, because if you're stationary in the safety car, then withdraws and releases the field, and the field goes back up to full racing speed, then you are going to lose night and day. But the board still SC held up around the circuit.
See, those people almost a lap behind. The pace car has only picked up one of that Porsche 911. Presumably he hasn't been into the pits. So lots of action down in the pits, and Bonson's down there again with the number 69 car, maybe talking to Sahel Ayari.
In the pits with another driver concerned by the incident a few minutes ago on the track. Sahel Ayari, il s'est passé quoi? On a entendu Emile Breitmayer très fâché parce qu'apparemment il y avait de l'huile sur la piste.
Oui, quand on est arrivé, c'était tapis d'huile et pas de drapeau, rien. Enfin, ça avait dû se produire juste avant. Et on est sortis tous les trois. Impossible de prendre le virage. Et moi, je suis arrivé à regagner la piste, mais certains sont restés dans le bac malheureusement. Et voilà. Après, il y a un peu de réussite et un petit peu de débrouille sur le moment, quoi. Mais c'était une chouette course et c'était très sympa la bagarre devant. J'avais hâte. Le safety car a duré trop longtemps. J'aurais adoré refaire le restart après le safety car, on se serait bien amusé.
Quelques mots sur cette Ligier GS3, exceptionnelle, pièce unique, magnifique.
Voilà, pièce unique, exceptionnelle, et à conduire c'est très très fun. Peut-être, je ne sais pas si vous l'avez vu à la vidéo, mais de l'intérieur c'est génial.
Parfait. So he's a happy man. He was happy because he did not retire in the incident, and this Ligier GS3 is just wonderful.
Thank you very much, Vincent. I mean, I've not seen a happier driver all meeting than Sahel Ayari. He really seems to be enjoying himself, but I think he realised they all had a great escape. As he said, there were no flags being waved. They hit the oil, and it was a question of just where they ended up. But he brought the Guy Ligier, Patrick Depailler JS3, the Ligier, back into the pits in one piece, so he's pleased with that. Ran as high as 5th at Le Mans until 10 in the morning, just to think about what should we have for coffee, and unfortunately it went no further. Gearbox trouble, apparently, because the suspension mounting caused a problem early on, and then gearbox trouble. Often if your car's been rattling around a bit, you know, your gearbox is going to suffer. Right, this is the car that Nigel Greensall's taking over, and it's a Chevron.
Rolf Sigrist.
Yeah, car number 19 he's sharing.
Out he goes.
Chevron B19, so one of the under 2 litre class cars. Pit lane suddenly almost quiet, but the big question is the safety car is still out on the circuit. We still have SC on our timing screens.
Where's our leader dropped to then?
Well, our leader, at the end of the previous lap was listed as 23rd position, but with a lot of the cars actually in the pits going nowhere, so he was...
Yeah, he'll move up, but he's not going to move to the front. I think he lost out in all that.
Yeah, I'm afraid so, and it seemed an incredibly late decision to do that, but then everyone else came in over the next.
Well, I sort of... I must dive into the pits because I can make up, but they didn't realise how long it would take to clear up all that oil. That's the colours with the Team VDS colours. I mean, they ran mainly single-seater cars, particularly Formula 5000.
Yeah, the Chevron for Peter Gethin. Right, here's a little story. You may well have been at this race when the Formula 5000s and the Formula 1 went together at Brands Hatch, and Peter Gethin won in a Formula 5000, which was sort of contra what people thought might happen.
Yeah, there was a few races. I went to a race at the Ontario Motor Speedway in California, which has been knocked down since, and that had a lot of Formula 5000 cars in it, as well as Formula 1 cars.
What was the name of that race? It had something race of the century or something.
No, it's called the Questor Grand Prix.
And what was Questor?
I've forgotten what it was, but I tell you what, I've still got the cufflinks. They gave us cufflinks and they gave us a T-shirt. It was an opening race there, but they also had the Silverstone sometimes races with Formula 1 and 5000. And the 5000 race, David Hobbs in a Haas Lola beat the outright lap record quicker than Formula 1 cars, but actually the record was taken back the next day. So on the Saturday there was Formula 1 and 5000s. On the Sunday there was only 5000, only Formula 1, and the lap record went back. But they could run very well. But the Gethin one you mentioned is the only time I think the 5000s. The 5000s are in there to top up the entry of the Formula 1 cars. But here's the young German guy we were talking about.
Massive Pushkel. He's getting into that number 10, the bright blue and 911 Carrera RSR 3 litre. What a car that was.
We were talking about
70s.
We're talking about him because he is in the 2.0 Porsche race, which has been one of the stalwart stratas of this whole series. Great races. And we've got Emanuele Pirro, 5 times or more winner in that. But he's new in that, and he really shook it up yesterday because he took the pole position.
Yeah, he did. He was, but it wasn't something he built towards. He was just quick from the second he got in the car.
He's part of the Mucka Racing organisation. So.
Don't think normal races have been resumed. We've still got the safety car.
No.
These are a couple of drivers trying to make up to get to the tail of the grouping.
Yeah, that's right.
And now you can see out of turn 9 on the infield straight down to turn 10, everybody else has caught the line.
The 86 car is Eric Mestad, who is French.
First race by the Filippinetti team, and of course Filippinetti to Joe Bonnier racing it almost every night. The Loader T70, particularly the Mark 3Bs, tended to go through their hands, and actually was used in Interserie. This particular car. After Interserie was a sort of international sports car series in Europe, but it was sort of a sort
bit
of
catch-all, for believers that there was Canon cars in it. As we go
green lights,
green. Well, there is Magnussen, look, in the black car with the silver.
Yeah, but the Hart car, which was way back behind, has got Olivier Hart, and that is now effective leader, going past that little Lola, kind of a 34.
That's the golf car.
So effective first, second and third will be sorted out by the end of the lap, and I think the 917 is up into third place and others giving chase. But the most important element in this is the Hart family car, started by David, handed over to Olivier, is in the effective lead of this race, as those who are being lapped are being shuffled out. But here, now it's becoming clear. The dark green car, Olivier Hart, first. Second place, Jan Magnussen, black with the silver stripe. Then the Porsche 917, and it's got the second. It's still listed as Claudio Rodaro. Maybe he didn't hand it over to his teammate.
Maybe he didn't.
Because he certainly was going super well. And then up into fourth place, right here and now. Moving up the order, another of the Lola T70s. But we've got the other car in the middle, and Jim Norman's car, white with the blue nose in the back of the pack. So a lot of sorting out on this
Porsche 906 going well. Yes, a lot of sorting out, a lot of cars on track here. I think they started out.
More than 30 cars.
38, I think they started.
Yeah, impressive, pack-filled, glorious cars. And now at least they're racing again, and hopefully none of them are feeling anything too slippery when they got to the top of the hill, because between turns 12 and 13 there was a line of oil in it. It's caught out quite a handful of drivers, including the driver in the lead at the time, Chris Ward. He got back on the track. The car behind him, Bright Martin, did not.
T70 going down the outside, overtaking about 3 people. I'm just wondering if there's... Well, it's not in that picture, but...
That's it. Ulf Norinder, Peterson car, isn't it? Pico Troberg drove that too.
Yes, but they were famous Swedish drivers at their time. Ulf Norinder, a huge character, big man, a big beard, was rather famous for throwing thunder flashes and waking everybody up.
Who was the person that blew up the toilet block at Anderstorp? Was it him?
No.
Different
The
story.
toilet block that was blown up was in Martra in Finland, right on the Russian border. It was blown up by a chap called Barry Sheen with some blunderfusses. Don't think he got them.
Didn't get the right names.
Well, there was a lot of methane around, there was a lot of gas around, and there was a tale to that story. So at the time, Barry was just a kid. He was in the 125 race. He wasn't in the main race, and at the prize giving, the organisers couldn't work out. I think he won the race. He got the biggest round of applause, bigger than Agostino, who ever won the main race. Because everybody, because apparently this toilet block should have been condemned years ago. It smelled.
Right. Okay.
Anyway, yeah, there may have been other toilet blocks blown up.
Yeah, I think if you look back in history time, great scrap between Nick Padmore in that bright yellow T70 with the green band. That's why you were picking it out. And he's got Jim Norman behind. Jim knows his T70 very well. But as you said, this is the first time Nick Padmore, ace historic racer, has had a chance to drive one of these. He's got time and plenty to enjoy it. 20 minutes here at full racing speed. He's trying to pick off the little Patrick Surrey loader from in front of him. When they get in a straight line, that shouldn't be too difficult at all.
There he goes, the Padster, as we call him. Huge enthusiast, following in his dad's footsteps in racing, and is one of the lead drivers for the Chrome Cars team, who will race a couple of Formula 1 JPS Lotuses at the Monaco Historic, and he's one of the main drivers for that German team. The Brightat outfit run it, but the cars are owned by Chrome Cars, and that's a wealthy German chap who collects a lot of cars.
Right, just looking down the order as Claudio Rodaro continues in the lead of the race. I'm on Mill second. You see, what we're seeing, we've been looking at effectively the group that are fighting further down. Those that pitted early really got hit by the extra safety car.
They did in the end.
And that's why Olivier Hart, I was reckoning he was back in the lead race. He's down in 21st position. Jan Magnussen 22nd.
We thought I thought they played a blinder by coming in, but actually it was a big mistake. Now let's have a look at lap times. Let's have a look at splits.
One thing I can tell you for sure is the GT class has been led by Mike Grant Peterkin. So Fred Wakeman started that Ford GT40. Mike's taken it over. Kurt Thiel is second in that class. Third in the GT class is young Mattis Prushkill. We saw him just getting in the
Only
pits.
got 18 minutes, so there's not much time for these guys to make up, is there? And some of them are a lap behind as well. And just, who is the fastest man out there? Oh, and another top British driver that also runs on our cars, Will Nuttall. I noticed he's in a T70. We've seen him winning lots of races in the 1959 Formula 1 ex-Bruce McLaren, I think Cooper, haven't we, Bruce? But I've never seen him in a T70 before.
No.
I presume it's prepared by IN Racing, Ian Nuttall Racing.
Well, I saw it in the paddock. I saw his name almost, I did see it. But I thought it's not on the entry list, and maybe he'll hop in. We often get that. But,
Olivier Hart's just done the fastest lap of the race at a 1:48.332, and he's going quicker than Magnussen, actually. So Magnussen took about second out of Magnussen. So I wonder how far those two cars can come up the field.
Really tricky. I mean, Claudio Rodaro coming on the same lap in the 917 is Soil Irie brought the GHS. They were 1 or 2 laps after that sudden dive in the pits by Chris Ward.
And look, Padmore's shown in 5th place now, and I would have said that. Now, how far is he behind?
Well, he just went past Patrick Jack.
Yes.
And at the moment,
he's 18 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah.
Which is shown as obviously it's a 917. Because he was right at the front group, wasn't he? And didn't stop like the other two or three quick cars did. So Padmore, just looking at the splits, he's right on the T70 top pace, that's for sure. And he's after there's the Balestra load of T70, and Padmore's just gone by him actually. So next on his list would be Mr. John in the Ligier, started by Sahel Ayari. And wait to see the second split. I think Padmore's definitely in for a podium on this. Armand Meal, of course, is now in that the leading T70.
Yeah, we've got to see how he fares against the gap, 5.7 seconds off the race leader Porsche 917. But Claudio Rodaro, we saw him in the opening stage of the race, was able to catch the front-running cars.
Yeah.
Then he fell away a bit, maybe he just made a slight mistake. But he's certainly going very nicely indeed. Keep looking at car number 86. That's Christophe Van Riet sharing with the Belgian Eric Mester. Now replay, big lock-up, hardest corner on the circuit, turn 7. I think that's Patrick Souris again. He was under pressure from behind. And yeah, sorry, thank you. Round the outside for you.
Yeah, and the Eric Mustag, Lola goes round him.
I think that was David Price we were talking about. Sorry, it was a silver stripe, so yeah, that would be the Chevrolet B16.
I still think that's the Gunston colours.
I think they're more orange.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Interesting.
And there is, well, if they've kept the livery, they've taken the numbers off. But no, I'm sure the orange for Gunston. This is getting really talking about the paint colour charts again.
Do you know? I'm thinking about it. You're right.
I'll take that.
Yeah, you are right. Yes, more orange, but very similar.
I'll give you that as well.
Yeah.
Right, Jim Norman. He's a transatlantic commuter to come and race that Lola T70 white with the blue nose, and he's having a decent run, 6th place overall, but he's fallen about 3 seconds off the back. The one he wants to chase is Roman Beltest, car number 37.
Now, Jim Norman's a very interesting man. He's a surgeon, but he's working on some medical breakthrough. It's quite interesting to see, because it's very holistic. It's all a bit secret at the moment. They were telling me about it. So.
Will he cure you? Will he cure you? Put his hand on the shoulder?
No, it wasn't like that. Well, I think it involves insects or something.
Oh, okay.
Something like that.
Right, the clock is counting down. Under quarter of an hour to go. Claudio Rodaro leading now. It was 5.7, now 7.3 seconds. So Armand Meal in the lead. Lola T70 in second place. Doesn't have an answer. Mr. John B doesn't have an answer either. He's 12 seconds further back. But behind him is Nick Padmore, who's close to within a second or so. So the next overtaking manoeuvre of importance, I think, will be the number 60, Lola, trying to get onto the podium. And yellow and green haunches, as I describe it, ex-Pico Rosberg. Pico Troberg. He was another character. Oh my God! Another man with a big moustache.
Nice moustache, yes.
Yeah, what a very
he was
man.
Top man in Formula 3, Pico Troberg, and a great character.
I remember him describing one of those the Monza slipstreamers before they put the chicanes in, and he's someone who could describe driving in a straight line and make it entertaining. But when you throw in about 12 other cars at the same corner at the same time. So the under 2 litre class, Nigel Greensall leading that, car number 19. And he took over that little Chevron, the B19, Team Ombre car, white with that blue central stripe, and he's making up ground in the background. He's right on the tail of Jim Norman now.
Yeah, Padmore is about a second a lap quicker. So he'll be right on the tail. He'll be past Mr. John B soon. So the battle for 3rd place, that is. The open yellow car. So it'd be 2 yellow cars, but in very different shades.
Good to see that the Deco Ford GT40 is back out onto the circuit. It had its problems, but clearly it's been decided car number 66 should get back out there on this lovely sunny morning. So Jean-Francois doing what he enjoys, going racing. Right, Claudio Rodaro leading the race in the Porsche 917, 8.3 seconds to good. So he's stretching his margin over the number 35 Armand Meal Lola T70 with every lap. Now, for those that got caught out by pitting at the wrong time, Olivier Hart is down in 21st position, Jan Magnussen in 22nd. They will start picking off the cars in front of them, but even to get in the top 20 will be so hard for them because they simply guessed and got it wrong. But sometimes you've got to roll the dice. If you think it's going to be a long safety car period, you can choose when to come in. If you think it's a short one and you can get in and out before, whatever. Someone made a choice or just stuck to a plan, and it's backfired on them.
The vagaries of racing.
Oh dear, wide, and wider still. I think that's the number 160, isn't it? Yeah, that the Lola T70 had its problems. That's the Jean-Francois Besson Guillaume Gagnard car. Will that lead as it gets stuck in the gravel to further problem? Olivier Hart dives past And this may well have led to him
twitching a bit, though,
not getting the braking done. But was this the moment when the number 160 goes off into the gravel? But certainly provocation there. I'm not sure it was. I think it might have been further around the lap. But a big gravelly moment for Besson, Jean-François Besson. And let's hope that doesn't lead to another safety car, because maybe it definitely went into the gravel, maybe it get out. But the battle for third place is absolutely cracking. 2 yellow cars, one with the roof, one without. But it's the Ligier JS3, Mr. John B, that is leading that bright yellow T70. Nick Padmore really getting to grips with that. This is the battle for third place. The Chevron B8 of Oren Nataf is up in front of them as they crest the brow of the hill at turn 9 down the infield straight. But I tell you what, there's plenty of punch from that Cosworth DFB.
More yellow flags waving now.
And the safety car is coming back out.
Oh, that's it. What a shame.
Okay, so for those that got caught out early on, the Hart family car and the Ward Magnussen entry, well, they're not going to get a chance to gain any further positions. But the key is where is the race leading Porsche 917? Its lead was 9.3 seconds over Armand Mills' Lola T70. So when the whole field gets picked up, it will be close up. There is our race leading Porsche, and I don't suppose anyone's going to depose it. More replays coming up. It's having been passed by Olivier Hart earlier in the lap, further around the lap. Unfortunately for Jean-François Besson, went off on his own again.
We just did a little bit of research on David Bryce, because
yes,
I knew he wasn't Tony's son, but Tony had a younger brother, Tim, who's also a good racing driver. And the family, because of famous, came out of stock car racing. Johnny Bryce was famous stock car racing. So it's Tim's son, and I believe he is the chief instructor still at Goodwood, and he's a good racer too. But Tony Bryce was just so quick. And actually, he wasn't as popular as some of the others. He came up in the same group as Roger Williamson and
Tom Price.
Tom Price. The three of them, because there's a book about the three of them. For me, he was the quickest of the trio. But some people found it a little bit difficult to deal with. I thought that, well, arrogant was the word I heard, but I never found that. I thought it was absolutely. And he had a lovely wife called Janet, who's still around. I saw her at the Beyond Suite the other day. But, those days of racing. I mean, you've been racing a long time, Bruce. Quite a long. We lost so many, great people back then. So marvellous it doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, it truly is. I mean, it was just accepted as part of the furniture then.
I'm going to claim a prize because I predicted that Michael Greensall would get into the lead of the 2-litre class at Rolf Sigrid Star. That's exactly what has happened, but it was helped by the safety car.
Mere details, Andrew. In fact, just going down the infield straight there, it's behind the white, blue and green striped Porsche.
And Jamie Constable, because he got caught out, he was one that did an early pit stop. He's down now in 5th place in that class, which he was leading. I say the vagaries of racing sometimes.
No, it really is. Well, there's the car with Nigel Greensall in it. The Chevron up in 5th place overall. So they'd have been delighted to get an under 2-litre car. Class car up there. Certainly the timing of the problems didn't help. Oh dear, the Porsche in front of it just is. Obviously they're catching the train of cars.
Locked up a tiny bit, didn't he, Nigel?
Oh, there's a car at the right hand side of the circuit. Couldn't see what it was. So the camera angle looks a bit like the safety car, but I'm sure it won't be. But again, you're playing the catch-up game. You have to have concentration. The car that caused the problem, the number 160 Lola T70, is at the side of the track, and it had its problem up at turn 4.
Yeah.
And I don't know, there's no rescue vehicle right near it. Maybe it's been towed out of the gravel, but you'd have thought the towing would have taken it further away. But certainly Frederick D'Egidio, the white 911 with the number 51, very nearly got caught out there, didn't he? You can see the puff of tyre smoke as he braked very heavily, with Nigel Greensall tucked in behind him in the Team Ombre Chevron. But round we go. The clock continues to count down. It's a 1-hour race, and it could be the first victory I've seen for a very long time for Porsche 917.
There's the 160. Jean-François Besson.
So what we don't have, okay, the car I saw, it was the safety car, because the reason it hasn't picked up the race leading car. So he's got to get the 917, car number 1, which should be coming into view somewhere. That's the climb. Okay, he's been given the signal he needs to keep moving, or maybe he's about to what's the protocol here? Because I think we're still waiting for that number 160 loaded T7 to be towed clear. But he's going to let the others, wave the others past in the start-finish straight, because he needs the number 1, the Porsche 917, which is the 4th car in that pack, just turning into the final corner now behind the yellow 911. So he's got to wave the first 3 of those cars through, and Claudio Rodaro needs to hang back. But what he has is Armand Mill now right on his tail in the black loaded T70 with the silver stripes. He needs the other cars to go through. Except the problem is Claudio Rodaro has overtaken the safety car.
Oh no, that's
Will he realise what he's just done? He needed to drop into line behind.
Absolutely, it looked as if it was going to happen, didn't it? Well, this is causing, I don't know, we're counting down in virtually the last 5 minutes now.
Okay, what are the options for our safety car? Does it have to almost park at the side of the circuit, had been before, and wait for this lot to come round again?
I can't see what else you can, well,
He's still circulating. Obviously, there's going to be communication from race control down to from the race director to him for what to do. The person who's got it right has tucked him behind. Armand Mill, he's running second. He's dropped in line behind the safety car. But this car, the number 1 ex-Siffert Redmond Porsche 917 Kurtz, the short tail, has not dropped behind the safety car. As a race leader, he needed to be behind the safety car.
In current racing, of course, every driver can hear race control. But not in these cars.
No, for sure. Okay, right. So for everyone else, they're having to run in order. But now, Claudio Rodaro, if it is indeed still Claudio Rodaro in that car, we expected a driver change. It doesn't appear to have been one according to our timing screens, but we needed him to tuck into line behind the safety car. The lights are still flashing around the circuit. The warning boards are held up by the marshals, the wave yellow flags. But unfortunately, our safety car is not leading the race leader.
Unfortunately, this would take the sting out of what was a cracking race.
Well, certainly Armand Mill must have been thinking I have a chance on the restart to go off after him. But there's Armand's car, tucked in behind the safety car. But alas, the Porsche 917 has just gone on past and is going around on another lap in front of the safety car.
Armand Mill, son of Richard Mill, the famous clockmaker, Formula 1, a timepiece. I think some of their watches are up in the hundreds of thousands of pounds, aren't they? And they do a lot of advertising, they've got a lot of sponsorship, and also a lot of advertising, I see, in various motoring magazines.
So here's our race leader in the blue and orange Gulf livery Porsche 917, the K, but unfortunately he's not behind the safety car. The other unfortunate element is the clock continues to count down. Under 4 minutes remain in this race. And race control is probably not used to, well, I don't know what the protocol is when someone has not dropped into position. The unfortunate thing was they weren't picked up very quickly when the safety car period started after the number 160 loaded T70 was parked.
He stopped now, you see, he stopped. And then he's restarted.
Well, the Ligier JS3, 3rd and 4th positions in the 2 yellow cars. The open top car running 4th behind the safety car, and the car refits Nick Padmore.
Surely this will hand the victory to Mill, because he's got to go round and catch up the train, and there's lots and lots of other runners that are obviously on the road behind him, but literally on the road, it will be in front of him, won't they?
Yeah.
It's got a lot of back markers and midfield runners.
Yeah, Claudio Rodaro, red flag. Red flag has been thrown now. So unfortunately, the confusion has led to no race to the flag. So on countback, providing Claudio Rodaro must therefore still be the winner. Armand Mill second. Mr. John of B, because there was no restart, was able to resist the charge of Nick Padmore. Top in the under 2 litre class. Nigel Greensaw in 5th place overall.
And takes his 3rd win of the weekend. It's pretty good for Nigel. I think he lives in Bath, doesn't he? Certainly down in the West Country. Might be Cheltenham, but lives down that way.
So Claudio Rodaro, he knew he couldn't overtake anybody else, so he had to run behind that yellow GT class Porsche. But he must be thinking, where's the safety car? Well, it's the car that you went past.
And in fact, 2 of them went by just to confuse matters. I wonder if I get a penalty. We'll have to wait until those official results, won't we? Before there was one result last night, so we'll go into it a bit later, that was overturned after we congratulated the winner, and in the end turned out not to be the winner.
Yeah, it was. When you think you're talking about one penalty, then there was someone saying, did
well,
you not get two? But we didn't know what it was.
No.
That was the Group C race. But so the cars come in, there'll be an element of confusion. They'll have enjoyed the racing when it was going on, but unfortunately behind the safety car, things went a little awry. Right, now, here is the car that may be described as the winner, or is that being flagged to go on past because he didn't follow the protocol procedure?
It appears so.
Yeah. So I would suggest that you're correct, that Armand Mill will be handed the victory because he stuck him, he was running second, he had about a 9-second deficit before the safety car, was able to get obviously right under the tail of Claudio Rodaro's Porsche 917, but then the confusion, let's say, and the field is still being led round. Here is Armand Mill, car number 35.
Won a lot of races in this series. I mean, they're in a lot of races because they have a fleet of racing cars. So I think it'll be, ultimately, it'll be Mill and then the Ligier and then Padmore. I think that's how it will go.
You think that, and therefore, if Claudio Rodaro has a penalty of some measure, if they give him a huge penalty, I mean, you know, he's listed as being 1 minute and 5 seconds ahead, so a 1 minute penalty, which will feel draconian, would still keep him in the lead of the race. But it's not for us to guess. It's up to race control. But you know, when the racing was on, it was very good. It was great to see the Porsche 917 actually running hard, running at the front end. Always good to see the battling Lola T70s. Always good to see the little open-top cars like the Jack. You know, this little Chevron coming in, racing hard.
And fantastic to see a Porsche 917 leading. But here, I think that's there they are. Another Keep Europe car, and Armand Mill won so many different races. Should be well pleased with that. There's the Ligier next one with the Say Jackie Eats tribute helmet. There's Armand Mill. So we haven't heard from him yet this weekend, so hopefully we'll.
That's quite unusual. Normally at this stage we'd have heard from Armand, but be good to catch him. So what an hour that Mr. John B's had.
Yeah.
Class win, and then second overall, potentially. But he is by the number 2 second position board, and in the background of the shot, the yellow is Nick Padmore, presumably in the yellow and green Lola T70 in the background.
You see the DFV engine in the back of that car, so rightly pointed out.
Great to see the sort of camaraderie in historic racing. It goes back in time, but the thing is, a lot of these drivers will be racing each other for probably 20 years, so if they can jolly well get on with each other and socialise and possibly stay in the same hotels, they should.
I suspect there's a few that don't.
Well, let's
go down to Vincent now, and I think you have the winner with him, so let's hear what he has to say for himself.
There was this red flag procedure at the end of this race, and the winner of the race is not Claudio Rodaro. There was a story with the safety car, you understood it, but it's Armand Mill. Armand, victoire finalement. Je pense que quand on vous a indiqué le P1, vous vous y attendiez pas là.
Alors pas du tout, c'était une course assez spéciale avec un départ assez compliqué, on va dire. Mais oui, j'étais surpris de voir le P1, mais pas déçu.
Alors est-ce que vous avez compris ce qui se passait durant la course? Il y a eu plein de choses, hein?
Pas du tout. J'ai vu des voitures de partout, des safety cars, on va dire, voilà, mais non, j'avoue que j'étais un peu perdu.
Mais à la fin, lorsque vous voyez la safety car, vous comprenez que vous devez vous ranger derrière, parce que Rodaro l'avait dépassé et était parti, lui.
Oui, exactement. Bah, de toute façon, moi, j'ai vu que la première fois, j'ai été passé parce que le mec s'était mis sur le côté avec le clignotant. Du coup, je l'ai passé, mais oui, la deuxième fois, j'ai compris que j'étais derrière. Et puis, il y avait Julien, mon mécano, avec le panneau qui me dit « c'est bon, t'es bien ».
Félicitations, Armand Mill. He is the winner. He did not understand everything in the race, but he is the winner. That's the most important thing. Armand Mill.
Well done, Vincent. Thank you very much, Armand. But you know, he was in the right place at the right time, and he actually probably was a bit frustrated. He's taken victory, but I think he'd have liked a few laps to shoot out, having got back onto the tail of that Porsche 917. But Claudio Rodaro didn't seem to understand the procedure there, unfortunately. But it was great to see those cars, great to hear those cars, great to see this circuit on a sunny Sunday morning, and we'll take it. Oh, and again, the conversation between the drivers. You know,
that's Rolf Seacrest,
yeah. And again, just lovely to see the people enjoying their racing, and why wouldn't you on a morning like this? So here's the under 2 litre class victory.
Yeah, puts his
sunglasses on. He's already prepared his victory speech.
It's quite a big event. There's lots going on in the paddock, but Watson's down there with a mic again, and he's going to talk to the driver of car 66 and hear what he has to say for himself after a quite unusual race. Let's hear from Vincent.
I have two guys with me. Third place overall with Carlos de Quesada and Nick Padmore. Carlos, it was a strange race.
It was a very strange race. I was able to work myself up to 5th, and then there was a full course yellow with safety car out, and I thought, you know, I was within my pit window, so I pitted a little bit too early, made that mistake, but gave it to Nick, and Nick brought it back up front and finished 3rd, so you couldn't ask for anything better than that.
Nick, did you understand what happened at the end of the race?
I was so confused because it was a safety car for ages, and then the red flag, and I thought P2 in front of me, and I really wanted to get that. But I must say, it's the first time we've driven a car together. I've always wanted to race a Mark 3B. So this guy, thank you very much. That was awesome. And Brightek, of course.
Congrats, guys. 3rd place overall for those two.
Thank you. So the drivers also were confused, but, you know, they would have all loved a little shootout towards the end. Clearly, Nick had his sort of sights locked onto the Ligier, thinking, right, here's the battle, here's the battle.
I think Nick Padmore's got another great client there, and that could be a nice little learner for him driving for Carlos, and I'm sure they'll share that car again. I mean, Padmore's got a great reputation, of course, but we're going to see the highlights, which we'll see what happened in what was ultimately an extremely confusing race, but one of a race that finished with a red flag.
Great cars, great race, confusing finish, but we move very quickly on to the next item on the agenda. It's the second race this weekend for the Group C cars, the cars that really made Le Mans 24 hours in the late 80s into the mid-90s, just an extraordinary place to be. We're living in fantastic times in the World Endurance Championship now, probably the highest point it's ever been with so much manufacturer interest. But for people looking back at Group C, people of a certain age, it's still an enormously popular category. Yesterday we had a cracking race. We had a slightly confusing finish with we thought Olivier Gallon had won the race, but it turns out there were 2 penalties, and overnight I believe that a little look at the results would suggest that he wasn't the eventual winner in that, but we will find out more. I've sent Andrew Marriott scurrying down to the grid to find out. But one of the cars that didn't come out to play yesterday is actually on the track just going through the first corner. So it's good to see that Klaus Abelin's car, the Haveline-sponsored Porsche 962C from 1991, will come out to play. These cars are very, very quick indeed. And one of the most powerful is actually the one coming down here. It's a Buick engine March 85G. It's the oldest car in the field. It's one used to be run by Richard Clear, raced by Richard with Jack Newsom and Lionel Robert a long time ago. March, though, were generally more famous for building their single-seaters in the early days. But the car that was to beat was the Porsche 956, followed by the Porsche 962. But then the interloper was the Jaguar. The silk-cut Jaguars hit the scene and gave the British Mark their first win for more than 30 years. And then suddenly the crowds at the Le Mans 24 Hours were swelled by people dressed in silk-cut racing jackets. And I saw a good old friend and colleague here this weekend. He just took his one out of his wardrobe here in Barcelona. Had it in 1989 when he was placing one of the Spanish drivers, Fermin Velez, with the silk-cut Jaguar racing team. So that's a jacket that has history. The conversations that would have been part of back in period. Nissan R90CK is here to show how fast a car can go in a straight line. Tiger Buicks, we've got the C2 class as well. It was a subcategory at Le Mans, and it really gave rise to constructors like Tiger, Spice, ADA, Argo, all having go. We didn't get the ADA out. That was a really rare car, one of only 3 ever built. That should have been in the race yesterday, the first of the 2 races, and it wasn't. Hopefully that will come out today. And I really, my fingers are crossed that we've seen Mr. John O'Bee smiling at 2 podiums so far today, but he does have a car in this next event as well, but it didn't get to race yesterday. It's a Peugeot 905 Evo 1, the car that dominated the final season of Group C in 1993. The works car's just absolutely cleaned up. The rest of the field was trimming down at that point as manufacturers decided they didn't want to continue, but sports car racing has always been about reinvention. But my concern for the Peugeot, as the rules had changed, that was the car that was absolutely at the zenith of sports car racing in 1993, that final season. But on Friday, 2 days ago now, here at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia, there was an awful lot of smoke, not once but twice when that car was brought into the pit lane. It didn't get to go out yesterday. Hopefully something could be repaired, because it was the fastest car at the conclusion of this much-loved category of racing, Group C, and these cars were just phenomenal. And if you someone who was responsible for selling the Porsches, the 956s, then the 962, also thank you very much. It probably put a lot of Deutschmarks into the pocket of the Porsche enterprise, because it was the predominant make, and a lot of the cars, you looked at the front end of the grid back at the end of the 1980s, yes, we had other manufacturers coming in, but in the top 20 there'd probably be 12 Porsches. So it was a really, really good customer car, as well as the works examples. Looking down to the grid on the left-hand side with the doors sort of pivoted up is the silk-cut car that Olivier Gallon drove to what we thought was victory yesterday. But there were penalties applied afterwards, but it was great to see that. In fact, Olivier had expected to, or had been talking about coming here and racing a Nissan R90CK, but somewhere along the line they decided to bring the silk-cut Jaguar. And for a lot of fans, that purple and white car with the gold band in between was a car that really stood out. V12 engine, XJR12, car from number 1990, and it was a long run of success, not just in the World Sports Car Championship in period for Jaguar, but the other side of the Atlantic in the IMSA series. Slightly different cars they ran over there, but it certainly put Jaguar back on the sporting map. 5-minute board showed to those down on the grid. You can still hear cars going out around the circuit to come and join at the back of this field. Right-hand side of the screen, we've got Klaus Abelin, 00 is the number on his car, and that's the Haveline car. Background of the screen, the Argo with the Speedy sponsorship, sort of car parts enterprise in France, and a lot, when C2 launched, a lot of the manufacturers didn't really have many sponsors, so when they went to Le Mans, they got a lot of French sponsorship because their flanks looked better with sponsorship on than not at all. Helped to pay the bills. So cars still coming around to the grid, but the grid as per yesterday, but this time Klaus Abelin is going to start. He's a man who adores his racing, has his own racing team, Fricadelli Racing Team, that only went on the Nürburgring 24 Hours to a couple of 3 years ago, but now news hot from the grid.
Yeah,
Andrew, what have you got?
On that particularly, it didn't run yesterday, of course. It was some electrical problem. Franz Conrad just told me it's electrical problem, so I've been out of breath. Just run from there down the Jaguar. Anybody watched yesterday? Remember the flames we saw coming out?
Yes.
I said it looked like an oil leak. It wasn't. It was the oil breather, which is very close to the exhaust, and so actually that was oil catching fire.
Just igniting as it came out.
Yeah, they've moved it now. So Aaron Scott's just told me that. Why did they lift the back of the car in that last minute, which then got them a penalty, which lost them the race?
Yeah.
The starter motor was jammed. They had to. They wouldn't even started the race otherwise. Then, when they made the pit stop, they thought, "Oh, we're in trouble here." The starter motor worked perfectly, and fingers crossed now.
Wow.
So that was that. What else? No, that's about what I found out. But that was the main thing. I did find out that we were hoping, not in this race, later to see that marvellous Peugeot Le Mans car run.
Yeah, it's not on our starting chart.
No.
Another car that's missing is Jack Fabi, the little tiger.
Yes, didn't see that. The Peugeot. I talked very quickly to Nicky Pastorelli, who runs those cars. It's got some damage to the exhaust system. They don't have a spare one, and they couldn't repair it here, so it'll be out another time. So there is a man who thought he won the race yesterday, Olivier Galland, the Dubai-based Frenchman, and hopefully he won't have the problems. We celebrated the victory yesterday, but then he had the penalty for a jump start. I think if he hadn't jumped the start, he still would have. Well, I must look at yesterday's result. But if he hadn't jumped the start, I don't think we would have had that. What else?
Well, it was chopping and changing, because yesterday, the first car across the line was Philip Kaddouri in the RLR Porsche. That's the pink and white one that's going to be starting third.
Now, I'm claiming a reward now, because I said Damon Hill raced that car, and you said, I don't think so.
No, I was talking about that specific car.
That specific car? Yeah, but he raced that car the year before, but it was black then. Now it's pink.
Here's a black car. We'll talk about this black car, shall we?
You find out we can't sleep at night, you know. Yeah, so we got another couple missing, haven't we, here?
Yeah,
so
we're missing the Porsche. We're missing Jack Fabi's Tiger, which should be starting fourth on the grid. That would be the top C2 car.
The 124 Speedy car was out late. I saw one of the other C2 cars in the garage, and there was nobody around it. The one that we saw racing. Here is Kaddouri, Chief Executive of Peninsula Hotels. That's a job, isn't it? Family bit took over from his father. Great chap, a very chatty guy, you know. Flies helicopters. So here is this car, which does not have a chassis designed by Porsche. It has a chassis designed by a guy called Nigel Stroud, very well-known race car designer. Designed the Mazda, which won at Le Mans, and body by Peter Stevens, and run by GTI Engineering, or Richard Lloyd Racing stroke GTI Engineering. And they started with regular Porsche 956 and 962, and then they developed and took all the parts, all the mechanical bits of Porsche, but a part of the chassis and the bodywork are their own making. What a fabulous effort for Richard Lloyd, and they ran the whole. It wasn't just for Le Mans.
No, the whole championship. Another car that unfortunately appears to be missing is the ADA. We didn't see it yesterday.
That's the one I saw abandoned in the pits.
Okay.
But I was sort of rushing to try and get to Aaron Scott and Franz Conrad and people, but there seemed to be nobody near it. So.
Okay, so we have 6 cars coming out to play. But if no one's working, we don't expect the ADA to join from pit exit. Don't know about Jack Fabi's Tiger.
No.
But, is that a pit exit? I can't see it in the pit lane. Well, we'll keep an eye out for that. But what we have is a Jaguar on pole position, a Porsche second, a Porsche third, black ahead of pink, and then the best of the C2 cars. Driven really well yesterday by Marco Fumagalli. It's the blue and red Speedy Argo. In behind the Spice with the Charwans. That was sort of there or thereabouts. And then bring out the rear, Georges Caban in the March 85G with the big Buick lump in the tail.
As we said yesterday, if you're in France, you can go to Speedy and get your tyres changed, new exhaust, that sort of thing. And they went on to sponsor various different cars at Le Mans, but it's been good. So though the black Porsche also doesn't have a Porsche chassis, it has a chassis built in America by Fabcar, and it was built for the Dower organisation, but Fabcar built that. And again, similar deal. Right, same deal as Lloyd. they felt that Porsche was a bit behind the curve really by sticking with an aluminium chassis, Monaco chassis. Weighted carbon with these two cars. And I believe that Texaco comes from the fact that Andretti raced that car. Andretti, I think Mario and Michael raced that car. I'm doing this in my head.
No. I meant to research that one, but I went down another rabbit hole. You have to understand when you're just checking and building your historic notes that you find interesting stories, and that leads to another interesting story, and suddenly you can't remember who you are.
And there's so many cars. So we've both done Formula 1 in the past. We had to learn about 20. When I was there, I learned about 36 drivers at one stage. Some of them never actually made it to the race. And now they just have to know about 22 cars and 22 drivers. We got 200 odd to try and research here. And we do it
because we love it. We try our very best. But right, here we have Jaguar on pole position, Olivier Gallon, alongside Klaus Abelin, the man who just loves everything to do with historic racing and everything that happens at the Nürburgring. A real aficionado of the long distance racing there, and the delight when he gave Ferrari victory the week before the Le Mans 24 hours. They won the Nürburgring 24 hours for the first time. It was his team. It wasn't a works team, but he had top drivers come on board that weekend.
He did, and of course that German motor industry loved that race. They always dominate it, and then a Ferrari comes and wins it. But anyway, we're off to a start. We still could have a very good race here between the Silk Cut Jag and also the pink Porsche.
Well, I tell you what, it almost looked as though Klaus Abelin's car was in front of the Jaguar at the start, but that might have been by dint of the shadow across the track. But certainly at the run to the first corner, Olivier Gallon's got it going very nicely, and Philippe Cadore thinking about going to second place. No, I tell you what, I'll swing wide. And for those behind, the march is already not the sneakiest of starts for Georges Caban at the back of the pack, but the first five are pulling away. And again, Marco Fumigali's car is going very nicely. The blue, red and white striped Speedy Argo is trying its best to keep up with the C1 cars in front of it. And then tucked in behind Alejandro Chaguan, bringing up the rear of the lead group there in his Spice.
Yeah, Chaguan from all the way from Argentina to race here down in sunny Spain, racing with his brother. And quite a bit of experience in racing in America, and also historic Formula 1 cars in his CV.
Okay. You don't often see people thinking about it at turn 6. I think maybe Klaus Abelin was a little slow out of turn 5. Now Philippe Cadore, I think if he really determinedly made a move there, they could have both ended up off the circuit. So well done for not doing it, because turn 7 falls very quickly after 6 and it's sharp. Who's got more intent? Klaus Abelin giving away quite a few years. He's probably got a couple of decades worth of candles extra on his cake compared to Philippe Cadore when it comes to birthday time. But Klaus is, he's holding that inside line. Olivier Gallon will be away. He's 1.8 seconds clear at the moment, so this will be giving a helping hand. I'm convinced that Philippe Cadore, if he gets by in that Richard Lloyd Racing Porsche, would be able to go off after our race leader. But as long as Klaus Abelin is there doing nothing wrong, in fact, Abelin's slightly better entry to the main straight. That means Philippe Cadore is going to have to think where he's going to go for the. He'll be getting a slipstream out of the shadow, back into the bright sunshine, down towards the first corner, having half a look, a quarter of a look. No, this time I'm going to tuck him behind, and then actually realising Klaus Abelin was braking rather hard than he thought, that suddenly evasive action had to be taken there by Philippe Cadore, so he didn't hit the rear end of the black 00 Porsche 962C. And that, combined with a little bit of delay earlier, that means that our race leader, Olivier Gallon, is clear by 3 seconds, 3.2 seconds. And certainly that incident down at turn 1 probably added about a second of that, but the writing at the moment is on the wall. Olivier Gallon hooked up with the XJR12, just going beautifully.
And of course there'll be the glory issue coming into here as well, because I think that Cadore will get 5 seconds longer in the pits. Won't he?
Yeah.
Or was it longer?
No, because of course Klaus Abelin didn't race yesterday, so it'll be 15.
So,
with Olivier Gallon being kicked out, not kicked out, but not as the winner, he gets 10 seconds extra in his pit stop. But by being promoted to victory, 15 seconds for
Cadore.
Cadore.
Yes.
Burden of Glory. If you're just joining us
Burden of Glory.
As we're reporting on the second day of the opening round of the Le Mans Classic Series for 2026, victory, second and third in any race in any class means that the next pit stop in the next race you get 15 seconds extra at a standstill if you won, 10 seconds if you were second, 5 if you're third. It's a factor in all the races. Great flame out shots on the Buick March. But really the story of the race at the moment is that our race leader Olivier Gallon pulling ever further clear, 4.8, 4.9 seconds clear to lead the race. At this battle, Klaus Appelin, he's not obstructing Philippe Couduri. I still think Philippe would be faster if he should find his way past. But at the moment, Klaus is not saying after you, Claude, at all. In the C2 class, it's still Marco Fumagalli. He's got Alejandro Hawan about a second and a half behind him, so that could still swing in the opposite direction.
And this burden of glory is an expression that I have never heard before. Have you, Bruce?
No, not at all. I like it.
Great. I like it. I like it.
Normally called success penalty, and sometimes it's the addition of weight. In some championships, in other championships, it's the equivalent. It's the adding on time, but the name burden of glory. It's rather cool. So our race leader Olivier Gallon looking at his XJR12, and he'll be hoping no penalties today, as Andrew explained when he came back up just before the start of the race yesterday with the starter motor not performing as it should. They had to lift the engine cover. That earned them a time penalty because it was on the grid after the appointed time in the countdown to the start of the race. And then subsequently another penalty cost him the victory that he'd inherited. Philippe Couduri was first to finish, but he had a penalty of his own. But anyhow, sorting out the C2 battle. Look at it now. It was always going to come down to the battle between once the Tiger that started on pole or was down to start on pole in class didn't get to make the start. It was going to be down between this car, the number 124 Argo, and the Spice that's giving chase. But at the moment, the gap between them 2.5 seconds, and it's just gradually going out in the favour of this little Argo.
Yeah, they built quite a lot of these Argos. Joe Marquardt, who's the Swiss but British-based race car designer, and working with Nick Jordan, who's a well-known mechanic and Formula 1 engineer at times. We'll go back to the Porsches in a minute. So they built, originally, these are Porsche 962s, and we say these are the ones with the special chassis, the two we see here. But originally it was the Porsche 956, and they wanted to race them in America, and there was a guy called John Bishop who led the IMSA organisation. And he said, I'm not having those racing here. They're too dangerous. They drive. We talked about the 917 with the feet in front of the front axle. You'll have to alter it. You can race if you move the driver back and his feet are behind the front axle. And that's what became the 962. So, when they started with those, that was 82 and 83 was the, and actually into 84 they built the 962s, or the 956s, and the 962s. There was an awful lot more of those, and a lot of them obviously run by the factory. We were run particularly by Just Racing. John Fitzpatrick's team, very successful with the cars. Kramer, people like Braun Motorsport, Just again. A lot of cars running in America, and great successes in America with Porsche 962s. And they probably built the best part of 100 of those.
You know, when the formula's right and the customers understand it, as I was saying, the Porsche customer cars, racing car salesmen did a very, very good job, and they must have gone, I hope they were a good bonus.
Most of the engines, of course, came from Porsche, were prepared by Porsche, but in America there's an outfit called Andial, and they tweaked them even further. And some of the cars had an extra, the Andial cars didn't have an extra scoop on the rear deck, if you remember. Made them look a bit different, and particularly in America, totally dominating for many years races like the Daytona 24 Hours, Hurley Haywood, and people like that.
But the thing about the IMSA series at that time, running cars that ostensibly were Group C cars, but in their GTP class, but they're raced on the great circuits, and then they're raced on some really scratchy street circuits. So 1 minute you might be somewhere majestic like Road America or Road Atlanta, the next minute we were accustomed to the street races in Long Beach, and forever Bernie Eccleston running around Formula 1 was wanting another American Grand Prix, wanted one in Florida, and they tried so many times in Miami, and the only time it really worked was when they started racing sports cars in Miami.
Yes, it did, and I remember going to one of those Miami street races, and Emerson Fittipaldi made his racing comeback in a car like this March we're seeing on screen now. I think one of the first racing cars that, and there was 2 or 3 iterations of that March sports car, wasn't there? It was one of the very first cars that Adrian Newey ever worked on, that designed. I think it was the first proper race car.
Yeah, because people forget when they look at his garlanded Formula 1 career that he did cars in Indy cars, he did cars in, you know, he had to be a polymath, he had to, and I'm sure he gained a huge amount from racing in different championships, but certainly, on the North American racing scene, he spent quite a few seasons over before he came on back.
I'm a little surprised that Kadori is staying up. He was at the same speed as Gallant yesterday, and he's not today. That strange livery is a Japanese clothing company, I think, Italia Sport. So, remember the Mazda one and the one had that renown on it. That was a clothing company.
And I'm fairly sure Italia is still sponsoring cars in Japan to some degree, so sports brand quite possibly. I'm afraid I can't read the script to help you, but I do remember. Yeah, Philip's car, I really, I was saying in the early laps of the race he's going to be a bit frustrated because he didn't manage to get into second place ahead of Verstappen, but he's fallen 6 and a bit seconds behind him, and the car's just not looking as dynamic yesterday. Or maybe in this race, maybe Philip thought, yesterday I made took too much out of my tyres. Maybe I'll just go easy for the first 10 minutes, which is what he's done so far, and see if I can have more sweetness in those tyres later in the race. But Olivier Galland leading the race. Here we are. He's just putting a lap on the march of Georges Caban. And look at the way he goes, not just past it, but then, woof, off into the wild blue yonder.
They had all sorts of different engines in that march, so that one's got a Buick. We saw it with a rear deck off yesterday, the rear bodywork off. A huge, great turbocharger, looked as if it came from a truck. But they had Chevy V8s, they had Porsche engines in, and BMW engines in. Later in the day, there was a lot of Nissan engines in those. And in fact, Nissan sort of used March to be their chassis builder for some of their earlier efforts. But just looking at this, I probably built 30 odd of those cars from 82. There was the 82, 82G, 83G, 84, 85, 86. For 5 years they were building those cars. And very little success outside America with them. And we remember you mentioned the Creepy Crawley car yesterday, which Creepy Crawley was a South African sponsor. The car with 3 South African drivers won the Daytona 24 Hours.
The one that was most famous in my mind is the one with the
lobster. Well, that was
the lobster claws coming down either side of the grill.
That's right, but that was sponsored by a lobster restaurant.
It was good because it was a chain restaurant, and most of the fans would be able to find one of those restaurants somewhere near them in the States. But it also looked good because you did have that rather unusual nose that seemed to have the lobster claw shape anyhow. Right, in the C2 battle, it's still Marco Fumagalli. He's now got, his lead is really small. In fact, it's so small he's being attacked. The Spice is right on his tail as they get into turn number 4. So the Argentinian driver Alejandro Chawan pushing very, very hard indeed. And Marco Fumagalli, well, he's tried to hang on, but he can't because in a flash, number 111, the Spice, white above dark blue, goes past. Yesterday, certainly that is a change of form because always yesterday Marco Fumagalli seemed to have a little bit in hand when it came to race, but being chipped away. Maybe it's also might be the case that Alejandro Chawan is just learning the circuit.
Yeah, I'm sure he hasn't been here before. 1984 is when the March won, the Creepy Crawley car won, and that had a Porsche engine. I'm not doing that from memory. I've got a note here.
No, I know, but I'm sure it's in your memory. It's just nice to have an aide-memoire alongside you.
So that was kind of early. They built quite a lot of these. I've seen several of them at Daytona, the classic 24-hour race there, or event there, and they never seem to run properly. Now this Georges Caban has been racing French GT for years. He's polite about it, but he's had a few bums in his time, so he's probably not the fittest driver out there, or the youngest. So he's just having fun, driving around, enjoying himself. Nothing wrong with that. But he isn't Nick Badmore, that's for sure. Nick Badmore, that car probably go 15 seconds quicker.
think.
Yeah, but he was, you know, Philippe Cadori came up to lap him, and he did exactly the right thing. He didn't change his line. He kept it straight. That's always the confusion, and you know, we've all been on racetracks where the briefing is absolutely crystal clear who should do what, and then you got to go past someone you might have the benefit of a faster car, and then they just drive straight into your path or indicate one way and then go that way as well. So
weird March fact. One of my best friends used to race one for a bit, the Leon brothers car, and that was and I patrolled many a pit lane with Calvin Fish. Calvin Fish, of course, was the guy who beat Senna. Yeah. Remember in his early days in Formula 4 2000, he beat Senna, moved into Formula 3, and the season when Senna won all those races at the start of that Formula 3 season, and Martin Brundle won most of the last ones, but there was just one race where they hit each other and stopped, and Calvin took the spoils in the BP sponsored car.
Up at Alton Park, wasn't it?
It was at Alton Park, indeed, yeah. Bruce, you got a phenomenal.
Twisty circuit up in Cheshire. Yeah. And in fact, it's one of the least changed circuits you can ever go to. I know there was a time when they didn't have the full extension down to the far end. And but great days.
And there's the circuit that had a lake at the side of it, and in the old days with no Armco barrier, people went into that lake. I mean, I know people have been into the harbour at Monaco. A couple of people, Paul Hawkins, of course, famously swam strongly to the shore. But also I saw Brian Hart, the famous engine builder, but also a terrific race car driver, that got up to the Formula 2 level. He finished in that lake once.
Yeah, Battery Park had a lake in the middle. There are quite a few circuits.
A great lake in the middle, and an island on the lake where a man called Chris Meek held some interesting parties.
Yeah, Interlagos, the great circuit between the lakes.
Between the lakes, you know, exactly, yeah.
No lakes here at the Barcelona circuit, and nothing is doing anything to stop the progress of Olivier Gallon. 10 seconds clear. Klaus Abelin is still in second place. Philippe Cadori is still in third.
Yeah.
It's pretty much 10 seconds, 10 seconds. Klaus is driving a really good race because, come what may, Olivier Gallon is probably 40 years younger than him. Because Olivier will be in his late 20s, mid-20s.
I think so, yes, yeah.
And Klaus Abelin, probably pushing 70, I'd suggest. Maybe 69.
And that's that Fricadelli is this food company that he founded, famous for its meatballs.
Yeah.
And
I'll tell you what.
So was he not married to Sabine
Schmitz, who died, was it now 4 years ago, 5 years ago?
Terrific. Was seen a little bit on Top Gear, wasn't she?
Yeah, she did endless laps the Nürburgring Nordschleife, did loads of driver coaching, but you got her out of the car and she was just the most lovely, open, happy person. And so a couple of corners, just in fact where the Grand Prix circuit opens out onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it's named after her. But you know, she was someone who left a very big shadow. We miss her enormously.
Sadly, I didn't know her, but I heard this before. Yeah, a real tragedy.
Looking at the Group C2 battle, I thought it was going to be Argo all the way, and I reckon the Spice would fall away, but the Spice has taken the lead, so Alejandro Chawan leading Marco Fumagalli. Down the hill they go. We have 28 minutes remaining in this race. Nobody appears to be able to do anything about it. Olivier Gallon. And just remember, Olivier wasn't planning to drive the Jaguar, and the last minute they decided, let's bring the XJR 12 rather than the Nissan R90 CK, and we'll see where that goes. And through the course of the season, we may well see Olivier in the Nissan. Certainly some circuits, the turbocharged power of the Nissan will be something well worth beholding. Good little scrap, though, between the Argo and the Spice. In period, the Spice tended to come out ahead.
The Abelin car is chassis 172, so built by Fabcar, raced in Daytona 1991 by the Andretti's.
Yes, I think a lot of people forget that Mario Andretti, after his Formula World Championships and going back to continue to succeed in the IndyCar and kart series, is that he did quite frequently dabble in sports car racing. Came over to Mott's, somehow didn't win it, but he got very close several times.
Close once. He had a spin in Indianapolis.
In the Courage.
In the Courage, and he could have won that race, but for that spin. I think it knocked the rear wing askew and out and fixed it.
It wasn't a big off, it was enough just to require...
But I mean, he kept driving. I believe there's an IndyCar two-seater, and he was certainly the guy who gave most of the ride. In fact, he's been driven around Indy by Mario. And certainly doing it up to a couple of years ago. Okay, I think he's 84 now, or 85. So, yeah. And
I think
of course,
41.
He did drive an IndyCar when he was in his 70s, didn't he? And had a huge crash and walked away from it. I think the car went upside down and everything. So there was this Italia Sport liveried RLR chassis Porsche 962.
And through the course of this 2026 season, we'll see a rich cast of cars coming out to play in Group C. So Marco Fumigali's car is in, having a pit stop at the moment, but we're also due to have David Hart, hopefully will bring his Lola Judd from 1992 to come out and play at some point.
And that's been, that car was late. They were doing things to this car, and just as I was running back up to the booth, they were actually doing something mechanical to it. So one presumes the same problem has reoccurred.
Yeah, well, yesterday it just seemed to have the legs on the spice. Today it's fallen behind, so maybe it is some slight intermittent problem. Another car we will hopefully have in the Group C races through the course of 2026 is Kriton Lendoudis, the British-based Greek driver, with his glorious, what a sound it makes, the Mercedes-Benz CL11 from 1990. That's a car that can shake your innards if it drives past at full chat. We was hoping to have Paul White bring out an Aston Martin AMR1 as well from 1989. So a bit of variety, maybe another 962 Porsche might come our way as well. So it's going to be a moving feast. We definitely want to have Mr. John B getting his Peugeot out to play.
Yeah, so unfortunately, well, they've got the engine cover off there. I think they've got a problem with that car, haven't they?
Well, we commented it's not running at the pace it was yesterday, because certainly it was able to run at the very, very front of the field. And,
adjusting the rear suspension. Well, this is... it goes like this. Mr. Cabana will win this. They built Argo, founded by Joe Marcotte, and as we discussed yesterday, they didn't only build sports cars, built quite a lot of Formula 3, Atlantic, Super V cars. They built probably about 26 of these Argo sports cars from starting, well, way back in 1983, all the way through to the JM20, which was in 1991. One of the best known drivers actually at Argo was Martin Shanker, who was the top
rallycross man at the time.
And quite controversial character, I believe.
Well, he liked to say things to mind people. I remember he just, Le Mans one year, he was racing the Argo, and I went up to talk to him and I said, I'll talk to you about Le Mans now, but tell me about Pikes Peak. Oh, he goes, that silly hill. You know, insulting all the Americans, this great mountain climb, that silly hill. He's just being dismissive, but a big character for sure. And, but actually, maybe the most famous person in overall top results in motor racing at Racing Argo was Roberto Guerrero.
Yeah.
Of course, he had a lot of success in Indy cars, had his Formula 1.
Super lady driver still around in America, Lynn St. James, she raced one. And a lot of the early cars, first couple of cars, were built for a guy called Jim Downing with Mazda engines in, and Jim Downing was the guy who invented the HANS device.
Yeah, Jim had a lot of years racing with that Mazda rotary, didn't he? That was a different soundtrack.
That's right. It had a rotary. It was a Mazda rotary engine.
If you've never heard a rotary engine, I tell you what, actually, if you're working in a 24-hour race, you rather hope they're going to retire, because that noise, every time it comes past the pits or wherever you're working, it splits your head. But they were great, and they had them in touring cars as well. I remember the Vanden Beeken Coronels racing theirs in the Spa 24 Hours, but mainly in sports car racing, that rotary engine. And Jim Downing kept it going for years in the IMSA series.
And Richard Piper's team. Richard Piper, great stalwart in sports car racing, PC Automotive. I had 2 or 3 of these cars. Well, that car's back running again, so that's good news.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to... the fastest lap in the race, well, no prizes for guessing it, might be Olivier Gallon in his race-leading Jaguar, 1 minute 41.1. Yeah. We don't have the screen that lets us know what each of the lap times is. We only get the best lap for each of the cars. Hopefully that's something we can change in future, because it'd be interesting to see, you know, for example, is Philip Kadouris now being able to pick up the pace, having had a bit of a suspension?
Look at it, add up you're just adding up in your head the 3 split times and telling us the lap time, the last lap.
I'll have to concentrate. Of course I can do it.
back in my rally co-driving days, before all the computer stuff, used to have a calculator that added up in minutes and seconds.
Yeah.
Which it saved you so much time trying to convert it all into seconds and then convert it back.
Yeah, that's really sensible.
Yeah.
Not a complicated function, but a really, really simple one.
No, you could buy those. I think probably if you're clever and you've got a calculator, you can probably, these days, you can probably program it to do that. But this was specially for that task. And it was very useful working in television production. It's something you had to add up in minutes and seconds.
Yes,
as well.
and also the countdown.
Yes.
I fancy Marco Fumigali's picking up the pace now. He's come back on the tail about 100 Chawan, so maybe a stern talking to by his team or whatever.
We'll have a nice little battle here.
Well, they haven't. They can enjoy it for another 20 minutes, and what we want is a bit of chopping and changing. We've already had the Spice go past the Argo, but the Argo very much looking to get back past the Spice. Down to turn 10 they go, and Chawan in the Spice just about hangs on in the pit, so he's had no real pressure. Came in with about a 10-second margin. Olivier Gallon.
Fingers crossed that starter mode is going to work. He's just taking on a little bit of liquid, and I've been very disappointed from yesterday because he was short. They celebrated the victory, and then to have it taken away.
But also there was surprise because quite often in this the driver is the last one to know what's happening because they're not in the pit seeing the screen. And he was sort of, so I've won.
Well, yes, that's right. Well, I think Montrap was down there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Ram telling him you've won. Well, we got a good little C2 scrap here. Two different rival chassis.
It was always the problem in events like the Le Mans 24 Hours. You tend to focus on what's happening at the front of the race. But some of the battles in C2 were great, but in the early days of C2 they often broke quite regularly, running on a much, much smaller budget. And so sometimes I think, if you're running one, do you just try and get through the night and see where you can attack from them, or are you racers and you go early on? But I think you had a combination of those.
And remember, a lot of them had they were allowed 3-litre engines, so they had a tuned down version of Formula 1 DFV engine in. For C2. Later, of course, we've had the DFL, which was a different version of the DFV, more for sports car racing.
Yeah, because the early ones were just known as the vibrators, weren't they?
They were the
DFVs, because they shook cars apart.
But
they made the long stroke, and it was a much smoother engine.
But of course, DFV, and they were in Gulf Mirages for a while as well, weren't they? But we did have. We had one victory with a DFV engine at Le Mans.
Yes, in 75, 76.
French, was it? Was it a Courage one? No. But we did. Definitely had one DFV car with Le Mans.
Yeah, I thought it was the Mirage.
Oh, maybe it was, or maybe it had
75,
two.
76. No, I don't think it's been two.
Can you?
I possibly can.
Google that. Actually,
no, I'm going to some notes I might have done somewhere.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Well, I did have a computer wipeout 2 years ago, and it took most of my records with it.
XJR 12 Jaguar with a magnificent V12 engine in it. Of course, later they had sort of versions of Cosworth Formula 1 engines in, and they had. They went to. The V6 engine, it never sounded as good, did it?
No.
Never sounded as good.
Absolutely not.
The V12 was the one that we loved, and one of Martin Brundle had his win in. And I was just reading an interview with Martin Brundle last night, actually, where he said the greatest thing in his career was definitely winning Le Mans.
Well, there's so much more to well.
Yeah, what do we?
How about the Golf GR8? 1975.
That would be, yes.
Jackie X Derek Bell. So okay, we did get it between us.
I thought there was one other.
I don't think so. But anyhow, we must not deviate.
Yeah. Well, obviously we've got a few cars. It's nice just to go off on a few little tangents. Although we do have still cars running close together, which is good. We've got Olivier Galland in a lead by some 9 seconds over Klaus Abel. Great to have that car running properly again. And then Kadori way back in third place, but he's had his win, locked into it a little bit. but he had his win yesterday.
Well, he was first across the finish line, but then with all those results going the other way. But I'm just impressed that Klaus Abelin. It's you know, decent length of time, and he's, you know, at the older end of the driving scale, and he's you know, just not dropped away that much. And in fact, he's closer than he was before the pit stop.
So the ex-Andretti Porsche going very nicely indeed. They have had quite a few problems with that car, because I remember seeing it last season and it didn't finish.
Yeah, that's the thing with the packed agenda here. If you aren't able to get down there, the next race is starting now. Okay, further problem for the Argo. It dropped away in the last lap or so from the Spice. Remember, it came out after the pit stop. Has it just simply got a puncture there? Well, it might be more than a puncture, but they have got a spare tyre out for that.
Well, they don't seem to be doing anything else.
No.
Oh, now jacking it up. Well, because it could be. Well, maybe the wheel was loose.
I don't know, they seem to be looking at the wheel on the other side of the car as well. So
well, maybe it felt a big vibration.
That's the point. Yeah. Well, I can't be sure, but they seem very keen to fit some more wheels on there. They've got another 15 minutes this race, so you've got to get out there, that's for sure. Shame, because, I mean, yesterday it just seemed to have the legs on the Spice. Today, not quite, but was able to, after the pit stop, to get right on its tail. So we thought there'd been an adjustment that worked in their favour, but right now, speedy by name, but not by nature, unfortunately.
Some quarter of an hour still to go. See, they had a bit of sponsorship from Lada as well.
So I've never noticed that before.
Yeah. Lada, the Russian car manufacturer, used to have deals with Fiat, didn't they?
Well, indeed.
Ladas were based on Fiats for a long time.
Well, it was the Fiat 124 that seemed to be copied so much, because they had the Polski Fiat lot in Poland. You had Seat using the same model here in Spain, and Lada were based very much on a sort of latter-day version of the same, weren't they? Somewhat after the Fiat 124 in the early 70s came out as a top-selling Italian road car. I just think for the people who were here 12 months ago for this ESPÍRITU DE MONTJUIC, it's like they've come to a different circuit, a different planet, because last year it wasn't just sluicing down with rain, it was really windy as well. It was pretty hideous, not a nice place to be, but the paddock, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, people milling around, looking at the cars, looking at displays, going to the Dodgems, the carousel, wondering why the heck there's an aeroplane parked in the paddock. We've been scratching our heads.
Talking about that, when I went down I thought these cars were still in the assembly area, so I went the wrong direction first. And I went through something I never saw yesterday, with a whole load of Lambrettas and scooters, and one I have never ever seen with a sidecar. A mini sidecar.
That must have moved about the pace of a snail with a sidecar and a person on board.
There's some great stuff down there. There's those Model T Fords, and Deuce Coupes and hot rods. There's a good display of those. There's Dodgems down there.
Bit of music. There's a good atmosphere.
Yeah, I think there's bands playing. There's the display of historic Seat racing cars through the ages. And now they're rocking it backwards and forwards. This is something intended to do with a gearbox. With a gearbox problem. So, anyway, you can go, mate. Don't worry, but just get on with it. And gave it a bit of DFB power, and out it goes.
Again, looking from this angle, looks like the pit lane is only about 25 metres long. Trust me, it's a lot more than that. That's the foreshortening effect of the head-on shot. And we get that very much when we see the start of the race.
We do.
As the field comes through. And it's a very long start-finish straight. Drops down towards the first corner, and this is where Marco Fumagalli is just arriving now. This is a corner over the years been chopped and changed a lot, because at many points you just had an enormous gravel trap and people would all fall in. But the decision to put at least a strip or two of tarmac has just stopped a lot of races halting, and unfortunately the march is now coming into the pits at the moment, so let's hope George doesn't have a problem. But
I do hope they take the rear bodywork off and we get a look at that massive great turbocharger.
Well, he's already dropped down to the mandatory speed, but I think that looks like a car that's retiring. There's no great figure.
Attitude to it. No, there isn't. Look, there's
his pit crew moving across to flag him into the right garage. He's in one of the garages closest to pit in anyhow, so it doesn't have to go too far.
And that's where he's going. Oh no, he's not. Here he is, right in front of our cameraman. He's got a big BRDC badge on him. but I'm not sure why. Somebody
Richard Clear Racing.
Oh, was it Richard Clear Racing? Did they run it?
Obviously, they ran that. Ran one in 1986 for Richard Clear, Jack Newsom and Lionel Robert.
Oh, right.
And it was the only finisher in the IMSA GTP class. So, you know, we were talking about Group C, IMSA GTP, you know, the cars looked relatively similar, but slightly different for the American racing scene. And for a long time they've been in IMSA cars, but very few people actually competing in it. But for Richard Clear...
Yeah, bit of smoke coming off the brakes.
Beau Jolly's, was that a nightclub?
Yes, it was a nightclub.
Sponsor on the front.
Yeah. One of the famous nightclubs sponsor racing cars was Thursdays. Alan Jones and fabulous.
Johnny Mack's car.
Yeah, Johnny McDowell went to his funeral the other day, but I think we're going to get another pit report, aren't we? So we're going to go down now to Vincent. He's probably down with that march and get another catch up, find out the latest news.
Back in the pits with some problem with the March 85G, and Georges Caban with us, interview in French. Georges Caban, interview en français. Problème apparemment pour cette voiture. Qu'est-ce qui se passe a priori?
Je pense qu'on a un problème avec un moyeu arrière gauche. Je pense, et ça nous pénalise en frein, ça nous laisse partir la pédale en bas.
Alors Georges, vous m'avez dit que vous avez fait le premier relais et c'est physique.
Ah, c'est très très physique pour moi, oui.
C'est une voiture brute de fonderie, on peut parler de cette marche.
Ouais, c'est une voiture très très brute. Elle est faite pour faire le Mans. C'est une voiture de grand circuit. Le Mans se passe avant. Mais les petits circuits comme ça, c'est très très dur.
Voiture moins connue que les Porsche 962, etc. Mais c'est une voiture qui a le palmarès au Mans.
Voilà, elle a gagné le Mans en 86, cette voiture. Elle a fait 14e avec un pilote français qui est un Mansois. Et après, elle est partie aux États-Unis. Elle a gagné à Sebring.
Et vous l'avez depuis l'année dernière?
Oui, j'ai commencé l'année passée avec. C'est la deuxième saison.
Alors, question qu'on peut se poser, est-ce que c'est facile ou pas à piloter?
Alors, c'est très très dur à piloter. Faut être jeune, faut être très jeune. C'est très très dur.
He's still young, or not so young, but that's not the point, of course. Georges Caban with this March 85B, and unfortunately it's a retirement for this car.
Thank you, Vincent, and picked out there that he was talking about the left rear causing a problem.
And he was saying how much he liked the circuit, wasn't he?
Yeah, but what he was particularly saying, though, he liked the car, but it's better for the big circuits like Le Mans, Spa-Francorchamps.
Right.
Here, it's hard work because you're constantly.
Oh, that's what he said.
Constantly having to turn. Yeah. He still enjoyed it, but he said it's more suited to places with sort of longer straights and maybe faster corners, but physical car. And also the way that the Buick would have delivered its grunt.
Yeah. I bet the enormous turbo lag, it probably suddenly kicks in.
Well, also you think about turbos as the Beau Jolly's livery a discotheque, not nightclub. I
think it was
more of the same. I mean,
I think it was pretty well known.
It was. So I'm told, but I only knew it through motor racing. But anyhow, I think, you know, back then, even on it was the early days of turbos on road cars, and sometimes it said turbo in the boot, but you didn't really know it was a turbo until about 3 seconds after you'd applied the throttle. Then suddenly it would come crashing in, and be quite entertaining. But certainly, you know, when it came in racing cars, of course, Renault brought it in 1977 into Formula One, and it didn't really work for quite a while. And then in time, everybody pretty much had to have them. But even about 4 or 5 years later, some of the turbo cars were just absolutely brutal. They described it as light switch, on off.
The Hart engine in particular was a bit like that, I think. And fabulous V12 sounds around this circuit, reminding us of the great Jaguar victories at Le Mans. They had great following. I wonder what sort of following the Formula E team gets these days. Aren't quite the same, I don't think. Certainly don't sound. You know, people love, your racing car brings in a lot of senses, and it's not just the sounds and the smells and the.
But it's the difference between, if you watch it on television, you can pick up the sound from the microphones, but it's when you're standing trackside. Every season, the first meeting, it's still a visceral thing for me.
TV can't really do that. Like years ago when I worked for the Speed Channel in America, they used to say, stop commentating let's listen to the guy have a complete lap of something, if it was something like this.
We do it a lot, actually, in championships I've worked in. And, it's also quite good if you want to do an onboard lap.
Yeah.
So you can see what they're doing. But if you want to describe it, but if you can hear the engine, though, sometimes we do. You talk over the onboard lap, and then you have a clear lap where they're filming it from outside, and you just pick up the sound.
Yeah.
But it is still very, very different. And also, some circuits, of course, you can hear that if there are already cars on the circuit when you're arriving, you can hear them from a long way off.
Yes, you can.
Even now, that still piques my excitement.
Yeah. Well, you've been to Sebring, Bruce. When you
No, I've never done Sebring.
You've never been to
Never been to
You get to
Sebring.
Sebring, you pick up your pass, it's right by the last turn, the very bumpy line, is it turn 12 anyway, that really bumpy, double long right-hander. And as you drive in, you can't actually see the cars, but you can hear them, and now I know what that was, you know.
Yeah.
You can just by the pure sound, because that's where you wait to pick up your credential.
No, it still really works. And I think in historic racing you have this enormous array of sounds as well.
Yeah.
And then when you go back to the really early cars, when you go to what we've had as the Le Mans Classic over the years with the cars from the 1920s, they produce a totally different sound again.
Yeah, I mean, the ERA, famous British single-seater racing cars pre-war, some of them did race after the war, that had it was described as like tearing calico, the sound. I'm not quite sure. Calico's obviously something like some form of linen, I think. But
it is.
I have no idea what it sounds like, but it must make a lot of noise when it tears.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't tear and doesn't tear. Then when it goes in a great big rent. But anyhow, yes.
I mean, favourite all time, definitely Matra V12. But then the 4-quad Mazda was so loud. The 4-quad. Obviously rotary Mazda was just the most noisy thing in the world. This Jaguar was very good, and the Judd V10 actually a fine noise.
Well, a lot of people in recent years have been saying, can we have V10s back in Formula 1 for the sound? And I must say, it's never going to happen. But I tell you what, just after having had that conversation with someone, something popped up on social media, and I found myself just watching lap after lap more footage of V10 cars. You know, it is important. I understand if you're racing in city centres, nobody wants a really, really loud car or loud gaggle of cars. And some meetings, actually at Monaco over the years, when working in the pit, or as I had done, when you take your cans off at the end of the day and you realise how much noise has been coming off the buildings, bouncing back around the harbour, and it is an assault on the senses.
It's pretty noisy around the Birmingham Super Prix as well, because there was quite a lot of buildings close to that. Terrific Britain's only street circuit. I love that. I worked that race for 5 years.
Yeah, it certainly was quite interesting. It's the only place I've ever watched a race from the top of a multi-storey car park, looking down onto the track towards the end of the night.
I ran the media centre. The press office was in the Matthew Bolton Centre, which was a college. The first year we were on the ground floor by the pits. There was Bristol Street Motors, and we had the press office in there, and it was a showroom. And just on the glass, and you couldn't hear anything, at all. That's why I said we can't stay here. It was absolutely just so loud. Those 3,000 cars are pretty loud. As we see this Porsche, the Dower, the Fab car chassis that was built in America specifically for the Andretti's, but by a German team. And here is the car going very nicely indeed with Klaus Abelin, the man with the meat ball company. I think they do a lot of other meat products, don't they? Not just I think so, yeah.
I'm sure they do, but when
I went on his website once, and, but he's famous for the meatballs, and nice that he's running historic cars. The team's still running in Nürburgring 24 and so on.
Not now. It didn't until it took that victory. I think it might have done the following year, but I don't think it's not going to be there forever. I think it moves in, moves out. But you see Klaus, and he looks like he's going to a country and western convention. He's wearing jeans, cowboy boots, he's got that leather hat, probably a checky shirt, but he is an arch enthusiast, and I'm actually thrilled that he's had a really good run here today. He's been running competitive pace in a car, as you said, there's 00 Havilland livery 962C that has had its problems before. Great too to see the Jaguar. I didn't expect to see one here when I was arriving. It wasn't on the entry list, and you were surprised too when it suddenly appeared when we were looking for a Nissan. And you know, if we have Olivier Galland, who's driven it so well, chopping and changing his cars through the year, that's great. It gives us a chance to see something else, something different.
Yeah, and interestingly, the States car, the Avalon car, has been run by Franz Conrad, who runs Leeds, a Loeb, but Franz was also a great driver, and he had raced both Porsche 962s and, because he was the Silk Cut Jaguar team for 1 year.
It was actually, you know, when you think back about that Silk Cut Jaguar team, there were a lot of people who drove for it. They really moved the team around, and then you had people like Wyn Percy was there because Tom just thought Wyn was the business, but you know, you couldn't not love Wyn Percy. But it was, there were many more drivers. It's when you look back at history, I completely forgot they had 2 races and then they got hoofed out, and then there was so and so and so forth.
Salazar, remember him, the Chilean driver.
You know, they didn't. You know, when they were getting close to that first victory, they weren't sure they wanted him in the car towards the end, were they? You know.
Davy Jones, another.
Tell you what, though.
Well, in fact, he didn't drive the car, did he?
Salazar.
Yeah, in the end. And they brought Brundle. I don't know. They
brought someone back in or across. I can't remember.
Brundle, I think.
Tell you what.
There was lots of books about it, but
this is the final lap, and I just want to appreciate for the last time one of the classic liveries in motor racing, the Silk Cut livery. It was different to anything else that went before. You spent a lot of time writing about liveries, but it still looks very crisp now, doesn't it?
I haven't done that yet, and of course it went to all purple in the end.
Yeah.
And I didn't think it was as effective.
No, it looks crisper.
So
without the purple, but you know, sometimes you like the change, sometimes it works. But you know, they work really hard, and Silk Cut put a lot of money into that. And I think that with that success at Le Mans, they gained so much more publicity than they would have expected. So they were absolutely cock-a-hoop at the time. David Maron and the gang from
that's right. And of course, they were also racing these cars in the States as well. The team was run by Tony Dow over there, but at Le Mans, both the European and the American team came over, and Tony Dow won the race 1 year, and Tom was not happy because they got some tweaks on the car that Dow never even told Tom about.
That's the history of motor racing, isn't it? These things, and we are all competitive people, whether in a commentary box or down on the track.
Tony's a great racer. He's still down there, and he lives in Australia now. Saw him a couple of years ago as a checkered flag falls with a Silk Cut Jaguar victory. Wow.
Yeah, well, that was an exemplary run.
We thought he won yesterday. In the end, he finished second. Today, he's won. So, Olivier Galland, and he loves his racing. So he comes from a family cosmetics business is where the wealth is. I think they possibly make perfume and stuff like that. But
well, in fact, there are a few other cars up and down the paddock with perfume sponsors. A great big PR on one of the Lotus Lolas is a Paco Rabanne back from the early 70s. And others, mates included. And didn't have such a clean run today, the Italia-sponsored 962C.
No, I was just taking it. I think he's got a problem, actually. But he gets a finish, and he gets a podium, and he's racing the car another day. I mean, in the Le Mans Classic, the Group C won't be this year, it'll be next year. They'll probably have 20-odd Group C cars.
Oh God, no!
But they are so expensive to run. That's the trouble.
But they really are, and you know, maybe some of the drivers who didn't come out this weekend, they're spreading it across the season, picking the meetings they can get to.
Yeah.
Just remember, a lot of the drivers here, they're not professional drivers. They do have businesses to run, families to say hello to from time to time as well.
It's quite a haul down here. Certainly for the French-run cars, it's much easier to go to Dijon.
Yeah, so the C2 class won by Alessandro Chawan. Here he comes in his Spice, and Marco Fumagalli, you know, took battle to him, led him, was passed by him, but clearly something untoward. The extra pit stop for Fumagalli, the Italian, indicated a problem. He has got it to the finish. Georges Cabin did not get to the finish, but not too far before the flag fell. Did he bring that march in? He had his run. He's had his morning workout.
Yeah, nice little. Well, we needed a workout, didn't he? Nice little interview with him, though. And Rich, of course. lovely to see a March was 84G running.
We really go from one extreme to the other because we're going to touring cars next.
Yes,
the Heritage touring car.
cars.
Really looking forward to that. But it's always lovely to see the Group C cars.
Yeah, we're going to be BMWs and Capris racing wheel to wheel. They're pretty evenly matched. I also love the side exhaust in the Silk Cut Jag.
Yeah, and one of the classic things, you know there's an evolution in a car, but the way, if you put side by side, not just one season, the next season, the season after, even during the season, the changes are coming thick and fast.
The later Silk Cut Jags with the V6 engine stuff was designed by Ross Brawn. Well, the last one had a Formula 1 engine, effectively. But this was a Tony Southgate car. And Tony, regularly see Tony at Silverstone, and he's a great designer. And one of the most annoying things, I wanted to buy his book and I didn't get round to it. And now it was sold out, and it's about 150 quid because there was very few of them. Because he was a very successful BRM designer. Tony was successful on it.
Yeah, loads of stuff with Lola. I was just actually contemplating, you were talking about how many cars he actually designed.
Yeah.
You just realise how prolific they were. Every year was a different car, but in his case, several.
So the red and white crash over the word Olivier, his name on the back of his helmet, just unhooks the radio communications cord, times out, a couple of thumbs up, and the car run by Scott Sport. There's Aaron Scott there, just congratulating him and the team. Aaron's a good race car driver, done a lot of stuff in GT racing. His sister works the pit lane, doesn't she? And his father is a race director.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. So it's there's no way of avoiding it in their family. Motor racing through and through. But
he looks like a brother to me.
Yeah, a brother Gallon, perhaps. Father Gallon on the right-hand side. He just is so enthusiastic, racing here in his own right. But you know, he takes a huge amount of pleasure, Xavier does, in what Olivier is achieving. It's lovely to see, isn't it?
I think that's his partner.
Did they get creative with another penalty just in case? I was pushing.
Yeah,
exactly. 2 seconds in the end. 2 seconds.
Okay, well, Olivier Gallon is looking very happy indeed, and it's funny to hear from him just in advance of the interview with Vincent that just making sure there wasn't another penalty. But let's find out the truth from the man himself, from Olivier.
That's the end of the race of Group C Racing, and not the same winner as yesterday. The same interview, but not the same winner. Olivier, apparemment aujourd'hui, on ne parle pas de pénalité, départ volé, etc., etc. Ça a été bon.
Ça a été bon, ça a été bon. Bon, j'ai poussé comme un malade jusqu'à la fin, au cas où. Je me disais, on sait jamais, parce qu'hier, bon, je la gagne pas, mais bon, je pense que je la gagne quand même. Et mais super, mais je dois dire que le pilote Abelin, je crois, je le connais pas, mais on était plus ou moins dans le même rythme, hein, donc je pense que j'ai pu partir au départ et prendre un bon départ. Et il a dû se bagarrer un peu avec Kadori, ça lui a fait perdre du temps. Mais après, on était dans des rythmes très similaires. Donc j'ai eu de la chance de bien partir, quoi.
On peut regretter quelque part l'absence de quelques voitures. Ici, le plateau est un peu faible. C'est dommage parce que ça reste des voitures exceptionnelles.
Absolument. Ben, il manque Yvan Vercouter et Ralph Kelleners avec la 962. Bon, on espère qu'ils seront là la prochaine fois. Et puis il manque pas mal de voitures en plus. Mais bon, j'ai entendu dire qu'il y avait beaucoup de voitures à Spa. Donc on s'amusera, on s'amuse quand même, mais on s'amusera encore plus, quoi.
Et à Spa, ce sera la Nissan ou la Jaguar?
Je pense que ce sera la Nissan, mais on verra.
Parce que Spa est un circuit rapide, bien évidemment. We'll see you back in Spa with probably the Nissan and not the Jaguar.
Thank you very much, indeed.
Also, I noticed he mentioned he was sorry that Ivan Vercoutre and Ralph Kelleners, who have a Porsche 962, an ex-Yos car that is usually very successful in the Group C, weren't here, and they tend to be the people to beat, really.
Yeah, in the first race last year here in Barcelona, in the wet, that was a Vercoutre. Kellener's victory. Kizon Lendudis, we expect him later in the year. He was second in the Mercedes. Olivier Gallon was third, but he was in the Nissan. This year he decided to come here and try the Jaguar. We'll see what they bring out later in the season. But yeah, if a few more cars would come and play, give something for Olivier to tackle, and there's nothing more rewarding than having a really good scrap. But anyhow, full of happiness, and as he said, I wasn't sure I was going to get another penalty, so I just pressed on and pressed on, but he clearly had things under control. Eventually he was 26 seconds clear, but I must say, really good run there from Klaus Abelen. He might have faded in the final few laps, but he was going very nicely in his Porsche 962C. But what we have, and we saw a trade of mouth-watering touring cars from the mid-1970s going around the back of the cars that are parked underneath the podium, the Group C cars, so they're already going around, and this is very much an element of the Le Mans Classic Series. The racing comes thick and fast. As one lot are cleared off, the next grid of mouth-watering cars gets funneled out onto the circuit. But let's go back down and hear an interview with Klaus Abelen with Vincent.
At the finish of the race, this time with Klaus Abelen and this wonderful Porsche 00. Klaus, you are an expert of the Nordschleife of the Nürburgring with the free category racing, but it seems that Barcelona is also a good track for you.
Oh, I love it. We had some rounds last week and this week, so I'm very happy here, and yeah, the times are quite okay. I'm happy.
Very interesting car, this one. Can you tell us about the story of this car?
Yeah, that's a 1991 Porsche 962C, and driven from the 4 Andretti's in Daytona at this year. And then, come on, my head first. So, okay, thank you. And now I'm ready. And yeah, that's all history. That was all the race, and my races in the last year. So I had some races at the Nürburgring, and now some in this wonderful series, Peter Auto.
Olivier Gallard just said us a few minutes ago, this guy is very quick.
It seems to be, sometimes.
Klaus Abelen with this Porsche 962.
Thank you very much, Vincent. And there was the famous hat going on.
Extraordinary piece of headgear.
It doesn't show oil stains, I think that's what
I don't think it does, no. He was very keen to wear it. But, a small field, but some beautiful cars, and they made a great show going round. So let's just catch up on some of the images from just a few moments ago.
Okay, well, I tell you what, we're going to actually, we talked about the programme being very slick. The race has just gone from red lights to green lights, so we're straight into the Heritage Cup. And this is the world of BMW CSLs, the Ford Capris filling the front row with Maxime Guénard, the white car with the green spoiler. But down the inside, as a challenge into the opening corner, it may still be 2 Capris with the Herbicide car nipping back into second place. But the challenge was there, but what a grid of cars.
Yeah, we're describing yesterday that some of the BMWs have 24 valve engines, some have 12, and there's about 50 horsepower between the two different engine types. And last year they had to run in the same class, so we believe there's a subclass being created this year.
Yeah.
And same with the Capris, the 2 different engines there as well.
Yeah, I think at the next meeting we will have Heritage Cup 2.
Yeah.
Touring Cup 2 coming out.
Well, yes, there's 2 or 3 different divisions, aren't there? But anyway, we got some nice escorts in there. One driven by the guy who's hugely successful in the day, Dave Matthews, whose son James been involved in all kinds of was successful driver for a while, then driver management. And then we got Vince Woodman was another great exponent of this kind of racing, mainly in Capris actually, but also with an escort before that. But I think that white car you see now was raced by him in period.
Yeah, and obviously
Vince, a great West Country character, and a Ford dealer actually.
Yeah, so all eyes on the front will be on the Capris at the moment. Armand Miel in second place, Maxime Guénard leading the race. But just going back to the escorts, if I may, in fact the best placed one was really going rather nicely. Raphael de Bourman in 8th place overall, just actually behind the next car behind the green and white Capri. But in Germany they raced them really strongly. Zack Speed ran escorts for really quite a while. A lot of people like Hans Heyer and so on and so forth running those in periods. So, yeah, the best place is escort is orange and black.
The UFO Jeans car's had a problem. He's turning off there now.
Jose Oliveira.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Hopefully
Portuguese driver.
Hopefully that will find a gap in the wall for that to go away. But at the front of the field, definitely going away is Maxime Guénard. He's putting clear of Armand Miel. Armand is in also an RS31 100 Capri, but his is the one with the Hermitite sponsorship. and at that final corner, the UFO car has got going again, I sense.
Well, last year there were 2 races, and a man called Sebastian Glazer won the first. You won't see his name there, but if you look at the 3rd place driver, Leo G, that is Sebastian Glazer.
Crafty, eh?
Crafty. So why? Somebody came and part of the French crew came and told us that yesterday.
Held up a piece of paper.
Yeah, just I wonder what the hell he was on about to start with.
Yeah, just want to.
Max and Guenard won the 2nd race.
Yeah, just want to correct myself. It was the Greenhow car that spun. It was 171, and there it is reporting into the pit lane. It wasn't the number 17 that we mentioned, which is actually the Yakko livery car of Jose Oliveira. Right, leading the race after 1 lap, 1.3 seconds to good. Maxime Guenard ahead of fellow Capri racer Armand Mille. 9/10 of a second back to Leo G. You just mentioned Sebastian Glazer is his regular name, and Olivier Breitmeier is in 4th place overall.
Sebastian's been a champion in the past here as well in this series.
We did find it amusing. You make the effort of having a pseudonym, and you're rumbled at the first occasion.
Yeah.
In fact, I tell you what, it's very much something that happens a lot in the long-distance racing in Nürburgring. In Germany, over the years in Germany, there have been so many people racing under pseudonyms. And of course, there was a very famous winner of the Le Mans 24 Hours, and that's when he had to admit to his mother that John Winter, his racing name was actually, Louis Kragis?
Louis Kragis, yes. Actually, one of the few racing guys who committed suicide. He went to America and ran a toy business, believe it or not, after he won them all, and he committed suicide.
Oh, well, that's awfully sad, isn't it? Awfully sad for whatever reason brought that to bear. So, best of the escorts is now in.
Oh, it's going well.
8th place, still Raphael de Boorman. So good to see. You know, it's nice to see the order being a little bit shuffled up. Raphael, it's the ex-Broad Speed car, ex-Dave Matthews car, as you mentioned earlier in this race.
Broad Speed was a guy called Ralph Broad from Birmingham, and ran a top outfit and Ford put works cars in his hands. And originally, when I first saw him, he ran Anglias, Ford 105E Anglias, and they were 1 litre cars. And so drivers went from that on to great things, like John Fitzpatrick, for instance, one of the early people.
Right, there's the only one RS 2600 Capri. This is the lightweight version of Jean-François Besson, but it's a slow version because it's not going anywhere at the moment with repairs. But obviously, it's a sort of battle for performance in all forms of motor racing. That was a car from 1975. We do actually have a car from 1980 in this race, which is a BMW 635 CSI. So it's a more modern car, but runs a more controlled dimensions and specifications, so not actually as fast.
Yesterday, because this is our 2nd race for these cars, yesterday we had Stephen Keating in his Rover, which was much new in the invitation class. It was ran towards and it's shown as
having started this race, but it's clearly had a problem.
And 2 laps down. So we haven't seen that car yet. It's orange, and other than the number rounders on it, there's no decals at all.
It does look as though it's maybe going to be something that evolves into a beauty through the course of the season.
But, so now we've got Maxime Guenard, followed by Armand Mille, who we've just seen very recently in the Lola T70. And those two, as we said many times, their father started the Richard Mille watch company, and they've been friends since they were little kids, schoolboys.
Well, what a joy to be able to have a friendship that goes like that, and have a different way you can go and play.
Yeah, Swiss, of course. As I said yesterday, the Richard Mille watches is based right by the French border. I've forgotten the name of the town now.
Right, we've been talking about the ex-Dave Matthews Escort, but it's being caught because under a second behind is Jean-Luc Blanchemin, car number 21, which is another ex-Broad Speed car, one that Andy Rouse, did he win much? He won everything in British touring cars, British saloon cars as they were. And of course, he came very much from that part of the world, and it's so quietly spoken, Andy, but as soon as he got in the car, that's where he did the talking.
We nicknamed him Randy Mouse. And of course, he set up his own Andy Rouse Engineering, and his son has carried on great race engineering. He's run a lot of very successful cars in single seaters as well, actually.
Oh, good. At least
I think I think Andy Rouse Sunday got a senior position on Formula 1 team. That's from memory, but I think so. Anyway, he's a great race engineer, and also raced. But Andy Rouse, one of the huge names, let's say, of what we used to call saloon car racing.
Indeed. Right, two Capris leading the way. The best of the BMWs is in third place, which is Leo G in the Warsteiner gold livery. Olivier Breitmeier is next in line. He's about 6 seconds further back. In fact, at the head of this queue, so the Castrol livery BMW Luigi CSL is just in front of the one in the Works livery. The Works livery could be, with those BMW racing colours, it could be on a white background, it could be on a silver background, or a black. Those tended to be the colour they used.
Yeah. Luigi is an Italian team. Whereas the other famous team that ran is a Schnitzer, and you'll see Schnitzer on a windscreen strip as well in this race. And a bit of a challenge down the inside, and that came quite close.
Yeah, that was Dominique Guénard attacking Emil Breitmeier.
That's the father, Maxime's father.
Fantastic, flamboyant cars, those CSLs. The tiny little wing on the top of the back of, just above the rear window, and then the huge wing that was created for them to go racing. And I was mentioning yesterday that it wasn't really something you see on the road car. Let's have a look at a replay. The 635 CSI BMW with the Mara livery just running too deep into turn 10. A nice, tidy overtaking manoeuvre there being pulled off by the far more nimble Escort.
We look at the Escorts, and it reminds me of the great days of Escort Mexico racing. You know, people like Jody Scheckter's terrific one-make series that they ran. Yeah,
around British circuits, and they have a whole combination of people taking part in them. And the Escort Mexico, to explain, was, why would you call a car after a country? And it's because there was a London to Mexico rally,
which it won.
And therefore they thought, let's because these rallies of enormous distance, they get a huge amount of publicity. If you can then go and win it, you're the fool if you don't just then embrace it. But it was a performance version of the standard Escort. But another way to keep promoting it is to have a racing series.
Yeah, and that was some very good. Jerry Marshall was in it. Roger Clark, a great rally driver. Colin Vandervelde, a friend of mine, enjoyed it. It was excellent. In fact, the Escort Mexico that Colin Vandervelde raced in the series became a rally car for the RAC Rally, and I got a phone call. Oh, forget that story.
Well, same cars as we had in the replay, they've come together. The little Escort being given a bit of a clout there, unfortunately, by the 635 CSI. And that's Philippe Truffier getting into the side of, I think, Pierre-Alain France. Now, is there any damage on the BMW, but it's more likely to be damage on the Escort, because that was the one that was used as a bouncing board. Okay, not a heavy touch. He was already turning in, so the Escort was spun, but that was over-ambitious, and unfortunately, that was the heat of the battle, because you'd have thought that Truffier, the previous lap, having gone deep in the corner, would have, but then you're suddenly in a gaggle of 4 cars, and in the heat of battle, you maybe just miss your braking point, and that's the result.
Just very quickly, so we raced this Escort Mexico in the series, and they decided to do the RAC Rally in the same car, and it was converted into a rally car, and we had a super run. Actually, gearbox broke in the end, but we were. And I'd never done a rally before.
Oh, really?
No. Because I was a journalist, I just got a license. I mean, what happened? They just gave me a license. And actually, I did share a flat with 2 guys. One guy who won the RAC Rally as a navigator, so I got a bit of good coaching, and we had a terrific run. And actually, the mechanic of the day went on, Humphrey Corbett, went on to be a Formula 1 race engineer with Lee Joe with his team. That's 3,000.
I knew Humphrey in Formula 2000.
Yeah, he was our mechanic on that rally, 1972. And this week, I was going through some old stuff, and I found a road book.
One of your I was saying earlier about doing historical research, you suddenly find things and go off at tangents. Cracking battle it's between the CSLs. Leo G's clear in the best of those in third place overall, but Dominique Guénard has finally got past Olivier Breitmeier, and Franz Wunderlich is tucked in right behind them. So I don't think that one's far from far from over.
And then another Swiss driver, Yves Shamama. So we got Swiss first.
second.
He's about 3 seconds further back. This is the car leading the race, Maxime Guénard, and you can see the second of the Ford Capris. It's white with the gold, red, and black bands of Hermatite sponsorship in the background. The Rover, well, we're going to see it in a minute properly because we'll have it being overtaken and lapped by this, the race leader, Maxime Guénard, leading by 2.2 seconds. You know, he's got, at these points, you think 2.2 seconds is comfortable. You built a tenth of a second here, a tenth of a second there. Oh, the Rover's smoking a little bit, and that can lead to slightly slippery surfaces. But look, it's not so far back to the second place Capri of Armand Mille. So right now, Maxime Guénard has got to be slightly cautious, and he does do precisely that, getting past the Lola, the Rover. Good grief, getting my letters back to front.
So, yeah, I mean, he had the win yesterday. He won here a year ago. And this car with this interesting livery, it's got the liquid moly colours, sort of a German oil colours, and then this logo with a chimney sweep on it, which is
Nigrin.
Yes, which apparently started many years ago in the 19th century and became a car products company, car clean products company. Lots of flames coming out of it as it goes down the inside. The red Escort keeps well out of the way. There's the Nigrin, you see it, there's the chimney sweep complete with his ladder on the side. Maybe I ought to go in my liveries book open. Yeah, it's quite extraordinary.
Well, running very, very wide out of turn 3, probably because he's done a little bit of lapping there, is our race leader, Maxime Guénard. He gained 4/10 of a second in traffic and just general application over Armand Mille. It may come back the other way because in previous laps he's always had a bit of an advantage, but
pit stop is going to get the handicap, of course. The extra, won't he? Because he won.
Yeah, yesterday's winner will have an extra 15, I was going to say 15 minutes, that wouldn't be helpful, 15 seconds. Second place car yesterday, 10 seconds, and 5 seconds extra at the pit stop for the third place car. So Armand Mille, who was second?
Wasn't Armand Mille second yesterday?
No, yes he was.
Yeah.
So he gets, 15 seconds.
And he's only 2.7 seconds behind.
So Maxime Guénard, no, exactly.
Yeah. And actually, Leo G, if he wants to be called that, he's exactly 5 seconds behind. So, and I don't think he finished in the top 3 yesterday.
No, he didn't. Third place yesterday was car number. Ooh, I've written 34. I've got 34 mention this. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, it's the Brightmire CSL. So, so advantage Leo G.
Yeah.
Who actually was 4th yesterday.
So it's up.
Okay, car 97, the black meatball, that's the Rover, no doubt, because as I said, it was smoking away a little bit. And the warning flag, meaning, and the flashing board, report to the pit lane, mechanical problem of some sort.
They've got a bit of work to do with that. There's the UFO Jeans, red and white, crazy livery car, 71. And that's Nick Hyatt, isn't it? There's 3 Hyatts racing here this weekend. One with there's Ross Hyatt is the dad, a lot of experience racing at the mall, lots of success racing, lots of success in various businesses, including recovering ships from the bottom of the sea. That's one of the things that Ross has done in the past. And now they've got a business and they check out undersea cables. And they check some Russian money try and cut them to some extent. So he's got a big business. He's got 2 sons racing, Charlie and Nick. Nick's in the UFO car. There's that
Smoky in the cockpit, isn't it? Of that Rover.
Everywhere, isn't it? Look,
Okay, so it was the right thing for the marshals to call it in. They're trying to work out where the oil is departing from, but smoky, smelly place.
Yeah, it's up pointing in.
There's always someone who's pointing.
Yeah.
All right, Maxime Guénard, 3.7 seconds clear. 5 seconds extra for his pit stop could make it very, very interesting indeed. He's got the form in the run-up to the pit stops.
Well, Leo G has dropped back a lot on that last lap. So, Seb Glazer.
Just looking back to see who's top in the... There isn't a class for the Ford Escorts, but obviously an RS 1600 has got nowhere staying with the front-running cars, but still Raphael de Bourman, Jean-Luc Blanchemin is within a second of him. That's a good battle, 9th and 10th overall.
I was told there's going to be a subdivision for these cars with the less powerful engines, the 12 valves and the other Ford engine. But I was saying, we had a car dive into the pits. There's we heard yesterday in the broadcast, we heard from Michael Kammerman, didn't we, who's a former champion in this series from 2 years ago.
Yeah, but he was driving a Ford for the first time.
Yes, he was.
And
for
normally,
a friend, yes.
Yeah, normally drives the BMWs, prepares the BMWs, so just getting experience in that.
I was helping out a mate, I think. And, nice contrast, though.
It was Maurizio Bianco's. It was the white car with the gold flashes, and at the moment that car in Maurizio's hands is in 8th place overall, so not badly placed.
Cameron's a very good runner, so just see what he does.
Now the races here this weekend are of all of different lengths, but this one's a long one. It's an hour. We had a 2-hour race last night. We've got a 1.5-hour race this afternoon for the 2 Litre Cup Porsches.
I think that they almost always raced 1.5 hours.
And before we get to the Formula 1 demo, which is going to be at 10 to 3 this afternoon, we've got one further race between then and now, which is the Classic Endurance Racing 2 grouping of sports cars. So plenty of variety here.
Lots of action
at Barcelona. And it really is. It comes thick and fast. 52 holding on. That is Yves Samama, Franz Wunderlich. Looking left, looking right in the whites. CSL behind with the blue and red flashes. Looking down the inside. I don't think you're close enough. No, you're not really trying, are you?
And Yves Samama's a huge enthusiast for this series. Has a very nice toy DFV powered sports prototype. We'll see later. But races, I think he's got maybe got a Cobra as well. Him and his brother Philip. They've got a whole group of cars. As I said yesterday, spent most of his working life in Cincinnati, in America, but it's from Switzerland, back in Switzerland now. Sold their engineering business there.
We've been talking of Fords in form of Capri and Escort. We've been talking of the BMW CSL. We've talked of the 635 CSI. It's great to see. We haven't really spoken too much about the Ricci family, Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint, the GTA, Mauro Ricci at the wheel at the moment. You may have just spotted it ahead of this batch of cars. So about to have a lap to put on it. But again, much as with the Ford Escort RS 1600s, fighting a very... It's a tricky battle. Just actually going out of shot there was the Alfa Romeo, but great to have it there.
And those BMWs with those unusual strakes along the bonnet to try and guide the air, presumably in the right direction. I'm sure it would really do much, but it looked great, I think.
Yeah, air separation.
Yeah.
But these cars are just so equal. It doesn't seem to matter in whose hands they are.
No.
RS, as always in motorsport, one car will have an advantage at one point on the circuit, one in another, but they both also just look so well balanced. There's the little Alfa Romeo I was talking about, just being overtaken. A lap put on it by the driver in 4th place, Dominique Guénard. He had his great battle with Olivier Breitmeyer, but he's really put a bit of clear space between the pair of them, about the best part of 4 seconds. There's Breitmeyer, the Gittin livery on the and Castrol riding on the tail of his car.
Nick Hyatt is in 11th place. Now, he's one of the BMWs that has got the 12-valve engine. Car has been run by Trevor Foster of Pegasus Motorsport, and Trevor's long history in racing, particularly with the Zytek, I remember. I didn't think he was at Jordan as well.
Jordan for a long time, That's how I first think of him.
Yeah, and he was telling me that you can buy a 24-valve engine. I think he said it was 140,000 euros.
You don't have any buy one get one free offers?
No.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. And so whenever you see someone with
for a historic reason,
you have the sympathy. You probably don't expect to see them in the next round, really. So up front, we were talking about needing to build a 5-second lead, and Maxime Guénard hasn't done that. It's 4.49 seconds. Let's call that 5 seconds.
Almost there. And obviously, maybe he can execute his pit stop a little better than his friend Meal. Both the cars have been run by the same team, by Keep Europe. Keep Europe, I think now based south of Paris somewhere, but quite relatively close to the French capital. Yeah, you mentioned Bianco. We're presumably going to see Cameraman in that car. See, he's in 8th.
Yeah, that's what's due. And at the moment, that car is. Oh, it's a long way back. It's more than half a minute back from the car in 7th. Franz Wunderlich, only just ahead of those escorts. Actually, about 20 seconds up on the best of the escorts, which is still Raphael de Bourman, car number 37. Old Melson Racing Broadspeed car. This scrap between the green and white Capri. Remember, you thought that's a bit of an unusual colour yesterday. You commentate on that. That's Yves Samama, but Franz Wunderlich all over his tail.
Now, was that the car you designed as pea green?
No,
that's a different one, but it is pea green.
It is. That's more mushy pea green.
Mushy pea green.
The one I described as pea green, it was a little Lotus Elan.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was slightly different shades.
Yeah, a bit brighter.
Yeah, the classic BMW stripes. And the Luigi car is in the Valvoline colours. The American Oil Company has been a great supporter of racing over the years.
I'm always aware that any company, the bean counters come in to tidy up what all the marketing people have been pushing for, and you get sort of ebb and flow, don't you? For a few years, you'll have a sponsorship that's everywhere, and it goes away again, and then after a while, it's the turn of the marketing people all over again.
Sometimes it's a real marketing decision. Sometimes it is driven by the chairman who happens to like golf or happens to like motor racing or even polo, whatever. And there's a lot of that. I've been in the sponsorship industry for the best part of 30 years, apart from doing the broadcasting, and we saw quite a lot of that. You had to find out what the chairman liked, and then you sell him the appeal.
And some sponsorship actually just becomes, after that car's had success, it just becomes linked to that forever.
Or a series, I think particularly of a series that you did a lot with a particular watch company. That suddenly I didn't even know it was a watch anymore. It was the race series.
The Blancpain series.
Yeah, exactly, the Blancpain
Now
series.
the GT World Challenge. Yeah, no, I think again that was a conversation that was almost it was going to happen anyhow, and then oh great, you want to back us? We'll gladly have your thing.
Yeah, but that's an interesting business, the high-end watch business, isn't it? Because obviously Richard Mille, we talked about the Milles a lot here, but there's so many different watch companies involved in motor racing, and particularly, we get them dropping through our door, don't you, with our newspaper, the great big luxury supplement, and it's just full of 20 different watch companies.
Right, pit stop time, but just before that, Franz Wunderlich finally works himself up a position. He'd been chasing and got past Yves Samama, so BMW going ahead of Ford Capri there. But they're all moving up the order because some of the front runners are already reporting into the pit lane, including Olivier Breitmeier in this number 34 BMW, the black with the Castrol livery on that, sharing with Emile. But Olivier is about to go in.
Who's that strapped in now? Emile, yeah. I think there's a father and a son in that outfit. But there might be two brothers. It might be two brothers also.
So Maxime Guénard, we'll look at him, continues in the lead of this race. Car number 1, winner of yesterday's race. So remember, he's going to have 15 seconds extra at this pit stop, over and above the minimum pit stop time. So that can make it 2 minutes and 15 seconds. But the last time we checked, the interval between him and the car behind, it got out to 4.4 seconds. It's come down to 2.1 seconds.
But the Mills got a penalty as well, so yeah, we'll see.
Armand Mill, yeah, he has a penalty as well, but not as much.
No. So
he's 5 seconds shorter,
yes,
but he's now got to within...
Yeah, I see what you're saying, yes.
Because we're on the point, I reckon, they're going to come out side by side with extra time for our current race leader, Maxime Guénard, but the last 2 laps have been bad for him and very good for the chasing Armand Mill, who's divided that gap, has halved that gap, and then current sequencing should come out in front.
Yeah, but that was a Warsteiner car, and that is a family business still. It's gone about 7 or 8 generations, one of those German breweries from the 16th, 17th century, going back all that far. Long time in motor racing, and then I think that a daughter took the business over, and suddenly no more motor racing than in tennis. Exactly,
tennis with Dennis, right?
Yeah.
Well, let us go down to the pit lane because the Brightmeyer family have brought their car and it's about to go back out. So let's find out what exactly Vincent has found out about how their race has been going up till now.
In the pits with Olivier Brightmeyer. For Bruce and Andrew, Olivier is the father of Emile, of course. Olivier is from France and Emile from Belgium. Quite a difficult family affair. Olivier, on va revenir sur ce duel auquel on a assisté durant la première partie de la course. Avec Dominique Guénard, c'est chaud.
Ouais, c'était un peu chaud, j'étais devant et puis il voulait forcer, mais à la limite je préférais être derrière, je voulais pas perdre de temps, c'est Emile qui va faire les temps devant, moi j'essaie de pas trop en perdre, donc j'ai gardé la distance, ça va.
Alors vous alternez les voitures durant un week-end comme ça, cette 3 litres CSL, compliqué, pas compliqué?
Alors elle marche bien, le problème c'est que les pneus se dégradent vite, et donc je sentais que Dominique était plus à l'aise sur les pneus, nous on s'assouvir, ça commence à être dur avec les pneus.
Et puis bientôt il y aura ce fameux Grand Prix de Monaco historique. Début d'après-midi, il y aura une démo Formule 1. Vous allez reprendre la piste toujours pour préparer ce rendez-vous.
Ouais, on essaie de s'entraîner un peu avant Monaco. Comme c'est la première fois, ça va pas être simple. Donc, ouais, on va rouler un peu puis on se fait plaisir. C'est un beau circuit pour les Formule 1. Donc, top.
Olivier will be at the start of the Grand Prix of Monaco Historic with the Ligier GS 1115, of course, a former Jacques Lafitte car, and it will be a great event once again.
And it had some new race suit built or stitched up just in that logo, brand new by the look of it.
Yeah, I was admiring that before we started talking about the Ligier, but he said how much he'd been enjoying that battle with number 49, which is of course Dominique Guénard. So father and son also racing in the same event. But up front, the last 2 laps have been much better for Armand Mill. He's in that second place Capri, just seeing it there with the white. Red, gold and black livery of Hermit. He fell to the best part of 4.5 seconds behind this car, the number 1 that's leading the race, knows his pit stop is going to be 5 seconds shorter, and we thought, oh, that'll be that, but he's halved the gap, he's actually brought it down to 2 seconds and just under 2 seconds. So for Maxime Guénard, he knows he's going to come out behind if they pit on the same lap, if they pit on laps separated, he's still going to come out from his pit stop behind the car that's been given chase ever since the start of the race. And talk about the start of the race and getting to this point, the Rover is back out there, I noticed. It's called in for leaking oil. And can't tell if it's leaking oil now, but they've certainly attended to the problem.
And look at the size of it compared with the similar coloured Alfa right in front of it.
Yeah, absolutely so.
Hermitite did sponsor the sort of British Saloon Car Championship Capri's Holman Blackburn, wasn't he?
Holman Blackburn, yeah. Right, first and second coming into the pits, it looks like it's only about 1.5 seconds. It is 1.5 seconds between them coming in. But the one going in first with the Shell sponsorship on its rear spoiler is going to have to be at a standstill for 5 seconds longer than the Hermitite Capri that's chasing it. And France in third place, Leo G's coming in close by.
He locked up, didn't he, on
the
way?
He did, but he doesn't have any time penalty in his pit stop. He can go out in the lead of this race, potentially.
There they are. Keep Europe boys going to work.
So much as we've seen those 2 Ford Capris running around first and second, the burden of glory, as the success penalty is called, will have them having to fight really hard in the second half of the race. They'll be behind drivers that were behind them on the circuit before the pit stops.
But Maxime and Arbeck have won races together. Of the V2V series, they have it might be a 24-hour race or. I think at Ricard, and I'm pretty sure that in the past they've driven together in that and won it in a Chevron, I think.
Which just shows how much racing a lot of these drivers get. In the early days of historic races, you wouldn't have many races in the entire season, but now you can pick and choose.
And the chimney sweep had a top hat on, and that must be a German thing. I don't think chimney sweeps. Do chimney sweeps have top hats in the UK?
None of mine did.
No, mine didn't. Well, my current one, which reminds me, he phoned me the other day, and I've got to arrange for him to come sweep the chimney.
So suddenly, with a lot of the cars in the pits, quiet patches on the circuit. Still keep an eye on what's happening in the world of the Ford Escorts, and it's just because it's interesting. Eric Sesho is at the top, but I don't think he'll stay there. I think that's the shuffling of the pack during the pit stops. And in fact, the ex-Dave Matthews car we saw earlier, number 37, Raphael Borman's car, I think that was the first of them into the pits, so it would have had the pain of its pit stop and gone back out. Probably picked up a time penalty as well, the burden of glory penalty in the first race. So maybe we'll have a little bit of adjustment and then readjustment as the drivers get going all over again.
Yeah, we'll also come out in the wash, as they say.
And actually, as a driver, you know, if you're in the top three, you sort of curse the fact you've got your burden of glory extra time in the pits, but it's quite confusing out on the track. You know, for other drivers who may have been running 4th or 5th or 6th or something before the pit stop, they come out and they're in front, but the Capri is going in front. Well, we expected the Capri to be in front. We expected the one in second in that run of cars to be in front. Its pit stop should have been 5 seconds shorter, and yet somehow Maxime Grainard comes out ahead of it. But the big question is how many other cars have got ahead of them by dint of not having the burden of glory extra time in the pits?
Not many, I would hazard to guess that. The Hyatt family of BMW briefly climbed up for 4th place.
Yeah, but now it's one of the
yeah, exactly. That's for that reason, yeah.
So it's a real case of all just settling down again after the pit stops. The last few cars just coming out now.
So Grainard and Mio, friends and protagonists.
This battle before the pit stops, the blue and red striped Valvoline car had got ahead finally of the green and white Capri, but that isn't the case. Yves Simama is back ahead after the pit stop, so Franz Rundelich will have to do it all over again. He knows how to do it now, though. And a bit like watching the start of an 800-metre track race, you know, for people running, not driving. We're watching for the stagger to unwind in this.
Yes.
And then we'll see after everyone's completed their pit stops where they stack up. But of course you've got that sort of different element because of the top 3 finishes in yesterday's race having extra time in the pits, which should invariably put them behind some of their rivals. And then they've got to be cautious, be careful, but then pick their way back past them all over again.
Maxime Grainard has the fastest lap of the race thus far, 18 laps in, 24 minutes remaining, and a great battle between the BMW and the green and gold Capri here, as this time the BMW does get by in the Luigi car. So Franz Rundelich is driving very well.
Well, the move that was made is an exact replica of what happened before, but it's still busy down in the pits, and a car that had a problem very early on is the 171 BMW with Vincent.
Back in the pits to speak about a new car in this Heritage Touring Cup, the 171. It's a BMW 3.0 CSL with Mike Kupka. We'll do it in French. He comes from Belgium. Mike, toute nouvelle voiture, donc construction. On est reparti de zéro pour cette auto, c'est ça?
Exactement, donc gros travail. Comme tu dis, on est parti à zéro, donc ça veut dire qu'il y a des petits démons qui sont encore dans la voiture. Et en fait, cette course-là est vraiment un test grandeur nature pour éviter des problèmes par après.
Alors on connaît les couleurs très bien de cette voiture, hein, ex-Luigi dans cette livrée-là. Bientôt c'est Spa Classique, on verra cette voiture à Spa Classique, Mike.
Absolument, hein, c'est un must, because voilà, c'est Spa et c'est Luigi et c'est UFO et c'est Mekoto. Non, faut aller.
The owners of this new BMW 3.0 CSL is Robin Greenhalgh, and at the wheel now is the son of Robin Greenhalgh, Jérôme, and he will try to get the finish of this race.
Thank you very much, Vincent. And just hearing there that, of course, we've got to get this car running absolutely perfectly, because the next race is at Spa-Francorchamps, which really is the sort of spiritual home of quite a lot of these cars, because back when they were racing in the mid-70s, it was the big race of the year for touring cars, saloon cars as they were.
Yeah, Spa 24 Hours wasn't a sports car race anyway, it was a touring car race. And last year there we had a Volvo amongst this field.
We
came all the way from Sweden, yeah.
The 240T.
Yeah, it was very enthusiastic, the chap, and then never saw him again.
I seem to remember he had a number plate on his car, or his race numbers were the sort of ones you could get from a car accessories shop. It all looked, and there was a Chevrolet as well, Camaro with those on. But anyhow, you know, when you see, and the level of preparation of these cars, I mean, the work that goes into recreating the original liveries for them, and okay, it's easier to do it now than when you used to have the cars painted. You can get you know, other ways of putting your whole wrap on the car rather than individual stickers and so on and so forth. But still, it's a tribute, and the attention to detail, get the right shade of colour for each of the parts is enormous.
A couple of £1,000 to get a decent wrap.
Right. So the battle before we came to the pit stops was between Maxime Guénard, number 1 Capri, and the number 60 giving chase was Armand Mill. We thought in those pit stops, as they came in about a second and a half, that the Hermitite car, by dint of having to stop for 5 seconds fewer, would go out ahead, but it hasn't happened.
No, I wonder if it got held up and couldn't get out, because there's a lot of activity down there. That's a possibility.
No, I concur.
Unless they didn't stick to the rules. I'm surprised that the Mill car didn't come out in front.
Yeah, we didn't see the full placement of where they pulled to the hall. The one may have been delayed, but you know, 3.5 seconds is a lot of time. Well, a bit more, 4 seconds is a lot of time to lose. Because we expected it to be flipped the other way around, and then we'd see Armand Mill having to defend from Maxime Guénard, but Guénard just somehow squeaked out ahead.
And they are new rules, of course. People have got to get used to them. In the heat of the moment, you might forget. You've got to add this time on.
Yeah, I mean, so many moving parts in a racing car and in a race itself, you know, when drivers can play billiards with each other and knock each other off, but also just keeping abreast of the different rule books for each of the championships and so many things. But pit stops, absolutely critical. So many things can go wrong, but the whole point about having a longer minimum pit stop time is that does reduce the issue of people really, you know, pushing hard and making mistakes. So it is unusual to see something like that where you expect one driver to come out, you know, several seconds ahead and they come out behind. But we didn't see their passage down the pit lane towards pit exit. There could have been elements involved there.
But the pair are, of course, closer now, 1.4.
Yeah.
And Mill just chipping away.
Well, that was about the size of the margin before they came into the pits.
Right at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It had been more.
Nearly 4.5 seconds, the biggest I saw.
And Leo G is not far behind, 2.7 seconds between the three of them.
So for Leo G giving chase in that gold Warsteiner BMW 3 litre CSL, every overtaking manoeuvre has got to be absolutely crisp and clean, not lose any momentum if he's going to be able to set off those front runners. But the fact of the matter is, with the longer pit stops for those the top 3 finishers from yesterday's race, and Leo G did not have, he was 4th in yesterday's race, therefore he gained an awful lot of time, and that's why we have really a very small margin, only 3.5 seconds from first back to the gold BMW in 3rd place. So that sets us up beautifully. Under 20 minutes remain in this race, actually, under 19 minutes. But the big question is, that BMW in 3rd place with Leo G, he wasn't able to catch him in the first half of the race, so why should he now? He's been gained a lot just by dint of not serving extra time in the pits. He had no burden of glory to carry into this race.
Julian Marr in 4th place, his family behind the Cure Europe outfit that we've described.
Yeah, certainly Leo G in that Warsteiner livery car isn't too far back.
No,
I think he's possibly, I don't think he's gaining though. He's 2.9 seconds down the race leader, but keep an eye on that. Could yet be have a hand to play in this. Down the hill from turn 5, through the kink at turn 6, and setting it up for turn 7, where the track goes up to the left and then kinks immediately to the right through turn 8. We've seen some drivers sort of short-cutting that, running all the way across the curb and beyond there, but the first 3 drivers very tidy.
Yeah, calling the numbers out. Many race circuits, and traditionally always race circuits have had names for the different corners, and some famous ones in Britain like Woodcut and so on, and Paddock Hill Bend and Brands Hatch. But some of the circuits here, some of the corners here have had names on occasion, but they've all just been sponsors names. I think you said there was a tractor company did one here for a while.
Yeah, New Holland. It was the final sweep onto the start-finish straight. It's just where you're doing sort of not tractor speeds, basically. Right, Frans Wunderlich, having got ahead of the white and green Ford Capri of Yves Simama, has absolutely left it in its wake. So he's setting off after those in front, but everyone is still setting off after Maxime Gray now. He's only under a second clear now. Armand Meehl starting to fight back. Remember, we thought Armand Meehl would come out of the pits in front. He didn't. Maybe he's feeling slightly frustrated that wasn't the case, and he's starting to put on the attack. There, the Hermitite Capri, second place. Still in second place, but the unfortunate thing for him, he's got Leo G right on his tail.
Yeah, he certainly has now. Look at that.
Yeah, who used to race with Sebastian Glazer, is challenging. There I was thinking, not even a lap ago, that they were dropping him by 1/10 of a second. Certainly not. Quite the reverse.
Yeah, this circuit, 4.7 kilometres, equals 2.9 miles. They distorted a little bit when chicanes have come and gone, haven't they, Bruce?
Yeah, yeah.
It was built in 1991 is when it was built.
91, not 90.
Yeah, yes. And Hermann Tilke, the most famous, the German famous circuit designer.
Yeah. The first corner is the place that's changed the most over the years.
Yes.
They've tightened it, they've opened it out, they've fiddled with it a lot, they've moved the gravel track back. The other corner that at least has been restored is turn 13. Because you climb down to the hill out of the end of the infield straight, you twist to the left, to the right, go up the rise.
Yes.
And then, it's a short enough straight now to turn 13, but they turned down the slope sooner. They went down into a left-right chicane. To me, one of the best corners on the circuit is that sweep from turn 13 through 14 onto the start-finish straight. Oh, Leo G has made the move. Yeah. He's made it stick. That was deep into the corner, but back into second place goes Armand Meehl. And while this is happening, I reckon Maxime Greenau will go, carry on. Yeah. Oh, he's got 2 cars in front of him. He needs to get away. He's put that traffic between him and the chasers, but...
And Leo G was pretty sideways, wasn't he, in that manoeuvre?
Yeah, he's going to be affected the most. He's the wrong side of that Ford Escort of the France family. So, first 3 cars still in charge. Oh, the Greenhalgh family car, the car that the UFO genes, that is beached in the gravel. Where is that on the circuit? Quickly trying to find out. Had a little moment very early in the race.
Well, we've got a tracker here, but we don't see anything stationary, but hardly seen anything stationary all day when I thought I would.
No, quite so. Right, Leo G continues to attack. Still 2 Ford Capris, first and second. Ignore the white and gold one. Our race leader here looking for any signalling from the marshals. Not at this early point in the lap. This is turn number 4. Safety car. Message comes onto the screen. I feared that might be the case because it's very near the edge of the circuit, the stricken UFO BMW 3 litre CSL, and therefore is a dangerous place. Beached in the gravel. Safety driver just nipped in for some lunch. Just been told to put sandwiches down. I'm dreaming of lunch, actually.
Yeah.
Safety car. So it's not the first one we've had today, but you cannot go on racing with a car that is not able to be pushed clear by the marshals. It's going to need a tow to get out of there. So what you never know when you see a car put in the gravel, was it put there by the driver or was it put there with someone else going down the inside? You don't get too much of that in historic racing, thank goodness, but it's always an issue. But while the safety car is out there on the track, let us go down and join Vincent in the pit lane to find the very latest news from down there.
Back in the pits with one of the BMWs. It's a 635 CSI, but not a Group A car. It's a Group 2 car from 1980. The driver is French, Philippe Truffier, 1980 pour cette voiture. Il y a un peu des impacts sur la voiture. La course n'a pas été évidente, Philippe.
Non, la course s'est pas très bien passée. une petite touchette sur un freinage avec une escorte qui referme un peu trop vite et donc j'ai pas d'échappatoire, je bloque tout mais c'est trop tard. Et après, bon, la voiture roulait plutôt bien, mais on a eu une panne d'alternateur et là, le moteur s'est coupé, donc c'est terminé pour aujourd'hui, malheureusement.
Alors, la BMW 635 CSI est restée célèbre dans l'histoire, dans sa version groupe A, un peu moins dans cette version groupe 2. Qu'est-ce qui vous plaisait dans celle-là, en fait?
Le fait, justement, qu'il n'y en ait pas. C'est une voiture assez atypique, tout le monde connaît les CSL, les Capri, mais les 635 groupe 2, il n'y en avait pas dans le plateau, donc l'idée c'était de rouler différent et de montrer que finalement elle était très compétitive également au niveau des 12 soupapes CSL quand ça roule bien, voilà, quand tout va bien.
Philippe Souvet wanted to have an original car, not a Group A, of course, and this Group 2 is a very good solution.
Well, number 13, lucky for some, but not for him today, as we got more cars into the pits. And this series, of course, I'm not sure we've mentioned it today, renamed as the Le Mans Classic Series, previously known as Peter Auto Series, of course, as we got the pace car out there and the Rover being pushed back.
Had its problems, had its oily, smoky moments, and closed that door. But well done, they've found a gap in the ball. That's between turns 4 and 5. And Marshall's running back into position as well, going down to the spun 171, the BMW UFO livery car. That's the reason we got a safety car. I mean, the Rover probably had its own problems, but there it is. The Marshall's only now getting down to it, but that's not one Marshall job to push that clear. They'll need a rescue truck. So the clock has 11 minutes on it left, and well, let's hope we get some racing back before the end of the race. But we've got 3 cars that were very close together in the lead of the race. 2 seconds covering the Capris of Maxime Guéna, Armand Miel and Leo G, who was just starting to make moves to pass the Hermitite Grand Prix, the Capri, car number 60, that's holding second place. We did see it nose ahead, but then couldn't get the traction and had to hand it back. So the fans in the stands, a bit cooler today, woolly hat on.
Peter Auto first came here with this series, now known as the Le Mans Classic Series, 2018. And they raced in 18 and 19, and then because COVID came, and then they didn't race again here until last year. So this is, it's not a track. You see some of the drivers say, oh, I've never raced here before. It's not, hasn't been as regular as some of the other circuits we go to with the series.
No, but it's nice to go. If every year there could be a different circuit. I mean, some are just the perfect mix, like Dijon in early summer is fantastic, but Boyka in late summer, there's something about being up on that high plateau above Toulon, near Marseille, and all the history that goes with that. But the drivers, you know, they love the cars, they love the racing, but also don't forget, for a lot of them, you need to be at a circuit where there are decent hotels to stay in and ease of access, you know, short run from an airport. So many things that championship organisers have to consider. But also to put cars back on circuits on which they would have raced in period is vital. You can't just, you could plop them down on a circuit that's only built 2 or 3 years ago, but you have no historic appeal with that. It might be brilliant circuits to race on, so I do think you need that strong link of continuity.
So a little weaving there from front runner Maxime Guéna, the marketing director of Richard Mille Watches.
Well, he was third here in this race last year in the rain, so it was a very different equation. But third to first would be a good performance. But last year it was 2 BMW CSLs, first and second. Sebastian Glazer, now racing under the name of Leo G. He's the driver in third place, so he might fancy the fact that he can make it 2 years in a row. And in between them last year, David and Olivier Hart in their CSL, but they're not in this race this year, so it gives other people a chance, and that means that Armand Miel's in the mix as well. Guillaume not too far back now, of course, because the gap between the first 3 and the rest was quite big, and it's come right down. There will be a couple of other cars in between. No, in fact, I think he's got clear line of sight. It's a little bit further back, actually.
Yeah, I think we're going racing momentarily. See, the pace car, though, still has its lights on. I'm not sure what the Rover is completely out of the way.
Now we're coming into turn 5. As you go down the slope on the right-hand side, well, the rescue vehicle is going back, so I presume it's completed its job, or has it? Let's just have a look. Is that red and white stripe BMW?
Got rid of it. Well, because they're going more slowly, they get a feel for how steep downhill it is. I mean, often television sort of flattens circuits out a bit, doesn't it? We discussed this yesterday, and that really is pretty steep down there.
It is. And very much so, and it's also the fact that the corner doubles back through about 130 degrees, so it's going to be hard to see around anyway. Have you the Algarve International Circuit, I think it's about turn 10. When you're in a road car doing a road, you cannot see the track. It drops away so steeply, and then suddenly you drop into this, you plunge down the slope, and then you're firing up, and all you see is sky. So that's one of the steepest parts of circuits that I think I've ever been on. Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire has some pretty steep drop-offs. But a lot of places that have a lot of incline, it's actually relatively gradual.
Yeah, Laguna Seca famously with the corkscrew corner, and Brands Hatch, Paddock Hill Bend, does go down pretty steeply.
Yeah, all you see straight ahead is the grandstands.
Yeah, the great big gravel traps claim many victims. Here we are, the two Swiss sons.
There are 3 cars between the gold BMW in 3rd place, which is Leo G, and Guillaume Mahé. There's a Ford Escort tucked in behind, a white one. BMW 3-litre CSL, also white one with gold. And then another Ford Escort, white with a broader blue stripe. But the car behind that, the black CSL with the BMW marks, is the car in 4th place, Guillaume Mahé. Well, let's see. We're going starting, because the lights are going green, and it looks like a very good restart from Maxime Guénard. Armand Mill maybe didn't quite read it as well, but it's always harder if you're the second driver. Right under his rear wing, we've got Leo G. He's trying to get the toe. He's pulling out alongside. So he's staked his claim to the outside line down to the first corner. And in the background, the black BMW that I said needed to pass 3 cars has passed 2.5 of them now. And when he gets the braking point, I think Guillaume Mahé, yes, he does, gets up into 4th place overall. Followed by Emile Breitmeier in the second of those BMWs. Car number 34 is the Breitmeier car. He's not passed everybody, but he's gained a handful of positions up to turn 3. He goes on the outside line, trying to get past the Escort, but the first 3 have changed order, because into second place goes Leo G. Armand Mill in the Hermatite Capri goes back into 3rd, so that was very positive restart for Leo G, and a super tidy restart from the driver who has the easiest job there, Maxime Guénard, at the head of the bunch.
Yeah, Maxime won 3 of the different championships in this series last year. Lots of trophies. A lot of the cars have a little number on the back, which is, I think, a special idea of this series. I've seen it very often.
Is it so that a driver can report to his crew who he's chasing?
I don't know. I thought it was more for us, actually.
Yeah, but it's very kind. Multi-purpose.
Yeah.
Right.
So let's go together now.
That's good. 4 of them. Fabulous.
Yeah. But Eric Sesser and Raphael de Bourman have got...
Leo G's got ideas of winning this race.
Oh, it definitely
He's really pushing hard now.
Yeah, won it last year. He's trying to do the same, and the safety car was very much his friend. Got him back in touch. But just remember, that car didn't have a burden of glory extra time in the pits. So, in terms of natural pace of these cars, today you'd think Maxime Guénard leading the race should be able to drop him. But really good run onto the start-finish straight from the BMW driver. And dear,
that's the X.
Broad speed car, is that?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Okay, well,
side by side. Who's the last of the late breakers?
Well done, Maxime Guénard. And then,
only ran wide, you see, just went in too deep.
The thing there is Maxime Guénard had a better run onto the start-finish straight than Leo G. Actually, it's worse than that, because pulling off has something gone pop, but that was a very nice way to tuck it away. But last year's winner, Sebastian Glazer, racing his Leo G, had just got into the lead momentarily, but something went on down into turn 1. It was the fact he couldn't get on. I understand sometimes if you're both braking late and you have to cede position, you have still brake too late for the occasion for the first corner, but be interesting to find out what happened there. We may never get to do that. Well, there was a spin all on his own of the Escort, and the Hyatt BMW really had to lock up to avoid that one, so good job there. That's Ross on board. There's Nick on board at the moment.
Yeah, that's the yellow one. Canary yellow. So here we are, back to it being a battle between the two mates, Guénard and Mill. So, and keep Europe cars first, second and third. And then Emile Breitmeier. He'll be demonstrating one of the Formula cars, or Formula 1 cars later, McLaren M26, wearing a sort of James Hunt style helmet, which I think is done specially for that drive.
Yeah, it's a nice touch. So we've got the two Capris, Maxime Guénard, Armand Miel in the order they were before the pit stops. Up into third place, Guillaume Maé, and then Emil Breitmeier in the second of those dark liveried BMWs. This is the one with the Castrol livery, and then Franz Wunderlich is fifth in that line. So two Capris, three BMWs. Third Capri is Yves Samama in the background of the shot as well. There we are, the first 6 cars running down the main straight. The clock down to just 2.5 minutes remaining in this race. Still spitting flame. Still Maxime Guénard leading this race, and just be so intrigued to find out what happened to the car that just passing right now against the barriers. Why did that BMW of Leo G pull to the side?
There was no obvious smoke or anything like that. No. I thought, you know, he went on that return lane as if he was going to rejoin the race.
Yeah, I mean, other cars that have gone too deep into the first corner, but he didn't seem to just slide off, he seemed to just drive off into the first corner. So I guess by then he'd sensed something was amiss, and you know, sensitivity to something like that is a very, very good thing to have. So not as bright and sunny as it had been for the previous 2 days, but it's dry, and after the wet windy weather 12 months ago here at the circuit, the Barcelona, Catalunya, everyone will say, yes, that is fine. And yesterday, we ended up having a lovely sunset, and then right at the end, under cover of darkness, we had a little flurry of rain just to keep the 2 hour 60s endurance race, just to give it a sting in the tail. And eventually, in fact, we stopped 8 minutes early because of a red flag, because the race leader was buried in his car deep in the gravel.
And they didn't go back one lap, did they? So they didn't credit him with the win, which we thought they would do. And in fact, we caught up with some audio in the pit lane with people discussing it, where they thought, oh, don't worry, so it will go back a lap and it'll still be the winner. Looked at the results this morning, and they haven't done that.
Right, suddenly the Hermitite Capri's got a whole lot closer, that's Armand Miel, to the tail of Maxime Guénard, and they haven't been running through traffic, so this is maybe a bit of a late spurt. Well, it is a late spurt, this should be the final lap, and there in fact comes that very message on the top of the timing graphic. We're treated to that. On timing screen it says last lap, on our race graphic it says final lap. Both are the same thing, but this therefore is the last chance. Only a couple of points on the lap where you're likely to make an overtaking manoeuvre, and we've already just been through the first of those, which is into turn 1, the first corner of the lap, that right-hander at the end of the dipping end of the start-finish straight. Through turn 3 we go. No change given by our race leader, Maxime Guénard. Armand Miel close, but not close enough into turn 4. You don't get many overtaking manoeuvres there, but importantly, a good exit from this could possibly give you a nose up the inside into turn 5. Not close enough.
I hope we get an interview with Maxime Guénard. We probably will, but even if he's asked by Vauxhall, do you know what happened to the Leo G car? He won't, unless he'd heard something. I think it's unlikely to know why, because it was a big challenge. It was an audacious move, and very nearly came off, but in the end resulted in retirement instead.
Yeah, it's still a strange one. And
very strange.
I tell you what, Maxime Guénard is really starting to get a little bit rattled by the push from Armand Miel. Got very loose going up the slow through turn 7 and the kink at turn 8, but there is only really one more option, and that's past turn 10. Hasn't made the move, so Armand Miel has done enough, surely. Maxime Guénard to keep Armand Miel behind him, but Armand comes again, and again he's being pushed along absolutely by Guillaume Maé, but I cannot see, barring a missed gear or running too wide over the curbs out of 13, no, race leader has not done that. He's kept it clean, kept it tidy, coming through onto the start finish straight. It's going to be 1 second covering the top 3 cars. Great battle to the end, but for Maxime Guénard, he really drove beautifully, but kept on his toes by Armand Miel, and they've had a lot of races that have been fabulous, and that's another one they can put in.
And then the 2 Luigi cars coming home together.
So there we are, BMW Capri, as it was in period. Great to see totally different liveries, and they are
so different, don't they?
They really do.
So keep Europe 1, 2, 3. The Mile family business.
And the best of the escorts comes across the line. Raphael de Bourman, black with the orange spoiler at the front. So the fact he's got some BMW CSLs behind him means he's driven a very good race. And there were moments of incident for the escorts, including the one that's just coming over the line now. The white one with the two broad blue stripes of the France family. Little spin, but they got away with it.
And then the Sol Alfa Romeo in the gold colour, because the Gold Rover really had lots of problems. Lots of gold in this. We've got planes in the air. We understand that this race meeting run by Peter Auto, but they also have a Spanish partner, and the Spanish partner also, I believe, organise air shows, and this is obviously a bit of this. So there's a plane in the paddock actually, which looks like it's not a biplane, but it looks like some sort of stunt plane to me. And as we discussed yesterday, we've seen lots of planes next to the paddock at Goodwood. We've never actually seen a plane in the paddock. And but there's a nice aerobatic display going on. So this is an event to a degree in the style of Goodwood. It's not as big as Goodwood, but you know, it's not just about motor racing. It's about everything from the Lambrettas and Vespa scooters. I saw that display, to the planes, to the bands that are playing. We've got the Todgems and various other displays. Lots of nice stands. Bruce bought a very important book yesterday there.
They saw me coming.
Keep my credit card in my pocket. I will try not to go that direction.
It'll be closed when I let you out of the booth.
Oh yeah, it will be.
You're safe. But no, it's a great atmosphere in the paddock, and I mean, you know, we get very excited about all the cars, and quite rightly so, and you, by dint of the fact you're watching the live stream here for the Le Mans Classic Series likewise, but there is something special about being the ephemera that goes with it, and I think they're doing a very good job at ESPÍRITU de Montjuic to add to the show.
The Emilio de Veloz's display with the three the cars he raced there, but done a magnificent job in the garage, all the photographs and his memorabilia. Crash helmets and things like that. And when I dashed down for the Group C race, I went past that garage. There's a lot of people in there. A lot of people in there looking at it. There we are.
Maxime Guénard getting out. Mr. Armand there, his own crew coming across there. And Armand also out of his car. The two Capri drivers, first and second.
Yeah, I know. They've been mates since they were school kids.
Great. And third place, Guillaume Mahe, also in that mix. Got right up and had a real shot at the end, but just couldn't quite pull it off.
Yeah.
There he is, BMW 3-litre CSL driver. Ka-ching. A big hug there. BMW, the three bands of colour, they just look good on any flank, and obviously a shape as shapely as the 3-litre CSL looks fantastic with that black backdrop. That's Guillaume Maes in third place, but the car that always looks best is the one that wins the race in terms of the driver's eyes.
Yep.
And that's the Nigrin liveried Ford Capri 3100. But let's go down to the pit lane with Vincent Françon, and the winning car was car number 1. The driver was Maxime Guénard, and Vincent will tell us his thoughts.
What a fight for the win in this Heritage Touring Car Series. And the winner is Maxime Guénard. Maxime, c'était une course de fou hein, avec cette neutralisation, ça regroupe et vous gagnez quand même.
Oui, c'est la fin de course là, c'était compliqué. Je savais qu'avec Armand ça allait être compliqué jusqu'au bout en fait. Mais quand il y a eu le safety, je savais que ça allait regrouper. Et puis je m'attendais pas à voir Sébastien quand même passer deuxième et puis me tenter de me faire à l'intérieur en bout de ligne droite. Pour être honnête avec toi, pour m'éviter un peu certaines prises de tête, j'ai retourné aussi le rétroviseur, comme ça je voyais pas ce qui se passait derrière, tu es concentré sur ton pilotage. Donc qu'est-ce qui s'est passé derrière? Je ne sais pas, mais c'était cool, vraiment.
On enchaîne avec le CER2 maintenant, Maxime.
Exactement.
Bonne chance, bonne course. Now he will drive in the CR2 category. He will jump in his Lola. Second place is for Armand Mille. Armand is there. Armand, deuxième place à l'arrivée, il s'en est pas fallu de grand chose hein.
Exactement, on a fait une belle bagarre avec Maxime. Franchement à la fin c'était pas loin, mais franchement une belle course. Hein. Et il y a aussi Glaser, putain il nous est remonté dessus à un moment. Mais je sais pas ce qui lui est arrivé d'ailleurs. Non, c'était une très très belle course, franchement, très très heureux.
Cette course en tout cas, et puis course d'équipe comme le veut la tradition. Et puis le troisième gaillard qu'on n'a pas eu hier à l'interview, on va l'avoir maintenant. He refused the interview yesterday, but today is the good day. Guillaume, c'était d'une fois de plus une superbe course pour l'équipe Europe.
Exactement, 1, 2, 3 pour nous. C'est vraiment une belle histoire. Je crois que j'étais 4 ou 5e. Dominique a fait un super relais. Il a réussi à doubler Olivier Brettmeyer, qui est un client pour lui, entre guillemets. Et moi, j'ai réussi à tenir la place. J'ai vu le fiston Brettmeyer qui était derrière moi. Je me suis dit, tiens, il va réussir à me doubler. On avait trop de pression à l'arrière et le safety car m'a un peu sauvé. C'est redescendu en température et j'ai pu suivre le rythme. Et après, j'ai essayé d'embêter les jeunes, mais c'était trop tard.
Ouais, il a essayé d'embêter les jeunes. Et en parlant de jeunes, le jeune c'est lui. On va faire un petit coucou à Yvon Maillet qui nous manque un peu ce week-end et qu'on retrouvera très très bientôt. Bien évidemment, c'est sympa. Je crois que ce triplé lui revient également.
Merci, merci.
Thank you.
So well done. The top three all grabbed down there by Vincent. But one of the points is the fact the drivers, several of those drivers are going straight across to another 1 hour race.
Yes.
And jumping from one to another. Maxime Gaynard, who won in that Ford Capri, is about to go out in the ex-Jim Wallace Oxford Group Lola.
Yes.
But let's take a look back at the highlights of what went on in the hour of racing for the Heritage Touring Cup. Some beautiful cars, some great racing. Let's take a look. So we move on very, very quickly indeed. Another 1 hour race, and quite a few of those drivers nipping into their next steed for this race. This is classic endurance racing too, and it's an absolutely packed grid. One similarity on the front row, two drivers with the same name. It's Maxime Gaynard and Dominique Gaynard, son and father. One on pole position in the Lola, the Oxford Group car, that's Maxime, and father in the best place of quite a handful of the toys in the race, or the Todges, if you want to call them that, the SC303. So both cars from the mid-70s, 76 versus 78, but great to have this variety at the front.
Now, he says he's on pole position, but he wasn't fastest. Remember who was fastest? Jan Magnussen. Why is he not on pole? Penalised. The car was underweight, and he will start at the back of the grid. So, Chris Fox, who runs that car,
he's coming down towards the first corner.
They understood that the weight limit was 550, and the car wasn't more than that, but it was under 600. Actually, the weight limit is 600. So,
okay.
And that is a 2-litre car, so most of the cars in the front are 3-litre cars powered by DFV engines, and we've seen them doing very well in this series in the past. Well, this is a brand new car to the team, Outlaw Legends team. They've added to the stable. Chris Fox worked, of course, runs that team, worked for many years for Lola. Managed to find this car, and actually, in a way, a tragic story. The car, which is an ex-Barclays International, Guy Edwards car, won in a lot of serious races, was parked up for a long time, then was bought by an Irish gentleman, and very soon after buying the car, he had a heart attack and died. And then the widow got hold of Chris, because she knew Chris, and said, would you be interested, what can we do with it? The car was in pretty good condition, but it's had a complete refurb over the winter, and the gentleman that owns the team, who prefers to be in the background, said, yeah, we've got to have that car. It's a South African gentleman, actually. And so they got the car, brought it here, and it was absolutely perfect, running beautifully. It's running a Richardson engine, which is a version of BDA, of course, it's BDA. There's somebody from Richardson here today looking after the engine, and we've got it's pretty fast, so we've got to see what happens to that car, see how far young Magnus can bring it through the field. But starting down there in 28th position.
Yeah, you talked about the under 2-litre class. In fact, we've got 4 of them in 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th on the grid, behind 3
got Tony Sinclair there in the Crown Racing car that he used to share, but no longer does. He's going to run it himself. John Emberson who is starting in 6th place, will have Nigel Greensaw in that car, and that will go well. And there's some very other interesting cars, but the Maxine Guenar car, there's a funny story. That's the car that dominated this championship last year. He won, I think, all but one of the races, and has won at Le Mans with this Lola T286. This was, I built quite a lot of this. Is the last one that was built, and it was built for the famous Alain de Cadenet, who of course had his own cars at Le Mans that he built, but this was later than that. And after he ordered it, they changed the regulations. The car was no longer eligible, so the car sat at Lola doing nothing for 4 years. And then a guy called Jim Wallace from the Otford Printing Company, Otford's in Kent, decided to buy it for the Thundersport series, which was a British sort of catch-all Formula Libre sports car series that had Can-Am cars in it, and that car, and that's Dominic going on now, and there was people like Mike Wiles drove it and all sorts of, but I think you could never beat the Can-Am car. It's John Brindley and. It'll come to me in a minute. The man who owned Brands Hatch.
John Fulston.
John Fulston.
Right, what we don't have is that Otford Group Lola on
pole
position. But I heard a car coming round.
Yeah, it's coming round. It's coming round.
Bear in mind that Maxime Guenar, like his father Dominique, Maxime had only just finished the previous race. Yeah. Here's the Crown Racing car that was so successful, won one of the European under 2-litre championships.
Chris Craft,
the Crown Racing car.
So this is the car that Nick Padmore used to share with Tony.
Yeah, and Tony's top runner in the under 2-litre class. So here comes the Otford Group car. We worried about it, but we could hear in the background as we looked at the cars on the grid, as we looked at Father Dominique sitting in the black, white and green Toj on the right-hand side of the circuit. I only call it a toy. I've always called them toys.
Yeah, well, I asked Yves Shabama about that. He says, I'm Swiss and I call it a Toj, but other people call it a toy.
Toy Obermeyer George, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The O and the J. There's Maxime Guenar.
Different sort of car to drive now.
Right, get used to the colours of this pale blue and white car at the back of the grid, number 70 on its rear wing. This is the little Lola that you were talking about, the ex-Guy Edwards Barclays International car. Jan Magnussen, quite a few cars between him and the front, so the misunderstanding about the minimum weight clearly...
it's going to be a cracking race.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically there were 2 designs of tour. I went for about 6 years. They built nice Formula 2 and 3 cars as well, did Obermoser. But the main business was their sports cars. And they came with 2-litre engines, 3-litre engines. I know one of the ones at the front, they got a BMW engine in it. and but the first design was originally adapted from a British design called the GRD, and then later on they brought a couple of Porsche engineers in, or ex-Porsche engineers, and they designed a second, but there was various iterations. Basically it was 2 different cars, but the bodywork changed quite a lot. And there is the 131.
That's starting 6th overall. Bruno Pereira, who's really getting in the Hyatt camp, because this Sphere Drake livery car is one that they've had. But speaking to Charlie, Bruno he described him as a massive character, so he's clearly making an impact with the team. Car that is missing is the one that should be 3rd on the grid, Yves Shimama, the 2nd of the tour. He's the SC304, but I think that's coming around. There's definitely a car moving somewhere. I did see something of goldish hue leaving the pit lane. Yeah, that's another car with those first 3 have all got Cosworth DFE Formula 1 engines in them, or the sports car version of it anyway. Right, this is a famous livery. You don't get many brown racing cars. This is the car known as Chocolate Drop, one of John Watson's favourite ever cars. He said he adored racing this little chevron. And John Emerson will kick off. Nigel Greensall will take over. But nimble, perfect balance was Botty's
And John raced more than one different brown car, because the hexagon cars were brown as well. I don't know if they did this for John because he'd raced brown Formula 1 cars. But there's very few of them.
Certainly are. Can you think of any others?
I did write an article.
Oh, did you? Okay, I'll come back to you later.
No, it's very left field, but Andy Dawson and I did the Tour of Britain in a brown Capri years ago, and that was an official colour scheme of Sabre at Woolworths, which is Woolworths' own brand aftershave. We had a lot of it. You didn't really want to wear it. So that was a brown racing car, and I can't think of any others. Here's the Bush in their 935, very different sort of vehicle, of course, this 935, the ex-Kramer team car with the sponsorship for Fruit Crush or something.
No, it's a grapefruit and vodka combination.
Is it?
The Mambo.
Right. Is it?
Not my regular
sauce. VK, Steve Perez, whose son Seb, a well-known racing driver, he produces a product called VK Kick, which is just like that. Cheap vodka with different fruit juices in it.
I don't think that's how they describe it in their marketing. Right, I'll tell you what though. We just had a look at the Mambo liveried 935. Oh, here comes the missing toy. That started. That's Yves Shimama, 3rd on the grid. But we've got the GT cars as well as the prototype over 2 litre, under 2 litre. So the number 54 GT2 class leader is that Dennis Bush car on the left-hand side of the grid, the pale blue livery, and tucked in behind that is a BMW M1 Pro car. It's good to have those out in the mix.
Is that Stephen Osborne's car?
It is indeed. That looks really crisp. The Alpina livery.
The man owns Malden Salt flats in Essex, and been doing it for years. High quality salt. They're beautiful Team Vorsteiner colours, aren't they? Look. I love it. I mean, they did a superb job. They were taking on the might of Lola and Chevron, who dominated this kind of car, and Obermost did so well with them. Just like the look of that. 1 minute to go. Clear the grid. And we'll be off in the race I'm looking forward to the most. There's a Lancia that where you're pointing to at the screen.
Position.
Fans can't see it.
No, I know. I was just to indicate you. I wanted to talk about the Lancia.
Yes, go on.
But basically, again, something completely different. The Lancia beat Monte Carlo. When people tend to think of Lancia in the late 70s going into the 80s, you thought of the rally cars, clearly. But they hit the track with real vengeance, not so much the Beta Monte Carlo, but what followed, the LC2 and things. Beautiful, stunning cars that were taking up. They always, in sports car racing at that period, looked very, very sleek. Mind you, everything looked sleek, white with the Martini racing stripes on it. But something a bit different, the Beta Monte Carlo. That's car number 39, and it's being driven by Luca Betti and perhaps Steve Evans as well, an American racer. It's a Group 5 turbocharged Monte Carlo, so let's see how that gets on. But it's running the GT2 class, but it's about, well, I'll tell you precisely where it is in class. It's 13th and last, but we've got an hour of racing ahead of us. One of the Porsches pushing out an awful lot of smoke before it gets going on the right-hand side of the grid towards the rear. We've got 935s in this race, a 9345, which is sort of forerunner to that, some 934s, so all sorts of different shapes and sizes of Porsches. And the best place them at the moment is the pale blue one in the middle of the screen going from side by side. That's the Kramer twins car, sorry, the Busch twins car. And then behind is the Alpine X Dieter Questa BMW M1, very crisp in its navy race livery. You've got to have a Lotus in the race as well. A Lotus Esprit.
Pretty rare, that car.
Kenneth Baird, Group 5 racer.
Yep.
And right at the back, get a look at that car. Pale blue with white. Barclays International livery. It's the Lola with Jan Magnussen, fastest in practice, and his reward was 28th place on the grid because the car was underweight.
Guy Edwards, who raced that car and got together that sponsorship, was the great. He wrote the definitive book on motor racing sponsorship, but he was absolutely ace at it. But he was very good Formula 5000 racer, excellent racing driver, and I spoke to him very recently actually. He's living in Ireland now. Unfortunately had a devastating stroke and is in a wheelchair now. So so it's rather sad. He was such a man about town as well.
He was,
that guy.
But also just the sheer number of sponsors he brought into the Encyclopedia Britannica, all sorts of
ICI.
Things. Yeah,
he brought in, and an excellent driver. This was a very nice deal. He liked sports car racing. And, a Skull Bandit, you know, the tobacco patches, well, not patches, pouches that you sucked. It was another sponsor. They were on Porsche 962s, I remember. And in Formula 1. Took them to Formula 1 with the Ram team. So, anyway, interesting, we got, I think, is it 4 toys? Or,
I think it's 4.
4. I don't think 4 ever raced together in period because they're spreading several years.
Only 3, unfortunately.
Only 3 starting, yes. I thought there were 4.
I thought there were 4.
Yeah.
Anyhow, let's wait and see. But what we've got is a Lola T86 on the front row with a toy SC303. So it's the white car with the brown and orange flanks, if you will, which is the Oxford group. And again, there under Jim Wallace, the guy who was the Oxford group. And Oxford is about 4-5 kilometres from Brands Hatch.
Yes, it is. Yeah, printing group
in the North Downs of Kent. But the level of preparation and presentation of those cars was way above the opposition.
The Greyhound, when they got the car, it wasn't in the Oxford colours, and they wanted to reproduce the car as it was when it raced at the Brands and places like that, and so they redid the livery.
So the lights are very quick flick. You never know when they're going to go, but it looks like a tidy start from pole position. The Gitan covered Lola on the left-hand side is trying to get past the brown and yellow John Emberson Chevron, may do so, but the first 3 cars, as expected with the more powerful engines, first 3 positions, but up for 8th in that GT2 935 Porsche, Dennis Busch.
And Magnussen went straight up to 20th place, right at the beginning.
8 places gained by the first corner.
Well, a couple of those didn't start, but in 6 places anyway, and now he's done a couple more. And remember, he's only got 2-litre engines. The cars at the front have the 3-litre Formula 1 engines in them. He's got this Richardson BDA motor in the back, but everything there rebuilt new. And then just saw it there going through and picking up another spot.
Yeah, in fact, just past the 3rd of those toys, also in a Warstein livery. Yep. That was the Nilo Koppeth car. A bit of a lock-up, the Schmidt Machines car, but just up ahead of him, Bert Smeets.
What do you reckon by the end of the first lap? Will he be in the top 10? Jan Magnussen, former Grand Prix driver. He's up to 15th now.
I was going to say top 12, but...
Yeah. Hugely successful.
Well, he's got a queue of cars in front of him, and he's just picked off a Ligier. He's got a couple of Lolas to try and pass, then a Porsche 935, 2 Porsche 935s, and down the straight, in fact, he's going to pick off a couple down into the turn 10, isn't he?
Oh, and into the wall goes the 32.
Oh, that was Schmidt's car. We just saw him being passed, but Lola T86 under 2-litre class, but that's a regular in this series.
And look at that!
1, 2.
Oh, yeah, but then he had to really anchor up, didn't he?
Waved yellows up in front of him. He had to get the safety car.
That's why he did and the others didn't.
And quite simply because that shows how attuned he is to checking out all the marshals' posts.
Proper professional racing driver over many years, over 20 years. Had that long career with Corvette and GM. They absolutely loved him. and lots of success all over America. He loved racing in America. He liked the, the way they ran it there.
You know, he felt it was much more laid back, as we were talking. Well, let's have a look. What happened? Okay, this is after, as the yellow flag comes past. Hey, I can overtake. Oh,
yeah,
no,
then he saw the other there, and he really anchored up. He really almost got the Shintan car up his back, didn't he? Then he really, and then the car overtook him. Actually, the Shintan car.
Yeah, all avoided down there. So it's all because Bert Smeets' car is the Belgian racer, his 296 Lola, parked at the side of the track. Did it jump? Was it pushed? Can't tell you. But anyhow, hopefully that can be cleared up and all is okay at the tail end of the field. But the star of the race, I guess a lot of power, turbo power in the 935 Porsche. But Dennis Bush from 8th place on the grid, woof, straight past the under 2 litre sports car, the prototypes, up into 4th place. There he is, weaving around, pale blue with the orange and yellow bands around the nose. Tucked in behind the best of the 2 litre cars, Bruno Pereira gained a place or two, moved ahead of Tony Sinclair. John Emerson lost a position or two actually in the brownie yellow chevron to go back to 4th in class. With we haven't really talked about the Yosella PA8. No. Valio Course driving that car, Christian Valio's course, and running period by Anastasio Automobili. I love these original race liveries. And so he's made a very good start. Look, floating the clue, just coming shot now. White car with the periscope engine covers. So out of turn 5 was where poor Bert Smeets, you can see the telltale marks. He went over the curbing on the right-hand side of the track. The car must have snapped away on him. And then his own rubber signature across the track and then into the wall on the other side of the circuit. Now, of course, the big question is, there are some places you crash and it's actually quite hard to get the car down to a point at which they can be moved behind the wall. But the first job is obviously to make sure that Bert is fine. The second job is to make sure that they can get that car out of the way.
Yes, so well,
let's have a look back at the start of the race, and very, very tidy start from pole position from Maxime Guénard. Outside of the front row, the green and black toy, trying to make its mark, but up into second place went Yves Samama in the gold toy, and up from 8th to 4th, the pale blue Porsche 935 of Dennis Bush. In behind, pretty neat and tidy, but just now taking a tight line on the replay through turn 5 was the car that would end up in the wall. This car went down the inside of a rival. It may well be another car. The car he was trying to pass just came across on him, but unusual place to go. But this is fantastic news. Not only is the car not damaged, it's moving, so may have stalled when it went across the track towards the wall. He may just be bringing it back to the pits, but maybe all is okay.
I don't see any damage on it. I think it maybe just kissed the wall and he's got going again.
Right, Steve Osborne's diving into the pits in his BMW M1, so that's a bit disappointing, coming in from about 8th place. So he might have picked up something. It's a 1 hour race, so we've still got plenty of time left. But Bert Smeets, here he comes.
Last year it was a Guénard family 1-2, with Maxime beating Dad Dominic, with Frank Morel third in
2 litre toy.
A toy that is not running, was entered but it's not running. And indeed Maxime Guénard won the championship as well.
Right, Bert Smeets is not diving into the pits in the Schmidt Machines Lola, so he's going to try and catch the end of the train, but I don't think it's going to be a long safety car period, because if his was the offending article, and that's being removed from where it was sitting in a position considered to be dangerous, and quite rightly so, then hopefully he can catch the tail of cars. And as we speak, he's going down the start for the straight, but Steve Osborne, as you said, the man from Malden, and beautiful car in that really crisp navy blue, red and white livery. Something untoward for him, but he'd made a decent start, and so we can't tell from the outside what the problem is.
Yeah, Chris Ward down there as well. He'll be disappointed. He was going to jump in that car. So hopefully we can get going again very soon. So all protagonists in this series, Maxime Guénard and Yves Samama. 2 different chassis, but same engine.
Right, let's give you people the answer of your question. 12th place was as high as young
but
it was 13, but we lost the car from in front of him.
Yeah, but had they not had the flag, I would have won that. Well, we didn't make a bet.
We didn't, but I did say 12. I'm just going to remind you.
Where's the chalk I want to you?
Not that I'm a gambling man. Well, hopefully it's a 1 hour race. There is a problem, clearly, but hopefully Steve Osborne or Chris Ward can get back into that car. You know, the best way of finding out how things are is to get them back on the track. dear. The rocking backwards and forwards suggests something is not quite as free as it should be.
Rear suspension, possibly.
Right, I think we are about to have the field released. Can't see the safety car, and if we could, I would suggest its lights are out. And yeah, hanging back there, about to have the restart now. And Maxime Guénard from Yves Samama, who remember started third at the start, got up to second place ahead of father Guénard, Dominique, and flashing through. Now down the start-finish straight, they've all got Cosworth DFEs. They'll punch a big hole in the air, but tucking in behind the Porsche 935 of Dennis Bush is going to see what it can do as well. Sorry, yeah, Dennis Bush stays with them, but then you can see the difference, the performance of the under 2 litre prototypes, led by the green chevron of Bruno Pereira. They just don't have the grunt. The Osella getting off the circuit. He went to the left-hand side from the driver's point of view, the right from ours as we look down at it, and trying to get your braking done on the red and white paint on the outside is not optimum, I think.
And Max still not cut past that Gitan car. We did pass it because then he slowed up quicker, and so it might not make much more progress now. But they're going to try down the inside, and well, he's getting boxed in, is Jan. But he's got plenty of time, of course, but there's the other Tosh that's further down the field as the copies.
Oh, what you don't want is 2 cars in front of you, and they're big cars, the Porsche 935s.
2 935s, you're going to go past them both now, though. Yeah. They're twin turbos at the back. Used to love seeing those at the moment, accelerating away from the slower corners. And you can see the turbos glowing red, and the glow of that red onto the racetrack sometimes in the night. It's sensational.
Well, it got a little bit busy between Emile Brigand in the white car with the dark green stripes up its flanks, and Carlos de Quesada in the bright yellow. 935, and I dare say there was a little bit of paint trading, but Jan wanted to go past, but you can see him hanging back thinking, are you? Yes, you are going wide. So the Barclays International loader from 28th up to what is effectively around 9th place, so he's going in the right direction.
Yeah. So now Magnussen's got to pick off Emberson, who will hold that. I think he'll hand that car over to Nigel Greensall, and then in front of him the 82. That's Christian Vaglio-Giors, who raced a bit for Cool Racing, I think, in LMP2, hasn't he? They call him CVG. He got it on his crash helmet. CVG.
We like simplicity. Right, Jan Magnussen's gained another position. He's got the Crown Racing loader up in front of him. That's his next target. Vaglio, of course, is just in behind in the Osella, the one that had the twitch down into turn 1. Last lap, and Tony Sinclair, well, he hasn't left the door open, but Magnussen clearly has got more pace, so he's just got to bide his time, but doesn't want this first gang of cars to get away from him.
He'll get him now, he'll get him down the inside now, no problem at all. Then it's after the green Pereira car.
Yeah, which is leading the under 2 litre class, the Portuguese racer. There it is, bright green, sphere drake on its nose, it goes down. Along the slope to turn 5 and then drops down the slope beyond that.
I hadn't realised that Hayats had sold that on, because they've got another similar car. But
yeah, they have another one, a Fison's livery car, the bright orange one.
Yeah.
Had it last year, I haven't seen it this year.
Yeah.
Right, so settling down, leading the GT class in 4th place overall, Dennis Bush, but the first 3 cars with their Cosworth power pulling clear. They're more nimble, these little prototypes. Obviously, the car based on a Porsche 911, but with so much more. Now, Jan Magnussen is right under the tail of Bruno Pereira, so any moment now expect a change for the lead in the under 2 litre prototype class. But then beyond that, we've got 49 minutes left, so plenty of time.
Yeah.
And Bruno Pereira started this lap 6 seconds down on the race leading car. There is absolute clear scope for Jan Magnussen to get to the very front.
Now he's after the 935, and he's already gone past what we haven't mentioned actually in night, Stephen Ungen, which is Vietnamese heritage, and no, I don't think it is. I went on a website to find out how to pronounce it, Bruce.
Because NG is just new.
Yeah, but it's done in sort of very nasal. Anyway, I tried to copy what it said, but I'm not sure I'm right. So But anyway, it's the most popular family name in Vietnam. But he's French, clearly French. And then Magnussen picks off 5th place there, and up to 4th, won't he be in a second? Yes, he's already 4th, yes. And now he's got the 3 DFB cars to catch. But he's absolutely flying. I mean, Chris Fox and the boys will be smiling now. a bit of egg on their face, really, going to start at the back because of that misunderstanding over the weight limit.
I wonder how different the car feels with obviously 50 kilos or thereabouts.
Well, no, it wasn't right down on the 550, but they thought the limit was 550.
I see. Okay, but presumably if they thought it was 550.
But it might have been, I don't know what it was, but you know, what you say is completely valid. Quite a little extra weight. Usually you put a sort of lead block in there.
That's always the thing. If you
where you put it helps.
It's where you put it that really helps. Have the clarity to do that.
Yeah.
So Jan Magnussen giving chase and down the order. Fantastic race. The Ford Zack Speed Capri behind the Interscope. You want to talk about the Interscope?
No, I want you to talk about the Zack Speed Capri. There's a very interesting story there.
Well, we weren't expecting to see it. Was the first interesting story? There was supposed. I tell you what, theirs was the fourth toy.
Yes.
The Davises. They were going to have it. Yes, in fact. It was supposed to be an SC302. It's notes right in front of me.
So I spoke to Mark yesterday, and they were bringing a toy, another one with a 3-litre TFV engine in. New to them, had a complete rebuild over the winter, everything. The very first lap of, I think it was, we had just testing on Thursday. It ran, basically the engine blew up and there was more oil coming out of the exhaust system, never a good sign. And so the team, which again, if we keep Europe, went back and got this Zack Speed Capri, of which only 3 still exist, which Mark Davis from Belgium, had never raced. He's never raced this before, but he had it in it. You know, he buys and sells racing cars, although he says this one is not for sale. And so he's driving this car and learning it for the first time. And that's, again, a different Capri to what we saw before, so even more extreme.
Yeah, I know, absolutely so, but I would suggest with all the turbo power it has coming in, it must be something to learn, but he's keeping it very nicely balanced. Looking at a replay down the start-finish straight, John Emerson's car coming there, that was the Chevron, the one that was chocolate drop behind, Emmanuel Brigand in the Porsche 935, and then the Brumos livery. Just tucked in behind was Georges Caban.
That Brigard car's got a huge amount of history, and he's been a French GT champion. He's been a champion in this series of reverie. That car, I think, raced at Sebring for 5 years. That was Milton Milner as well.
Milner Gunner Racing was the name above the garage door, if they had garages or doors. But talking about another car with a famous livery, it's the Interscope liveried Porsche tucked in behind Mark Davis. There, it's Jim Norman, and of course Interscope ran all 4 of the cars. This was ex-Ted Field, Danny Onguy's car.
Ted Field was Interscope.
Was Interscope, but Danny Onguy's the Flying Hawaiian.
The Flying Hawaiian, who started his motorsport career as a top dragster racer and switched to car racing, raced in Formula 5000, and of course was called Donny on the Gas.
Donny on the Gas.
A man of a few words, I found.
I went to meet him and he didn't even offer those, really. But
did you not know?
No, but I remember seeing him coming over when the IndyCars did 2 races in the UK, in Silverstone, then Brands Hatch. I saw him win there. Yeah,
and just to break in, Magnussen is second now, but he's 3.5 seconds behind Maxime Grenard. He's gone past Dominic Grenard. He's gone past Shimara. He's now second. Sensational drive.
Well, his fastest lap of the race is faster than our race leader by 1.2 seconds, so it is just a matter of time. That's an astonishing drive from the back of the pack. And don't forget, there was a safety car period already to sort of interrupt his ascent up the order.
But Ted Field, and there's a chocolate drop. That's got basically half Formula 2 engine in it. It's got more power than most of those 2 litres. It's a really good combination of that.
Well,
now, there's a great battle going on between the Zack Speed car and the
toy.
But it's the Zack Speed.
They were together.
And Ted Field and the Ligier in there as well. Not an eclectic but interesting mix of cars there. And that's a
it really is, isn't it? What an array of cars. They all would have stamped their mark at some point on the globe, but not really all together. That's for sure.
Now, the other one we saw, the Brigand car. Lots of different people raced it over a period, including 2 of the Whittington brothers, the notorious Whittington brothers.
Don and Bill.
There was Dale as well, wasn't there?
Yeah.
And
they came and went. There's a fantastic book about the IMSA series, and there's an entire chapter linked to those who maybe came across their money in ways that weren't quite within the normal rule book.
It's well documented. Whittington's wheelings and dealings, then Driven to Crime, very successful award-winning book by Crispin Besley, and but anyway, they have recently, one of them, Bill, has had a basically new 935 built, and I saw it 4 or 5 years ago at Sebring in a historic race there. Now this is the battle for the lead. Is it really a battle? Because the flying Jan Magnussen, the flying Dane, is right up the gearbox of the car that almost always wins these races, Maxime Guénard. Red crash helmet of the little Dane, a shaven head these days, and he'll just, he is a truly professional racer. He'll pick the best place. He doesn't need to dive past at the next corner. He'll pick the very best, easiest place to get past.
Just looking at the nose of Jan's car, has it got a bit of a tire mark on the front of it?
I wonder if it had from that instant when the yellow flag came out. Yeah, I'd say well spotted if it has.
We can't see it right now.
So there you got DFV power, of course, against the 2 litre. It's got a big black mark on it. Well spotted, Bruce. But look how later he's on the brakes.
Yeah, should be slightly lighter as well.
Yeah.
Wherever there's flow on the circuit, that's where he's got to maximise. And look, he got a far better exit from turn 2, going up the inside into turn 3. He'll disappear for a moment.
Yeah, and he's on the inside, but no. Power of the DFV engine is tight. And he had another little look down there. That one works. And he's in the lead from last to first. Magnificent drive in just a few laps.
That was fantastic, wasn't it? Really, really brilliant.
Yeah, just 10 laps.
I'm thinking about it. No, I'll wait. No, down the inside into turn 4 he went. But at that point, you have to say, well done to Maxime Guénard. You realise, and you didn't then just turn in on the corner. But in fact, I think the Dane already had his nose foot ahead anyhow. But he's still pressing on. He's trying to pick off someone else. He's going to go past the Dietrich Chevron. But so too does the previous race leader as well. Such is the pace of the front runners.
The chassis are very similar. One's a 282 and one's a 286, but that was just relatively small suspension updates, I think, from Eric Broadley there. There's the Oxford Grenade. Again, brown. We talked about brown racing cars. At least it's got a brown stripe on it.
Yeah, of course, Jim Wallace went on to own Great Paul Motors, the great Ferrari dealers.
I think maybe Tiffany Dale raced that car as well. But if Jim Wallace obviously was the owner. Oh, here's that Lotus all on its own, so it's about to be elapsed.
Polar Roof was the sponsor on that. Were they sunroofs in the days when not many cars were fitted with sunroofs? But
yeah, somebody came and started cutting the top of your car off.
You went, no, the other car.
Yeah.
On the left of the drive.
Well, he's hanging on reasonably well, isn't he?
He is. But you know what?
The thing is, that car's ran all season last year perfectly. It's run at the Le Mans Classic, you know, through the 3 races you have there, and it will be running again this year. And we know it works. With the Barclays car, you know, this is the first race it's had in years. And while Chris Fox and the team there do a great job. The funny things happen to race cars in 20 odd years sitting, and they might not have spotted everything, but it is a good battle as well.
Tony Sinclair and the other loader going past the Jetta livery has been hunting him down for quite a while.
The Stefan, let's call him that, of course got DFV power. Last year he did race in this and he didn't have DFV power. So that car is effectively the same as the car that is in second place in the SID. And they did build that, I was surprised, they did build quite a lot of those cars with DFV engines.
Well, DFV engines are fairly plentiful, so a good source, well tested engine, but as we said,
no, there's actually cars pulling off, so what a shame.
I sensed a little early in the race. I thought it had a little hesitation. There was one lap where it seemed to lose a little bit of time, but sometimes it's also deceptive. When you see them coming along the start finish straight, is that car losing a little bit to a rival?
Yeah.
Well, it suddenly looks like the Brumos Porsche. No, it was going okay. I sensed it was not quite as fast as it had been on the previous laps for Georges Caban. And Brumos, I mean, how much success did they have in the North American racing team? It's in Florida, those blue and red broad bands on the nose of pretty much everything they did.
They've got that fantastic new museum, relatively new museum, haven't they, that our friend Peter Mackay raised about. Up there in north of Florida. Well, so disappointing for Mark Davis. He's got excitement coming because he's going to be granddad very soon.
Josh, you have been ploughing the paddock.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, well, I sat in the paddock. There's about 3, I'd call them bays, lots of garages all together. Try and group all the cars together. But each of those 3 sections has its own little cafe.
It's such a good idea.
I've never seen anything like that before. And it's something this series that I've seen do before. And a little snacks and a nice cup of coffee, which we enjoyed. On Thursday, well, on Friday, where we had the run of the paddock, but you got that. So it was one of these. I sat down with Mark Davis. I've known him for a long time. R&D is.
So what an array of cars in one shot.
Yeah.
We've got a 2-litre toys, under 2-litre toy sports car. You've got the Ligier JS2 following it down the hill, and the Porsche 935 in the background.
Yeah.
So
George Caban, who we had the interview with, portly chap, been going really well in this.
Yeah, so just coming out of the pits in the background.
Yeah, I think that March is a really difficult beast to drive, actually.
I'm sure it is.
I think it's twitchy. I think it's got turbo lag, going much quicker than this. So Greensill has got into the 21 car and has got a lot of work to do because he is 6th. And Charlie Hyatt has also gone into that family, into the...
Just coming down towards us in that bright green chevron. In the background, chocolate drop with Nigel Greensill in behind Emmanuel Brigon in his Porsche 935 from 1981.
This race last year, Charlie Hyatt was in the lead. I think it was this race. He certainly led one race last year and it broke just in the end because I think they've got, maybe it was a different category, but a similar car.
I think
anyway, so maybe they haven't sold the car, maybe they've just brought in this driver.
Well, Charlie said he was joining them this weekend.
Yes.
And he shared T17.
Yeah, so he's probably kept the car. There's it. Now the Oxford Group car is in. Just the team checking the tyre pressures. Might just take a little bit of pressure out now. Now they're up to temperature. The Swiss and...
well, that's Jan Magnussen coming out of the pits, and he's jumping past Dominique Guénon, who seemed to be really rather slowly on the pit exit. But anyhow, we'll let the officials look at that one because but he passed the. He was only in the sort of the joining lane,
yes,
so
it was. I mean,
beyond the end of the white line.
There could be a penalty for that, Bruce.
It's amazing when you look at the Lotus in that pit, how far back the rear wing
I was just thinking the same,
It's extraordinary, low and mean.
No, I kind of assumed that the Hyatts had sold the car. Probably haven't. They brought the driver in because normally Ross would have driven that.
Fastest lap of the race, no surprises. Jan Magnussen, 1 minute 44. Just a whisker under 1 minute 45 seconds. Best of the rest, Maxime Guénon, 1 minute 46.1. That is something, to be more than a second faster than the car with a larger engine, and to have had to, when your tyres are at their sweetest, be overtaking all the other cars that go from 28th to first. It's a phenomenal run from the Great Dane. I'm
wondering about those tyre marks because that incident when the flag came out and Jan
he nearly got hit up the tail rather than the other way around.
Yes, he did. So I think that must have been earlier. That was probably working his way through the field. We didn't see that. So anyway, he's had a scare. He's come from the back of the field, and now we wonder if he's going to get a penalty for overtaking someone in the pit lane exit.
Wait.
Unfortunately, we might not get those messages. We're not getting that sort of message. Sometimes you get those messages on the screen, but we don't. So we'll need to check the results afterwards. I mean, they'll tell the team, I think, if the stewards have decided to. I think he went past it because he was probably checked up or something.
Yeah.
Maybe couldn't get it. 2-4 Steiner tosses together. Terrific stuff. Hope the photographer's got that. There's that Ligier still with the green Pescarolo marks on it, of course. You see the difference, slight differences. Those two cars are very similar, aren't they?
Yeah, no, absolutely. One's got a flatter nose and the others make it simplistic in terms of description. But just trying to see who's setting the fastest time at the moment on the track.
Yeah.
I found a screen.
You found a different screen?
I've been digging for that for a long, long time.
Oh, great. Look at that.
So, we'll wait at the moment. Hold on. Let's come up with a race from another race meeting. Bear with me. I clicked the wrong button.
Well, what's happening wherever it is?
Wait and see. Out on the track, though, it's quite easy to predict that the driver who is working, well, probably actually the least hard is the driver in third place, but will be back in the lead, and that's Jan Magnussen. He's just in his working environment for him. A lot of the others are working at being racing drivers, but Jan has done a lot. Let's go back down to the pit lane because Vincent has gone back down to catch all the action there, and let's find out what we hear from Bruno Pereira, who went out first in the 131 Chevron.
Back in the pitch to speak about the family affairs of Peter Roto, of course, with Ross Hyatt. That's the father. Charlie Hyatt is at the wheel of the 131 at the moment. Ross, just explain us. There is a big family here.
Yeah, we've got my eldest son Nick is here. He's just been driving the CSL BMW. We just won our class. And my other son Charlie has been doing the T70 this morning and is now in the B31 in this race. I think we're lying about second at the moment, and hopefully we can hold on.
It means that when you are at home, you always speak about motorsport?
Is there anything else to speak about?
I don't know, maybe, or maybe not, of course. How was your race, yourself, in Heritage?
We had a great race. It was the first time we've run the car, and it's great that Peter Auto have now brought out a 12-valve class, because hopefully it means it'll be we'll have a lot more cars out of Spa. So it's a great class. Many people can afford to race in that. 24 valves are very expensive. So we're hoping it's going to be a really big class, and hopefully we can win this season. But if not, we'll have a lot of fun.
That's the Hyatt family, one of the many families by Peter Roto in this kind of racing.
Enthusiasts from top to bottom. I've known Ross for about 40 years.
Raced a lot at Le Mans and so on.
Gentleman.
But there he's clarified what I thought about the 12-valve class. It wasn't shown on our timing screens, and I'm not sure how many were actually in it, but it's great to hear that. And there is Charlie Hyatt, our director, who's right on it, has picked the Hyatt car up.
Yeah, and Charlie actually is running third in class because, of course, Jan Magnussen's in the same class.
Yes, he is.
He's way clear, and I think it may be Ross is merely thinking of what Charlie's got to do to catch a seller of a value course, but he's got plenty of company because not far behind Charlie is Nigel Greensall, as you mentioned. Nigel just set a very
and the two Vorsteiner cars, two Trosses, swapping positions there. Different front treatment, but very similar. I'm just trying to look up the names of those two Porsche engineers that produce the later cars.
Yeah,
we're talking about the different people who raced for toys in the past, and one of them actually was Dave Walker, the Australian, who of course raced in Formula 1, and it was afterwards, I think, after his Formula 1 career. But another who was the guy who raced under the name of Pierre Chevet, and I think his name was Frederick Glatz or something like that. Fritz Glatz. But I think he had more pseudonyms than anybody in the world.
He certainly did. So let's head back down because Vincent is down in the pit lane. He's with Dominique Guénard, who started the toy, but sadly he's with him in the pits right now.
Some problem in the pits for one of the Toges, the car of Dominique Guénard. Dominique, apparemment un problème qui vous contraint à l'abandon, il y a eu quoi?
Problème de boîte de vitesse, la 2 veut plus, je n'arrive plus à passer la 2. Je pense que le crabot est abîmé, et puis la 2 rentre mais elle ressort tout de suite, donc conduire son deuxième ici c'est un peu compliqué.
Le niveau est très élevé dans ce CER2 ici sur le circuit de Barcelone.
Oui, le niveau ça va très très vite. Il y a des nouveaux arrivants en CER2, Nguyen en 3 litres, Magnussen en 2 litres, il y a de la concurrence.
Dominique Guénard, unfortunately, it's a retirement for him, gearbox problems.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Sorry to hear for Dominique Guénard that that was the conclusion. Remember, he started outside the front row, was running in 4th place and then settled into 3rd. As we expected those first 3-litre cars to pull away, but gearbox problems, never anybody's friend.
Magnussen back in second, longer pit stop because he's a gold.
Of course.
Yeah. He's gold over 50, but he's still a gold. I've forgotten how many seconds that was. It was a great big chart with all this on. I think we can probably look it up, can't we? How much?
Well, we're in a 1 hour race.
Yeah, thank you.
That's above 60 minutes. Up to 60 minutes, but a gold 20 seconds extra, but it's over 40 years old. Yeah, 20 seconds extra.
Yeah.
And he's competing against Maxime Guénard, who will be... It might have only been a 5-second difference, actually. We will see, but anyhow, where we are in the race, no, it must be more than that, because the difference is 37 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, I like to cross across a few T's and I's, dot the I's. The later Toyoters were designed by former Porsche engineers Kurt Chebeck and Dieter Bartz.
Oh, well done. You've dug very deep very quickly.
Yeah. So,
well done for doing that. I just want to highlight the fact in the battle of the chevrons for second place in the under 2 litre class, the order has changed. Charlie Hyatt couldn't resist the charging Nigel Greensall. So number 21, Brown with the yellow stripe, Chocolate Drop as it's been known, that car for, well, since the 70s. Has worked its way to second in class. The next car up the road is about 20 seconds clear of them.
Yeah.
So
I think he'll get that, Nigel.
Yeah.
No,
we've got 16. Yeah, we could, and he might take Charlie Hyatt with him.
Yeah. So I mean, of the 2 litre cars, that will be the most powerful because the Hart engine. Oh dear, the Interscope car's gone round. Newport Beach, California. You've been there, Bruce.
No, I haven't.
Oh, have you not? I thought you'd been about.
No. I'd have claimed it as a racing circuit. Oh, well, there we go. Round goes Jim Norman. He'll get it pointed the right way.
Top to Jim. I had a class win at Daytona once, a long time ago, in a Porsche 924, or something funny like that. And it was painted in the famous hippie colours.
Oh, really?
And it was in a new GTX class. And they won the class, but there was only about just a couple of other Mazdas in it, and it was a bit of a hollow victory, really. But anyway, he has got the watch. And I'm baffled by why Magnussen's 34 seconds behind.
So am I. I'm racking my brains to try and work.
Yeah, part of it is that. But what's it?
I know.
Go on.
I think he's got a 30-second penalty. We were wondering if he got given a penalty for leaving when he left the pits. Remember, he overtook Dominic Guena, who had gearbox problems, is now retired. Because he wasn't yet, he was in the sort of, what do you call it, the lane when you get out of the...
exit, I think it must be it.
Because I can't think
there
of
must
any
be a channel somewhere, we should be able to find that.
Well, I got excited when I thought I'd got the screen, and then it gave me a race meeting in Germany, which wasn't too helpful at that point. On a good old time in 71.
So, it brings some jeopardy into 14 minutes to go, 6 laps, it's not going to do it, is it? No way. No. But that's a disappointment. So it has been a race of ups and downs with this car.
Well, it has, but I mean, watching it, we've been the beneficiaries of watching a supreme racer, absolutely on top of his craft.
Look, I mean, he is
his best lap, his fastest lap, 1.5 seconds faster than anybody else in Spanish.
Yeah. Well, Nigel, what's Nigel fighting for? He's not. I mean, I suppose he's fighting for an overall podium, isn't he? But he's second in that class. He's not going to catch Magnussen. The 2 cars in front of him have both got 3 litre engines, so in a different category. The Bush twins are leading 1, 2, 3 Porsche 935 in the GT category, which Brigade tends to win normally. We've got Carlos de Quesada in there. Also, didn't get another bit further down. A couple of Americans have been supporting this series well. Supporting last is Josh Tuggle, and Josh is currently in 13th place. And
running with Dean DeSantis.
Dean DeSantis, who's got a Lola T70 as well, which it often races with Dave Hinton, a British guy based in America, who was the founder of the main classic car series in America. They sold it to IMSA now, but he still prepares a lot of cars. He absolutely loves E-types. He's got several E-types. And Dave raced last year with DeSantis in this series, but he's got to get back to real work this year. And Magnussen just shown us dropped to 3rd.
Okay, so Yves Samama has taken the number.
Well, we need to see the front. Yeah, well, here's the leader, Maxine.
The GT class leader was in the background.
Yeah, the GT class.
Magnus has down to 4th now, so
there's a problem. There's a problem.
Hasn't come into the pits that we can see as yet, but he's clearly something has gone. You talked earlier about, has it got with the reliability?
Yeah, I did.
Has it only just come back to racing?
Nigel Greensill is getting another 2 outright wins and 2 class wins. Yeah, oh dear. Well, they'll sort it, but
it's shown great pace. So
it's shown terrific pace,
encouraging start.
and the excitement of cutting through the field are magnificent. Unless it could be a legacy of that earlier incident.
Could.
Because obviously the car that rode up on the nose went quite a way.
Right, so suddenly for Maxime Guénin, he's already got 1 win in the bag, and he's cruising to another. This one, he's going from Ford Capri RS 3100 to Lola T286, and is well 44 seconds clear of Yves Samama, who's second overall.
The timing shows that the 70 car has stopped, but unfortunately on the map it doesn't show you where.
Another car that's just stopped. Sorry, I beg your pardon. The lines are moving too fast for me to keep up. It drops down the screen. It's still that Maxim car in the first timing sector.
Yeah,
that only takes you through to just before turn 4. So it's either anywhere between turn 1, 2, 3, or 4, maybe even at the bottom of the start-finish straight. But got to try and pick up that pale blue Porsche. We're just past the end of the first timing sector. Someone's locked up down there. It's not off to the left. Still looking for where he's gone.
Well,
Magnussen, we know he went from last to first, but then behind after those after the pit stops and his recovery drive, and we were trying to work out whether he'd been given a penalty. We couldn't work out why he'd lost so much time, and then he's lost it. It matters not now because the car is pulled off somewhere.
So I'm just seeing. I wonder. I don't think Greensill could get into the top 3, can he? So the third is
That's to find 17 seconds. He hasn't got as much as
but so 2 Lola 286s with Cosworth engines in the top 3. That's probably a first. Charlie Hyatt right up there as well. The Osella is third, and Tony Sinclair.
Yeah. Then in the GT class, it's the Bush twins. The 54 went from 8th at the start up to 4th place. The pale blue Porsche 935. Second in the class is Carlos de Quesada in another 935. He's another 11 seconds back, and 11 seconds behind him is Emmanuel Brigot another Porsche 935. Nigel Greensill into turn 10, out of turn 10. Car giving chase is Charlie Hyatt. Bright green car. Is that pea green or bright green? Bright green to me.
His crash helmet is lime green.
Green and yellow.
Yeah. I mean, he goes well, Charlie. He's not a professional racing driver, you know. He's got work to do. He's twitching a bit, but I mean, he's right there with Nigel. There's a chocolate drop.
So it's a dry day. It's not a sunny day. It's not enough sunny here today, but we'll take it. Last year it was horrible, the weather here. And the drivers all enjoying the circuit. It's interesting, isn't it, Andrew? We said quite a few drivers went interviewed and said, actually, I've never raced here before. Yeah. So, you know, when you're a driver, sometimes if you race in a championship, you do tend to do very similar circuits. And yet there must be so many you want to go and race on because you've seen the Grand Prix being held or you've seen other great sports car races or whatever. And for a lot of drivers coming here, you know, it's really gentle, easy climate at the moment, 16, 17 degrees. Bit colder the nightfall. The evening comes in quite quickly, doesn't it? The temperature does drop, but during the day it's been lovely. And walking around the paddock, it's shirt sleeves weather.
This is very much a Lewis Hamilton circuit that has been in the past. A string of victories in a row. Can't remember exactly how many were now, but
that's an awful lot.
6 or 7 times I think he won here, and may yet. I've been looking at this season. Climbing the podium anyway. We won't say what happened.
I was about to just warn you.
No, I'm not saying that.
So Charlie Hyatt still pressing on, second in the under 2 litre prototype class, 5th overall. He's not too many seconds behind Nigel Greensall, just over 3 seconds
He's only keeping Nigel on. It's a slide. It's right on the limit, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's right. He's sliding that car around. Nigel just picks up another car as we got, I suppose, 3 laps to go.
Yeah, 3, possibly 4 actually. Just waiting to see exactly where Maxime Guénard is around the circuit in the number 1 Lola.
And there's that Ligier with the Gitan sponsorship. 2 different French national tobacco companies. Well, the same company, different brands. Gitan and Gaulois. I think the Gitans didn't have a filter and the Gaulois did, or the other way around.
But there is a smell in France that doesn't exist anymore, but it was any bar you went into, if it had wood panelling, the smell of Gitan and Gaulois, I think in particular, had just seeped in, hasn't it?
I think they tended to toast the tobacco leaf in a different way, or more, didn't they? It gave that smell. And just a very quick story, the great motorcycle racer Barry Shearer mentioned before, that was his favourite cigarette, but he liked the ones that had the filters, but he liked them with the filter off, so he used to tear the filters off and then smoke them. Didn't do him any good.
No.
Sadly, he died of cancer of the esophagus.
So, being driven beautifully in the front of the race, there was the challenge, of course, from Jan Magnussen, but Maxime Guénard sitting comfortably, loaded. Was a DFE powered Lola T286 from 1976. Car had a huge amount of success in the UK in the Thundersport
Lots
series.
of seconds, I said. I think it maybe only finished first once, but he had to beat another Lola, actually, a T530 Can-Am car, driven well by John Foster and John Brindley.
They were always exciting races.
Yeah, there was all sorts of cars. They had Sports 2000s, and it was open house for any sports car, open sports car you liked. I think there were occasionally other Can-Am cars in it as well, weren't there? So March 707 or something been in it. And it was a fun series. Another brainchild of the greatest race promoter of all time in my book, Mr. John Webb. And he's the guy that invented Formula Ford and Formula Ford 2000.
And UK pickup racing, the Ford P100. And he was restless. He was always looking for new ideas, and he really put his money where his mouth was.
And he got behind women drivers of Davina and Vida Galica and Desiree Wilson. I went to a press conference once, and I think they got a drive for Desiree in the British Grand Prix, and he decided that, the Brubos delivery car has pulled off with it has a Brubos number as well, of course, 59.
George Caban, he was going really well in there.
He was.
But he's pulled off, and I sense another car I'm just checking where all the toys are. Frederic Rouvier's car has just stopped out on the circuit. Saw it at the bottom of the hill.
They're all
turn 6.
In one way, they're all playing with their toys, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Full course yellow had to come with cars sitting at the side of the circuit, I think in 2 positions around the track, with 3.5 minutes remaining. There is one of the fallen, that's car 59. Maybe that's the only one they're concerned about, but certainly at the bottom of the hill, down by turn 6, was one of the golden Horsteiner toys. It was car number 71, Frederic Rouvier's car. That was the 2 litre one, but for the winner, I can say winner at this point. I would suggest in the 2 litre class, under 2 litre class, it must be Nigel Greensall, but our race winner surely is going to be Maxime Guénard. He was sitting on a margin of over a minute, so whatever happens, he's not going to be overhauled.
That Porsche is sufficiently pushed back into the pit lane by marshals, or corner workers, as they're called in America. Just very quickly, going back to that John Webb story, as we are in full course yellow mode. So he decided Desiree Wilson was the lioness, and so he went to this press conference. They'd hired a sort of very dodgy Williams for Johnny Mack for her to drive. But we went to the press conference, and he had managed to hire a baby lion as a photo prop. It's rather similar to my story of hiring a piglet, but we won't go into that now.
More creative, I think, the press conferences back in
They were, yeah. But John Webb did quite a lot of that sort of stuff, didn't he? And Davina lives in America now. She was quite a girl. She was, with her skiing. I think she was. One say she's the fastest woman ever on ski.
She was. She went to Les Arcs and they did the flying kilometre.
Yeah.
Right, here we are. We full course yellow's been cleared very quickly because George Gaban's car was pushed into the pit exit, and so Maxime Guénard just has to defend his lead, which shouldn't be too difficult because we've got 2 minutes left on the clock. He's clear by 1.5 minutes now from Yves Semama, and Stephen Ewan just kept on working his way forward, and he's up into 3rd overall. And as I say that, he goes down to 4th because Nigel Greensill has passed him, so the leading under 2 litre class car has moved into 3rd, and you do get the prediction.
Yes, but no. Well, I thought he wasn't going to do it, but the yellows helped him, of course.
Yes,
that's why. That's great. Well, on Nigel, 2 outright wins so far. Now it's going to be 2 class wins. He's evergreen. It's Nigel Greensill.
The toy that parked at the bottom of turn 6 has been moved behind the barriers. He did well to take it down to the escape route.
But where is the Magnussen car? We never saw where it went.
No. Somewhere in the first timing sector is all we can tell you. But that's not much use, is it?
I might hop out of the box in between races and try and find out what happened to it. Because obviously, usually with people retiring the pits, sponsors have been right on it, and we know why they've had problems. But if they stopped out on the circuit,
we get lost in the mists of time. May never otherwise find out. Maxime Guénard, though, 42 seconds till the checkered flag can come out, so he's just going to be doing one further lap after this one.
We're talking about Nigel's wins. He's having another good weekend, isn't it? It's not unusual for him to win 4 or 5 events during a Le Mans Classic weekend, as we now call it. That was a Le Mans sponsorship, that Lambretta. I think it was some strange Italian deal or other.
So presumably they're Lambrettas in the paddock, not Vespers.
Have a look. If I manage to go again. Yeah,
they ran quite a few loaders actually, the Lambretta livery. Right, leading the GT2 class, it's still the Bush Twins car. Mark on his own, and see nobody is immediately behind him. In fact, he's
Mark and Dennis.
30 seconds ahead of Carlos de Quesadas, bright yellow, 935.
And the Lotus has kept going, hasn't it?
Yeah, because I've not seen that race before, so it's probably quite new in its racing.
That must be new, I think.
Yeah. When I say new in its racing life, I mean its second racing
life. Yeah.
Right, just trying to see how far behind Nigel. Stephen Ewan has got back into third place ahead of Nigel Greensill. Nigel is 5.5 seconds. No, it's gone back again the other way.
Swapped again now.
It was just a timing screen glitch, I think. I don't think it had gone one way then the other. But they were only about a second apart, so it could have been a bit of chopping and changing.
Jim Norman came in the pits as well.
Saw him in the background, the Interscope car.
So we lost quite a lot for this. We lost best part of 7 or 8 cars.
Yeah, right, final corner, final lap. Here comes the race winner. Maxime Guénard made it look very easy, but just remember he was chased, he was harried by Jan Magnussen, but Jan has not made it to the end of the race. A couple of under 2 litre class cars, Tony Sinclair on the left, and the Lambretta livery car number 13, Simon Nobili.
Who got the jump on there?
Well, Nobili is down in 13th overall. No, Tony Sinclair was a lap ahead in 7th.
Oh, yes, of course he was, yes.
And here comes our GT2 class winner. It was never in doubt from this A, the second qualifying started, and then B, in the race. Brilliant start from Dennis Bush, and twin brother Mark brings it home to complete the job to win the GT2 class in 8th place overall. Still waiting for Yves Semama to come through in 2nd place. Maxime Guénard has long ago finished, and it emphasises, in fact, here comes Yves Semama down to turn 10. He's only at this point and already probably helmet off in the paddock for race winner. Maxime Guénard, or pretty close. He'll be popping his belts and climbing out. So checkered flag continues to wave. Really never in doubt once there's a problem for Jan Magnussen when he works his way right up from the tail of the field to the front. And the car coming home in second is just going through turn 14, and Nigel Greensall only just finishing in third place. He's being pushed, well, he's very close to the tail of Yves Samami. He very nearly got into second place overall. No, he didn't, sorry. Stefan Newen has come through in second place overall. Nigel Greensall listed as fourth. No, the timing screen is going all over the place.
Crazy. So
Charlie Hyde, it seems anyone comes over the finish line, they get promoted, so we'll wait for it to settle down. But on another timing screen, it's well, maybe some penalties are being applied. Because suddenly Nigel Greensall is 38 seconds behind Stefan Newen, who was ahead of him on the track.
Yeah,
changing
don't
position.
understand that at all.
That'll teach me to write the finishing results down before the end, when I was fairly confident. No doubting who won the race overall. Maxime Guénard got the job done. Could have been a different story if Jan Magnussen hadn't had his problem, because he came from last to first. And then we thought he might have picked up a penalty that seemed to drop him about 30 seconds, and then it became irrelevant because his car was parked out somewhere, and we haven't worked out where.
But what did Greensall do? Overtake under the yellow? It's not like Nigel's so experienced, not the sort of thing he's going to do. I'm not convinced that.
Okay, well, let's see as they come in. No doubting the race winner in his Lola. There we are, Maxime Guénard. Stefan Newen, Stefan Newen will be coming through into second place, car number 12, and into third place, and leading the under 2 litre class will be, after the whatever happened to Nigel Greensall, will be Charlie Hyatt.
Well, he's gone marching off.
He's probably in the next race. Hold on, what's the next race?
Oh, yeah, probably is, yeah.
that's the life of Maxime Guénard. It's a Formula 1 parade, Mitch.
Oh, so, well, he could have a call of nature.
He could have a call of nature. It's an hour-long race, sitting in a vibrating environment.
and well, yes, but he came out of the
previous race.
2 previous races.
Yeah, fully understood. So, as it stands on our timing screens, victory to Maxime Guénard, that we understand. Stefan Newen into second place with whatever it was that dropped.
But did Shimama get a penalty as well?
Yeah, Shimama was second across the finish line and then scrambled backwards.
Probably worth me doing a run down there, isn't it?
Oh, 100%, off you go.
Yeah.
Get your spikes on.
Yeah.
And at the end, Nigel Greensall ended up in 6th place overall, 3rd in the under 2 litre class. So the penalties applied, and maybe at some point we will find out just precisely to whom and how much. But no doubting the outright winner, Maxime Guénard, no doubting the winner in GT2. This car, the Mambo livery Kramer Porsche 935 with Dennis Bush starting and twin brother Mark bringing it to the end. So they got that job done. But Nigel Greensall listed as 1 minute and 58 seconds down on the race leader, but I think he seemed to pick up a penalty of about the magnitude of nearly 40 seconds. Because he was fighting with Stefan Newen, who's ended up in 2nd place. Anyhow, I'm not going to second guess myself, but sure Andrew, who's just charged down to the pit lane, will help fill in all of that. And obviously, trying to get an interview with the race winner is slightly difficult because Maxime Guénard has legged it through the garage, but certainly lots of happiness for others down and around there. And it is a real team enterprise when you get people out. In historic racing in particular, they know the stories. Not all these cars are so easy to prepare, and Stefan Newen looking beyond happy with what became 2nd place, and he had to fight his way up the order, absolutely. So he'll have had some great battles up there, right at the end with Nigel Greensall harrying him. He must have really worried, but we're going to go down in a moment and join Vincent Françon with probably the happiest person we've seen today. Go, Vincent.
In the pits with a very happy man, Stéphane Nguyen. Stéphane Nguyen, apparemment, vous êtes très heureux. C'est une course comment? Difficile?
Ouais, surtout ému. On vient de loin, la voiture est toute fraîche. Elle n'a jamais roulé, moi non plus avec. Mardi, ils étaient encore dessus. Les mécanos se sont démenés toute la semaine. Et je suis super content d'avoir fait ce résultat pour eux. Et voilà, la voiture marche bien. Il y a encore des choses à améliorer, mais rendez-vous à Spa.
Une course au cours de laquelle il s'est passé pas mal de choses, hein. Vous avez un peu joué au yo-yo dans le classement.
Il y a le 82 qui m'a tapé, là je vais voir la vidéo, mais je crois qu'il était un peu agressif, parce qu'il m'a vraiment coupé dans le gros parabolique là. Je suis un tête à queue, je suis reparti, et puis après j'avais un problème de frein, j'ai fait trop tard, j'ai fait gravier, et voilà, après je me suis battu quoi.
Second place overall for Stefan Nguyen.
Thank you very much, Vincent with Stefan Nguyen. And already we've got the Formula One cars going out for a demo. It's been a real extra bonus, but I love seeing that level of passion and enthusiasm. And also he had to fight for it. And he said he had a really good battle with Christian Valli, of course, in the Osella on the way up. But it was feisty, but they got there. And that number 12, Gitin Lola, the driver, we've just heard from him, the winning Opfer Group car. Maxime Guénard already evacuated that one to move on. It's a really, really busy day, and a lot of these drivers are driving in plenty of races and jumping from one type of racing car to another decade and another type of racing car. So they really have to be nimble. But right now, let's enjoy the Formula One demo. And already, what we had yesterday when they came out, the drivers would have a fairly circumspect outlap, and then they'd really start to pick up the pace. And the cars that sound the best when their engines are really being wound up are the two Matra MS120s with their V12 engine notes, super, super pure. And Soelari, who was driving one of them yesterday, just described it as the most beautiful melody. But let's go back down into the pit lane, and we're going to go and join Vincent with car 52, Yves Semama.
Another top driver of this race, Yves Semama with the Toge. Yves avec le vainqueur, Maxime Guénard, qu'on va interviewer dans la foulée. Alors Yves, c'était une course avec des hauts et des bas. Ça s'est passé comment pour vous?
Ben, ça s'est bien passé, un assez bon départ, de P3 P2. Et puis après, une course sans trop de rebondissements. Évidemment, Jan Magnussen, impossible de le tenir. Quand il vient, il passe. Et il s'est fait. Là, il semblerait que j'ai pris une pénalité. De 30 secondes pour speeding dans le safety car. Alors, bon, moi je ne sais pas quand, il me semble que j'ai respecté, mais je pense dans la slow down période, dans le moment, le temps qu'on le voit, qu'on ralentisse, évidemment, on ne saute pas sur les freins. Il va falloir s'habituer à vraiment, dès qu'on le voit, monter sur les freins. Alors il faudra faire attention à ceux qui suivent, évidemment. En fait, à un moment donné, j'ai même dépassé quelqu'un sous le FC, le foot course yellow, parce que moi, je l'ai vu, je me suis mis à 80, et puis l'autre, il s'est arrêté. À 10 km/h, j'ai pas compris, je regardais le truc, puis je passe à côté. Évidemment, je l'ai laissé passer. Je pense pas que c'était à ce moment-là. Je sais pas, on verra, on apprend.
P3 final result for him because of a penalty for speeding under full course yellow. Unfortunately for this guy, but he's very, very happy.
We're learning.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So good to see a smile on the face of Yves Semama there. But yeah, picked up a penalty. We're learning. You know, it came thick and fast, but we very much enjoyed that race. Classic Endurance Racing 2 class. But the sound in the background, you could see Yves wince. The sheer noise of some of the Formula One cars at full chat down the start-finish straight in their demos. So these are cars not just being paraded around, these are driven hard, and I really approve of that in a demo. You don't want to see a car driven at half pace, you can't understand how dynamic it is, but you don't get to hear the engine as it truly should. And Vincent still loves a noisy pit lane, so he's ready for another interview down there, and we'll be getting to that very shortly indeed. Maybe he'll squeeze it into a fairly quiet gap before the Formula One cars come round again, maybe not, but it's a magical sound down there. And that was quite a race, and I think a lot to chew over. We still haven't worked out where Jan Magnussen's car ended up. It said on our timing screens it had stopped, but we never ever saw it again. But that was a car that came up from the back, worked its way to the front, picked up a penalty, and I've sent Andrew Marriott down to find out. But let's go back down. Beautiful run in that race. Maxime Guénard with Vincent.
And just like in the Heritage Touring Cup, it's a victory for Maxime Guénard after this Classic Endurance Racing Race 2. Maxime, allez, une victoire de plus. Elles se suivent naturellement par rapport à l'autre. C'est peut-être un petit peu moins discuté ici.
Alors, contrairement à ce que tu pourrais penser, c'était quand même disputé parce que Magnussen en début de course était très vite. Il fallait tenir le rythme. Je voyais qu'il était plus rapide, mais pas tant que ça. Et puis, c'est qu'il avait une pénalité. Puis le deuxième relais, il fallait quand même pousser pour garder l'avance. Donc, ouais, ça a été quand même. Ça faisait longtemps que je m'étais pas bagarré comme ça quand même. Ça fait plaisir.
La voiture se comporte bien. C'est une voiture agréable sur ce type de circuit, Barcelone.
Ouais, très agréable. Elle se comporte super bien. Elle est facile. Elle est saine, surtout en comportement. Donc, non, une super auto à emmener.
En bilan de la journée, c'est bon.
Très belle journée.
He's the champion, of course, and once again he won the race.
Yeah, well, he had the challenge from Jan Magnussen, but it was great to see and driven beautifully. The Oxford Group car, I've watched that race over the decades, from a teenage boy onwards, and it's always at the front end of any field it races in, so good to see it looking so fantastic. Formula One cars still on the track, but we are going to take a look back at the highlights of an enthralling classic endurance racing 2 race here in Barcelona.
Turbine engines.
Yeah, the gas turbine car for Le Mans. But, you know,
I loved all that different technology, and now, you know, even the rules tell you what the angle of the V is going to be. I mean, basically design, you know. So we don't have that variety. We still have great racing in Formula One, but we don't have that variety of design. As we discussed yesterday, you know, the computer says, the CAD cam says this is the best way, and the computer gets it right, so everybody goes in the same direction. So nobody does a Gordon Murray or does a Colin Chapman or a Derek Gardner, who did put the four wheels in the front of the Tyrrell, of course.
Of course, the fastest six-wheel Formula One car was the Williams 240, but they never got to race that, and that is always one of Patrick Head's great sadnesses, because when it hit the track, it far exceeded what they thought it would be able to do in terms of performance, and that was different because it had two wheels at the front and four at the back, rather than four small ones at the front and two at the back.
And and March did that as well.
Yes, March did. You're quite right. But again, you know, the rule book wasn't so tight, and also it did mean even without paint on the cars, you could tell the difference. And we fully understand how that's not the case now. But you know, looking back at these cars and walking up and down the pit lane, cars might be 1 or 2 years apart, but they are very different. The ones we've seen out in this Formula One demo.
Yes, indeed. You know, obviously saw the two matches, and there were small changes. But earlier on, the earlier matches were very bulbous side. These very angular the cars we saw today, the 120C. Just absolutely packed down there around where the Formula One cars were. I had to do a bit of elbowing to get out of there.
To get out
well, look, there we are. See how different those two are. The different bodywork designs and everything. And so just saw Sahel Ayari down there. He was in the Ligier. Not sure who was in that M26.
No,
might have been another Breitmeyer, actually. I think they own that car, Team Bright.
Again, look at the cockpit. The controls are so
so look
simple.
at the steering wheel. We have control systems now. So, and interesting, they got the rev limit set on 10. They used to, because with DFE, we'd usually rev to 11 in period.
Great big slick rear tyres.
Yeah.
You can sort of see and understand pretty much.
We're looking at a part of the engine. When the car goes by, you can see part of the engine. Well, you can't even see part of the electric motor these days.
No. And bear in mind, when the Ford Cosworth DFE, which is in the back of that McLaren, was introduced, it was revolutionised Formula One because it could be used as a stress member. You didn't have to have a frame around it to mount your suspension. You could mount it straight onto the tail end of the engine, so that was a huge advancement and definitely gave much more rigidity to the cars, and rigidity is great in terms of being able to get your performance right.
Because the Cosworth DFE was designed together with Colin Chapman Lotus, and they had the first use of it, and of course the Lotus 49 was the first that used a stress member like that.
It was, and you know, it started winning from the outset and just kept on going. More than 150 Grand Prix wins for the DFE. Just an astonishing warhorse.
And the sports car wins, and we've just seen a race won by DFE engine just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, so really quite something.
DFE double 4-valve.
Ligier, one man's idea, and certainly for Guy Ligier, who raced in Formula One in his own right. And he sort of had friends in high places in the French government that certainly helped finance that and made it happen. They were desperate for French success.
And he was also a good rugby player. He was on the fringes of the French. I'm not sure, was he sort of in the French B team, was he?
He was sort of there or thereabouts. That would have been a hairy environment to be in, I can guarantee you that.
He looked a bit like bulky rugby players, sort of D-League. They also produced sort of little town cars that finally sold the business.
ultimately.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the next batch of cars to come out
Yeah,
onto
well,
the circuit.
this is the second race, isn't it, for this division, where we're going to see the very much the Le Mans cars. But unfortunately, today we haven't got as many as we'd hoped for. But we're going to see Pescarolo, Mike Newton and his MG, a couple of LMP2 cars, a couple of very rare American-built sports cars, and there is one of them just going through now, the silver cars, the Cannibal Chevrolet IMSA from 1998. There are the two Pilbeams, the two teammates, usually race together, but now they've got two cars. One car's 2 years older than the other, and halfway through the race they're going to swap over. And Mark Rostan is going to step into Pierre Renault's car, and vice versa.
Yeah, well, yesterday they then had a little bit of overtaking on the track, but you have to expect with the Pescarolo on pole position with David Hart that will run off and hide. Mike Newton kept him really honest in a less powerful car, different sort of category of car, in an LMP2 class car, really, effectively, running in second place. And then towards the end, the last 2 laps, he suddenly dropped away a bit, but early days, it was a really, really good run from Mike Newton.
And that yellow Lola there with the, that was the car run by Chamberlain's Synergy team, great Hugh Chamberlain, huge character that was a stalwart of Le Mans teams over the years around, but the Synergy part that was with Bob Berridge.
Hugh was the only person I could really have meaningful conversations about, another passion of mine, about rugby, because he rose from the rugby club, and one of the people he used to play with there was, in the same rugby club, was Will Hoy, and then he entered cars for Will to race in Clubmans, and then moved all the way up into the global stage, and everyone misses Will, a real gentleman who died way too young of illness.
I went to Will Hoy's funeral. It was a huge funeral, Will Hoy. Absolutely packed that church in Chelsea. And Mike Batt, remember Mike Batt?
I know the name.
Singer-songwriter. Bright Eyes, that wrote Bright Eyes. He sang it there.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And Sarah Green, a TV personality, married to great broadcaster, cum racer, Mike Smith, they were there. It was a bit of funerals on my life, racing drivers going there subsequently, of course, and it was one of the most impressive funerals I've ever been. It goes right up there with the Cavaliers.
Yeah, and as you get older...
But Will was a super guy, wasn't he? He wasn't a full-time racing driver either.
He worked in the property business, in real estate. He used to live up in Cambridge, then he moved down to London and won the British Touring Car Championship, and just a phenomenal career.
No relation, of course, to Chris Hoy, who's great cyclist and battling cancer now, of course, but of all the thousands of people I've ever interviewed, at Le Mans, everywhere, Chris Hoy comes right near the very top. Absolutely superb interviewee and a lovely man, and was never as good at racing as he was at cycling, but he was still did a pretty good job. He competed at Le Mans, and we wish him well. And then there was Caroline Hoy, of course, who was a great karter. There's Mike Newton.
It really is a throwback in time. I know that's a stupid thing to say in the historic racing field, but this car has never been anyone apart from Mike's, has it?
No.
And he raced in period, great success at Le Mans, and again was just going so well yesterday in that, and won P2 in 2006.
Yep. Warren Hughes' name on that car as well. He raced at Warren Hughes, the Northeast. One of our broadcasting pal Joe Bradley's mates. Warren Hughes, his brother Mark, great journalist. Really want to know what's happening inside Formula One. Mark's the sort of guy you need to read.
I did Jim Russell School Formula Ford races with Warren Hughes. I think it's safe to say he was a lot better than I was.
Right. But he was half your size, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, right. And again, talking of Will Hoy, we talked of the person who ran him. and we do miss Hugh Chamberlain. He died last year. It was like a light went out because that man could entertain you morning, noon and night. Did it with all the smile, and on his face, not all of his cars got to the finish at Le Mans, but what he said, if your car's going to retire, make sure it does it before nightfall. Don't have all the pain and not get the gain at the end. A pragmatist.
There's the Peter Wolf car.
That went well as well yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah, it went very well. You can see the cutouts for the these are all running on slicks, because you didn't see that yesterday. Most of the cars running on treaded tyres in this series, but these are slicks, and the cutouts were any rubber build-ups of the sort of the rubber used to build up under the mud guards, really, didn't it? On the wheel covers.
Within the bodywork.
Yeah, so they cut the bodywork. I think that was the reason. It might have been some aerodynamic reason as well.
I think it was also when you tend to get that, it's also to stop cars flipping.
Yes.
Because if you go up and get air under the car, it's got nowhere to escape.
It's like those NASCARs have that flap that comes over. So I suppose we'll talk a little bit about the Keeler. It was just the Keeler case. It started life as a Chevron, which is one of the last cars they ever built. Went to America. The names of the guys that raced it at Daytona.
David Kopf, Tim Moser and Chris Wilson.
Tim Moser is the best known of those.
Ford engine, which was relatively unusual in American racing circles for sports cars at least.
Yeah.
But
looks a bit like a Riley and Scott, which we have had quite a lot of Riley and Scott's racing in the past. And well, the guy's got a couple of them. It's the chap I just mentioned who has the helmet, Xavier Micheron of the Ascot Group, another man who buys and sells racing cars.
But you know, a fairly long career at Daytona, 1995 to 1998, so 4 years. But it's in cricket terms we say it never troubled the scorers, meaning it didn't really pick up a top result. The scorer in cricket has to note how many runs you've scored, but
so
I think you get the gist.
Good shot at Mark Rosdan. They raced this car in period at Le Mans 20 odd years ago. Pilbeam, design of British Mike Pilbeam, who's a veteran race car designer and constructor. Built lots of cars, been successful in hill climbs, but prior to that was designing BRMs when BRM Formula 1 cars were competitive. But him and Tony Southgate basically designed cars that did most of the winning for BRM.
Right, and a lot of these cars, we have various classes of cars, and when we looked at the Pilbeams, they were running in LMP 675, which was a weight formula, but it's effectively what is P2, or used to be P2. We no longer have that in the World Endurance Championship.
P2, but 675 kilos. And there is the man who should have a fairly easy run to. Oh, look, he's just showing us his crash helmet. Is he doing that deliberately? Or no, I think he was just exercising his neck. Father and son crash helmets are completely different. Probably painted by the same guy.
Yeah, that's helmets evolved. I always like the racer Sean Lynn, his helmet with all the cars and circuits he's raced at, or an evocation of each of those on his. So it's you get up from a distance, it's still fairly visible, legible. Right, looks like we're missing a car from the right-hand side of. So you've got a GT class car in there, which is the only one, which is the Porsche 996 bi-turbo. Marcus Paltela driving it solo this weekend.
I think was briefly a BMW factory driver. He certainly raced Finn.
He raced many things, but he was for a long time. He's based in Belgium. Racing in their own racing, the various racing series.
You've got a bit of a Google, a bit of a Forex on it.
Bit of a Forex.
You can do that. I just see the cars leaving the grid now, and immediately David Hart, the Dutchman. He's originally from Eindhoven. Very big in the warehouse, building warehouses, renting out warehouses. Loves his racing, huge collection of cars. Very proud of having his son races as well. And David Hart has been around and racing for over 30 years. So, small eclectic group of cars here. At the back is the Cannibal.
Yeah, just going through Marcus's career, largely based with Belgian teams in the early part of the 21st century, racing FAA GT Championship. Done quite a few Le Mans, but with Marc VDS, hello, that's a Belgian racing team. So the theme is there, but he's then did quite a lot of stuff in the States as well. Then he won the Renault Sport Trophy Endurance Series in 2016. He races everything.
Yeah.
But actually, last 2 years he's drifted away. Last time he was in something like the Daytona 24 Hours in a Porsche. That was 2022.
So that's his last sort of professional driver.
48 years old now, so that's probably the march of time as well. Anyhow, I'm sure he'd like to see.
What was that Bentley mentioned there? It was with a top team, ML Frey Racing, the Swiss team, race with them.
Yeah, a little in the early days of the.
But that's what I was thinking about actually. But he raced for Turner Motorsport in America. That was sort of their second string team that mainly did the GTD category. I think he might have had a BMW World contract briefly, but he was certainly placed there.
But he's good.
And Will Turner, who runs that team, is another man that comes very high up with great guys to interview, actually. Good driver, but also one of those team owners, you know you're going to get something interesting, and particularly if something's gone wrong.
A team manager who can own up when things go wrong, or at least clarify it and not try and obfuscate well-clubbing. Right. We have 40 minutes of racing ahead of us for the second time. Yesterday we had victory by 22 seconds for the driver on pole position, David Hart. And Mike Newton, who'll be driving solo in the car alongside, came second yesterday as well, faded away to 22 seconds down, but for a lot of the race was only 10 seconds down. Either side of the pit stops, it was about that, but the MG EX264 on the outside. On the inside, though, with the Panasonic sponsorship, blue, white and green, it's the Pescarolo C60. In behind, Peter Wolf, and then the two Pill Beams, then right at the back, the Cannibal Silver, with various pink flashes, and the only GT class car in this field is Marcus Paltolo in the bi-turbo 996. Looking for the lights to go from red to green on the start-finish straight. A little bit of a heat haze. Proves it's another nice day here in Catalonia. And down to the first corner. Well, there's no doubting the start from David Hart. He's
just V10 power, really pushing the car forward.
But Mike Newton, tucks in behind into the first corner, very late onto the brakes, and taking a look. Because this might be Mike's chance, because maybe he's more confident on tyres that aren't fully up to temperature. At the back of the field is the Cannibal. Tucked behind the second of the Pill Beams, behind the Porsche of Marcus Paltolo. Really need to get all eyes, and it's still as they go between turns 3 and 4. This is Mike Newton is going to try and do it in the next couple of corners. This will be his chance, because I think David Hart, he'll get on that infield straight from turn 9 to turn 10. He'll rock it away, but he's got the middle part of the track. He's covered off Mike Newton, but Mike is far from finishing. Just remember how many years Mike has been running that car. 2 class wins at Le Mans, but also he's so much experience with it, so he's au fait. He's comfortable right now.
I noticed the two Pill Beams got completely split. Somebody obviously locked up, just saw the smoke.
Yeah, Peter Wolf just locked up in that bright yellow Lola.
Yesterday, the two Pill Beams ran very close together nearly the whole way through the race, and again after they swapped drivers.
Yeah, they did. Mark Rostam was the faster driver yesterday because he overtook after the pit stops, but he's the one that's fallen back down the order to about 8th place, in fact, precisely into 8th place. Whereas his teammate Pierre Bruno is in
maybe he
second.
didn't get a gear at the start or something.
Yeah, we'll get a replay at the start sometime soon, but in terms of on-track action, the only moment where something could have gone wrong was dropping down through the kink at turn 6. This car, the bright yellow Peter Wolf-driven Lola. But Mike Newton is all over our race leader Pescarolo of David Hart. Of course, when they get onto the start-finish straight where they've just gone now, David will have more punch from his Judd than certainly the AER engine in Mike Newton's MG. The car based on a Lola will be offering him, but he's close. Remember, he was very good on the braking last time.
Yeah, and he's very good there. He had very different engine configurations. And the ex-Chamberlain Synergy car, that's got Judd in as well, I think it has it. I was trying to remember.
I think it's got an AER.
Oh, yes, I think it has. Yeah, I think that's what they ran with.
Yeah, I've got him down as an AER.
I'm sure that's right, yeah. But that turbocharged 4-cylinder engine with a lot of turbo boost, and that engine also for a while has a lock-up again from Peter Wolf. That engine also became a Mazda engine over in America with the Dyson team for a while. but it was basically the same architecture. And in fact, James Weaver, after he retired, James Weaver was with Dyson, great driver with Andy Wallace, and he would work with AER for a while, because I think the Dyson bought into the business. They also done a lot of rally engines and so on, but down in Chelmsford.
Well, I'm really impressed. I said that yesterday that Mike Newton stayed close to David Hart in the Pescarolo, but today he's staying closer. That is for sure. At this stage yesterday, he'd have been 3 or 4 seconds back. He was 10 seconds down at the pit stop, which is halfway through this 40-minute race. But right now, he's looking very, very comfortable.
New lease of life. Pescarolo with a single roll hoop, the 2 roll heaps of the Lola-based MG. MG's final fleeing at motor racing, wasn't it, before they were disappeared and then to be recreated by a Chinese company.
Right, here we go.
They've now got a decent sports car, actually.
They do indeed. Oh, well, this is fantastic for Mike Newton.
Didn't expect this at all.
No. I just thought that David Hart, even if he wanted to take it easy, would build a 2 or 3 second gap and then gradually extend from there. But he's never got any further than about a second ahead of Mike Newton. So Mike, as they drop down from turn 5 where they are now, through the kink to the left at turn 6. Saw Peter Wolf locking up as he came down here, just where he was considering braking this point. The next corner, turn 7. Such a critical corner on this lap. Up the rise through the kink at 8, over the crest at turn 9, and the punch of the Judd V10 pulls the Pescarolo further clear, but under braking every single tight corner. This is where Mike Newton closes right back up. Now they go through turn 10, turning hard to the left, and then of course there'll be a bit more punch for the Judd. That will accelerate the Pescarolo away a bit, but Mike Newton is hardly any tardier at all. Through turn 12 they go.
And he got inside him.
So that has been a problem.
A problem for the car. Oh no. Oh, that car has been so reliable in the past. Straight into the pit lane, and I'm sure Vincent will find out. So, well, Mike Newton, usually there's quite a lot of these more powerful cars, and Mike Newton doesn't usually win these races outright, but he's often been on the podium, overall podium several times. He's going to be delighted with this. Well, he's got 35 minutes to try and keep it together now.
Yeah.
But if he's not under any pressure...
No, he's not. Okay, we've got the two pill beams together, and the Nels Stark-driven MG is going past. It's a different MG, obviously it's the one that...
it's an earlier one, it's a couple of years earlier, but another Lola.
Yes.
With a similar engine, isn't it?
It's the 2002 car versus the MG EX264 from 2005 that is now leading. But what's happened in the world of the pill beams is that Mark Rostan, who fell to 8th, while the sister car of Pierre Bruno rose fleetingly up to 3rd place, well, their order is going to change at some point, but actually they're chopping and changing right now, and number 20 with Pierre Bruno is the flat-nosed one, if you will, of the 2 pill beams. He's doing okay. But Nels Stark was getting a little bit loose in traffic yesterday, but probably the fastest of these cars is the one at the tail of the grouping, the one with Mark Rostan. But he's got to make space for himself. David Hart out of the car. I'm speaking to son Olivier, but you know the thing about it, when he put his hand up, he put it up a long way before he was going to the pits. It wasn't like he was trying to save every nanosecond, make a pit stop, have it fixed, come out. Oh dear, the Kyler's gone for a little bit of a rotation there.
They were looking at the left rear suspension and shaking it about.
Well, how did Marc Julie come to have a spin? Well, just like that, carrying a little bit too much speed into turn 5. Round came the tail, that could be collected up, and fortunately for Marcus Paltolo in the Porsche 996 bi-turbo, he was just far enough away not to be compromised. He was able to just block the course that was going to be taken by the spinning car in front of him, and then judiciously worked out where his car was going to go, so no damage done for him, and I don't think any damage done for the Kyler either, but the tyres won't be quite as lovely as they were at the start of the race. They'll start, pulls off the move he's been shaping up to do. Tried once, tried twice, and at the third time of asking gets it all right. Mark Ross down in the second of those two red pill beams, also looking a little bit as though he's going to go, you know what, I want to be in front of you. And I don't know if you remember, Andrew, but yesterday, by the time of the pit stop, so by about the 20-minute mark, Mark Roston was 5 seconds ahead of Pierre Bruno.
Yeah, just looking to see if Vincent's down there to try and find out what's going on. He's on the dollies. Going back in the garage. There he is, yeah.
Vincent's down there, but they're quite busy because I think the DHD lot, the David Hart group, are probably going to try and get that car back into this race before it's over. Obviously, any race-winning chance is out of the window, but they need to really find out, you know, what it is that has caused this not to be working as it should. So, Mike Newton leading Peter Wolf. Both cars from 2005, very similar. The Lola BO540 is very similar indeed to the Lola-based MG EX264. Put them side by side, they are similar indeed. But 12-second advantage. But let's go down to the pit lane because we wanted to know what was happening with the Pescarolo of the David Hart family. And Vincent Francin is right there. He's finding out.
And it's a bad news about this Pescarolo. David Hart, what was the problem?
Yeah, there's something with the drivetrain. So it's not the gearbox, it shifts, but there's a noise in it. And yeah, normally I recognize the noise, so it's better to stop before I ruin the whole car.
How is it to drive? How is it to drive such a modern car here in Barcelona? It's very quick.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's like it's towing to the, it's sucking to the floor. And it's really nice to drive. It's a nice circuit, and yeah, now I will try it in the Ferrari later on.
What's the summary of your weekend till now?
Sorry?
The summary of the weekend. Satisfied?
I make a stupid mistake with the Lola this morning. I followed Chris Ward. And I thought he went in after the safety car, but the window wasn't open, so we lost everything. It's a pity because Olivier, I was fourth, and with the safety car I was behind everybody, so yeah, we couldn't win the race. Olivier did quickest lap, and yeah, it was stupid of me. Yeah.
Not an easy day for the Hart family, but they will come back.
Thank you, Vincent. It's nice to be able to have another vehicle, another race to at least go and try and atone for things that have gone wrong, rather than going back home to the Netherlands with your tail between your legs.
Yeah, I'm very honest of him. You know, we talked about this yesterday. You know, you've got to be really on it, not only in the cockpit, but on the pit lane with the clipboard and making sure you know about all that, because the problem is that there's no communication in these races between driver and car. I mean, obviously you've got the pit board, so he dived into the pits thinking the window was open and it wasn't. It loses him a good finish.
So Peter Wolf in the bright yellow Lola in second place, 14.5 seconds down on the Lola-based MG. In the lead, Mike Newton in the car. He won the LMP2 class in 2005 and 2006 Le Mans. He is leading the only GT class car in the race. Marcus Palter up into 6th place now, the Finnish racer. He's about 15 seconds down on the second of those two pill beans, but he's in a class of his own in all sorts of forms. It'd be lovely to have some other people come to play with him in the GT class, but maybe at the later rounds. The next time of asking is Spa-Francorchamps for the Spa Classic, 22nd to 24th of May, so coming up soon.
We just hope it doesn't rain there.
What do you mean? It never rains at Spa.
It did last year.
Did it ever?
Yeah, we had some terrible conditions last year, particularly. We had a race that went on quite into 10 o'clock at night there. I haven't seen the time code this year. And yeah, this was just appalling. Well, that, here's the Keeler limping back. Well, it's going, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still going after its rotation. Mark Julie, who's still new to this car, just getting a feel for it. Again, you just get these incredible juxtapositions of when you've got two cars in two races, and one is a Porsche 356 in the 1950s with not a lot of horse, and then you get into something like this that has ample horsepower.
Ample, yes. It's a big Ford V8 engine. They did run those Fords in Riley and Scott's as well. But obviously the Chevrolet was usually the motor of choice.
Fastest lap of the race, our race leader, this man, Mike Newton, 1 minute 40.2 seconds. And in fact, the fastest lap of the Pescarolo before it pitted was 1 minute 41.0. So we did sense that Mike Newton was a little faster. There were various points he was trying, but as then we heard from David Hart, to have some element within the transmission that just wasn't right, that would explain why maybe he's being a little bit more circumspect.
Yeah, I think that's probably right, but, well, we wonder when he heard the noise first. But no, it was, you know, Mike was really on it this weekend. It was right there. And I don't think he explained it all the way by saying that Hart was going at full pace.
Well, look, when the Pescarolo, Hart-driven Pescarolo was going at full pace yesterday without a care in the world, in the first part of the race, only 10 seconds separated them. But today we were aware that David Hart wasn't pulling away as much. And Mike Newton was in that invidious, that difficult position of trying to overtake a car that's got more horsepower.
Yes.
It really, really is tricky. Obviously, your best bets here are at the end of long straights. And what encourages you down a straight? Horses.
Yeah.
And if you don't have as many as the car in front, you've got to be incredibly creative.
So the Legends 1 category, LMP section, there's a Legends 2 category as well. So Endurance Racing Legends.
We have a couple of other cars that are here in the pit lane that didn't get to come out to play in the race. Christoph Van Ries and Eric Mestar were sharing that the Reynard Chrysler, that's the two.
And we saw that here for sure.
Bright red, ex-Dalmas Minassian car, and also the DBA, which is a lesser known car, but effectively when Reynard went bankrupt, its O2S project was taken over and entered as a DBA, the Den Blar Arvis, because it was a Danish sponsor, John Nielsen and the gang.
Yeah, Den Blar Arvis was a bit like Exchange and Mart.
Yeah, it was a paper to buy if you wanted to buy things or sell things.
Yeah, had a racing background. There's a bunch of a man called Jack Nellerman was behind. He was one of the owners of it. I think they went licensed to Germany as well. They did very well. But that car then became the Zytek.
Yeah, but back in 2005, according to my notes, it was uprated from LMP 675 to P1 spec and was run by Creation Autosport.
Well, then, it became
for Jamie Campbell Walter.
And that car was in the garage.
I know.
But maybe I think you said maybe somebody tested it on Thursday. Somebody might be thinking of buying it. Who knows?
Yeah, or maybe someone said, let's give it a shake down, the other car's going to be there. I'm not planning to race until Spa because I'm busy, or...
They put some strange engine in it, the Creation.
I'll have to have a long think.
Well, I think it's a Google rather than a thing. I can't, but they definitely had an engine that's not one of the main engines that people used. And then it later had a John in it.
Yeah, that's how I remember it.
But it definitely had some sort of weird one-off engine that some clever outfit are trying to produce.
Haven't got time to look that up.
It doesn't really matter. It's one of the real.
I can tell you what's got a Chevrolet in it.
It's Fantasy Junction. Look at that front engine, of course. You can hardly see out of that.
He's sort of popping up, put his head over the screen.
Run by some. Well, that and the other rather strange. Well, the ex-Chevron car are run by the same team. They're called G-Sport or something like that, French. So this. Now, I don't remember this car in period at all, but it did. I think it did a Daytona.
1998. Bruce Trenery, Spencer Trenery, and Graham Bryant. Oh, that's Ollie Bryant's father. Kent Painter and Steve Pfeiffer. Very few of the top cars had 5 drivers in their lineup.
The Tenerys. David Tenery, they later ran a racing team. They were good competitors. But of course later, the great Don Panos did something similar and took on the Audi RH with a front-engined car, and on occasion the American Le Mans Series beat them. Of course they, with a lesser sort of version, had a class with, if you remember, beat all the Porsches at Le Mans.
Indeed. I mean, Don Panos, the most remarkable man, he really lifted sports car racing when it was flagging. in many parts of the world. He created the Le Mans series. Then we had the European Le Mans series spawned from that. Yeah. We had the American Le Mans series. Now we've got the Asian Le Mans series. And, you know, so he was a visionary. The Asian Le Mans series is separate too.
Ultimately, what happened was the people at Daytona had a separate sports car series. And when Don announced his new series, and I remember being at the event, the start car is coming in, then they responded to Daytona, and they set up the Grand Am series, and ultimately the two sort of merged, sort of got Grand Am, which was the might of Daytona, and that whole group of circuits that the France family owned, sort of took it over. But if Don hadn't done what he did, they wouldn't have responded. They were letting sports car racing just be a bit of a backwater.
It was, and as a result, the combination of the World Endurance Championship, we got effectively a global sports car formula that can apply to the two championships.
And Don was an extraordinary man because his main company, I think it was called Land Pharmaceuticals, they were very much in the forefront of developing slow-release mechanism for tablets and also the tobacco patch. I think Don invented the tobacco patch.
I believe so.
And he smoked like a true, and stopped smoking.
Never stopped testing.
No, maybe he was testing, that's right. But and then of course he took over race circuits as well and transformed. He took over Sebring when it was a dump. And I mean, actually, it's still bumpy now, but we built magnificent new pits there. He built a hotel there, which was a terrific place to stay. He built a hotel near Road Atlanta, and then he built it in the style of a French chateau, and then grew vineyards around it. And they say you can't race a front-engine sports car anymore. It became good. They say you can't grow decent wine in Georgia. In this case, they were right, because I tasted it. And a lovely hotel there as well.
Chateau Alain.
Chateau Alain, and a visionary, true visionary.
So Nell starts probably one of the first to pit, and the others must have come in behind Peter Wolf.
Peter Wolf. There we go. There's the Keeler. Why they changed his name from Chevron to Keeler? There will be a reason. They've got an decent information board up actually in the garage about the car.
Right, so Mike Newton, fastest lap in the race. In fact, he's brought it down by about a half second since I last looked. He's got under 1:40, so he really is going well, but he's sitting on a bumper lead. Most of his rivals are pitted, though. Still the two Pilbeams are out there, but one of the early cars has come in. They'll start back out in that sort of dark grey and bright green.
He's a chap we haven't got much info on.
Let's see the two Pilbeams coming together. They're going around.
Well, they have to,
down
don't
the
they?
back straight. Yes, exactly. But
otherwise,
what do you mean you're still going round? Because driver one will swap with driver two and vice versa. Therefore, Pierre Bruno is going to come in behind Mark Rostan.
There's this extraordinary Fantasy Junction, Mulberry Estates. He's got the Rolex. So it raced at Daytona. And here it is. Can you see the sticker on that? That was the forerunner, US RC2. That was the forerunner of the Grand Am series.
US Road Racing Series.
Yes.
Champion. Wasn't that the forerunner to the name that was the forerunner of the Can-Am series? Wasn't that the US Road Racing Series?
No.
Championship or whatever.
No. What was that? Can-Am series was something else. Most powerful racing series in the world. Biggest engines. Over 1,000 horsepower. I went to a couple of them, Bruce. It was just unbelievable.
You know the circuit. I would love to have seen them race out above all odds. I'd love to see them at Motorsport. I really wanted to go to Bridgehampton.
Oh right,
in the sand dunes. It looked brilliant.
Yeah, but I went over and saw them in Edmonton, Alberta. Circuit over in Canada.
So was that the original iteration that went up to 1974?
Oh yeah.
Post?
No, afterwards, of course, they basically converted 4,000 or 5,000 cars and blokes sat in the middle, and there was some good racing in that. I remember reading it. Now let's see what they do here.
Well, they're not going to change.
They're not going to change, are they? No, there's no sign of them changing at all.
So Mark Rostan this car, the older car, who's come in ahead, that's the one, the MP91 from 2004. The MP93 with the flatter nose, there it is, with Pierre Bruno.
I think they did change that last time.
I think so too.
Yeah. Oh well. It was a bit too much bother. Why did we bother?
Yeah, exactly. Cars are very similar performance. Proudly wearing the French tricolor on its flaps. Of course, that was something you were required to do.
It's funny that
your team entrance.
The very French team, French drivers, are now most of the lower level sports cars all built in France, aren't they?
Yeah, and
all the Oricas.
Yeah,
hundreds of them. Those LMP2 cars that now don't race in the WEC anymore, but do race at the mall still to bulk out the numbers.
Yeah, they do. I mean, for years it was the middle class, and we had GT1 beneath it, then now GT3, which is, of course, the sort of global category. No, it went GT1, then it went to GTE beforehand, and then to GT3. Mike Newton in from the lead of the race, sitting there quietly for his mandatory pit stop, but he's got this all under control. That car's run by Front Row Racing. That's an outfit that's evolved from Colin Bennett Racing. So it's Colin's not with us anymore, but his sons, and they've done magnificent things. Like they built 2 replica Tyrrell 6-wheelers, and the 2 brothers there do a great job. And they run quite a lot of cars, but they run Mike Newton these days. And just wonder if his old team manager's down in the garage. He usually is. From Ballock, some of the names he's got. Come back to Phil Parker. Phil, I was just going to say Phil. It's surprising how many people you meet over the course of decades when you move through various championships.
But Phil ran the car in period, and certainly last year. I haven't seen him about. Usually, Phil's usually a bloke you bump into. Italian racing wheels with American tyres. Funny how the Italians sort of dominate that wheel business, isn't it? OZ, or is OZ Japanese? Yeah, so but they do. There's a lot.
I think they're Italian. But yeah, they've always been big in wheels.
All the Formula One wheels, I think, are made in Italy, and all the fuel cells are made in Britain. All the Le Mans cars, Formula One all got ATL fuel cells from Milton Keynes.
Yeah, what people who don't understand motor racing, what they don't realise is how much industry benefits from motorsport and the little areas of expertise. I remember talking to a leading British politician once who couldn't give 2 hoots, didn't care about motor racing, and I said, I'd just come back from the Indy 500, which he sort of had vaguely heard of. I said, do you know how many of the cars are made in the UK? How many engines? No, I had no idea. And he also wasn't interested. And I thought, really?
Do you know how many people are employed?
Exactly. This is what I tried to explain, but, you know, he was his head in the clouds. But, you know, wherever it is, doesn't have to be Britain, it could be France, Germany, Italy, Spain, anywhere. When you have a centre of excellence for so many other industries that benefit off the side of it, specialist manufacturers and, again, ways you research things.
Right, now start getting stuck in there, split the pill beams.
Well, he pitted early, they've only just come out of the pit, so he's more up to full speed at the moment.
Yeah.
So it looks so dynamic, that little Lola MG that Nell Stark's got. Maybe it's down also, maybe quite simply, we could ask Pete Stevens, who knows a lot about liveries, having the dark grey flanks and the bright green.
Well, he was involved.
Middle.
Yeah, he was involved. He was part of that last bit of MG. No, he almost certainly did design the colour scheme of it.
Well, also clever. It's one thing having a car that stands out in the day, but you've got 24 hours of varying light patterns around in an endurance race like Le Mans 24 hours, so it's got to look under the lights, good under the lights as well. And this one most notably did. From drivers' point of view, they liked it because it was very quick too. That's Pierre Bruno just going for a spin.
It's trying hard.
Well, he's got his own internal battle to see if he could topple Mark Rostan. But I'm afraid that will not help. What have we got left? 13 minutes remaining out of 40, so it's not got too much time. Mark Rostan is in the sister car, and he's all over the tail of the Keeler. Mark Judy's hanging on to that at the moment, but he'll put past that quite easily. And Mark is a lap down She swings straight across the nose, but it has to turn into because it's the final corner. You don't want to be too wide, so the feeder at the edge of the track.
So this car with the lime green stripe, raced by mates Julian Bailey and Mark Blundell, Mega, with Kevin McGarrity along. So Julian not well at the moment. So wish him well. Nice pictures of him the other day with his grandchildren. But he was, they were good mates, and obviously they've made it into Formula One. And, I think when they were driving this car, it went well, didn't it? I mean, it
really did.
It gave them the Audis a bit of a hard time.
Ran in the top 10.
I think it was a bit of a decent gig.
Yes, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think it was, and it helped sustain them through the winter months.
Yes, exactly. Not sure what's happened to Kevin McGarrity. Was not sure whatever happened to Kevin.
I have half an inkling he ended up managing some teams for a while, but in terms of driving, he was good enough. That could have been, really his big break. But unfortunately, if you're driving for a manufacturer and the manufacturer,
did he race in a?
No.
From Team Ireland, no.
Last race in 2006, so a few years after the Le Mans thing. The Le Mans series with Creation Autosportif, just talking about them. Daytona that year, crikey, came 8th, but that was when the Daytona 24 wasn't quite what it was. But really, after he did a bit of British Formula 4 to run you, then quite a few years trying to do Formula 3000 up to the year 2000. Then he joined MG.
I think he was also a friend of the Franchitis. Pushed him quite a bit. Anyway, there's a good old battle going on here between these two cars.
Yeah, it is, but it does seem as though it's fallen now a bit more pace from the MG, the Lola MG, than you're getting from the Mark Bruno's driving as hard as he can. It just doesn't look quite as handy.
The engine in the Creation was an AIM.
Gosh, yes, I do remember that.
Yeah. I don't know what it was. Somebody, a little company that decided they could do a better race engine than Judd.
Gosh, that's a long time since I thought
where did that come from?
I don't know. I believe you are right. Right, let's just talk about back in this race. We've got a half of a minute advantage for Mike Newton. Car in second place. Still being driven with great gusto here by Peter Wolf. Of course, I called him Peter Owen. Because Peter Owen was one of the 3 drivers in the car.
Yeah, he was. Peter Owen, I mentioned yesterday, briefly owned a sort of executive type airline, business class only airline. A couple of planes, 747s actually, flew to New York for a bit. And because Berridge was leading this car.
Big Bob Berridge. Very successful business in the north of England, maintaining trucks.
Yeah, and van hire and all that sort of stuff, and very much still. I mean, he buys quite a lot of. Buy cars off Persia, they're old racing cars, and he's bought quite a lot of various prototype cars, including the BRs. Remember the
yes,
BRs?
I do indeed.
They were Russian funded by Boris Rottenberg. Yeah.
Right,
he had those.
But actually, now that you're entitled, you're allowed to have hypercars in the Asian Le Mans series, I believe he was behind buying a couple to take over there. Don't know if it's come to fruition, but Bob always a man of ambition.
Yeah, but the Peugeot diesels that raced against the Audi dealers, I think he had 3 or 4 of those. Now, I think he's possibly sold them on.
Right, here comes our race leader, just putting a lap on Pierre Bruno, so down to 5th place has now been lapped behind by Mike Newton, and down to the first corner they go.
So Mike just looking in his mirror there, see what the car behind is doing. Yeah, Sean Lynn now, I think he's got 2 or 3 of those Peugeot diesels.
It's always a strange thing when, motorsport categories move on and cars are left in the void. And then many cars in this field and many of the fields here in the Le Mans Classic Series would have fallen into that void, but they've come out the other side. People still wanted them, but, there's not a modern championship for them, but we will find a home.
But these days, an event like this, running something like a costume body
pista or something like that, it's not difficult. But running a highly technical, only 15 or 20-year-old factory car, like those Peugeot diesels, it's not easy. You need a lot of computers to plug into. People are very specialist knowledge. They have been racing in Britain, those Peugeot diesels, very successful. But obviously it's very expensive to do.
Yeah, and for sure, Mike Newton stretching on. Actually, Peter Wolf closed in a little bit on that last lap because Mike had a little battle with Pierre Bruno's pill beam, but maybe he settles down already. You can see how far the red pill beam has fallen behind. Now a lap down. Next target, well, he should catch him with 7 minutes remaining, is the Kyler coming down towards the first corner. Over the rise in the start-finish straight comes Mike Newton. That's 18 laps on the board.
They'll be very pleased that the two quirky cars from America, the Cannibal and the Keeler, both managed to finish the race. I think they're going to finish the race. A couple of spins.
Right, and already Mike Newton is through turn 3 as the car in second place just crosses the start-finish line. That's Peter Wolf in his Lola. The gap actually comes down another second and a bit, 27.5 seconds, but look, 6 minutes on the clock. Mike Newton is not needing to take any risks. He is diving down the inside of the Kyler, but had seen him, lets him through at turn 5, and he will carry on in his way. But the checkered flag comes out very soon indeed. 6 minutes remain, so time for effectively 4 more laps, or this lap and 3 more, I would suggest, is what Mike Newton will have to do. He'll be enjoying this. The car's running well at the moment. He's driving well. It would have been really interesting to see what he could have done today in terms of keeping as close as he could to Pescarolo.
There's a big disappointment that car had to pull in with some strange transmission problem. It might have been a diff, of course.
Indeed, it could have been. So the only GT class car got up to 6th early in the race, remains in 6th. That's Marcus Palsela, 996 by Turbo. It's quite strange when you're racing the race with nobody else to play with in terms of class rivals. So it was hard to gauge exactly how well he's going, but with his career history, you know, he's going very nicely indeed. He might be 47 years old, but you don't suddenly lose all your driving ability. And he's raced a huge range of cars, but actually quite a lot of Porsches.
Had that career as certainly semi-works BMW driver in the States for a couple of years. Yeah, just watching this car, its final lap, a couple of laps.
And I think there are certainly some more people who've been testing who'll be coming out to play later in the Le Mans Classic Series. With some quite interesting stuff. So we expect some Courages, a Lola Audi, which is pretty unusual, a Lola Nissan, the Chrysler Viper GTS, another Lola AER. So plenty more to come. Peugeot 908s, you mentioned those.
There's other cars to come.
And some more P2 class cars, including the Morgan Judd and Pescarolo Judd. So we look forward to those in the rounds to come.
I think we've had as many as 3 of the Pescarolos in the past. We've had Emanuele Collard, of course, winning in this category in a car that he raced Le Mans in period, which was nice.
Also expecting a Dome Judd. I think that was in the garage.
It is definitely in the garage.
Alex Muller car.
Yeah, that car has been fast as well. I think we have had 2 domes in the series.
We had last year. There were 2 domes.
It's a little bit surprised that we've got so few cars really. It is early season, and I'm sure there'll be at Spa there'll be a much better field of these cars. But anyway, gives Mike Newton the chance to have an overall victory. He's had many class victories here in this Legends 1 category, Endurance Racing Legends. But to win it overall would be a very good feeling for a true enthusiast, great racer, and terrific business as well. In sort of some category of business of the year, I know he's been in the industry where you security cameras really, I think is his main thing.
I think the Renaults, I have half an inkling, they also dabble with black boxes for aircraft.
I think they possibly do, yeah.
I'm fairly sure that is actually what possibly made the money. I remember when he used to race Formula Fords.
I was just going to say that. He goes all the way back. He's been racing the best part of
40 years.
Yeah, and started in Formula Ford.
Yeah, and in those days he was a little bit older than the young guns that were doing it, but he didn't lose a lot to them in terms of speed. But really, sports car racing has been his absolute métier. It's been where he's enjoyed his craft, and so many years racing with Tommy Erdos alongside him with RML in these cars.
Yeah, and I think he had a piece of the action at RML for a while. Number 25, same number he ran at Le Mans. How many Le Mans did he do? Must have done 6 or 7.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if it was possibly more. I could probably try and find out.
4X will tell it, won't it? I'll just talk him through to the checkered flag here with the Union Jack on the front of the car, the MG Octagons, of course, and then his own sponsorship from that company that we mentioned. And Mike, some 22 seconds ahead of Peter Wolf, who's gone very well with the yellow X-Chamberlain Synergy car. He put a wheel wrong, as Bruce tells us, 9 Le Mans.
2003 to 2011.
20, okay, so...
But right now, all that experience, but this car was the most successful car in his career, in Mike's career. Hit the sweet spot, had some good co-drivers with him, and RML running a tip-top team. And this Lola-based MG EX 264 actually still looks crisp today, I must say. Of course, we've moved away from open-top cars at Le Mans, but in period, looked great.
So you remember that MG situation? Did it go with a roof on it at one stage? One of them, I think.
Don't recall that, but both had the pill beams swapping positions.
Oh yeah, look at that. Well, I hope they should try and stage a side-by-side finish, shouldn't they? They really should.
Yeah, so Pierre Bruno has just moved ahead of Mark Rostan, who owns the cars. Is it Pierre Bruno?
I don't know. No, I think it probably is. Usually when you try and stage those side-by-side finishes, it doesn't work.
No, but this is the final lap, so they just started the final lap with their swapping of positions, but the checker flag would be there. Mike Newton would be very pleased indeed that. He'd have loved to have had a chase and a race with the Pescarolo of David Hart. He'd be giving away horsepower, but in the early laps he was keeping honest. Then we found out there was a transmission or some form of power transmission problems for David Hart, for the Dutch racer who had to park the Pescarolo in the garage. Second place is in the background, that's Peter Wolf. He chipped away and he gained about 10 seconds on Mike Newton, but you can see in the last 10 laps of the race, Mike was just cruising.
Yeah, he's just
cruising, eventually just under 20 seconds in a rear for the chasing Peter Wolf, and the next car ought to be the last car on the lead lap, which will be Nell Stark in that Lola MG, the deep grey and bright green car we saw quite a lot early in the race. He had to fight with the pill beams, got his way through. Car that's going to win the GT class is the only car in the GT class, but here it is right now, and it's Marcus Palser, the Finnish driver, coming through to the finish.
Yeah. We're going to see a lot of Porsches next, I think, aren't we?
Porsches and Ferraris, I'm thinking.
That's what it's going to be all about.
No.
Is that not the next race?
The last race is the Porsche. I haven't forgotten, we've got our order wrong. It's the 2 litre Cup for Porsches, the penultimate race, the longest race of the day, 90 minutes. And here comes Nell Stark to take third place.
So we're going to see a lot of Porsches.
You were right.
The 5 times Le Mans winner, Emanuele Pirot, making his debut in a Porsche 911. So checkered flag waving, and the rest of the field coming home. So Mike Newton, overall winner, gloved hand, out of the cockpit. There's the 2 pill beams, and the guy in the cannonball, he's pretty happy, he's waving. His teammates joined him because they run as a team, those 2 American brutes. and heading towards the pits, and inevitably for an interview with Vincent. Not sure if Mike could do it in French. I think he's from Cheshire originally. So here he comes in, and there are the boards to mark the first three. Have to line up against that. And Mike can go into the middle. They're the number one. And, well, a day to remember for Mike Newton. NetView, that was another of Mike's companies on the chart. There he is, look, you can see how happy he is. And gets everything disconnected. And here's the rest still coming home, the 39 car. Peter Wolf for second place overall. And then the 51, the Cannibal. What a beast that is. That comes down the pit lane. They're right at the far end of the pit, so they'll probably go straight down there, not in the top three. So, coming up, as we said, Porsche 2.0, this very successful series, got a huge field of cars, got quite a lot of new people in it. The actual management of it has moved to the Peter Auto organisation. James Turner invented this series in effect, and is now going to race in it. Well, he has raced it in the past, and he's the one that's brought in Emmanuel Collard. Okay, there's Peter Wolf, and he'll get his helmet off. So 2 Lola MGs in the top 3. It's pretty good going, and 3 Lolas. So it's Lola. The company that's been recently resurrected. I believe this week they've got some interesting announcements to come. I think going to an event on Tuesday, but I think we can possibly get down now to see Vincent, who is ready, and he's going to be there talking with a very happy man, I think. So let's go and find out how Mike Newton is going to celebrate his victory.
This guy is a very happy man, Mike Newton. This time it's the first place, the win.
Absolutely, delighted with the result. I mean, we had a good car yesterday, but the genius of Phil Barker gave me an even better car today, another 2 seconds quicker. So, yeah, I was able to hustle the P1 car, and I was really all over him until whatever problem he had. So it's been an interesting race if he'd stayed in there. But I'm really pleased with the result.
Mike, you know this car so well, of course. Do you still discover things on various tracks with this car?
Every track, every tyre, every batch of tyres always seems to be that little bit different. And having Phil Barker who's run the car ever since we had it first in 2005 is marvellous, because when I come back and tell him it's doing something, he always knows exactly what to do to make it do what I want. So that's been marvellous.
Winner of this race, number 2 for the ERL1, Mike Newton.
Thank you.
So Phil Barker was there, as we thought, and I hadn't seen him, but he's also been busy tweaking that car to make it go even faster, Bruce.
Yeah, I mean, when you know you're going to be racing against a car that is likely to be faster than yours, you've got to do what you've got to do to see if you can get close, but also all the experience. But then again, you know, when you just think, if anyone thinks that people just bring cars out to play when they're historic cars, you have to understand that the mechanics, the engineers are competitive as well, so they'll constantly be pushing to try and improve things too, and as Mike says, every different set of tyres, every different temperature make things different. But let's go pop back down to the pit lane to find out what Vincent has for us now.
With this car, the Kyler, this prototype, it's an American prototype, and the driver is French, Marc Julie. Alors Marc, ça s'est bien passé, vous êtes à l'arrivée, c'était comment ce week-end?
Le week-end était super, les autres plateaux ont bien fonctionné. Une petite erreur de talon pointe qui m'a mis à l'envers. Bon, voilà. Heureusement, j'avais un pilote professionnel derrière moi qui m'a gentiment évité. J'aime autant. Mais globalement, c'est bien. Bon, c'est des voitures assez physiques, malgré tout.
Ce sont des voitures physiques. Vous me disiez hier, il faut être fou pour rouler avec ce genre de trucs. Hein.
Disons que c'est quand même il faut switcher à un moment ou à un autre pour pouvoir aller assez vite avec ces voitures-là, quoi. Ou alors on garde une grosse part de sécurité, mais on n'est vraiment pas performant, quoi.
Alors sur d'autres épreuves ici, dans le cadre de ces meetings, Peter Auto, vous roulez avec votre fille Agathe, et elle va faire des débuts avec un prototype prochainement, c'est sûr.
Alors c'est sûr, mais pas avec ce genre de voiture. On va essayer déjà avec une Tiga en 2 litres, et puis step by step, on va essayer de monter en puissance tout doucement. Et la preuve, Agathe, ce message pour toi, voilà l'intérêt de savoir faire un talon pointe. Si on le loupe, on part à l'envers.
It's another family affair here in Peter Auto Racing.
Well, he had a race suit on with all the American patches that they used to wear back in period. It's rather fine.
It is, and also just like saying, I'm learning this car, I'm going to do it step by step.
Yeah.
And this, you don't push towards it. It is a learning process, and 50 other cars you race in every right to be look and learn as he goes. Right now, you're quite right, I jumped to the wrong race. This is a 90-minute race, the longest race of the Sunday here for the Le Mans Classic Series at Barcelona. The opening round of the championship, they had, this is their one race, but it's 90 minutes. All the field, bar 4, are gentleman drivers, but we've got 4 cars, 2 in the top 2 positions, and one in 9th and one in 14th, that are gentlemen and elite class drivers.
Yes.
And guess what? That means they're going to have longer pit stops.
Yeah, we had a real shake-up here in this series because the many times champion, Ollie Bryant, who works with the ERA group, suddenly found that there was too many clashes, and the owner, Carl Tilley, so the defending champions are not here with their car, and Ollie had to find a run with another team, which he did at the very last minute, and he will be absolutely flying here. But there's a ringer in a young German driver, 21-year-old, joined this series and put the car on pole position.
He was fastest, but in fact you've got the aggregate of the two drivers, so that puts him in the outside the front row in that pale blue car, but on pole position it's car 71, Andrew Smith at the wheel, and like the car alongside, it's a gentleman and elite driver combination. They'll have longer pit stops, but these Porsche 2-litre Cup cars from 2-litre cars from 1965, an amazing array of cars. They look absolutely fantastic. They look pretty standard, but you know what? These are tricky to drive, or to drive right at the sharp end of the field. They're lovely to drive if you're not quite on the pace, but to ring these cars by the necks, and a mistake, unfortunately, from the outside the front row from Jürgen Westphal. He's in that pale blue car rejoining. Look how many places he's shed. Braking slightly deep, he's lost, I would reckon, 10, if not more positions before they get to turn 3. But that's a car that
Bruskel is going to drive.
Exactly.
So he's giving him a bit more work to do. The 21-year-old is going to be racing in the Le Mans Cup Series, an LMP3 car next year. You might even see this year, rather. Sorry, and Emanuele Pirot. That car is in the middle of the pack, and that's the car they nicknamed Stripey, with the colours designed by the famous fashion designer Paul Smith. And I wasn't sure who was going to start that, and. Andrew Smith from Scotland is a former champion in this series. He won it with Ollie Bryant back in 18, in fact, did Andrew Smith, and then the pair of them won it again in 22.
Oh dear, someone running a little bit wide, as happens so many times. It's someone with a very large number, so it's 400 and something. That puts us down towards the back of our pack, which makes it Lucas Bucher.
That's Lucas Bucher, yeah. 411's a funny number. I don't know why that is significant.
It's like 911 if you squint, I guess, from the side. I don't know.
Could be, yes.
It's James Turner who started old Stripey, or Bandy as I should call it, because I think the cars, when you get colours going across a car, but it sounds that Bandy doesn't sound quite as good as Stripey. In fact, James Turner diving down into turn 10, gaining positions in that left-hand hairpin in the middle part of the circuit. Up front, though, Andrew Smith looking comfortable at the nose of the field. Obviously, his main rival there in terms of the likely cars is the pale blue one in the middle of the pack, and that was Jürgen Westphal. But the pace was set, as I said before the start of the race. The aggregate times of your two qualifiers, your two drivers, is what formed the grid position. And Matas Bruskel was very quick, and Jürgen Westphal less so. And Jürgen has blotted his copybook because he's dropped a lot of positions.
Now, the car that Ollie Bryant drive is the 45, and I just wanted to check that. Yes, a 45 car, which is owned by Frank Lakenos. And Frank is a German, but he's a new driver to that car. Or a new driver to racing, I should say.
Yeah, he's fallen to 17th place, so it's going to be a real chase back up the order for Ollie, but that's what he's there for.
Ollie said it's probably 5 seconds a lap slower than me. And but we're interested to see where. I mean, we're not going to see I don't think we're going to see a magnificent Ollie coming back from having had his big elite penalty last year. If he was driving Cartilli, they were both elites. So when Ollie got in the car, he had to make up 40 seconds, and he did it he did it all through the season. Well, actually, here he drove alone, but he did it all through the season. And then the very last race, he didn't quite make it, did he? But we've got the two Colombian guys here that fly in from Bogota, and they go very well. They got better and better last year, and I see that they're up there in second place. But they both have the same pace. That's the interesting thing. So Nelson Calais and Juan Pablo. Juan Pablo's a good name for a Colombian racing driver, isn't it?
Well, it's a nice new one. I've never had that combination for Colombia, have you?
No, Juan Pablo Orjela, and we're thinking, of course, of Juan Pablo Montoya, Colombia's greatest ever racing driver.
He, in his own turn, was a second-generation racer, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
His father raced before him.
And he wasn't the first Colombian Formula 1 driver, either, because of Roberto Guerrero. Yep. But anyway, got side-by-side Porsches, which is what we expect here. And it'll be interesting to see how...
That's Patrick Pougan, Lucas Bucca tucked in behind him, and behind him is car number 42, which will make it therefore Philip Koenig, who'll be sharing with brother Stefan. But out front, Andrew Smith, in a very plain-looking sort of dark gunmetal. I quite like that, I must say. Leading Nelson Calais by 3.5 seconds, and Calais now just trying to pull clear of Jürgen Rudolph. Fourth place is David Danglard, who raced so well through last year and seems to be still on his tiptoes. But a place change just behind it. Looks like David Sarni, Fred. Gideon are swapping positions. Ooh, getting very close for someone diving up the inside a little bit further back, just ahead of, I think, Patrick Pougan.
Yeah, David and his wife run a string of indoor karting emporiums. I think they're electric karts, actually. A lot of places, some of them in brand new buildings. So traditionally, they always seem to be an old bus garages, didn't they? Karting track. He's done really well with it. It's American nationality. I think he was actually born in France originally, but he went really well last year, and he finished second in the championship to Ollie Bryant. So he's come on really well. And then right up there also Jürgen Rudolph in the 757 car. Now, why is it 757? Maybe he's a 757 pilot. I don't know. We've had quite a few pilots racing in the past. Most memorably Hugh Dibley, of course, who's still around. Saw it the other day. And a connection with earlier discussions, he raced the Halbert turbine car.
God, you're good.
I've got a silly memory. So anyway, Andrew Smith has already pulled out. Well, for these Porsches, a magnificent 4-second lead, and Andrew in the car that I think he's got. I believe he's got a new co-driver as well. Johannes Stengel.
Oh no, you're always going to have a few fallers, spinners. That's Frederick Aviti Gilles Cassou car, but I'm afraid Frederick Aviti has parked it up for the day.
I'm not sure how quick Stengel is. Andrew Smith obviously very quick in one of these cars, so he is pulling away from Calais now.
Well, Callie's got to keep his eye on his mirrors, because Jürgen Rudolph is right there, Danglard right there.
Great thing is, Danglard hasn't got a second driver, has he? And the two kilometres have shown very similar in pace, so they've got a good chance with this. And then we've got, obviously, in third place at the moment, as I said, Jürgen Rudolph, and he's driving solo. And some of the others we had last year, I say, are not with us, including particularly Jerome Bleekemolen, who obviously was a pro, and
those very enthusiastic Dutch brothers, you remember, who came and talked to us at Spa, and they were in memory of their father. Safety car. I was slightly worried where we had the Frederick VT car parked at the edge of the circuit that it might not be deemed in a safe place. They've got to shift that, but at least they're not having to pull it out of a gravel trap. At least it could be a straight toe. So the safety car driver's been remarkably busy, but there it's effectively at the exit of turn 8. I can't see any telltale marks where there's been a rotation there, but come up the slope from turn 7, turn 8 follows, and just parked up on the rescue vehicle, almost ready to go and get it.
So Jerome Blinkermolen usually drives for Tim Pappas, and they were originally entered. So obviously something's happened, but I think we will say them, and they're definitely potential front runners, winners of this. But they're not here today, so it does open the door up a bit for, particularly, as I say, the Colombians. And I mean, there's no shortage of cars, but obviously there's a bit of a churn, as they say. I've only got somebody new in this. It's a well-known historic racer, the former owner of a group of pubs called Ted Tuppen. Ted's been racing 2-litre sports prototypes in the past. There's the yellow flag waving. So Ted spoke to him yesterday, really loving how driving this Porsche. It's a completely new experience, completely different to what he's been racing before.
He's down in 15th place, but obviously at the moment the driver is running at a bated pace. Safety car will bunch them all up. The safety car hasn't come out in front of our race leader, Andrew Smith. Remember, Andrew had a lead of getting on towards 3.5, 4 seconds. That will all be negated. Of course, he'll still be in the lead at the front of that pack, but all the gaps behind will close up.
Now, Andrew Smith has raced a lot of different racing cars. I think I've seen him in D-types. I've seen him in one of those Nissan prototypes. We had one yesterday, didn't run today. One of those Nissan Le Mans cars, and he is quick in everything.
He is. He's raced pretty much everything under the sun. I'm sure I haven't looked down the entry list yet for the members meeting at Goodwood coming up in a few minutes time. He'll be there. He's raced Ford GT40 with James Cossington for a long time. Many things. There's one theme. He's quick. Spends his time when he's not racing. His real day job is building houses, and does it very successfully up in Scotland and probably all over as well.
Another car that's got a pro driver in is the 27, and that will be taken over by Matt Neal, the 3 times British Touring Car champion.
He's running in 10th place overall. So
by the owner.
Stephen Edwards, a grey car just going out of shot actually.
Yeah, Stephen's also got a Lotus Cortina that he races in the series that one of the Stratas we haven't got this week, but we'll see another day. And he's fairly new to racing, but extended Matt Neal's racing career. And 3 times overall British Touring Car champion, but also won the Independence Cup a lot of times as well. Did Matt Neal.
He did too. Just keeping an eye on where old Stripey, or is it just Stripey, not old Stripey, is James Turner's got that up before he hands it over to Emanuele Pillow. He's up to 11th place. Of course, the field in front of him is bunched up as well, so he gained about 6 places in the early laps of the race, so doing a good job. We saw one of those moves taking place down into turn 10, and James just goes out to the drop machine. He, of course, used to run this series, organise this series, but much easier just racing it. That's what he's doing this year.
Yeah, his company is called Sports Purpose, and I think the car is being run by Tim Samways, and I think the Tim Samways organisation is better known for running Aston Martins in the past. It's being incorporated into Sports Purpose. But we will say Emmanuel Pirot, winner of Le Mans 2000, 2001, 2002, then with the diesel Audi R10 in 2006 and 2007. An absolutely charming man. Always has been.
Yeah, born in Rome, spent an awful lot of his time actually living in London. Up in West Hampstead, and he was racing Formula 3000, then moving into sports cars after that. And the field is released again. The safety car has withdrawn. Full speed racing the lights are green, and the first two cars have really gone away, and in third place Jürgen Rudolph has dropped back someone. He didn't anticipate what he should have been anticipating, which was the restart, but Nelson Calle has definitely done that, right under the rear deck, if you will, but Andrew Smith has got enough in hand down to the opening corner on this restart after the safety car had withdrawn. Not in position to be attacked by Nelson Calle, but certainly in third place Jürgen Rudolph lost a bit of ground. Frederick D'Egidio is being challenged by Lucas Bucher, but Bucher in the dark green number 411 with a red nose didn't make it work. And Frederick D'Egidio, I really like the fact he has his own personal colour scheme. White cars with the Italian racing stripes up over the top. Doesn't matter what he races, he does that. It's very personal. I think it's cool.
So Andrew Smith, obviously his lead was pegged in by that incident, but now see if he can stretch it again over Nelson Calle and Jürgen Rudolph. David Danglard, I'm sure, Danglard I should say, would be pushing well there, trying to get into the top three.
He's running in fourth place, he's a second down on Jürgen Rudolph, but as we said, Jürgen was quite slow away on the restart, and that's allowed the first two cars to make good their escape, and you don't get handed an advantage on the plate very often, so you can be sure that Andrew Smith in the lead and Nelson Calle, who's now 1.5 seconds back in second place, received that offering with both hands. And for Jürgen Rudolph, he's definitely been kept honest by David Danglard, who's gained another quarter of a second as he gives chase. David Sarney not too much further back in fifth place, and then Frederick D'Egidio, white car with the red, green and blue stripes over the roof, going down to turn 10. He is in sixth place, being chased by Lucas Bucher.
Be interesting to see when I'm trying to say Jürgen Westphal hands over to Matis Puschel, whether he's got the chance of getting right up with the leaders. I mean, Jürgen's down there in 13th place, and I'm just interested to see what's the
about
time
10 seconds down on the race lead at the moment.
Yeah, because there's top 10 all covered by about 11 or 12 seconds, aren't there? That's the great thing about this series.
Sorry, it's 19 seconds. I haven't seen the big gap.
Yes, he's 19 down, but that German was so impressive, wasn't he?
Oh, got in and got on.
Got straight on, but we'll talk more about it when he gets in the car, but he's got to, just 21 years old, and he's going to really shake up this series. Never driven a car like this in his life before. Well, they do slide around, don't they? Pirro was doing a good job yesterday in quali, so see what he could do in James Turner's car. James is going to be doing the double dipping, He's driving two cars in this. He's driving his own.
And then he's 77, and then he's going into Jose Ruben Zanqueta's car, number 19. That's
which was the deal done in the hotel they're staying in on Thursday night. So they're going to have to co-order that. I think I'm not sure if those two cars are run by the same team. I think they probably are. There's quite a few different teams run these. Tuthill's are one of the best known.
Yeah, sure. It's got a lot of their mechanics around here. Right, now, race lead is out to 2 seconds now. There is Andrew Smith behind the yellow car of Nelson Calle. And then now Jürgen Rudolph and David Danglard perhaps working together to go and see if they can go after them. Remember, they fell back a bit on the restart, basically because Jürgen Rudolph didn't seem to react to when the first two cars could potentially get that throttle floor to go away. Now David Danglard, the white car with the red and blue stripes over its roof, either side of its roof, going down into turn 10, not in position to make a move. Behind him he's got David Sarney with the grey and orange stripes up its nose, and then Lucas Bucher trying his best to shake Philip Koenig off. He's managed to get Frederick D'Egidio behind him, and then Patrick Pougin. Top 10 completed by Stephen Edwards. He's going to be handing over to Matt Neal. That's car number 27.
It's hard to believe, isn't it, that these cars are 60 years old. I think we've got a chance of going down to the pits in a moment, and I wonder who we found there. Going to be an interesting story, whoever it is.
Le
these guys will be used to be a champion in the 2-liter cup, of course. This year it's quite a little bit different for Ollie Bryan. Ollie, the driver is a German driver, Frank Laudenkloss, and it's a kind of new one in the 2-liter cup.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's fairly new to it. He's only done one season of racing before. He did 3 rounds in 2-liter cup last year. And Historica, who I was champion with in 18 and 22, alongside Andrew Smith, they're now running the car. And I have the opportunity this year to do 4 rounds. I have some other commitments, so I can't make every race. But yeah, Frank is very new to it, and he's learning all the time. So in qualifying, he's slowly improving, slowly getting faster and faster. And on combined times, we start down in 14th place. But you know, everything is learning for him. So it's just about mileage and getting used to the car, getting used to the circuit. He's never been here either, so everything is new for him. So yeah, it's exciting to work with him, and looking forward to a few other races with him this year.
Is such a car easy to learn or not?
I've been fortunate enough to race them for a long time, so when you get used to it, they're like an old pair of slippers. But yeah, they're great. They're really nice. They're well balanced. But until you get used to them, there's a lot of special technique in driving these 2-liter cars, which when you crack it, it's amazing. But until you get used to it, there's probably a little bit of finesse you have to learn. And then once you do that, then you never forget.
Ollie Bryan is an expert of this Porsche 911 from 1965.
He most certainly is, and that's Ollie. Great to hear from him. Very well done. Nice to hear from Ollie, and multi-champion in this series. But he is racing back in modern cars. He raced at the Mans a couple of times in what, 15 years ago, I suppose. Now Ollie, I think Ollie's just hit 40, I think. And his father Graham, of course, is a great enthusiast. They've got some wonderful cars of their own that they race.
Oh, they spent forever trying to win the Tourist Trophy race at Goodwood.
Oh yeah, and they finally did it.
Finally did it about 3 years ago. But I mean, so many times you're thinking, well, they've got it this year, and then it wouldn't happen. It became just this ridiculous amount of pressure. But he's called a car. But what Ollie forgot to do there, tell us. There's some secrets how to drive it, but he didn't say secrets. But he wasn't going to tell us, was he?
Of course he's not going to tell us. But yeah, Ollie racing this season in the Creventic Series for Era Motorsport, alongside the British Touring Car Champion from 2 years ago, Jake Hill, in the Era Motorsport car, along with Carl Tilley and the owner of the team, Dean Merriman, I think.
Dwight Merriman.
Yes.
Okay, change for third position, and here is a replay of the action. It was all action. 757 holding down third place. That was Jürgen Rudolph, but the white car with the blue and red stripes over its bonnet, over its roof, went around the outside. David Danglard hanging there. Look at this, the tails just wagging. How close? Well, that close.
That close. I don't think they touched.
I'm not entirely sure they did, but when they got onto the start-finish straight, a better entry to the straight from David Danglard. He is now through into third place. The car with the German flag on the nose, the 757, Jürgen Rudolph back to fourth, and Philip Koenig having a little look at them from in behind in the dark blue car as they run down the hill out of turn 5. And David Sarney, Lucas Bucher, Frederick Giagidio's lost several more places. He's now down to 8th place overall. Patrick Pugin and James Turner now 1 position gained up to 10th place overall. Moving ahead of Stephen Edwards in the second of the DT elite class cars, because of course he's handing over to Matt Neal shortly. Andrew Smith, by the way, all clear by 4.2 seconds. Remember, we had the safety car come out. His lead was pulled down to nothing. Nelson Kaye hung on for a couple of, well, maybe only really a lap after they restarted, and then Andrew Smith absolutely went, I'm reasserting he was boss.
So the James Turner car is not shown as one of the cars with a pro driver in it. Now, you don't get much more pro than winning Le Mans 5 times.
Yeah, but maybe now...
is it his age? Because he's over 60.
Yeah.
Probably, maybe it's that.
Yeah, good trick.
Well, he probably hasn't got a grading anymore, you see. But he does still race a lot. I mean, Goodwood, you're good with a few weeks' time. One of the great classic meetings of the year, but I would urge anybody that loves this kind of racing to have a look at the calendar. We met enthusiasts last year, British enthusiasts, driven down in their Porsches and maybe a TV in Dijon. They had a marvellous time. They had the most magnificent access. It wasn't too busy, but there was lots of activity and nice cars. They could go everywhere. Didn't cost that much to get in. Think about it, and it's the gastronomic capital of the world, Dijon.
Yeah, we managed to avoid all the good food last year.
Somehow we did.
But no, the beauty was they were a group of 5 or 6 guys, and they were on a driving tour around Europe with their cars. Yeah. But they decided to drop in, and I said to them on the Friday night, we were talking about coming to the circuit. We saw them on the Saturday night. Yeah. I didn't know if they were driving on. I said, "You coming again tomorrow?" They went, "Absolutely, we are."
Yeah, and then they went off and drove some great roads, didn't they?
Yeah, down in the Alps and over into Italy and back. So doing it nicely, but you're quite right. The access is so easy at this circuit. In the Le Mans Classic series, and they just thoroughly enjoyed it. They liked the fact the atmosphere was laid back. They could get up close to all the cars and drivers, and there's a bit of fanfare around the side of the circuit as well. Each one has a different mix. Next time out, of course, this meeting, this series will go to Step 2, which will be Spa-Francorchamps, and that is a circuit that is entirely different. But I think there's a certain beauty about Dijon-Prenois because it's small and it's friendly.
Yes, but yet it's got a history, great history as well, and they recognise that history because remember it's all those great murals they had on the walls and even blown up cuttings and stuff. But it really was impressive. And obviously, one of the granddaddy, I suppose there's 2 granddaddies of classic and historic racing has to be the Monaco historic Grand Prix. That's all dedicated to single seaters largely, and then of course the Le Mans Classic, which is probably the biggest event of the year
in terms of sheer number of cars.
It used to be every other year from Monaco, but now it's going to be every year, but they split it into 2 different age categories, and always a lot of Brits go to that, just as they go to the main Le Mans race. A big British car. I don't need to encourage people to go there because a lot of people have probably already booked to do that, but most magnificent selection of car clubs and very rare cars. You see the great racing race all through the night. But the other events in this Le Mans Classic Series are well worth the thought if you want a nice little racing trip. And other places you can go to Paul Ricard, of course.
I'm going to go through in order. After Spa, which is 22nd to 24th of May. Grand Prix Plage de l'Or, which is the one at Dijon-Prenois, 5th to 7th of June. Might as well hang on in France and go on to Le Mans 24 hours. But if you don't go for that, in the 2nd to 5th of June, you can go to the Le Mans Classic. Sorry, of July. Then you get the 10 Mille Tour, 28th to 30th of August. That's Paul Ricard. Then 18th to 20th of September, Estoril Classic. 9th to 11th of October, Imola Classic. These are great circuits. And then you might go, oh, why have we got Qatar at the Lusail International Circuit? It's a support race there, 2 support races for the World Endurance Championship, and obviously with the happenings of the Middle East that was supposed to happen as the opening round of the World Endurance Championship, that's been pushed back to the 22nd to 24th of October. And the final meeting for the runners this year for the 60s endurance group is Daytona, 10th to 15th.
Yeah, just the one class going to bolster up the overall field there. There is the Paul Smith liveried car, driven by James Turner, still in 10th place.
Yeah, but really pushing Patrick Pougan. So Pougan's in the red car, go to the outside, look to the inside. I don't think James is quite close enough to be lured into diving down the inside into turn 10, but Pougan is running a little bit wide, and James turns in very nicely. Up the slope they go. James, well, I was going to say he needs to move across the right-hand side to block him off, but he just had more speed going up the hill, so Emanuele Pirro going, great, another car I don't have to pass. Patrick Pougan admitted defeat there and tucked in behind.
James very much been in the commercial world of international motor racing and worked at BAR, and later he's the commercial director of the Aston Martin racing team, working with ProDrive there, and now with his own company Sports Purpose. And we've had him in the commentary boxes. We've had him in the commentary box last year for these races because he knows intimately all these guys and all their quirks and the histories of their cars and everything.
Yeah, the little backstories, and also he can interpret exactly what the cars are doing because he's been there, seen it done.
I love the number plate. He's got 2 litre, 2 LTR, and I mentioned the great clothes designer Paul Smith designed that, and there's a story to that because he was doing a sponsorship deal for Aston Martin, trying to find their official clothing company, and in the end got a better offer from another company, so they didn't go with Paul Smith. But he remained friendly with him, and Paul said, "I'll get my colours on one of your cars one day, and this is it." And Paul Smith is a great character, you know. He signed his name on the gear lever, on the gear knob, and of course, ultimately, James did the deal with Hackett, which has been a big sponsor of Aston Martin Racing, and it's lasted longer than James did there.
How cool. Yeah. But no, entirely. So it looks something different, and also there's so much personalisation with these cars. You could do the Patrick Poujin route. We look at his car in the background. Yeah. Just run it in your favourite colour that may be red. You could be like Frederic Diagilio, who's the next car that James Turner's chasing, and have it with your Italian racing stripes over a white car, which is what he has done.
And all you just 2 or 3 in that standard sort of green that those cars came in originally, but because the value of these Porsche 911s from 60 years ago has gone up exponentially since this series became so successful.
No, it really has. But you know, actually going back to the colours, I've always liked 911 in that sort of forest green. They also look brilliant in this, you know, very tame-looking dark sort of gunmetal. But right now, for Andrew Smith, just remember he is an elite driver in that car, and that means it's going to have a much longer pit stops than the rival. So Andrew's job, he'd have been frustrated by that safety car period. Since then, he's dropped the yellow car of Nelson Kaya. He's clear by 7 and a bit seconds, but he needs more than that in hand. But then again, he's handing over to, you know, a very capable co-driver. So we'll see how they get on after the driver change. But when he hands it to Johannes Stengel, Johannes won't be as quick as Andrew, so plus the extra time in the pit, and we'll see how it all shakes out. But remember, this race is 90 minutes long. We're very nearly 30 minutes in, very nearly at 1/3 distance.
Yeah.
But it is about either driving solo the whole way, or how your second driver is going to fare relative to how you were faring. So the order is guaranteed to be shaken up, but the big question right now is Andrew Smith doing enough to build a big enough lead so that Johannes Stengel can run, maybe heading for a podium?
Or is Jürgen Westphal doing enough to allow Matis Pushkel to challenge for the lead? And he is in 13th place, but he's 48 seconds behind. And again, the young German will get that bigger penalty as well in the pits.
Yeah, but what we do have, of course, Andrew, is we've got 4 GT Elite driver pairings, but only one has put its elite driver in first, which is Andrew Smith.
Yes.
The rest, Stephen Edwards will hand over to Matt Neal, Jürgen Westphal will hand over to Matis Prushkel, and Frank Lodencloss to the multiple garlanded Ollie Bryant. But Ollie's, as you pointed out, 19th place, and he is a long way back, or his car is more to the point with Frank Lodencloss. But as he pointed out, Frank did 3 races last year. He's never raced here before, still learning the tricks of the trade.
Andrew Smith will hand over to Johannes Stengel, and we're not sure how quick he is. So if we had James Turner here, he'd be able to tell us, but he's out there on the racetrack doing a good job. There's that green we were talking about. Car came in that colour.
I like it with the gold vent on the back.
Yeah, that I don't think was standard.
No, I don't think it was.
Believe it or not, I was passengered in exactly a 911 like that, with that colour scheme by a gentleman called Michael T, who was the son of the founder of Motorsport, Motoring News and Guns Review and that group of magazines. And Michael was a great Formula 1 photographer and also the production manager of our magazines.
It was such a family business.
Yeah, and we went to Grand Prix, literally went to Grand Prix in a car just like that, him driving me. And he used to sometimes collect Jenks from driving from different places as well.
Jenks, of course, is famous Jenkinson, the famous British racing journalist, and man, short of stature but long in beard.
But then Michael fell in love with flying, and suddenly it sounds very, very exciting, doesn't it? Well, in a way it was exciting because Michael was learning to fly, and we went with him, and we went to Grand Prix. Now, the trouble is with private flying in a little Cessna like that, there is no toilet on it. There is no hostess to serve you drinks. And then
who managed to fly into fog, and Michael had no idea where he is, and we managed once to land at London Heathrow Airport in a Cessna in some sort of emergency.
I can't believe he's also not still in prison, frankly.
Well, there was a reason. It was allowed to. I mean, he didn't just fly into Heathrow. There was a reason why they asked him to go there. And it was another very exciting journey. It's a mountain, so we weren't quite sure how high they were. I mean, early on, he did have a sort of person training him. But anyway, Michael's. I spoke to him this the other day. He's in his 90s now, and he's still got some great motor racing memories. I mean, he's one of the few people left that knew the banjo, and Sterling particularly knew well, and so on. But he did have a green 911 exactly like this.
There you go. Just to bring the bit about aviation. If I'm in Africa on safari or something, you have to put up with being in a light aircraft that's bobbled around in an afternoon thermal. But by and large, I'd stay clear. And there was one. I'm not going to name names. Someone from the UK, he used to fly out to Europe. He loved flying. He used to land at the British circuits if he felt like it. Flying out to race in Europe, and it was quite foggy. He looked down, saw a circuit, and he said to someone else in the cockpit, "Is that Spa or Zolder? I'd like to think he'd know those circuits."
Well, look at the shape.
Some distance apart, not the fact the circuit line. It was like, oh, you're 60 kilometres away.
Andrew Smith starting to lap people now with that Historica prepared car. Ollie mentioned the team, a very, very big team. The Historica and I think the also a couple of other British teams prepared a lot of these cars. Tuffel, of course, in particular.
In fact, that's not Andrew Smith, that's Giancarlo.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong car, yeah.
Yeah, similar, very similar, but the 911 running down, and Giancarlo's new to the series in 17th place. He's got Benjamin Chiron just in behind him.
Yeah, sorry, I misread that. Where's Andrew now?
Well, he'll be coming up through the order, but
15,
again, it's lovely to know that, you know, there are scraps the whole way down through the field, and that's the whole point of this in the 2 Litre Cup, particularly in the first race of the season when drivers are still feeding their way in and getting trying to discover those secrets of how to extract maximum performance out of these cars.
These cars are very reliable as well, aren't they? We've had one retirement, Frederic Viti, French pairing in their car, so they've stopped. But everyone else is still going.
Yeah, you expect them to keep going. These are cars. Well, the championships were going for quite some while. You heard Ollie Bryant talk about winning it in 2018.
Yeah, that was 18 was the first year. Somebody we've seen racing this weekend, Mark Sumpter, won it the second year. And the Brits have dominated this mainly. And then in 20, it was Richard Cook with Harvey Stanley. So the first sort of non-British Porsche champion here was Xavier Dayro, they run quite a lot of cars through the Dayro Porsche operation.
In fact, I'm fairly sure we were talking about the Zanchetta car, which will be taken over by James Turner 2 times later. It's just got out of shot with the it's silver with the Argentinian blue and white on the nose, actually just around the bumper at the rear, the number plate at the back of the car.
And so just looking through all the list of champions, so from 18, sometimes 2 because they shed the car all through the season, sometimes 1. There's only 3 non-Brits, and one was Xavier Dayro I just mentioned, and then Carl Tilley, of course, the American, who won it with Ollie Bryant in 24. Actually, only 2 non-Brits, because Seb Perez won it in 23, and there was talk of him being in this actually. Saw him on a provisional entry list.
Yeah, I had him down. Hold on.
Yeah.
Pick it up through my scribbling, but he'll certainly go very well if he is indeed on board.
I think he guessed it a couple of times last year. It was obviously quick, but not as quick as Ollie. So Andrew Smith pulled out the 12.4 seconds. Dangland still hanging in there. 3 seconds behind Nelson Calais. Jürgen Rudolph in 4th place, and we haven't given much of a shout out really to 42. That's the brothers Stefan and Philip Koenig.
Right, okay. Just thinking, Seb Perez is racing a Porsche here, but it's in the last race of the day. He's sharing with Giancarlo Romano, who we just talked about.
The Scott.
Who we're looking at now, he just seems to have actually just slowed off. He was being pushed and harried by Benjamin Chiron, but maybe missed a gear or something. But Benjamin's come around the corner white with the yellow nose and go very slowly and possibly no further at all. There unfortunately is Giancarlo Romano. Anyhow, he's got another race coming up. That's the final race of the day, but looks though this one for 911 is run for now.
Yeah. Well, we're starting to come close to the window. Those co-drivers are taking over, we're starting to jump up and down and
do whatever
helmets on.
Do whatever drivers do when they're nervous. Suddenly remember they need to run to a small room where you can flush things, but right here and now, our race
lovely
leader.
replay, look. Taking quite a lot of curb.
But even in adjusting the line to do that, Andrew Smith is good enough to keep it smooth, not suddenly hoik the tail out of line. It's a slow movement there, all under control. Number 3, Pierre Ferrer just being passed, a lap being put on him, again showing the difference of pace between the very fastest, the front runners, and those that are learning their form at the back end of the field.
And the window has opened, Bruce, and Nelson Calais and James Turner have both come in, and James Turner handing over to the 5 times Le Mans winner, Emanuele Pirro, 64 years old. They've jacked the car up because they are putting a new tyre on. That is, I think some do, some don't.
Well, the outside rear tyre, the left rear tyre is the one that will take the battering here. The format of the circuit going clockwise. Dearie me, car 75 facing backwards, but more importantly in the ball, that's the Ted Tuppen car.
Oh, that's a shame for Ted.
Hold on a second. If that comes to a safety car, those that have made their pit stop first, which would be Nelson Calais and James Turner, may have a very big advantage. Nelson Calais will hand over to Juan Pablo Oruela and James Turner to the Argentinian safety car. It was inevitable there. They would have got their pit stop done, but at full racing speed.
But he is driving away now. That was a bit close, but foreshortened, of course, and they can take the yellow in. So it's only going to be a really quick one.
I'm just waiting for the signal that SC will have come to an end. But who is diving in? Andrew Smith is coming in. Let's see how it happened. Did push come to shove, or did shove go?
They got sideways already, and then it took over then, and he's going, oh no, don't, no, a little tap into, but no real damage.
But as Ted Tuppen, the driver who went for that spin yesterday, he said to you, I like moving to this. It's got more metal around me than some of the cars I've raced before. But luckily, whatever you'd been driving in at that speed into the tyre wall wouldn't have had too much damage. Right, 71. So we talked about, Andrew, about how as Johannes Stengel gets in to take over from Andrew Smith, of the 4 gentlemen elite driver combos, only this one put their elite driver in first, which is Andrew Smith. He built up this big advantage. It's a quick flurry. It's still flashing as a safety car period.
And the rattle gun goes. But they've talked them all up.
Talk the seatbelts up as well, all those little nervous antics everybody has, but so that's still at a standstill because it had an elite driver on board, but Jose, number 70, the number 77 is back out with a certain driver called Emanuele Pirro.
And this is looking pretty good for them. There's that pit stop, as you said. Plus Kellett, is he in the car yet? Ollie isn't. So I see the 45 car hasn't stopped yet. And that's put them at a disadvantage, I think. And James Turner has obviously run off to jump into the next car, I presume. It doesn't say there, does it?
No, but
Pirro's name, but it was definitely with Pirro was getting on board, because James has gone to get off and drive his second Porsche of the day.
Yeah, but the person who's really interrupted is the driver right behind the safety car, which is car number 10, and that's Juan Pablo Oruela. Let's have another look at a replay. This is coming into turn number 4 on the outside. Patrick Puja, side by side they go, and I love it in slow-mo when those wheels seem to always be running backwards there.
It's a very iconic wheel style, isn't it, on the Porsche? Completely different to anything else. With lots of cars in there currently, but
just remember, under the safety car period, if there's a gap in front of you, you can move forward into it and keep on going until you catch the end of the train. So you can certainly gain positions in the queue, and I would very much suggest that Emanuele Pirro is going to be able to, and his teammate James Turner. James can't pay attention because he's gone into the pits to get into another car. But let's go down to the pits and find out from Vincent what exactly it's like down there. From the driver who set the pace, Andrew Smith, he's come in and he's down with Vincent in the pit lane, and we're going to hear the thoughts of the Flying Scotsman, Andrew Smith.
He was the leader, he's the leader of the race, Andrew Smith. It was a nice stint, Andrew.
Yeah, no, it was good. I managed to get a clean break at the start and build up a reasonable lead. We've got an extra 20-second pit stop time extended over the cars behind, so I was just trying to get as big a gap as I could, and then obviously safety car came out there, so perfect time to come in.
You are confident that Johannes can come back and win the race here now?
Yeah, I think, I mean, he's going really well, so, you know, I think, as I say, we've got a bit more of a penalty than some of the other guys, and they're going well too, so we'll just have to see how it plays out after all the stops.
What about the management of the tires on this kind of car? Of course, it's something complicated.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of these cars that, you know, in the lap time you have to keep the momentum going, and it's a balance of, you know, keeping the momentum going and not sliding around too much and overheating the tires, otherwise they just go backwards.
He's one of the masters of the 911, Andrew Smith.
He most certainly is, and well done, Andrew. I think pretty difficult to predict what's going to happen in this.
It is. Well, safety car period continues. There is number 71, Frank Loudon, close on board. And he can move on to the tail of those cars that are probably going to be almost a lap. Well, just remember, though, 20 seconds extra at the pit stop. And this car should be the one that James Turner is now on board. But they're getting Jose out of the car. The Zanquetta car, number 19, Jose Ruben out, because they need to put James Turner in. They're having trouble.
Yeah, he didn't want it. Is he okay?
So he's maybe got a little bit hot in the car or something. Certainly not quite operating under full form there. But also, you know, these are still small cars to get in and out of. And once, you know, we all know as you get a little bit older, it's not always as easy.
Yeah, and it's not just you open the door. They've obviously got
safety cage.
Safety cage that's impeding that. So, well, it's showing Jürgen Westphal in the lead, but I think he was later into the pits, and obviously he's got his hot shoe. Young German to climb aboard, complete in his pink overalls, and I think that is him there. So he's not in the car yet.
No, I think the car was right at the back. It's the pale blue number 68 we'd need to look for.
Yeah,
I think that's in the pits, but not out as yet. But it's not saying P next to it or O, so that suggests it's out on the track. I'm quickly looking at the track map, but the numbers are too small as they move around that particular screen.
Yeah, maybe it hasn't even come in yet. And also, a guy that Ollie Bryant's taking over from, he stayed out late.
Yeah, so it seems. Yeah, we're looking at Frank Loudon, plus his car is white with blue and red stripes. Just looking to see on the track. There's one that's white with blue and red stripes, but also black stripes too. It's the safety car leading the field around. Bottled up behind is the Colombian duo, but only obviously one in the car at the time. It's Juan Pablo Oruela, the car's owner.
And his David Esteville, lucky for some 13.
All Spanish crew, David and Hugo Nogueira Esteville. But for those caught behind the safety car, frustration. Those that lost a bit of ground that can gain it behind the safety car, well, they'll be very happy indeed. But just remember, car number 71 that led the early stages of the race in the hand of Andrew Smith. Johannes Stengel has taken over in it, but there was a 20-second delay for them because of the elite gentleman-driver combination.
Jürgen Westphal is coming in, and here's the young man, tall young man, wears spectacles when he's racing.
So Jürgen Westphal about to get out. Maybe he'll have a more dignified exit than we saw from Jose Ruben Zanqueta and Matis Prushkel waiting to come and take over. There's a good chance to actually see. You do have to climb out over that safety frame, the roll cage within the car.
Quite difficult.
And it's, well, where do you put your hand down? Right, drivers coming out, adjusting their mirrors, they go leaning out of the windows. And driver of car 27 would be the taller figure of Matt Neal, so no wonder he wants to adjust those side mirrors. Matt's about 1 metre 95. Yeah. So it certainly makes sense.
Is he taller than you, Bruce?
Yeah, he is. I think about an inch. But, you know, being so much older than me, he's probably becoming a bit stooped. Probably fine. He's younger than me.
Yeah, probably is. Well, Matt Neal is 59, I think.
Oh, he is younger than me by some margin. So we wait for the safety car to release the field, and there will be winners and losers behind the safety car, but what matters, you cannot overtake it. So for the number 10 Colombian crew, Juan Pablo Orella is sitting there, waiting, not wanting to see the other cars in the group coming into the background of the shot. None of the other front runners are near him. So it's got to be hope. He'd really like those lights to go out on the roof of the safety car, but it's not. Well, it can still in the next corner or two into the final sector. They have to have the lights off if they're going to pull in on the slab, but they actually don't hit that.
Why wouldn't they now?
I don't know.
I think
they can turn in. The end of the second sector is just before turn.
The car that caused the trouble drove away. 911 has just been Giancarlo Romano has been pushed back into the
that
garage.
was the one that was limping in slowly.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Still waiting for Matis Prushkel in the pale blue number 68 to get going. At least he's now on board. The door not yet closed, but they're obviously confident his seat belts, his harness absolutely fully cinched in, so he's tight in there. But he just got into this car, never driven a historic car before, and found it not even iota difficult, just straight onto the pace.
Yeah, he's been racing for the Walker Motorsport, big big German team. They've got a historic division, so he's been racing in the ADAC GT Championship, I think, and he's going to do race an LMP Duquesne next year, or this coming year, in the Le Mans Cup.
The car just leaving there was with one of our pros in it, one of our elites. That was Ollie Bryant's white car with the blue and red stripes. Frank Ladencloss did the early stage in the race, and he's now taking over, and he's coming out just behind another hot shoe, and that's Matis Prushkel. So they are waiting for signal. That's unfortunate for them, and the safety car, I think, has just gone past them. I'm trying to see where on the track the safety car is. I think coming down the start-finish straight, so they're waiting for the lights. You can just see the red light in just to the right of that pillar. Red becomes black, and Prushkel floors the throttle. Can't speed within the pit lane, but Ollie Bryant will go out tucked in behind him. But you know, sometimes you can be so close to being in a position when you can be released onto the track behind a safety car, and unluckily for them, the pack was coming through.
And I don't think that what we're seeing on the left-hand side of the screen, that could change a lot, because we don't quite know where the trigger point is.
No, we don't.
So there may be people that are still have gone another lap in, but they're now stopped in the pits. You see what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. There were still cars coming in the background of the shot. The car that was stuck immediately behind the safety car is the yellow car of the Colombian crew, Juan Pablo Orella, and then there's almost nobody behind those two cars, but we'll see where they are when they cross the start-finish line in terms of position. Emanuele Pirro's taken over the Stripey, the number 77 car, going into turn 5 there, and there is the safety car in behind. He's let the first two go.
He's trying to pick up the leader, isn't he? We had a bit of a schmozzle yesterday, didn't we, with the safety car, where the two people who were first and second, he was going along quite happily, waiting for them to drop in behind him, and they overtook him.
It was this morning.
It was this morning. It's been a long day.
Claudio Rodaro, who driven a brilliant race to get into the lead, and then pulled up behind the safety car, but then just kept going. And the driver in second place went, "But I can't pass the safety car," and he was given victory in the race. So, again, it's a chance when you have something like that, everybody else would have heard about it, they'll get to see the footage and go, oh, I totally understand why he got pinged. So it is unfortunate for the person that just got it wrong, but Claudio Rodaro, I'm sure, will hold up his hands and go, completely got it wrong. And we'll go from there. But the safety car leading the field around, still the lights flashing, there's still a time of plenty in this race, just under 40 minutes remain, but the order is well and truly shuffled. And I must say, when you have something triggered just as the people have started pitting, we normally go into this sort of interregnum, this period of about 3 or 4 laps where the order is chopping and changing, and then the true pattern emerges. But it's confusing for everyone if this happens during that pit stop sequence, and that's precisely what's happened.
Yeah, Pirro is shown in the 77 car now, but down in 13th place, and we thought with James coming in quite early that was going to work really well, but doesn't appear to have done so.
In all honesty, I think everything is clear around the lap, but with the light still flashing as the safety car comes to turn 14, clearly it's going round for another tour. Still cars coming out, but of course they'll be joining at the tail end of the train. The front end of the train is coming off the start-finish straight, whereas the last 2 cars are only turning into the first and second corners, so they are going to be a long way back. Yes, they'll gain a bit of ground on this lap as they're going at a faster pace than the safety car, but they're not going to gain a whole lap. No way.
It's going to be fast and furious when it restarts, because by then pretty well everybody would have closed up.
Absolutely. But I don't think the people, I think about 5 or 6 cars are way too far back. There's some others who are just now even turning into turn 10 who ought to be able around this lap to get on the tail of this lot, but the ones who are only in turns 3 and 4 and 5, they are not going to be, so they will have lost out.
Interestingly, Puskal and Bryant are running next to each other, so that will be interesting. So who's looking good here? I think David Danglard, because we know he's pretty quick.
And Jürgen Rudolph, they were running in sort of 3rd and 4th positions, or 4th and 5th positions earlier.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, so they're both sort of similar pace, aren't they?
Koenig car, it's been handed over from Philip to Stefan. We'll see how that goes. That's car number 42. And Lucas Bucher had a little moment early in the race. David Starney was always running sort of 5th or 6th position. He's there now. Johannes Stengel, he's in the car that was taken over from the race leader, Andrew Smith. That's in 6th place. But I don't expect him, he's early in driving this car, early in his career in a Porsche, to be able to match the pace of those in front. And I expect the like of Frederick Egidio in behind to go past. But this is how a driver learns. And if Johannes Stengel can keep it honest, well, he may stay in 6th place.
I'm not fully understanding why they've still got the safety car out. Is there some other issue we haven't spotted?
No other car is listed as being stopped out on circuit. I just think it's simply because did they pick up the right person? This was a problem we had earlier.
I think it could be that. They were looking for the right person.
So the 6th car in the line behind the safety car is the car that was leading before the safety car came out, before the pit stop. Andrew Smith came in, but just remember what the Scottish driver said to us, extra 20 seconds at a standstill. That's what's dropped in behind these ones. But it's amazing. You know, an incident can happen 30 seconds later, it doesn't affect half the field. Now, this time around, it's really hit half of the field, and it's you're second guessing how long it'll take to clear the incident as well.
Lights are out, and we'll be back racing, and it's going to be, this is going to be a titanic tussle, I think, between this group. It's interesting. After 2 or 3 laps, we'll get a feel for who's moving up, won't we? And we can work out, look at lap time, see what the possibilities might be, who we think was going to come from through the field.
The ones you want to watch, in my eyes, at the back of the pack, on the left-hand side of the screen, the red and blue stripe, that's Ollie Bryant, and just going over the top of the shot, alongside him and possibly being passed by him, is Mattis Plushkel. And these are probably the quickest driver there. They're running in about 8th position.
Danglard has just taken the lead, so he's quickly nipped past Rudolph.
Yeah, and Johannes Stengel is hanging on in there, but as the pack comes around, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, waiting for Stengel to come in. Oh, he's in the back, he's in 7th place there. 1, 2, 3, I can't count, he's in 6th place, but look for the pale blue car, here it comes, number 68, Mattis Plushkel, and chasing him, multiple champion Ollie Bryant, is going to be playing catch up. They'll catch this gaggle of cars, it's how they handle it. But right now, David Danglard, who got stronger and stronger through the course of 2025 in the 2 Litre Cup, and he is out front. He always seems to come on strong in the later stages of a race, or the latter stages, if you want to be correct.
But our timing scoring is showing Plushkel and Bryant a lap down.
Yes, you're right.
So they've got to get past these people, and then lap them. So
I actually find it quite interesting that Pushkel has managed not only to stay ahead of Ollie Bryant, the multiple champion, but he's actually put a bit of space between them.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry.
He was, of course, a bit faster in qualifying.
Okay, well, I wondered if Johannes Stengel was going to start falling back, but he's all over the tail of David Sarney, so he's actually doing a really good job in that Historica entered number 71 entry. Back of that pack, he's sixth in the race at the moment, but he's already starting to push and probe and see if he can unseat David Sarney, and someone's unseated themselves right in front. Oh, there's going to be a massive save, and that was Stefan Koenig who got it wrong in number 411, and what a save alongside, and Lucas Bucher actually moved ahead there, and I thought everyone else was going to be playing skittles.
Right, putting the chips down. I think David Danglard has got a very good chance in this race.
Yeah,
because he's pretty quick. I mean, I was not quick as Ollie Bryant. He finished second in the championship last year. And here he is, leading the race.
The best of all.
And all the fast boys, some of them are like, just because of how the yellow worked, shuffled to the back down 17th and 18th place.
And look, the battle for second place is effectively being fought out by about 5 or 6 cars. And the person trying to put, well, again, a little problem for the Koenig car, and he got a bit close to number 21 and pushed that a little bit wide. But the pale blue car with Mattis Pushkel is up into 5th in this running order, and he's got ahead of David Sarney there. Frederic Diagidio is now just being passed by Ollie Bryant. Ollie Bryant going down the slope, car just being neat and tidy and in time, but then behind them there is a gap of nearly 50 seconds back to 8th place. Hugo Nogueira Garcia, and so that is what happens when the safety car breaks up the field.
As we said before, unfortunately we don't have a timing screen with the previous lap, but we do have the splits, and the middle split is the longest, so that's a good way to compare, and I think you really need to be down in the 54s on that split, or even said Ollie Bryant actually 53.9. He is the fastest guy out there at the moment, Ollie Bryant. So if you check out the splits, we talked about trying to add the 3 up and tell you the lap time. If I'd had that already calculator, I might have even been able to do it, but get a general idea, don't we?
Bit of a moment there, Lucas Bucher being put into a real swerve, a bit of a tank slapper, and now as he comes on to start-finish straight, having been pushed wide, the car that's pressing him is 48, Mattis Pushkel. You might say, why is a car in 17th place challenging one that is in 4th position, trying to get unlapped? Simple answer. And in terms of natural pace, there's no way that car should be so far back, but the way the cookie crumbled, it's left it there.
And this is interesting because just looking at the splits for Sector 1, fastest man actually out in that sector is Emanuele Pirro. So, interesting to see the second sector splits.
Emanuele at the moment down in 12th place overall. His next target is Patrick Pougin, who'll pick him off in this next lap, but then about an 8-second gap.
Yeah, so actually, fastest man out there. He's never driven one of these things until yesterday. He is the fastest guy out there at 60. What is he? 64 years old, I think. Yes, he is. And the 5 times Le Mans winner. What a delight to have him here. What an accolade for the series and for James Turner to persuade him to come.
It is, and Emanuele be walking up to every garage and charming the birds off the streets, and showing massive passion for their racing cars. So he's just such a great person to have around.
We talk about his 5 Le Mans victories, all with Audi, of course, but you know, we forget to mention he had a pretty good Formula 1 career going, and then unfortunately it didn't quite go in the trajectory expected. You said yesterday, it reminded me of all that testing he did for McLaren with the Honda engine, and was part of the architect of the success of that car for Senna subsequently. But anyway, it's interesting. He's quick out there, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it really is.
I mean, I just see that actually Pushkel is also just done the fastest middle split now.
Ollie Bryant about 1/10 of a second down,
Yeah.
about 2/10
I
or
didn't know
3/10 around a lap. So this is remarkable. If you're quicker than Ollie Bryant and you're running in a similar part of the track, you're doing a sensationally good job. Ollie's slightly blocked by a driver right in front of him. The pale blue car that's really setting the form coming through in the background, Mattis Pruskeld. 3 cars further back behind the dark green car is the one with Ollie Bryant, and Ollie has all the pace, but at the moment young Mattis Pruskeld just a little bit faster, maybe traffic induced perhaps a little bit.
Yeah, Ollie's got a great website actually. Ollie's driven an awful lot of racing cars, and they're all listed on his website. I can't remember how many it was, but it was sort of like 80 or something crazy.
Gosh.
But it's some drivers have websites and then they lose interest and they don't maintain them, but Ollie's website's always right up there. You ought to have a little prize for best driver website. So Pirro, actually, we're praising him, we're saying how quickly he's going. Truth of the matter, he is down in 11th place, and I wonder how many places he can move that car up.
Yeah, well, he's actually started to make a pretty good start by setting his fastest lap. He's catching up with Juan Pablo Oruela in that bright yellow number 10. And don't forget, that was a car that sort of should be at the front of the field right now, but it isn't because of the timing of the safety car.
Last year it was a top 5 car, and Matt Neal going pretty well. Matt Neal's in 13th place.
But in all of this, we talked about how there were 4 cars with effectively a pro and an am, a gentleman, or what's the point, an elite and a gentleman driver combination, and Andrew Smith was the only one of the elite drivers, only one of that quartet to start the race, handed over to his gentleman driver, and Johannes Stengel is in 2nd position overall, so he's done a really, really good job settling down, because there's been a fair bit of argy-bargy in that sort of 6-7 car battle, and he's managed to keep himself away from the trouble. The Koenig car is about 3 places further back. Dark number 42 fighting with the Bucher car, and they're sort of in some ways helping those ahead, because they're slowing themselves down a little bit as they slide gently, but definitely when you're in a scrap you are just slightly delaying yourself.
Yeah, they got into the last third of the race now, and I think the big question mark is, can these real aces get up with right up into that top 3 with David Danglard, definitely the star of that. He's got a 3.7 lead on the Stengel Andrew Smith car, and then a couple of seconds behind here is Rudolph. Now who can they? Pirro, the next to get into the top 10. Pirro has got to find. He's got to now to get into the top 10 though. It's got, I think it's 5 seconds. So I'm reading.
Sorry, I've seen 2 totally different graphics.
The graphic's different, yeah. The graphic on the left is probably more up to date, I would think. I don't know.
Either way, it's too much of a mountain to climb with 25 minutes, but Emanuele will chip away. He'll be having fun too. He'll be come back and have a glowing report of the car, but we really have to focus on those at the front end of the field right now, because David Danglard leading the way by 2.5 seconds to Johannes Stengel. Stengel took over from Andrew Smith, who had a big advantage coming in. It would have been bigger, but there was a safety car for Andrew as well, and it sort of bottled him up. But since then, of course, the order's been somewhat shuffled.
So Dangland, Stengel, Rudolph, Sani, Koenig, Bucher, Legigo, Orshuela, Mora. We haven't mentioned him, have we? In the 92.
No,
haven't given him a plug.
It's worth pointing out from 7th place Frederic Giagidio and the best of the rest, Juan Pablo Oruela. There's nearly a minute of a gap between them. So really talking about the top 7 runners and the rest, and all of the rest affected by the timing of the safety car.
I think Pirro's going to move into the top. He has just moved into the top 10 now. So let's see. I definitely picked 2 or 3 more off. The next target is a 92 car. Michel Mora sharing with Roland Burville.
Yeah, Roland, a long time Porsche racer, isn't he? He's been doing it forever. Right, Ollie Bryant chasing after Mattis Plushkel. There's Ollie Bryant, car number 45. And he's right ahead of a car that's second in the race, Johannes Stengel. So he's about to be lapped by Stengel's car that Andrew Smith started. That will be an ignominious moment for Ollie Bryant.
Yeah. Yeah, last season, David Danglard just got quicker and quicker as the 24 car of Louis Colbert and Patrick Colbert. That's a problem. Team members open the door and try to hear what's happening. Pirro up to 9th. Oh, they're wagging their tail like a young terrier.
Yeah, that was Jürgen Rudolph. He's had a lot of twitches in this race. Remember in the early stages he got pushed wide going down into the first corner, the tail snapped out, but he was there or thereabouts. And his next target is only a second ahead of him, which is Johannes Stengel. And Stengel running in car 71, started by Andrew Smith, going down the slope after David Danglard, but Danglard's got another car between him and the chasing Stengel, which provides the race leader with a little bit of variety and comfort. He turns into the first corner. I say the first corner, I said the corner at the bottom of the infield straight, turn 10, rising up the slope. So many drivers, Andrew, we've seen are going just too deep into the turn 10 hairpin. It's a broad hairpin, but it seems to take forever and a day to gather it up and then carry on turning left to go up the slope.
Bruskel's got the fastest lap at 2:12.246, and that's over a second quicker than Ollie's best.
Yeah, that's what he's gradually dropping Ollie. There's a car between them and about 4 seconds on the track, I'd suggest. So Ollie, you can't see him at the moment, but you'll see him in a second. There's the darker red and blue stripes on his car number 45 for Ollie Bryant. And he's got the Andrew Smith and now Johannes Stengel driven car coming up behind him. That's car number 71. Remember, this was the runaway race leader. It's in second place overall. The race leader, David Danglard, number 15, just 2.5 seconds up the road ahead of that. So top result for both of those runners coming shortly. Two and a half seconds from David Danglard to Johannes Stengel, and I'd say Johannes Stengel would be very, very happy with that. There he is, car number 71, because I expected him to fall down the order. Yeah. No disrespect to him, but you're still learning the craft. But yes, and he's going nicely.
If he hadn't had these penalties, of course, these performance penalties, he would have been in the lead by quite a margin. 15 seconds or so. So that was an outstanding job by him. But Danglard managed to keep him at bay just about 2 seconds. Can't afford to make a mistake, can't afford to run wide, can't afford to have a big lock-up.
Yeah, because the fastest drivers are happy to get sort of controlled slides in these cars, but really the ideal is to keep them in as straight a line as possible, particularly later in the race when your tyres have had the sort of had a bit of a bashing for the previous sort of an hour and a bit, being pushed hard. And don't forget here at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia, there is a lot of pressure on the tyres because it's a twisty circuit. Right.
So Pirro's next target is the Colombian, but he's got 9 seconds to make up on him, so that's for 8th place. And Stengel actually is closing in on Danglard quite a bit now. The gap is down to 1.4 seconds. He's made up about almost a second in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, well, let's see how
it's on a charge, isn't it?
Yeah, on a charge, or maybe David Danglard was slightly delayed. We can't see their pace on the previous lap. The order in behind is starting to change. Ollie Bryant has finally got alongside and makes the move in the background. Yeah, that's neat and tidy for him, but you know, from a long way back.
Ollie's unlapping himself, isn't he, effectively?
Yeah, number 4 then passed through someone further behind him, Benjamin Chiron. But number 71 is someone that really counts. It's Johannes Stengel, who of course is second on the road. And for Ollie Bryant, he's got to unwind the stagger. Not something he's accustomed to.
He needs a full course caution now, doesn't he?
Yeah. But Johannes Stengel, there he is, car number 71. The car he's chasing is white with the second of those cars, white with the blue and red stripes. The one in front is just unlapped itself, and that is multiple 2 Litre Cup champion Ollie Bryant. Now he's going to try and stretch his legs. The clock won't help him. It's only 18.5 minutes remaining. But all he can do is press on. At least he's now deposed the current race leader, David Danglard. I expect David to stay there through to the end. 18 minutes remaining. The driver chasing him is a novice, and Johannes Stengel just there made a bit of a mistake, I think, a little bit deep into turn 7 and 8.
And Ollie knows so much about driving this. He knows the track. Danglard could do very well just to follow every move, and he'll learn stuff.
Just went a little bit quiet, trying to work out which was the dark 911 with them as they went down the hill, but it's not our race leader, David Danglard, controlling things. Car number 15, here he is, drifting around. He's just had Ollie Bryant unlap himself, but the good thing was he obviously understood what the situation was. He knows Ollie's fast, but he knows Ollie is coming from a long way back down the order. Let him through. Don't let him steal your confidence and take your line.
So James Turner is both 9th and 14th because he's moved that other car up a little bit. Just behind Matt Neal now in the car that he got in at the last moment with Jose Oruben Vanchetta.
You know what I'm going to do? Yesterday we were caught out by a little flurry of rain in the early evening. I just had a look at the weather map. It seems absolutely safe there. I think we're fairly safe along those lines.
So when I went out earlier, I felt there was a little bit of rain in the air, but maybe I was just imagining things. I definitely no rain at the moment. But yesterday it was a bit difficult to see on the screen, wasn't it? Because it's just a light patter. So Danglard in the lead. Now he's stretching out a bit more, but it's a good battle between him and Stengel and the Andrew Smith car.
Well, it's
1.9.
Seconds.
So it's quarter of an hour to go.
And Jürgen Rudolph is trying to stay in the picture in 3rd place overall. He's in car number 757. And he's only got a second or so advantage over David Sarney. Stefan Koenig a little bit further back. It's really between the top 4 runners. But David Danglard, as we said, just seems to improve bit by bit through the 2025 season, and I think can resist pressure. He also seemed to be very good in the latter stages of races. Maybe he was kind to his tyres relative to some of his rivals, but certainly that seemed to be a theme at the rounds I attended.
Pirro's got 9 seconds to make up if he's going to pass the Colombian before the end. He's probably got enough time to do that.
Except for the fact that we know the Colombians are good, but they were just caught out by the positioning and timing of the safety car. They were running at second in the early stage of the race. We know that both their drivers, Nelson Calais and Juan Pablo Orihuela, are very equal in terms of their pace.
Yeah, the way the cards fell just didn't work for them. But after Manielli gets past, assuming he gets past the Colombian, then there's a big gap then to the next car.
No, entirely so. So the clock into the final quarter now of this 90-minute race, final 6th of the race. Background of the shot, Frederick Diaguilio is picking up place, perhaps.
David Sarney, 21 car, just dropped a couple of places.
Okay, just becoming confident, but hold on, that's not Sarney we're looking at. That's the driver, Benjamin Shearer, on number 4, who's a lap down. So Frederick Diaguilio doesn't want to be challenged by someone who's just overtaken. Tries to take him back, and sliding beautifully.
Great shot, wasn't it? You see him working at the wheel, opposite locking it.
It's always good when you can see into the cockpit, whether single-seater or Formula 1 cars. So what happened to David Sarney? Is he in the background of the shot having a moment, I wonder? No, that's Frederick Diaguilio, and the driver behind is Benjamin Chiron. Still fastest lap of the race set by Matis Pushkel. He's still down in 15th place. needs to gain another handful of seconds to catch the Nogueredo Esteville car as well. But that was what happened to Sani. There we are, going for a little spin. Turn 14, not a little spin, that was quite a big spin.
What?
He moved to another neighbourhood.
Gravelly old spin that was.
And unfortunately he's now listed as stopped. That's because he's probably buried in that gravel trap. And will that lead to full course yellow? I thought it well might, because you think about the speed the drivers are carrying into and through turn 14 onto the start finish straight. He will be possibly facing backwards towards them in the gravel trap. And full course yellow there. There will be no one gains under this. You all go down to the same speed. So it's not like a safety car moment where you just then catch up those that got ahead of you behind the safety car. No overtaking, but you could close the gap. But full course yellow. So for the drivers, their tyres will cool down a little bit, and it will be David Danglard ahead of Johannes Stengel. The gap between them went out to it was down to 1.5 seconds, 1.9. It's now 4.7 seconds back to Johannes Stengel. Still a really good show from him, but while we're running at full course yellow pace, nobody can gain any advantage whatsoever.
The 19 cars, the car that James Turner got into, you see the Argentine colour stripe on the front of it.
So suddenly it feels like walking pace as they go under full course yellow pace, but they've got to clear David Sani's car. They've been in the top 6, fighting hard, and suddenly off he went at turn 14, deep into the gravel. And at that moment, the gravel is there to do a specific job, which is to slow the cars, but cars can, of course, sink down into it and not drive out under their own motive power. Still a lovely evening. It's been after last year when it was hideous weather for all 3 days. This year's been really from full sunshine to sort of bright clouded weather, but the track has been dry, with the exception of the final sort of 15 minutes last night. And this is quick work from the rescue crew. David Sani's car being pulled out of where it went deep into the gravel. There's Emanuele Pirro, car number 77, stripy, full course yellow. He'll be accustomed to always looking to see what the marshals are indicating and paying attention to that. That was quick work to get it back on somewhere from which it can be dragged away.
Yeah, he can carry on racing. But obviously his tyres will be dirty, but bit of luck, he'll rejoin the party.
Yeah, bitten but not bruised.
Yeah.
So for a lot of drivers, if they're, some of them don't race in series where you have full course, so they have to be accustomed to that. They've got to keep their cool, but also keep their focus. We are going to have a restart, and it should be relatively soon, and they've got to really be ready to get right back into the heat of battle. Johannes Stengel just getting through shot, 7.57 following through. That's Jürgen Rudolph in 3rd place overall with the German flag from the nose to the roof of his car, and in 4th place Stefan Koenig. He was the driver who had the big twitch at the very same corner at turn 14 a handful of laps ago, and nearly scattered the field. And then a car that really feels it should have done better ahead of David Sani's recovered car is the Colombian entry, car number 10, and that will be frustrating. By dint of the timing of the safety car, Nelson Calais and his teammate Juan Pablo Orejuela, they've got up to 7th place overall, but they lost more than a minute in the general sorting out, and that you cannot pull back even when you're on your best form in a 90-minute race.
Yeah, we're into our last 10 minutes now. Marshall's been doing a grand job. A long day for them as well.
It very much is. In position long before the cars get moving, and the cars on track were moving from 9 in the morning, start of the first race, through till 6:30 this evening.
With no lunch break. Obviously, they could relax a little bit while the Formula 1 cars were going round, so that was just 15 minutes. Hopefully we'll go green again very soon.
So David Danglard, car number 15, there he is. He's tucked in behind Ollie Bryant's car. Ollie Bryant is not leading the race. He's best part of a lap down, but in terms of the advantage David has, it was about, well, it's listed as 2.5 seconds, 2.4 seconds, and we're green again, and he has not yet reacted, David Sani. What we're getting is Johannes Stengel is getting closer and closer. He's tucked in behind, and in 3rd place Jürgen Rudolph as well. They may be able to make a move. That advantage was 4 seconds when we went into the full course but just before the full course yellow period, and I honestly think that David Danglard has been caught napping. Car 71, Frank Loden, Johannes Stengel is thinking he might have a go at the inside. Meanwhile, on the outside, and taking the effective lead, not the effective lead, the real lead, is Jürgen Rudolph. So I just don't know what David Danglard was thinking, but he may even lose third place. In second place, he may lose that to Johannes Stengel. He may not. He's got more experience than Johannes has, but Johannes has got plenty of speed, as he's displayed already. And then in the background of shot is Stefan Koenig, but that was extraordinary. I don't really understand what David was thinking.
I think they've only got 3 more laps. So,
right, what can Jürgen Rudolph do? Dark green car with the red, black and yellow flash on the nose and over the roof. That's his national flag, the German flag. He's got far enough clear not to be challenged now by David Sarni, and David Sarni is in a lot of trouble, a lot of pressure, because Johannes Stengel is all over him. Down the hill out of turn 5, they go through the kink at turn 6. I would suggest the passing manoeuvre, don't do it around the outside. You can think about it, but don't do it at turn 6. Surely it's going to have to happen at the end of the infield straight when they get down to turn number 10, and 2 other cars tucked in behind, Stefan Koenig and Lucas Bucher, all fancying a slice of the action. I think the confusion came because he was our race leader David Danglard was just running behind a car that's a lap down, which is Ollie Bryant, and I don't think he was paying sufficient attention.
And now, because he is second, but he's got the Stengel right up his Porsche exhaust system.
Well, it's a nice way of putting it, but it was super close. But while this is going on, it's suddenly really good news for Jürgen Rudolph. He must be thinking, this has come to me.
Yes.
Because had David Danglard had a sort of typical normal reaction, he should have led this restart quite easily. He's got the pace. The cars behind aren't necessarily any quicker than him, but right now, I must say the pace that Johannes Stengel is showing, that car is very punchy indeed. That number 71 entry that Andrew Smith started. Along the start-finish straight they go. You come over a rise, the one with the blue and red stripes on it at the moment, that is nearly a lap down. That's multiple champion Ollie Bryant. But the race leader, green, number 757, with the German flag on the nose and the roof, and pulling clear, 1.7 seconds clear. Jürgen Rudolph, and now into second place goes Johannes Stengel. That is impressive. He's adapted to this car super quickly. David Danglard, maybe he's having a slight problem, I don't know, but honestly, I'm not sure that Stefan Koenig isn't going to come past as well. 6 minutes remain.
I only joined commentary on this series last year, but I'm not sure Rudolph's ever won one of these before.
No,
maybe 2 or 3 years ago, but
I don't recall it. I must confess. Obviously, paid much more attention to the series when we started doing live coverage last year. And isn't it great? This could be watched anywhere in the world, and in the joy of streaming, you can watch it in your own time. If you miss it first time round, that has been the biggest change in the past 20 years in sports broadcasting.
And lots of Porsche enthusiasts out there. The 411 hangs its tail out, the Swiss-driven car.
It's Lucas Bucher, who's had quite a flamboyant race, but right now he's got to focus on keeping it as smooth and clean as he can, trying to catch up with Stefan Koenig. Stefan, a bit of a gentle line through turn 7, so a bit of an advantage. We'll go to the chasing Bucher, up to the crest at turn 9. It's a corner you can't see until you're right upon it, and you've just already got to be carrying a lot of speed through. It's a bit like one of the corners, the top end, the highest point of Donington Park. I remember racing there, and you can't see. You've got to turn in with great faith that you know where the circuit's going.
Pushkar got fastest up. He was the only person who's got down into 211s, 211.9, and the guy who's winning the race, his best is 213.1.
Wow.
So, you know, you don't usually have that when somebody just trying to see how the 213 Ollie, not much slower actually. Ollie's best 212.6, and the guy is 0.7 quicker than Ollie Bryant. Don't know how consistent he is with it, but that was certainly a flying lap then, and he is up to 12th place, so we've got Matt near 11th.
I'm just beginning to wonder if Johannes Stengel could take a tilt at Jürgen Rudolph. There's a car between them, number 13, that is a lap down on them, and that's the Nogueira Estivil car. Oh, no, that's unfortunate there. He's gone across the nose at turn 2 of Johannes Stengel. That maybe has brought the advantage that could be carried through the remaining 4 minutes of this race for our race leader, Jürgen Rudolph. But I'm fairly sure this might be more than likely he's going to be his first win if he can get there. Another car up ahead, don't have to worry about that. That's very quick. It's Ollie Bryant. He's nearly a lap down, but he's leaving them, so he's fine. And that means it's effectively clear track for our first two runners. For race leader Jürgen Rudolph, the chasing Johannes Stengel. In third place, David Danglard, but is he going to remain there? He's running a little bit wide.
This is it. This is the button. First two cars through your picture.
And 92 was a lap down. That was Michel Mora's car. I thought for a second it might be Stefan Koenig's, which is also dark blue, but it wasn't. So Danglard hangs on in third place, the white car with the red and the blue stripes over its roof.
Yeah, but he's blown it, hasn't he, really?
Yeah.
And he'll be kicking himself. He definitely hasn't won one of these. And he would love to have done that.
Yeah, there may be perfectly good reason, but we can't quite put our finger on what that might be. 411 still trying to hang in there. That's Lucas Bucher. He's had quite a wild race. And heading down the slope, not too many more times they'll be doing this, the run from the crest of the hill at turn 9 down to turn 10 at the bottom, where they double back on themselves and start turning up the hill all over again up to turn 11. But Danglard for now down in third place. In fourth place behind is Stefan Koenig, but importantly for both of them, there is already a gap up to Johannes Stengel in second and up to race leader Jürgen Rudolph.
Pirro might just be able to snatch 7th place from Orjuela. So 1.2 seconds behind. Now when Pirro's fastest lap, how did that compare with all the quick runners?
2 minutes 12.8, so he's 9 tenths or 8 tenths of a second down on the fastest lap in this race set by the young star Matis Plushka.
I would be interested to follow him in the Le Mans. The
Le Mans
Cup. Le Mans Road to Le Mans, didn't they call it, one stage?
Yeah, but those
P3 cars.
Yeah, the championship is called the Michelin Le Mans Cup, but those that only want to do the round at Le Mans is called Road to Le Mans.
Yeah.
But that becomes a clamour. It's a bit of a crazy race most years, I must say, at Le Mans.
Well, in that it'll be a 2-car race. He's sharing with a guy called Mats Angelard, who's only 18. So obviously part of this Muka Motorsport Academy.
Indeed. Right, this is the final lap. Jürgen Rudolph led onto it by 1.1 seconds. There he is, car number 757. So the overtaking opportunities for anybody behind him are diminishing. Really, effectively, only turn 10. You're going through turn 4 at the moment. Anything in between, it would be put your finger out the window, suck it and see. But I tell you what, David Danglard hanging on to third place, but Johannes Stengel, he'd be delighted with second place. The car was started by Andrew Smith, but as we found out, he's learning his craft, but he's really driven, I would say, beautifully.
He certainly has. I'm not sure of his history, Stengel. Let's check him out, but he might have done some possible racing at the Nürburgring. A lot of these Germans start there, don't they?
Yeah, he's done the Nürburgring 24 hours back 2019, but that was in a lower class car, SP7, which is top class is SP9. But he's raced in SP9, the top class, in 2022, 2023, but not with one of the front running cars. But these are very different from GT3 type cars, trust me.
And he's done preventing a bit, I see.
Oh, I tell you what though. Right down at turn 10, the tail was really coming out from Jürgen Rudolph in 757, but he had it covered off. Johannes Stengel could attack all he wants, but he still would just be coming shot a second or so down. Is actually closing, but unfortunately for him, not so many corners left. We go up to turn 13, down the slope to turn 14, and that will be the last corner of the last lap of this 90-minute race. Very, very close to the finish. And David Danglard, this was pretty much the corner where he got it wrong when the safety car withdrew. Or the full course yellow period came to an end, and then the checkered flag is not waved for him, but it's waved for 757. It's Jürgen Rudolph behind Johannes Stengel, and I'm sure his teammate Andrew Smith, who led away, will be absolutely delighted with their combined results. And then David Danglard, car number 15, takes third place overall. Stefan Koenig, sharing with brother Philip, comes home in fourth, right on his tail. Lucas Bucher in fifth place. But really, really good run there from Jürgen Rudolph, and the fun's never over until it's over. And right at the end,
backing it out.
David Sarni. Oh, dearie me, he already had one moment, and when he went off at the final corner, he's gone off at the very same point again.
So Sarni with the orange and black striped car. We could have done with a few Sarnis today, couldn't we, really?
Didn't have time to eat them.
No,
they go
there's the spin, there's the replay. Oh, it snapped pretty quickly, did that. But anyway, he takes the checkered flag, and his heartbeat will have gone up a fair bit. So maybe when Volkswagen gets to interview our winner, So if you're listening, I'd like to know why he's number 757. I was just wondering if he's a pilot when he flies the 757, because it's an unusual number to pick, isn't it?
Isn't it? Right, you wanted to know where Manuel Pirro finished? Just crossed the line right now in 8th place overall, and then a couple of places further back will be his teammate James Turner, who hopped into the number 19 car as well, but not quite at the finish. But Mattis Plushkale and Matt Neal, former British Touring Car champion, side by side, and the move has been coming from Matt Neal. Ollie Bryant will be behind them somewhere, but as I say, it's never over until it's over. It's very nearly over. It's 0:13 on the final lap. Matt Neal, well, he's on the inside, but Mattis Plushkale, talk about the pluck and the bravery of someone maybe knows no better because they're young. It's the lack of fear of youth. And Mattis Plushkale gets the move done. And these were cars that could have been challenging towards the front end of the field, but the safety car was not their friend. Ollie Bryant, former champion, in the background, finishes behind them. Late sign to drive for Frank Loudenkloss, but for 757, got the situation right. Very flamboyant in his driving style, Jürgen Rudolph. And now, anybody who's been driving for 90 minutes is going to feel around a circuit like this pretty tired, but he's still got movement in his fingers as he waves to the marshals.
Yes. I don't know how Plushkale will feel, because he's shown as 10th in a race that, had it not been for that intervention, he probably could have won. And anyway, he's made his mark. Everybody knows. I expect when people in this series looked at the entry list, saw his name, they probably had no clue who he was. Well, they know now.
Yeah, well, they've been forewarned. Right, just seen that suddenly a penalty must have been applied to Matt Neal. He crossed right with Mattis Plushkale. He should have been 11th. He's dropped to 13th. But when you're not in the top handful, I suppose it makes little difference. You go, okay, it wasn't our day because the timing of the safety car or whatever. But for Jürgen Rudolph, he seemed to spend most of his race in the top 6, and he had lots of cars around him. He was flamboyant in his defence. And for David Danglard, he's just pulling in behind him in the white, red and blue car. Don't know really how he lost the lead, but there we are. Jürgen Rudolph, can't see his face. Just looking content, I would suggest.
Rather trendy spectacles, probably small, that go under that helmet. Always difficult putting on crash helmets when you're wearing spectacles. Stretch them off now.
Yeah, very wise indeed, and plenty of pressure. I'm sure Johannes Stengel in the car to this side of Jürgen Rudolph would be delighted.
So had a close haircut anyway.
Yeah, got to fit under the helmet. And so let's just run down the finishing order. This man, Jürgen Rudolph, the victor, alongside Johannes Stengel, who's new to the series and racing with Andrew Smith. Andrew led the early laps, and David Danglard, who drove solo and really seemed in the position to finish it off, but just got overtaken in the latter stages of the race, on the restart, if you will. But he comes home in 3rd place overall.
And there is Andrew Smith chasing Johannes Stengel. So he's a youngster, look.
Well done. That was good. Enjoyed it? Yeah, it was fun. Good moves there. Yeah, it was really good.
Interesting, isn't it? Always the exchange between drivers. They're building a relationship, seeing how it goes. And David Danglard coming across to sort of share in the fun there. But they would all have fun. 90 minutes around here, or 45 or 40 plus minutes for those who are sharing a car. Certainly a circuit that you can't relax on. And we did have the order shuffled up a little bit there, but you've got to race what's in front of you. And certainly that was a very good run for 757, and victory in the end there for Jürgen Rudolph. And still the conversations going on, and Andrew Smith acting as the sort of elder statesman down there, because he's raced this car with great aplomb for a long time, and clearly quite a star in Johannes Stengel has joined the series this season, and also with Mattis Plushkale getting, and he's just pulling in the background of the shot. He is clearly someone very quick indeed to add to the mix. Always good to stir the pot, I say, in motor racing, get some new names in.
Absolutely. Just has happened here that we've had quite a few races where the overall result has been affected by the positioning of the pace, or just when the pace car or the safety cars come out. So I think we can go down now and hear from our winner, and maybe even find out if he does fly a Boeing 757. So let's hear then from the pits.
And once again, it was a great show with this Porsche 911 from 1965, and he's the winner today. It was a crazy race.
Yes, absolutely, it was crazy and very demanding.
I try to save the tires as long as possible, or not to push too hard. And in the end, so with the full course yellow, I was lucky because the tires were fresh in the end.
Is it difficult to look everywhere to be sure that everything is okay?
Yes, it's very difficult, and as you can see, many cars are similar, so the difference is very, very small. So
you're a happy man today?
Yes, I'm happy. I think it's the first gentleman overall win for 2 Liter Cup.
Jürgen Rudolph, he's the winner of the race of today for the 2 Liter Cup.
Well, if that indeed is the case, and he's the first gentleman winner, that's even more of an accolade. He could be
I
right.
think so. I remember when we had James Turner in the box last year, he was talking about possible gentleman winners, and I think we had one situation where it looked as one might happen. So, absolutely right. Thanks to him.
I think that would have been the Calais Orihuela car.
Yes, it would have been
close. Yeah. But yeah, we've had them there or thereabouts. But yeah, that would be a real accolade. Tricky race. 90 minutes is a long time to not get anything wrong.
Yeah.
And even seeing some of the regular front runners like David Sarney getting things wrong, that's a little bit surprising, but showing the pressure. But also that final corner is a really tricky one. You've really got so much slow.
A lot of people
haven't saved your left rear tyre, then you can really get into trouble. But plenty happened. 90 minutes of racing for fans of these very early Porsche 911s. These 2 Liter cars are exquisite. Let's take a look back at the highlights. So, welcome back for the final race of the opening round of the Le Mans Classic Series for 2026. And it's the Endurance Racing Legends 2. These are GT2 cars from 1999 through to the early 2000s. And the mix is Porsche 996 GT3s, 997 GT3s, and notably the Ferrari F430 GTC Evos. And we've got one of those on pole position with Philip Cadori. That name has been on our timing charts quite a lot through the course of the 2 days of racing here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And like a lot of drivers, he's jumping from one sort of car to another, just enjoying the mix, having fun. He's in the XT Modena car, and we'll see how he goes. But this is the second of the races we've had for them, and the first one was absolutely packed full of incident, and certainly very entertaining so far. This is one of the most competitive races in the calendar that we have at each of the rounds.
Certainly is. So the Ferraris, the F430s, and the Porsches, of course, but also there's one Chevy Corvette, an ex-factory Pratt & Miller car in there, which John Emerson owns, and Nigel Greensall will drive later. Been doing a lot of testing with his car, and it's getting quicker and quicker. Now, there is a bit of a ringer in there, because there is a invitation car, which is newer, of course, which is the Ferrari 458 Italia. And that car actually on the road won yesterday. But apparently it wasn't the official winner because it was in this invitation class. But
yeah, it's about 5 years younger than all the others. It has various other things that are quite handy, like traction control and so on and so forth. That's starting down in 12th place for Pierre-Alain France. He'll hand over to son Erwin in the second half of this 40-minute race. So Philippe Cadore on pole alongside David Hart, who again races loads of other cars across the series. But it's the first year we've seen the Hart family in the F430 car Ferraris that can enter this endurance racing legends grid. Best of the Porsches is Mark Sumpter, who was actually always featuring. He's in a slightly different class, but he finished this race last year in second place overall in the first of the races and second in the others. So he's always one to watch. John Emberson, that Chevrolet Corvette, that's going to make a massive rumble. Looks different. It's starting fourth on the grid. And David Sarney, fresh from not one but two rotations at the final corner in the Porsche 2-litre Cup. He's had to nip into the pit lane and cross over. Love to see the original names. Jean-Pierre Jarier, Eric Comas and Jesus Pareja raced this car for Labra back in period. That's Mark Sumpter's car. He knows this car. He knows his Porsches forwards, backwards and sideways. So we'll look to see how he goes. Look, so we're missing the car from fifth on the grid, sixth on the grid, looking for the white Ferrari of David Ere. Maybe he'll come through. He was one of the stars in the race. He raced one of these in period. He's kept it in his stable. But at the moment, it looks like it's been locked within the stable because it's not yet round to the grid. But fear not, it may yet be coming.
He owns a vineyard and a hotel. Here's the Corvette on the famous Corvette badge, and then we'll go round this bright yellow car, the CompuWare sponsorship. But just going back to Mark Sumpter, we're used to seeing racing cars in his company, Paragon Porsche, in the two-tone blue cars. We've seen him over the years. We've seen him winning Porsche championships in Britain. We've seen him very successful here. He's raced in the Porsche 2.0 in the past as well. And Mark's still a very, very strong runner from, we'll say, Paragon Porsche down there in just south of Tunbridge Wells.
Is it Billingshurst or somewhere like that?
No, I think it's called Five Ashes or something like that, or Five Ash Down. It's just between Heathfield, which is in Sussex, and Tunbridge Wells, of course, in Kent. But it's not on that main road there, and they've always got a nice number of second-hand Porsche. They deal in second-hand Porsche, do a lot of servicing there. They're not an official Porsche dealer, but I see the cars. I often drive past there. I see the cars on the forecourt there, and they seem to be moving them out pretty quickly. So it's a good place to go.
We're missing three cars in a row. Pierre Eric's Ferrari should be in sixth. It's not there. Can't remember if anything bad happened to him. The Schindler Porsche should be in behind him in eighth, and it isn't. And also Mauro Ricci, another Ferrari, appears to be missing. The 3-minute board has already been shown, so they wouldn't be able to come round the grid. Outside of the front row, David Hart's son Olivier leaning in for some final advice. We talked to Pierre Ere, though. He actually raced the pole-sitting Ferrari back in period. And so that's Team Modena car driven now by Philippe Cadore, but it was Ere, Leo Mansell, one of the two racing sons of Nigel Mansell, and Roman Rusinov raced that back in 2010. We're now 16 years further on. Those F430s still look pretty sharp indeed, but certainly a number of the grid is slightly lesser than we expected. 1 minute to go, so everybody needs to get on out of the way. Still drivers with their doors open, entitled to that one last mechanic to strap them in.
Yeah, chap there in the blue over from the Royal Automobile Club of Catalonia, who run all the marshalling here, and they run the officials. We've got French officials here, of course, as well.
Yeah,
a nice shot, and you can see how steep that is downhill there.
It's also the fact that as you're going from turn 4 to turn 5, the track goes left, and you don't have a great line of sight into the corner anyhow, even if it was on the level, just because of the bank on the left-hand side. Right, the field is underway. Two Ferraris, first and second, 40 minutes of racing ahead of us. In behind, Mark Sumpter is sure to keep them on their toes in his rather earlier 1999 993 GT2 Porsche. Right, the car that won yesterday is on the right-hand side of your screen. It's the black Ferrari, number 556. That's the invitation class car. It's younger, it has a few more tricks up its sleeve, and yesterday it went through to win, so it's certainly got the performance. Expect it to come forward, particularly when Erwin France, the son, gets on board. It's father Pierre Alain, who's at the wheel at the moment, who the last time he was on the track, I think was today, was in a Ford Escort RS 1600 from a rather earlier period of the Heritage Cup.
And it's interesting because that's a Ferrari that in period raced only in America. And I believe it's a car that had a class win in the Daytona 24, driven by Townsend Bell, who was a well-known IndyCar driver. And at one stage, he did a bit of testing for BAR, did Townsend. I remember filming him testing, that was a straight line test actually, but I remember going with him to do that. It was owned by some computer expert called Bill Sweedler, who ran the cars for Townsend over a number of years, and had a third driver, obviously for the longer races, but it was usually Townsend and Bill.
Right, we've talked of the Porsches at the front, the Ferrari just in front of them, the Chevrolet we just see going through our screen.
Yep.
A white Toyota with red stripes on the side. That is Mark Bush's Toyota Supra GT2 from 2004. What other variety do we have in the field? That's actually it in terms of manufacturers as they come through. But these cars were very numerous in the Le Mans 24 Hours. The GT class was, you know, something that was very, very well supported in period. Always has been. It's just a question of which type of GT class car did you have there, because they chopped and they changed over the years.
And still is, and of course Porsche will not be running at the top hyper class in Le Mans this year, but they will still be going for a win in GT, won't they, Bruce?
Absolutely.
But I mean, there's lots of other people that have been in there as well in GT category. But Ferrari and Porsche, they're always there. And Corvette, of course, will be running again.
Right, 40 minutes of racing. If you're a Ferrari fan, a Porsche fan, a real treat. The cars from the very first years of the 21st century. And the ringer in there is the black and silver striped 458 Italia Ferrari, a little about halfway down this grid, but all eyes on the front row. Philip Cadori on the pit wall side on pole position, already moved straight across the nose of David Hart's similar F430, but a blast of a start from Mark Sumter. It looks like he's going to take the lead in his 1999 Porsche. It's a GT2 car down into the opening corner, been there, seen it, done it, gets it absolutely nailed. A lot of grunt from that Sumter car on the run down the hill.
And that Corvette, of course, got plenty of grunt, and when Nigel gets in it, Nigel, in an earlier race, got a penalty for going too fast under the safety cars, and we never had it officially clarified.
No, there was suddenly 30 seconds added to his race time, so we had to guess.
We thought he'd won the class to make it 2 overall wins and 2 class wins, but no, he was marked down. And of course he may have the chance to appeal on that, so you know these results are not final yet, and I suspect that he could well do that. We'll try and find him in the paddock afterwards.
Okay, pretty neat and tidy. So there's a real blast from Mark Sumter, car number 36, into the lead of this race, but he's now got Philip Cadori all over his tail. Up into third place, it's the 188, that's Steve Osborne, one of 2 cars in the Felbermeyer race livery, the dark blue and the mid blue on its flanks, but he's going very nicely. That's the next Felbermeyer Junior and Senior, and Miroslav Konopka car, and he's looking very honest. So Porsche, Ferrari, different sort of Porsche, different shape, of course, for Steve Osborne's 2009 car. It's 10 years younger than the one that's leading the race for Mark Sumter. And in the case of Steve Osborne, it's a 997 GT3 RSR. Plenty of those in this field. And it's looking very competitive. David Hart tucking in into 4th place. Little bit of a gap. Then John Emerson. Here he comes in that yellow-nosed Corvette. And in behind him, Mark Bush in the Toyota Supra GT2, trying to stay with the grouping. Doesn't want to drop out of that slipstream.
Well, of course, Mark Bush had a class win already in the 935, and look at the Felbermeyer car coming down the inside now, but no, he can't get through. And Philip Cadori, the CEO of the hotel group, hangs on to second place there. There's a 130 going through.
That's David Hart.
David Hart is really enjoying the new car to them. Oh no! And
John Emerson is off very early in the lap, rotated it into the deep gravel. Will that lead? That's going to have to be rescued from there. afraid we may have full course yellow, leading to safety car. But at the moment, the challenge for the lead, Philip Cadori's not seeing any flags. He's going to try and strike in that Team Modena car, but Mark Sumter, wise to that move, keeps it just about tight enough to stop a challenge on the exit of turn 5. But those two Ferraris are looking very, very menacing indeed. David Hart getting in on the action. All eyes on the screens. SC has just flashed up. I didn't want to see those letters, but I fully understand, because John Emerson's Corvette well and truly beached early in the lap.
We've had it in almost every race, haven't it? And often it affects the overall outcome, as it just did in the previous race.
But when it happens early like this, everyone is pretty much equally affected. Here comes the safety car. I hope they've got fresh rubber on that. It's had a few miles over the last couple of days. I joke about the rubber.
Yeah.
But for John Emerson, be disappointed, and for Nigel Greensall, who's going to take that over in the second half of this race, he can put his helmet back into the bag and not wait.
So the Snatch car might get it. He'll probably get back in the race, actually, with a bit of luck.
That's true. There shouldn't be any particular damage. Right.
So that car of Mark Sumter with the Italian sponsorship of a trucking company.
Okay, look in the background of the shot. The first 4 cars coming in. This is it's happened, but out of turn 1. I think he was given a little bit of assist there. And I don't know who was next in line. I think it might have been Mark Bush in the Toyota Supra. He was certainly around 5th or 6th position. But anyhow, we didn't see the point of contact, but John Emberson was rotating. He wanted his car to be lined up to the right of the circuit to turn left, but unfortunately went to the right of the circuit and rotated round into the gravel. It appears to be out of the gravel now, but can it get going?
Yeah, can he fire up the big V8 engine, get back into the race?
Okay, the safety car very cleverly moving them on out of the circuit at turn 1, so they're not close to where John Emberson is, but if he does rejoin, he's going to be a lap down. If he doesn't rejoin, he would have wanted to get through get back going onto the circuit before the safety car was there. And while that was leading the field round, he could have absolutely hammered it to close up as much of the deficit.
Not observing the revised line there.
Well, it's an unusual one to be asked to go onto a sort of access road, if you will, but he has got it going, so maybe actually Nigel Greens will get your helmet back out of the helmet bag. You may yet get the second part of this race, but unfortunately you're going to be a lap and a bit down from where the car ought to be.
So Sumter and Cadori having a good battle. The narrower, you can see how much narrower it is, Porsche or Sumter, but maybe thinking that spec more powerful. And then Cadori Hart in his new baby at Ferrari, and then Steve Osborne, and I think he will hand that car over. Is Osborne listed?
I think he's solo.
He's solo in this race. Often he isn't, but yeah.
Well, he wants to get a finish because, unfortunately for him, his BMW M1 didn't get to go too far in one of the earlier races.
Yes, that pro car. It's a shame to see that car with a Hawaiian tropic on it. The sun cream manufacturer. He always used to have a parade of beauties at Le Mans for many years. It was part of the starting procedure there.
Absolutely so, and it guaranteed whoever had a car with their sponsorship on, the photographers would flock around, and so it was a very clever advertising tactic. Right, waiting for the restart.
Somewhat old-fashioned, but
it was how it was at the time.
Yes, it was
30 years ago, 20 to 30 years ago. Yes, it's seen as old-fashioned now, but it was crafty at the time. And
it was crafty. So let's see what happens on the restart. We're very fresh into this race. We've got 33 minutes remaining, and
right, Mark Sumter, we saw him made a really, really strong start. That car clearly has plenty of grunt, leading down to the first corner over the rise, but he's already got about 3-4 car lengths clear of Philip Cadori, and Steve Osborne making a challenge in the background of the Felbermeyer blue Porsche, coming up the inside of David Hart and looking around the outside but not going anywhere. It's the Toyota of Mark Bush, but he might gain a place into turn 2. Also going very nicely is David Sarney, tucked in behind car number 21, another Porsche.
That newer Ferrari hasn't really made any progress yet from around 12th place, but the sun is very quick in it, so see what happens. There it is, it's the black car I'm talking about going through your picture.
But obviously any lap when the car that is potentially the fastest car in the race can't use that performance is hampering its chances of moving to the front, and that's very much the case for that 458 Italia Ferrari. Dennis Bush is going quite nicely as well in that very bright yellow-nosed Porsche. He's in behind his brother, Mark, who's in the Toyota Supra, running in 5th. With car 36, Mark Sumter now a better run over through turn 9, down the back straight from the chasing Philip Kadori. He's getting closer. I don't think close enough to make a move down into turn 10. Let's hope not. That could lead to tears. But in fact, Mark Sumter very good on the brakes. Actually opened out a tiny bit more of a margin down into turn 10. And John Emberson, by the way, has returned that Corvette to the pits, probably for a little bit of a check over whether then they deem it's worth going back out. There it is.
Yeah, well, the gravel gets all in between the calipers and everything, so there's quite a bit of gravel on the ground there, up on the jacks.
And it's up to the team if it's actually fine. Apart from the gravel, a challenge for the lead from Philip Kadori. He was very good onto the back straight and very good onto the front straight, the main straight, because he's got his nose, I thought, almost alongside. But again, that Mark Sumter Porsche is very, very quick in a straight line. Philip Kadori in the younger Ferrari goes through. Has he braked too late? I think he probably has. No, somehow he hung on in the background. Steve Osborne into 3rd place. David Hart holding down 4th. This quartet just beginning to break clear. The best of the rest will be Mark Bush in his Toyota, white with those red flashes up the side. But that was a real solid challenge from Kadori, and he's made it work.
Great move, but the man from Hong Kong. And now, Mark Sumter coming under another challenge, isn't he? He could suddenly go from 1st to 4th if he's not very careful, but he's hanging on to the Felbermont and the other Ferrari trying to David Hart car. Well, going down the inside and giving him a bit of a, well, not a physical push maybe, but certainly making it very difficult for him to stay fully on track.
That was very, very committed from David Hart. I didn't think he was going to be able to turn in, but somehow he got the nose of the car turned in, and the rest followed through. And now suddenly Mark Sumter, 5 corners ago, was leading the race. Now he's possibly about to drop down to, 6 corners ago, down to 5th place, because while that was happening, Mark Bush was able to close right in the Toyota. So 4 cars in front of him were tussling for position. And then, in fact, Mark Bush just braking a little late, front end of his Toyota, washing away from him.
Yeah. He went very wide out of there, but gathered it all up. The Kadori immediately pulled away from David, or sometimes he's called David. He doesn't mind. I asked him. He said quite like David. Sounds quite British.
He's just trying to appease you.
No, well, I don't think so. But Stephen Osborne having a very good run, isn't he?
Yeah, he really
like cars. The man from Malden, where he runs his... He wants to salt mines there, but they're not mines, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, so somewhere else. This is Dennis Bush, the twin Bush badge on the nose of his car, and the black David Sarney Porsche, also a 996 GT3, tucked in behind. In fact, the one behind is slightly younger, it's an RSR, whereas Dennis is in an RS from 2002, slightly more dormant. And the background of the shot, that's that quartet, and then behind them Matt Neal, I haven't really mentioned him, he's in 8th overall, he's right behind David Sarney's black Porsche. In fact, Matt's in the Hawaiian Tropic livery car, we were mentioning him earlier, there he is, white with those 2 red stripes. I fancy he'll be working his way forward.
Very different to what we're used to seeing him winning. You know, front wheel drive Hondas and so on, and suddenly he's in a rear wheel drive Porsche.
I think he's beginning to like them. Right?
Yeah, I think he is. Tall figure of Matt Neal. His father was a front wheel driver as well, a famous Mini driver, Steve Neal. Both sons have done some racing.
Yeah, a couple of sons, Will and
but not that much.
Yeah, sort of minis.
Yeah.
Henry.
Yes.
Well, there we go. Right, Philip Kadori, having made the move into the lead race ahead of Mark Sumter, what everyone else sorted out behind, that gave him the break. He's nearly 1.4 seconds clear, but he really was like the cork had come out of the bottle. But as much as half of that advantage, I would say, was because those behind were holding each other. Of course, we saw David Hart going down the inside into 2nd place. Steve Osborne trying to hang in there, one of the 2 Felbermont cars, but look how the positions, the track has really opened out, the gaps hugely.
Do you know what we haven't picked up? Seb Perez is running in this race, and Seb been a very successful sports car driver.
Well, he's just moved his way up another position.
He has, indeed. He's in the Advan car there, the black and white Porsche. And Sam must be a man to watch for. I haven't seen him about this weekend. This is well, the Veltmeyer car goes flying through there.
Yeah, well, Matt Neal's got a problem. He suddenly absolutely backed out of it. That's why the Perez car went past, and Pete Chambers just moved through in the second of those two Veltmeyer livery cars.
3 British drivers all in Porsches in line astern. So let's see what Seb Perez can do now. He's been a champion in the 2.0 series in the past, but a lot of racing success back in the UK, and mainly in Porsches. I'm not quite sure whose car that is who's driving.
Separated, it's Giancarlo Romano's car.
Oh yes, that's right. Yes, who mentioned it? Yes.
Ex-cycle motorsport car. Now, what has been the problem for Matt Neal? He's shed about 5 places in about 20 seconds. He's fallen back behind the Pierre-Alain France Invitation Class 4 and 5.8, but he was right in that battle with 2 other cars, and he's now fallen back loads. I don't think there was a spin. We just suddenly saw him backing off the pace, so something is untoward. But will he bring it in? Is it an intermittent problem for Matt Neal? No problem at all for Philip Kaddouri, except potentially the fact that David Hart has decided he's going to go after him. He's settling in. It's his first year racing this car, first meeting for him in an F430, and David jumps from car to car, and again, bringing the experience that you gain across racing a range of vehicles. But he's racing this, of course, he's racing something that's very much at the younger end of his stable. We saw him in the Pescarolo C60 earlier today. That was in the Endurance Racing Legends 1 event. This is 2, so very, very different cars. And both from a similar time, though, 2005. Right, 115 is in. See that in the pits. That's the Devis family car, black and red, ex-Marcel Fessler, Joel Comathius car. And some pretty lurid liveries down towards the tail of the running order. Car number 55.
That's the ex-Sky Racing car, that ex-Johnny Bolam car.
Yeah, the one in the background of the shot. And 55 in the foreground is Matthew Holborn.
And they've come all the way from Australia to race, actually. Sky was an Australian team owner.
Just double checking John Anderson in the pits, still remaining in the pits. I just wondered if that car was going back out again at some point.
They might go out a bit later and do a bit of testing.
Yeah. In fact, I'll bet you a £5 it is out, because I've just seen it going through the shot.
Oh right, okay. Well, there it is
in the background.
Yeah. So.
And again, this is a car that was qualified right at the front end of the group, but you know, sadly, that early rotation, but luckily it didn't delay the race too much and didn't interrupt the order. We talked about how when a safety car comes out and it closes the field up, you know, sometimes if it comes out the wrong side of a pit stop, it can really affect those that have or haven't pitted. But right in the early stages of the race, no one lost any positions at all, so that was fine.
Yeah, so John Emberson is now 3 laps down. There's the Davis family Porsche in the pits. Don't think that's going far. And then in 14th place, the Australian Porsche.
That's the David Hart car in the pits.
That's David. There he is, walking away.
So it's an early change, early pit window, because Olivier will take this over. And
are you sure?
I'm not. Are you not sure?
Drove it on his own yesterday, didn't he?
He could well be right. Car number 130. Sorry, I couldn't find it for a second. Yeah, it was just him. You're quite right.
Yeah, I think that's broken.
Well, just as he was starting to catch on to the tail of Philip Kaddouri, and they were making the break, suddenly Steve Osborne, who was third, is now second. The Corvette is back in the race, 3 laps down after its early visit to the gravels. So suddenly Mark Sumter's race started in not at the sharp end. He started third, got into the lead on the opening lap. He's back into third now, but he's been up and down. He fell as low as 4th position overall. But up front, Philip Kaddouri is sitting on a comfortable margin, 6.5 seconds. And that is looking fairly good. I want to see if Mark Sumter, how his pace goes through the course of this race relative to Steve Osborne. Because obviously Mark has just so much experience of racing these Porsches, and this Porsche in particular, the number 36, the white and red FAT ex-Labra competition car. It's not a long race at 40 minutes, so drivers obviously should be able to nurse their tyres through that. But even so, at a circuit like this, it really works, that left rear tyre. And that's where experience comes in. So, race leader, Philip Kaddouri, was 6 and a bit seconds clear. He's now 7.3 seconds to the good over the Porsche of Steve Osborne. Right, do we have a driver back on board? No, it's a mechanic, I think, working at the rear of the David Hart family car.
No.
No, David's back on board. No, Olivier is on board now.
Yeah, he is. Well, it was solo. So maybe that what?
Maybe it wasn't a problem?
No, I don't think it was now. I think they've got
early pit stop, right at the start of the pit stop window. Yeah. It was a 40-minute race and it came in with about 23 minutes remaining, so that sort of is sensible.
Olivier Hart, a bit quicker than his dad. His dad's a great racer for his age, but Olivier's a youngster, he's definitely on it. Let's see what he can do. So they made that early pit stop, just surprised us a little bit.
And just remember, he came in from second place, was pretty close to the tail of Philip Kaddouri, so Philip is going to be doing the race solo. He's got the young gun, Olivier Hart, going for him. There's Matt Neal walking away, and teammate climbing on board. So,
he might have a Italian name, but he's got the saw tyre on his crash helmet.
No, this one is showing with Stephen Edwards in this one.
Oh, no, but that was
in the previous race.
I thought I saw Romano climbing in there.
Oh, did you? Was the Scottish looking helmet?
Yeah.
Hold on,
Anyway, it's of no consequence that this man has got a bit of work to do, because he's in the lead, and he's in the lead by 8.8 seconds, but he has not made his pit stop, and a very fast young guy called Olivier Hart is in the new family Ferrari, and in its first race meeting they would love to give it a victory.
Yeah, wouldn't they just? But I'm still thinking that when Matt Neal came in, he'd already lost a lot of time, so I think that number 27 Hawaiian Tropic car has had its problems. On my entry list, it's still down to Stephen Edwards, who Matt's been showing with, but we know there's a lot of horse trading in the paddock here, maybe in those cafes in the paddock where sitting down reading, looking at those amazing photo annuals from the DPPI agency. You know, you might get distracted and say, oh, actually, you do the race. I don't think so. More cars coming into the pits, though. David Sarni, I think, will be the one just entering the pit lane there, but Olivier Hart getting up to speed clearly, very quickly indeed, in the Hart family car. It's car number 130. It was in second place with Father David on board before the pit stop.
Yeah, DPPI, the main French photo agency. Marvellous photography from them over many years covering Formula One, and they've produced these yearbooks, a whole series of very big coffee table books.
About 300 pages a piece.
Yeah, if you had the whole set, you'd need a forklift truck to move them, and I'm not joking. There, Steve Osborne sitting there, waiting to be able to blast out the pits again.
Right, our race leader has not pitted as yet.
No.
Here he goes, car number 48, Philip Kaddouri, best part of 10 seconds clear of Mark Sumter, going off for a further lap before coming to the pit stop. Of course, no tactics for him, he just has to come in before the pit window closes. It's not like I'm coming in early because I'm the slower driver in this car, I want more track time for my teammate. He has got the lot, so just want to see who came out in number 27. Is for the name on the screen is Stephen Edwards. Yes, it is.
Yeah, so Phillips has started his racing career in Ferraris, more or less. Ferrari Challenge, didn't he do? Kaddouri?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. So he's at home behind the wheel of that car.
Slight potential problem for the Toyota, just seeing the Supra being pushed back. That's the Mark Bush car.
Yeah, here he is. Here's the skate car, former skate car.
So the pit window's still open, cars still visiting. Obviously, several owe us a visit to the pits. The Dennis Bush Porsche will owe us one, and he's in second place now because Mark Sumter's come in, and that means Philip Kaddouri hasn't come in either. So first and second have not pitted. Yeah. Philip Kaddouri is first on merit, whereas Dennis Bush has moved up from about 7th place into second by dint of not pitting. Of course, he'll lose those positions when he comes in, has his pit stop and goes back out.
Of course, the newer Ferrari Invitational class car is in now, and that will be flying in the second half of the race with France Junior in it. Here's Philippe Cadore though. Had a win yesterday in the pink Porsche 917 RL car by dint of little luck really. And it goes in, it goes round the Porsche and then dives into the pits.
It's not what you really want to have. You want the car not to be hugging the inside line when you're coming up at it on speed. You know you have to turn in. This is probably the last moment before the pit window closes, but Philippe Cadore got away with that one. And there is Mark Sumpter's Porsche car number 36, one of the earliest cars in this race from 1999, sitting, trying to keep some get some heat out of the brakes as it sits at a standstill in this 2-minute minimum pit stop. Yeah, in fact, the car we just saw being overtaken by Phil Cadore is the one that the driver you were talking of, Giancarlo Romano, is in. He's sharing with Seb Perez, not with Matt Neal. That's where we go on the combination in those Porsches. But Philippe Cadore, one will presume, would come back out into the lead of this race, but we'll wait and see on that front because, of course, driver penalties. Don't forget, we've got the burden of glory from the first race.
Yes, we have the burden of glory,
which is 15 seconds extra if you won the race, 10 seconds if you won your race or your class in game second, and 5 seconds extra at the pit stop if you were third.
I guess both France and Cadore will take that penalty.
Yeah,
because invitation class is a class, and so that even that out to a degree. But we don't need to look at the splits, don't we see? 458 Ferrari is really charging. Here's the door still open. Now it shuts.
Yeah, the 458 has only just gone back out, and bear in mind that the faster driver, Erwin France, will be taking it over. He probably wanted as much time in the car as possible to see what he could do in terms of making it up. But maybe they had their fun yesterday, and today it's the regular runners in the field. And certainly for Philippe Cadore, looking at the car he has that was shared by Leo Mansell, Pierre Ere and Roman Rusinov back in 2010. He wants to get back out on the circuit. The car he needs to be ahead of, because there's one coming down the hill, the sister car, if you will, the other F430 on the front, from the front row of the grid. And David Hart is out and Olivier Hart is in, and Olivier is making it absolutely fly. In behind, Steve Osborne is still running down the slope in fourth place overall. Mark Sumpter just a whisker behind him, a couple of seconds further back, and then David Sarney too. And right now, blasting as much as you can within the pit lane speed limit as the chasing Olivier Hart sweeps through the final corner of the start from his straight, and still Philippe Cadore is waiting to get to the white line at pit exit, and he can floor it, but look in the background, he's done enough to come out ahead, but of course Olivier's already got heat in his tyres.
Olivier Hart has done a 1:45.5, and that is he's moved on to second, and that is almost 4 seconds quicker than Cadore's been lapping in.
Yeah, and just looking at the way that attacking turn 2, David Hart is on an absolute...
Olivier Hart now.
Olivier Hart, sorry, my brain can't move as fast as he can move his hands on the wheel. But Philippe Cadore is sitting on a lead. One looks about 6 seconds, I'd suggest, he turns into turn 4. But with that rate of gain...
he'll have him in the next couple of laps, without question.
So what do we have in the remaining, well, not even quarter of an hour, under 14 minutes this race? It's a Ferrari chase in the finish, but you'd think at this stage of the race that should be a large enough gap for Philippe Cadore to defend. However, the rate of gain, apparently, that Olivier Hart can manage by dint of that incredible fastest lap he set, means he should be on his tail in a lap and a half.
Well, I want to assume that the spec of the car is pretty similar.
Yeah.
And Olivier Hart, of course, he's grown up in historic and classic racing with his dad, but I think he still harbours a career in professional.
He had a go in the Spa 24 Hours in contemporary machinery. He was quick, not the ultimate quickest, but you know what? You look at the ranks of drivers racing in there. These are top pros in the pro teams, and some of the Pro-Am lineups in that as well, in the GT World Challenge and other GT3 series. But you know, he has the ability to get in and get there at some point.
Well, there he is, and Cadore will be getting the pit signals now that Hart is closing in on him, but he can't see him in the mirrors at the moment. Of course, is the Porsche in between, the Advan car. Just keeps well out of the way. Well done.
Yeah, that really was quite selfless in making sure interrupt. That was the Giancarlo Romano car, so he's learning at this level, and you get a pat on the back for that. That was wrecking your own lap to stay clear. But actually, right, I think maybe Philip Kadori can do this, because I don't know what.
Do you?
Yeah, but I sort of can. Right, what have we got? 12 minutes left on the board. The gap between them is...
Let's look at their respective splits then.
Okay, so the first split...
actually, Kaduri was faster on this last lap.
Yeah, slightly compromised line for...
Yeah, he was compromised.
Because he was trying to go past the Giuseppe Romano car, but the middle sector is the longest sector. But 2 back markers between him and the chasing Olivier Hart, so that's a bit of sucker there for Philip Kaduri leading this race. Now, I think Kadori can do this. It might come right down to nose to bumper at the end of the race, but Kadori hasn't necessarily picked up his pace. But through the middle sector, the long one, 0.3 of a second, a third of a second gained by Olivier Hart. Whereas one would suggest when his fastest lap was 4 seconds, best part of 4 seconds faster.
He's got a lot of traffic though, hasn't he? Look,
Yeah,
he's held up again there just briefly. Probably have to just fell out a little bit.
But as he came through turn 13, looking down the hill, he couldn't see anybody. Can't see Philip Kadori, can see him now as he comes onto the start-finish straight. At this point, the driver's now starting to look straight into the sunshine as the sun goes low.
Philip Kadori has upped his pace, look.
Yeah, his fastest lap just improved by effectively 3 seconds, or thereabouts, 2.5 to 3 seconds on anything before. So he's got to deliver, but he worked the traffic very nicely indeed. Picked his way past Paul Phillips, Matt Holborn as well was passed by both of them.
Yeah, I thought with that very quick lap that Hart did, he would have a very good chance of catching Kadori, but Kadori has really upped the pace. He's seen what was happening and has got on it.
Interesting, he could respond to that extent, but maybe he was also just saving his tyres and trying to read what was happening in the race, because he didn't have an immediate challenge from behind him. But of course, he had his pit stop after Olivier Hart, and maybe Olivier just absolutely took the tyres on when he came out on his first couple of flying laps and set that amazing time. But that was quite a response from Philip Kadori. Mark Sumpter still in the mix. He's in 4th place overall. He's leading his class. He's in an older class of car. Good to see now. It would be Nigel Greensall. He's taken over the Corvette. This was the car that spun off, and he's having a sort of drag race down the start-finish straight with the invitation class, the much more modern 458 Italia Ferrari with Erwin France on board now, and Nigel Greensall just nipping and tucking. And I was concerned, do you remember, that there might have been a slight problem for Mark Bush with the Toyota, but that was pushed back towards his garage. But he's running in 6th place overall, so clearly it was a quick fix. Or maybe they just wanted to position the car in the shade.
Here's the more modern, the black Ferrari coming, just about to go round the Corvette. Moved up to 7th place, but it's got a lot of ground to make up. And what about his lap times, young France?
Young France is lapping...
No, not really on it.
No, not yet. Not yet. Who knows? They've got to get the feel of the place. Just seeing what Nigel Greensall's pace is. 1 minute 48.3. That's not so bad for that one. I'm sure that will pick up a bit more towards the end. But Steve Osborne in 3rd. There's another black Porsche, which is Paul Phillips, between him and the chasing red and white Porsche, the 999, the car 36, the ex Labra Competition 993, rather older car. But that is being chased by another black Porsche, and that's David Sardi trying to keep him honest. They picked off Paul Phillips' black Porsche. But really, the gap between 1st and 2nd, 4.4 seconds, and we're down to 8.5 minutes remaining in this race. So,
but we know that Philip can be a bit leery at times, don't we? He does make the odd mistake, and he's got to be careful. Got to concentrate, keep that concentration up. Same concentration he has flying his helicopter.
Gosh, the thought of the amount of concentration you need for that is beyond my ken. I can tell you.
In Hong Kong as well.
Mind that building. I'm shouting that to my son when he's doing his drive. Mind that building. Mind the river. Right, Philip Kaduri, 4.4 seconds to the good. This is the battle for 4th place. Mark Sumter going down the hill. He's not likely to catch Steve Osborne, who's 2.5 seconds ahead of him. Here is our race leader. Let's wait for the second Ferrari to come through in the background. Yes, it's definitely closer as Olivier Hart comes through. 4.1 seconds last time, 4.1 seconds now.
And Bruce, now he can see him. We've got him in his sights.
Yep.
And I think he'll close up on him. I mean, it's whether he can harry him into a mistake, really.
Absolutely, that's his only hope. Up the hill, face full of sunshine, and then as they turn through turn 3, gradually it improves and they can sort of open their eyes a little bit wider.
Yeah.
So first and second separated by the length of the very short straight from turn 3 to turn 4. Now in behind we're getting a lot of pressure on Mark Sumter. This is David Sarney giving chase. David's 993 GT3 RSR in black is 7 years younger, so it should surely have some performance advantage, but the 993 GT2 is certainly a punchy car.
Yeah, I think the spec was a bit more allowing more horsepower, wasn't it, back then?
Yeah, it was. And then presumably the chasing car, and really is chasing and having a look. It's got presumably slightly better road holding, it's slightly better downforce, but then much taller.
Maybe better shock absorbers. Shock absorbers evolving. Now it's down to 3.4 seconds, and it's got the big push on now.
Yes, but the clock's down to 6 seconds. Yeah. We've got time for this and 3 more laps. I would think it might actually almost squeak onto 4.
No, it won't do that, surely. So
we're lapping.
Talking about 1:45 a lap, so 2 laps is 2 laps would take.
2 laps is 3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes, yes.
Yeah, and we've still got time. The clock's at 5.
It depends a bit in the position on the circuit, doesn't it? Where they actually are.
Yeah, they're getting towards the end of the lap at the moment, so it is just about possible. That's why I sort of raised the point.
So it could be that.
Every extra lap is an advantage for Olivier Hart. He wants further laps.
Absolutely.
Philip Kaduri needs to back it off a little bit. Good to see these cars being driven so hard right now. You can really see the angle that they're attacking things, and there's no quarter being given. Right, traffic could be a friend to Mark Sumter, or it could be an enemy. Coming, oh dear, we've had a little spinner. It's Matthew Holborn. Luckily, not causing any trouble for anyone else.
Well, that's an unusual paint scheme, isn't it? I'm sure. What's that on the back? It's some strange animal.
Right, at this point,
it's a 2 Ferraris.
4 minutes 40 seconds. Yes, the gap's coming down. 2.78 seconds. Olivier Hart is closing in on Philip Kaduri, but catching is the first thing, passing, but it depends where he catches and also who may be in front of them at that point. And actually, from their point of view, I don't think there are too many people they're even going to catch before they get to the end. There may be 2 cars they might manage to catch, maybe not. Oh dear, Mark Sumter in that battle for 4th place with David Sarney has taken the wide line.
And who we're going to see there, he was off early.
Yeah, very early indeed, and that's where gravel tracks, they look huge, and when you're bouncing through them, suddenly you realise you're running out of space and there's a wall beyond, but I'm sure he's managed to get through.
Yeah.
So sweeping onto the start-finish straight, oh, they have got traffic, they've got Pete Chambers, I think, just in front of them in his Felbermeyer Porsche. He's a driver with a lot of experience. He'll hopefully just stay to one side, but getting the last bit of draft that he possibly can. Philip Kaduri, lights are flashing. Yeah, Chambers has seen him. He looks across, lets him through. But with time for this lap, oh gosh, it really is going to be close whether they have this lap, the next lap, and one further lap. I think we're going to be almost defined by a couple of seconds as to which side of the checkered flag the 40-minute mark.
Yeah, I agree with that. And now the gap's 1.5 seconds. Look at his Hart, he's on the charge. I think Hart is going to catch him. You thought Philip might be able to hang on, but then Hart, Kaduri upped his game, didn't he? And then Hart subsequently upped his game even further, and he's doing those succession of quick laps now. They dive down the hill, and now he's only about 4 or 5 car lengths behind.
Well, exactly so, and Matthew Holborn shouldn't have been where he was, because he's over there, he spun, the very point he spun, he's just going through now, but Philip Kaddouri, I thought was going to be delayed, but he was super bold to dive down on the inside before turn 7, would have compromised his line, and then affected his run up to this point on the circuit, ran a little bit wide there and had to readjust as he went through turn 9. There is now a chance for Olivier Hart, absolutely is. I didn't think he'd get this close.
Well, he's closing up, it's under a second now, and he's got it right in his sights. Philip Kaddouri.
It's definitely Olivier Hart. Pressing on, pressing up to turn 3 they go.
So the two prancing horses, they've got more cars they're going to have to lap. In fact, they've come up behind the France Ferrari, which in theory should be quite a bit quicker than them. It's a later model. There it is. Won the race yesterday. He keeps well out of the way. He's seen, yes, he has seen.
Slight compromise for Olivier. Tiny little frisson there. Right, under a second at the start of the lap, down to 0.85 of a second. Now, one other traffic, and is this Ferrari duo going to find? Straight to one side, it's a cycle car, it's Romano driving that, and that was advantage at a critical point of the circuit to the chase of Olivier Hart. This is the point you need to carry your speed. He carried more speed over the top of the hill. For Philip Kaddouri, he's got to defend into turn 10. He's got to do it one more time next time around. But do not leave the door open on the exit. He's done just enough, but look, that was very tight indeed. Olivier Hart must be cursing nicely under his helmet, but he's got more chances to do it. Into turn 1 and into turn 10 are the two main ones, but I thought because Kaddouri was slightly hampered, sweeping off that infield strength, that his chance was done, and he'd be passed by Olivier Hart.
Well, what a way to finish this excellent 2 days of race meeting. Holland versus Hong Kong, and here they come, and let's see who's the last of the late breakers here.
Well, they crossed the start-finish line with 12 seconds to go to get onto this final lap. And they got
down the inside, and that's it.
That is the master stroke. But can Olivier Hart get the braking done?
No,
not really. Can he just get it turned in? He had to have a go. And I thought as he went past Paul Phillips' car, that would give him a chance. And you thought, well, he was a very inspired. I'm not going, I am going. And I think that was just sort of do or die.
Yeah, but Kaddouri kept his head as well, didn't he? Now they've got another slow back marker that they've got to navigate.
That's the Paul Phillips car. Yeah, that's the Paul Phillips car. And, oh, look, that's positive from both of them, but particularly from Philip Kaddouri. And if he can hang on, he is going to be absolutely cock-a-hoop. And, you know, with your sort of charm of Olivier Hart, if he doesn't win, he'll say, at least I tried.
Yeah,
and he really has closed in. Remember, he came out, he's about 6 seconds down on Philip Kaddouri when Kaddouri emerged from the pits. The gap came down, and certainly Kaddouri had to rise to the challenge. This is the point on the circuit where there was a slight hold up for Kaddouri last time, but this time he has a decent run through. Olivier Hart trying to carry all the speed he could onto the infield straight, runs a little bit wide, but his only chance of passing surely is down into turn 10 or on the way out. That's the other point. He may manage it. He's going to try and get up the inside into turn 11. He's not managed to do it. Kaddouri to try.
Kaddouri's definitely positioning his car well. Let's see if Hart's got one last final chance, but I don't think so. Kaddouri, here he is, heading towards a second victory of the weekend. Or am I talking too soon? Because look at Hart coming now as they come towards the line, and the flag goes down, and Philip Kaddouri from Hong Kong takes the victory by just a fraction from David Hart of Holland. The car from Olivier Hart, but the car that was started by his father, and then the rest of them come through. Stephen Osborne, David Sarney, Mark Sumter takes his class, which is the only competitor in 5th place, having led early on. And then it's Bush, France, Chambers, Harrison, the Australian driver. He'll be pleased with that 9th place. He's new to this series.
Phillips, Romano.
Still waiting for the third place car. Should be Steve Osborne, but he was about 40 seconds, nearly 50 seconds back from the chasing Ferrari Jew, who were by far the fastest runners in the race. In the early laps, Steve Osborne really stayed up close to them. Here comes Osborne now, the Felbermeyer Porsche, sweeping through the final corner, and in fourth place, David Sani in behind him, but it really belonged to the Ferrari duo.
Yeah, terrific battle. I don't think we've heard from Philip Cadore, have we?
Oh, yes, we have.
Did we? Yesterday, after he's driving the pink
Porsche, the Italian Porsche.
Yes. Well, Japanese, whatever that Italian is. I did Google it, I couldn't find anything. But I think it was a code. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This was a terrific way to end 2 cracking days of motorsport. The start of the newly named Le Mans Classic Series, and certainly lived up to expectations here. 99% of the time in the sun, but we had one little shower of rain that proved some excitement last evening, but the sun is shining now, and Philip Cadore, he's learned well, hasn't he, from being a bit of a wild young man.
Yeah, but I think that was quite a while ago now.
It was now.
He's raced a variety of cars. But, you know, for Olivier Hart, taking over from Father David, didn't win the race, but this is their first meeting with this car. And they will have learnt a lot. And certainly the way Olivier was able to attack with such gusto and such precision at the end of the race. He's a racer. He had to go for that move down into the first corner. He made the move. It didn't work. He had to cede first position. But, you know, he'll have learnt about that. And you know, I definitely, with a racer as a father, David would say, don't worry, you tried. I'd have done the same.
Well, interesting to see. Dad will be down there, won't he, in a minute?
You could see the applause down in the pit, hear the applause down in the pit lane, because that was a proper scrap.
Actually, I say Dad would be there, but he hasn't arrived yet. I'm arriving now, I think. And let's focus on the winner of the race, though. Philip Cadore, terrific drive by the hotel entrepreneur.
You can hear already the jokes are being cracked and sort of laughter. Yes, springs like a jack-in-the-box out of the car. And you know, you can hear, you can feel what that means, but also what better than to have someone catching and you resist the challenge.
I have never seen that on the front of the race suit. Privateer, it says.
It's clearly a club in Hong Kong.
Privateer Motorsport Hong Kong. There you are. There's Philip Cadore.
So that is a very, very happy man indeed, because nothing better than having a really stern challenge. And Nicky Pastorelli down to congratulate him. And look, isn't that lovely?
Oh, yeah.
David Hart straight across, smiles all round. I think there's going to be quite a few battles between them this season.
Great scenes down here.
And Steve Osborne will be delighted with that third place, some distance back, but the Malden crew very happy indeed. And top Porsche finisher. He'll take that.
Yeah. Well, the car's still filtering in. We've had a lot of racing. It's been a long day today. We started at 9 o'clock, Bruce, so we've never stopped. There's never been 10 minutes when there wasn't action on the track.
No, entirely so. It's been a brilliant opening race, the 2026 Le Mans Classic Series. And let's go down and join Vincent Franson with some very, very happy finishers. And the man with the biggest smile on his face is the race winner. His name is Philip Cadore. Let's hear his thoughts. Down with Vincent.
What a great battle between those two Ferraris, of course, and finally the second place for this guy, Olivier Hart. Olivier, you tried everything during the 2 last laps.
Yes, it was fun to drive. Later on, I was looking at Cadore and he was doing very well. I was like, oh, okay, he's suddenly very fast. But then he told me he pitted for new tires. So yeah, I just thought like, okay, I knew there was a big peak in the new tires. So if I just keep calm and manage my time and just be consistent, then I will probably catch up. And I catched up. But then, yeah, I made a mistake to brake a bit too late on the inside, but I was looking at this braking light and it was coming on for me a bit too late, so it was braking very late. That's why I didn't make it. But yeah, good race, hard race, but clean.
And it was a great show. Thank you very much, Olivier. And the winner of this race, Philippe Cadore. Philippe, what a fight!
Oh my gosh, tell me about it. Ollie is so fast. It was amazing. I've never driven here before, and I had my DNF yesterday, and it's so nice to come back and push all the way to the end.
Yeah, it was a nice weekend for you?
Yeah, it was a great weekend. Barcelona is an amazing track in a great city. It's been nice to start the season again and start so well.
That was the last interviews for this weekend, of course. The man in red won the race, and that's the most important.
That's what we like to see. We like to hear the happiness. We like to see the happiness. We like to see blue skies over the circuit, Barcelona, Catalonia. It's been a phenomenal opening session for this season. We've got plenty more. Next stop, Spa-Francorchamps. If we can have weather like this up in Belgium in the Ardennes, we'll take it.
Certainly will. Well, we've enjoyed it. Terrific racing all through the field. Some interventions from safety cars have changed the results. Some of them a little bit surprising, Bruce. And we've seen Emanuele Pirro racing here. That was great. We've seen fantastic Formula One cars circulating, particularly the matches that I hadn't seen or heard for a few years. And all round, a very good day indeed.
Yeah, plenty of cars, new drivers in new cars, new drivers in older cars. You know what I mean? The drivers and drivers in multiple of cars, and that's very much a feature of the Le Mans Classic. And certainly, one of the things for me is the enjoyment of the people who get to the bottom of the podium. But this was a race full of highlights, and let's take a look back at the best of those for the endurance racing legends. Well, what a way to end the meeting here after a day of practice and qualifying, 2 days of racing, a Formula One demo on both days, sights and sounds, colours, passion, enjoyment. We had the lot here, and to end with that classic scrap going down to the final lap of the final race, that was Endurance Racing Legends 2. I think that was very special indeed. My name is Bruce Jones, and Andrew Merritt been alongside me all weekend and diving down to the paddock. What are your overriding thoughts of the weekend? Well, just the wonderful sights and sounds, I think. I mean, I particularly like to see the Jaguar, Silk Jaguar back, and Olivier Gallard. He's one of my drivers of the weekend, I think, and sort of the Hearts are always right up there, aren't they? And they gave great value too. And then the Porsche race was absolutely classic and interesting, but all round a great weekend, a wonderful start to this series, newly named, and some great
great racing coming up. So, yes, I've enjoyed it. Enjoyed working with you, Bruce, too. Been a terrific duo, I think. We've worked pretty hard all weekend, so I'm going to say goodbye, but the final word will come from Bruce Jones.
And in time-honoured fashion, it's goodbye from me. Do make sure you join us in the 22nd and 24th of May in Spa.
Embarque com um grande prêmio para os maiores eventos de esporte a motor do Brasil e do mundo.
Vai, Dudu! Vai, Dudu! Vibra Interlagos, Dudu Barrichello é terceiro!
Chegou a hora de acelerar com o maior canal de automobilismo da América Latina. Não é só turismo, não é só corrida, é viver o esporte por dentro. GP Experience. Um produto exclusivo do Grande Prêmio para quem não se contenta em assistir. O GP Experience é para quem quer sentir, viver e testemunhar a história sendo escrita. E a largada já pode ser histórica. Indy 500. Você em Indianápolis, no maior espetáculo da Terra, acompanhando de perto a busca pelo penta de Hélio Castro Neves. Experiências únicas, bastidores, conexões reais com o mundo da velocidade, pacotes completos com aéreo, hospedagem e vivência que você não compra, você conquista. GP Experience, você com o time Grande Prêmio, vivendo a vida em alta velocidade nos maiores eventos do mundo. Garanta já a sua vaga.
This year, a new chapter begins. Peter Auto redefines the classic. A new name, a new season, for a new story. Season starts now.